Lin Fan stared at the email on his computer screen, his fingers hovering above the mouse, unable to bring himself to click close. The 4 bold characters reading transfer notice glared at him like interrogation room floodlights, stinging his eyes. The body of the email was terse and to the point. Due to work requirements, you are hereby transferred to the group's 7th Affairs Department effective immediately and are to report at once. The signature was from the Human Resources Department, yet there was not even a contact number attached. 7th Affairs Department. He muttered under his breath, fingers tapping at the keyboard as he pulled up the company's organizational chart. From the president's office to marketing, technology, finance, more than 20 departments were neatly arrayed, interlocked like the teeth of precision gears. There was no 7th Affairs Department. He searched the internal directory again, typing in 7th Affairs Department. The results were blank. A newly established department. Lin Fan frowned and glanced at his IT department workstation made of 4 aligned monitors with technical documents stacked beside him, half as tall as a person. He had worked here for 2 years. He knew the location of every server, every system interface by heart, yet he had never once heard of this department. His phone vibrated. It was his direct superior, Manager Wang. Lin Fan, you've seen the transfer order, right? Pack up your things and report to the 23rd floor today. Manager Wang, what exactly is this 7th Affairs Department? Just follow orders, don't ask too much. The voice on the other end was unusually stern. Do a good job when you get there. Don't embarrass our IT department. The call ended, and the busy tone in his ear sounded like some kind of warning. Lin Fan rose to his feet and looked around. In the open plan office, colleagues were either buried in code or whispering in discussion. No one noticed anything unusual about him. Only the intern diagonally across from him, Xiaozhang, looked up and pushed his glasses up his nose. Fans, you're being reassigned. Something like that. Lin Fan forced a smile and began packing his personal belongings, a mug, 2 technical books, and a pot of half-withered pothos. The elevator stopped at the 23rd floor, and as the door slid open, Lin Fan froze for a moment. Unlike the other floors with transparent glass and minimalist modern decor, the corridor on the 23rd floor was laid with dark carpet. The walls were clad in warm yellow solid wood panels, and the lighting was soft and perfectly subdued. It was quiet, far too quiet. There was almost none of the usual keyboard clatter, phone ringing, or footsteps found on office floors. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy solid wood door without any signage. Lin Fan raised his hand, hesitated for 3 seconds, then knocked. Come in. The voice was cool and clear like a thin sheen of frost on a winter morning window. Lin Fan pushed the door open and then froze in the doorway. The office was larger than he had imagined, at least half the size of the IT department's area, yet there were only 10 workstations inside. Each desk had its own distinct style. Some were as immaculate as an operating table, some piled high with documents and trinkets, some encircled on 3 sides by monitors. But what truly made Lin Fan's breath hitch were the people sitting at those workstations. 10 people, 10 women. They ranged from about 25 or 26 to their mid-30s, each with different clothes, bearing, and style. Yet without exception, they emanated an aura Lin Fan had never encountered in the IT department. Mature, self-fashioned, a blend of indescribable feminine allure and professional poise that hit him the moment he stepped in. Time seemed to congeal for 3 seconds. Every gaze converged on him like spotlights suddenly thrown onto a clown at center stage. You are Lin Fan. The voice came from the deepest part of the office. Following the sound, Lin Fan saw a woman slowly stand up behind an independent desk by the window. She looked around 32 or 33, wearing a finely tailored dark gray suit that accentuated her tall, slender figure. Her black hair was pulled back without a strand out of place, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of slightly cool, clear eyes. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of her nose, the eyes behind the lenses as sharp as a scalpel, dissecting Lin Fan from head to toe. I am Su Qing, head of the 7th Affairs Department. She stepped out from behind the desk, her high heels almost soundless on the carpet. You are 4 minutes late. Sorry, I was looking for this floor. Excuses do not matter. Results do. Su Qing stopped in front of him, the distance between them precisely 2 meters. Perfect social distance. Welcome to the 7th Affairs Department. In the 5 years since this department was founded, you are the first male member. A soft laugh drifted from the left. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a woman at a diagonal workstation propping her chin with one hand, watching him with amused interest. She appeared to be around 28 or 29, with winered wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a champagne-colored silk blouse, the neckline opened just right, neither overly revealing nor entirely innocent, leaving room for imagination. Her red lips curved slightly, a fox-like glint of mischief in her eyes. Finally, a little fresh meat. Her voice was lazy and sultry. We big sisters will take good care of you, Shaolin. Qin Yue, that's enough. Su Qing's tone did not change, but there was a warning threaded through it. Qin Yue shrugged, her smile undiminished, though her gaze roamed even more unabashedly over Lin Fan. Your workstation is over there. Su Qing pointed to a spot in the corner of the office by the window, yet slightly isolated. The department rules and recent work briefs have already been sent to your email. Get familiar with the environment today. Tomorrow you will start participating in projects. Lin Fan walked mechanically toward the designated workstation, feeling like a sheep that had strayed into a wolf pack. He could sense at least 5 or 6 gazes on his back, curious, appraising, amused, each with its own flavor. The workstation was very clean. The computer was already set up, a top-configured ThinkPad. Aside from standard stationery, there was also a small succulent plant on the desk, plump and emerald green, clearly well cared for. I put that there. A gentle voice came from his right. Lin Fan turned and saw the woman at the neighboring desk smiling at him. She looked about 35, dressed in an off-white knitted top and a dark midi skirt, her demeanor as mild as afternoon sunlight. A few photos were arranged on her desk. In one, Lin Fan caught a glimpse of her with a little girl, both smiling at the camera. My name is Qin Yue. Her voice was gentle like warm water. I thought a newcomer might need a bit of life on the desk, so I put a succulent there. They're easy to keep, no fuss. Thank you, Lin Fan replied, realizing he was stammering a little. Don't be nervous. Qin Yue chuckled softly. It's just that everyone hasn't seen a new colleague in a long time, especially a male colleague. Qin Yue, don't spoil him. The speaker was the woman seated directly opposite Lin Fan. She looked around 30 with a crisp short haircut and dressed in sporty casual wear. Her rolled-up sleeves revealed forearms with lean, powerful lines. She was bent over, tying a loose shoelace, movement swift and efficient. Shen Wei, field operations team. She lifted her head, eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Now that you're here, don't expect special treatment. This department doesn't keep freeloaders. All right, give the newcomer some time to adjust. Su Qing clapped her hands lightly. Her voice was not loud, yet the entire office fell silent in an instant. Morning meeting at 9 sharp in the conference room. Lin Fan, you'll attend as well. The conference room was an extension of the office, with one wall composed entirely of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking half the city skyline. 11 women gradually took their seats around the long table. Lin Fan chose the seat closest to the door. It gave him a small sense of security. Su Qing sat at the head, a folder open before her. Let's begin. Qin Yue first. Qin Yue lounged back in her chair, twirling an exquisite fountain pen between her fingers. Negotiations over that plot of land in the Eastern District have reached an impasse. The opposing party's person in charge is Wang Jiaming, 52, divorced twice currently, with a 28-year-old girlfriend. He likes red wine and classical music, and last month bought a bottle of 1982 Lafite at auction. Weaknesses? Su Qing asked. Tax issues. Qin Yue smiled, her red lips like a blade. A transfer overseas 3 years ago went undeclared. In addition, his daughter knows nothing about his current girlfriend. The young lady is in the middle of running for vice chair of the Young Entrepreneurs Association. Very good. Organize the materials and give them to me this afternoon. Su Qing turned to Qin Yue. Jingjie, your side. Qin Yue opened her notebook, her voice still gentle, though the content was entirely different. The supplier dispute we handled last week may require legal intervention in the follow-up. I've already contacted our partner law firm. Lawyer Lee says he can give the case priority. Also, regarding the department's budget application for the second half of the year, finance still needs some supplementary documents. I'll coordinate with them this afternoon. Take Lin Fan with you, Su Qing said suddenly. Lin Fan started. Let him get familiar with the procedures. Su Qing's gaze swept over to him. Any problem? No, none. Shen Wei. The short-haired woman straightened in her seat. The security breach we handled last month was attempted again. The traces were faint, but it was definitely the same group. I suggest enhancing surveillance on the 23rd floor and the underground parking lot. Also, the daily routes of department members need to be randomized. Approved. Su Qing made a note. Give me the detailed plan before the end of the day. The meeting went on. As Lin Fan listened to each report, his initial nervousness was gradually replaced by bewilderment. What kind of department was this? Business negotiations, legal disputes, security breaches. The scope far exceeded that of a normal corporate unit. Moreover, each person's presence while reporting was utterly distinct. Qin Yue's allure concealed a sharp edge, Qin Ying's softness hid meticulous rigor. Beneath Shen Wei's straightforwardness was absolute vigilance. Several others remained silent. Lin Fan noticed one girl who looked the youngest. She wore noise-canceling headphones the entire time, her fingers flying across a tablet on her lap. The screen scrolled with nothing but code. Lin Xiaoyu, Su Qing called her by name. The girl lifted her head. With her doll-like face, she looked like a fresh graduate, but her eyes held a focus out of sync with her age. Here. Her voice was very soft. There was an abnormal access to the company's main database last night. The source is inside the intranet, but it bounced through 3 proxies. I'm tracking it. I'll need 2 more hours. Set it to highest priority. Understood. At the end of the meeting, Su Qing closed the folder. Today's main focus is the upcoming cooperation talks between the group and Qin Technology. Their representatives arrive tomorrow. Qin Yue will lead the negotiations with Qin Jing assisting. Shen Wei ensure the venue's security. Lin Fan. He immediately sat up straight. For now, you'll follow Qin Jing and familiarize yourself with the department's operations. Su Qing paused. But when Xiaoyu needs technical support, you must assist her at once. Your IT background is the main reason we transferred you. So that was it. Lin Fan felt a bit more at ease. Meeting adjourned. As the others stood, Lin Fan followed behind Qin Jing out of the conference room. When he passed Qin Yue's workstation, she suddenly reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Shaolin. She tilted her face up to him, her perfume a faint blend of rose and cedar. Big sister has a gift for you. She handed him a USB drive. This is a backup of the department's technical archives for the past 5 years. Qin Yue blinked. Of course it's encrypted. Sujia said that if you can crack the first layer of encryption before the end of the workday, we'll consider you to have passed the preliminary test. Lin Fan accepted the USB. The metal casing was icy cold. What if I can't? Qin Yue smiled, fine laugh lines at the corners of her eyes, adding even more charm. Then you'll just keep running errands for Jingjia. In our department, we don't keep anyone useless. The USB in his hand suddenly felt heavy. Back at his desk, Lin Fan plugged it in. A starkly minimalist interface popped up on the screen, only a password input field and a countdown timer 55959. 6 hours. He drew a deep breath, fingers settling on the keyboard. Around him, the office resumed its own rhythm. The clatter of keys, low murmurs, the hum of a coffee machine at work. 10 women went about their respective tasks, sometimes talking, sometimes silent. Sunlight slanted in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, carving bright patches across the carpet. Lin Fan glanced at the succulent in the corner, its leaves plump and green, almost translucent in the light. Then he pulled up a command line interface and began to type. Outside the window, the city unfurled at his feet, traffic flowing like ants. The 23rd floor was as quiet as an isolated island, and Lin Fan knew that from today on, his career, his life, even his way of seeing the world, would be completely transformed. In the first hour, he tried 7 common cracking approaches. All failed. The encryption was peculiar, like a layer of mist, seemingly thin, yet offering no place to take hold. In the second hour, Lin Fan changed tack and began analyzing the USB system call records. He discovered a deeply hidden log file, recording 3 abnormal read-write operations. In the third hour, Qin Jing stood up and quietly placed a cup of coffee on his desk. Don't rush, she said softly, then went back to her seat to continue processing documents. The cup was warm in his hands, the aroma rich and mellow. In the fourth hour, Lin Fan found a breakthrough. The encryption algorithm was self-developed, but there was a minute flaw in the key generation process. Keys generated within a certain time window would leave a predictable pattern. According to the logs, the USB's 3 operations had all occurred precisely within that vulnerable time window. In the fifth hour, he wrote a small program to simulate the key generation process. Lines of code scrolled across the screen, a progress bar creeping forward. 43 minutes before the end of the workday, the program popped up a notification: key matched successfully. Lin Fan entered the key. The interface shifted and folders unfolded. Inside was not the technical archive he had expected, but a concise document. Welcome to the 7th Affairs Department. The real test begins now. At the end of the document was an address and a time: tomorrow night at 8 Binjiang Road No. 17, Old Dock Warehouse. Soft applause sounded behind him. Lin Fan turned to see Qin Yue leaning against the partition, clapping with a smile in her eyes. Not bad. You beat Xiaoyu's estimate by 20 minutes. She pointed toward the girl with headphones at the far end of the office. She bet you'd barely crack it in 6 hours. I bet on 5 hours 40. Su Qing emerged from the manager's office, a file in hand. Performance acceptable, she said, placing the file on Lin Fan's desk. Here is a brief for tomorrow night's assignment. By now you should have some sense of the nature of this department's work. Lin Fan opened the file, and the first line made his pupil's contract. Investigate the true background and potential threats of Qin Technology's representative. Qin Technology. Aren't they the group's partner? In the business world, partners and potential threats are often 2 sides of the same coin. Su Qing took off her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose in action that lent her a hint of weariness. What the 7th Affairs Department handles are the problems in the gray zones. Things the group cannot, will not, or must not do in the open. She looked out the window where the sunset had dyed the sky orange-ed. Your IT skills are your key to the door, but to survive in this department, you'll need more than that. Su Qing put her glasses back on, her gaze regaining its razor edge. Tomorrow night, you'll act with Shen Wei. She's our field specialist. Follow her lead. Shen Wei stood up from her station and rolled her neck. 8 o'clock. Meet at the zone of the underground parking lot, she said. We're something you can move in. Don't slow me down. Quitting time came and people in the office trickled out. As she left, Qin Jing gave Lin Fan a smile. See you tomorrow. Don't be nervous. Qin Yue blew him an air kiss. Good luck, little fresh meat. The girl named Lin Xiaoyu still wore her headphones, fingers dancing over the keyboard as if the world had nothing to do with her. In the end, only Lin Fan and Qing remained. Supervisor Lin Fan finally voiced the question he had been holding in all day. Why me? There are dozens of programmers in the IT department. Qing was silent for a moment. 3 months ago, a hidden backdoor was planted into the group's financial system, she said quietly. The security department investigated for 4 weeks and found nothing. 1 week later, during a routine check, you used a script you had written yourself and discovered it. In your report, you not only pointed out the backdoor, but also speculated on the possible identity and motives of the person who planted it. Your guess was wrong, but your line of reasoning was right. Lin Fan remembered that backdoor, well buried deep and surfacing only at 3 a.m. on the first day of each month, sending a 32-byte data packet to an overseas server. We need someone who understands technology, but whose thinking isn't confined to it. More importantly, in your 2 years in the IT department, you never joined any clique, never dabbled in office politics. Your task completion rate is 97%, and your overtime hours rank 3rd in the department. That tells us you can endure solitude, are responsible, and are not good at socializing. Not good at socializing. That counts as a strength. In our department, fewer unnecessary social interactions mean fewer chances for leaks. Qing picked up her handbag. Go home and get a good rest today. Starting tomorrow, your world will be different. At the door, she stopped again. Lin Fan, one last reminder. Qing did not turn around. Everyone in this department, myself included, has a past that cannot be told. Do not dig, do not sympathize, do not try to save anyone. We are gathered here for one reason: only we can solve the problems others cannot. The door closed with a soft click. Lin Fan sat in the gradually darkening office, watching as the city lights came on outside the window. His phone vibrated. It was a message from his mother. How's the new department? Are your colleagues easy to get along with? He thought for a moment and replied, it's good. My colleagues are very professional. Putting down his phone, Lin Fan looked again at the USB drive. The metal casing gleamed coldly in the dusk. Binjiang Road No. 17, Old Dock Warehouse. Tomorrow night at 8. He drew a deep breath, shut down the computer, and stood to leave. As he passed Chen Jing's desk, his eyes fell briefly on the mother and daughter photo, the little girl beaming a Ferris wheel at an amusement park rising behind them. The corridor was quiet, the elevator numbers ticking downward. It took only 20 seconds for the elevator to drop from the 23rd floor to the first, yet Lin Fan felt as though he were plummeting into a completely unfamiliar world. And in that world, there was only one man, him, and 10 women hiding their own secrets. The elevator doors opened, and the lobby was bright with lights. As Lin Fan walked toward the revolving door, he heard someone call his name behind him. Lin Fan. It was Shen Wei. She had already changed into sportswear and was standing in the shadows at the corner of the lobby, a black backpack slung over her shoulders. Almost forgot, she said, walking over and handing him a small electronic device that looked like an old MP3 player. Signal transmitter. Turn it on at 7:30 tomorrow night. If you're in danger, press the center button. I'll know. Lin Fan took it. The device was pleasantly heavy in his palm. And one more thing, Shen Wei said, watching him, her gaze unusually solemn under the lobby lights. Tomorrow, no matter what you see or hear, do not ask why. Our work most of the time comes with no explanations. She turned and walked away, her steps quick, vanishing into the night outside in a matter of moments. Lin Fan held the transmitter, the metal still warm with her body heat. Stepping out of the building, he was met by the evening breeze carrying the city's clamor and the coolness of early autumn. He looked back. The group's tower rose into the night sky, most windows on the 23rd floor dark, with only a few still lit. One of those windows belonged to the 7th Affairs Department. Lin Fan suddenly recalled what Qin Yue had said in our department: we don't keep anyone useless. He tightened his grip on the transmitter and headed toward the subway station. Tomorrow night, the warehouse, the assignment, and 10 mysterious and dangerous colleagues waiting for him to prove himself. That night, Lin Fan did not sleep well. In his dreams, he ran through an endless maze pursued by women's laughter. Sometimes Qin Yue's lazy chuckle, sometimes Qing's icy murmur, sometimes Chen Jing's gentle comfort. At the end of the maze stood a door. Behind it was darkness, and in the darkness points of light flickering like the eyes of beasts. He jolted awake at 3 in the morning, sitting up in bed and gasping for breath. Outside his window, the city was still awake, lights spread out like a river of stars. And he knew that from this day on his life would be completely altered. The 7th Affairs Department. Its only male member. The story had begun. At 7:20 p.m. On the outskirts of the city, in an old industrial district, Lin Fan stood outside a rusted chain-link fence, gazing at No. 17, Binjiang Road before him. It was less a dockside warehouse than a corner forgotten by time. 3 red brick buildings arranged in a shaped plaster, peeling windows, shattered weeds forcing their way out of cracks in the concrete. Only the building on the far left still bore a faded iron plaque reading, Warehouse 17, creaking softly in the night wind. Even more rundown than in the photos. Shen Wei's voice came from behind him. Lin Fan turned and saw her dressed in black tactical gear, a line of unfamiliar equipment hanging at her waist, even her face streaked with dark camouflage paint. Only her eyes shone startlingly bright under the dim street lamp. You? Lin Fan lowered his head to look at his dark gray sportswear. Am I underdressed for this? Shen Wei did not answer. She handed him a pair of glasses. Smart glasses. There's a micro camera in the left temple, and the right side can display information I send you. As she spoke, she put on a pair herself. Follow me, keep a 3-meter distance, don't talk, and don't turn on your flashlight. She bent down and slipped through a gap in the fence, moving with the fluid grace of a black cat. Lin Fan imitated her, but the wire snagged his jacket hem, and he fumbled to free himself. As he stepped into the factory grounds, the world suddenly fell quiet. The distant foghorns of river vessels became muffled, only the wind moaned through broken windows. Shards of glass and rusted parts were scattered across the ground, forcing each step to be taken with extreme care. Suddenly Shen Wei raised a clenched fist, the signal to halt. Lin Fan froze. 20 meters ahead along the warehouse's side wall, a flashlight beam swept across the ground. 2 silhouettes. Shen Wei crouched and pulled a palm-sized device from her waist, its screen glowing faintly. Her fingers moved quickly. 2 thermal outlines appeared on the screen, with data popping up beside them: height, gait analysis, probable armament assessment. Not from Qin Yue. She murmured, her voice almost swallowed by the wind. They're professionals. She swiped twice on the screen, and the same information instantly popped up in the upper right corner of Lin Fan's glasses. He stared at the 2 outlines, his heart racing. This was the first time he had seen enemies in the real world, if they truly were enemies. Shen Wei put the device away and gestured for a detour. Keeping to the shadows along the building, they moved around to the other side of the warehouse. There was a side door there, its lock broken, hanging ajar. Shen Wei took a slender probe from a pocket on her thigh and slipped it through the crack of the door. A few seconds later, she withdrew it and glanced at the tiny screen on its tip. For inside 2 on the 2nd floor. She turned to Lin Fan. Change of plan. You stay here and set up a communication relay. What? Xiao Yu needs a stable signal source to access the internal surveillance. Shen Wei took a matchbox-sized device from her backpack and pressed it to the wall. Put this somewhere high. Once it's on, it will masquerade as an old router signal. Then you retreat back outside the fence and wait for my message. But Supervisor Su said I should go in with you. Supervisor Su doesn't understand field work. Shen Wei's tone brooked no argument. There may be armed personnel inside. I don't have the bandwidth to protect you. She gave Lin Fan no chance to protest, slipping through the doorway and vanishing into the darkness. Lin Fan gripped the little device, his palms slick with sweat. He looked around and spotted a collapsed steel frame, climbed up and placed the device on a crossbeam. He pressed the switch, a green indicator light blinked on. A message from Lin Xiaoyu popped up in the upper right corner of his glasses. Signal stable, I'm in. There were 6 surveillance cameras inside the warehouse, all physically disabled 30 minutes ago. Now only 3 heat sources are moving their locations. Wait. A brief pause. Sister Shen Wei, 15 meters directly ahead of you behind that cargo container, there's an anomalous heat source. It's not human-shaped. Shen Wei did not reply, but Lin Fan saw the blue dot representing her on the screen dart aside, skirting that area. Lin Fan withdrew beyond the fence and hid behind a pile of discarded tires. The display in his glasses split into 3 panes: the warehouse floor plan in the upper left with 6 red dots for heat sources, a text communications window in the upper right, and below Shen Wei's first-person view. Remarkably stable even as she ran, crouched, and rolled. This was the work of the 7th Affairs Department, not IT code, and servers, not meeting room slides and reports. It was stealth in the dark, split-second decisions at the edge of life and death, blades flashing behind the facade of business cooperation. The image suddenly lurched violently. Shen Wei dove to the floor and rolled repeatedly. Almost at the same time, sparks burst from the ground where she had just been, a suppressed gunshot. They have guns. Lin Fan blurted, then realized communication was one way. On the screen, Shen Wei had already taken cover behind a concrete pillar. She drew her own pistol but did not return fire. Instead, she pulled a cylindrical object from her waist, yanked the pin, and hurled it toward the source of the shots. There was no explosion, only a blinding white flash and a piercing screech. A stun grenade. Using the few seconds of the enemy's disorientation, Shen Wei burst from cover. The feed blurred with speed. Lin Fan could hardly make out any detail, only the muffled thuds of blows and the heavy crash of bodies hitting the ground. Then everything fell quiet. 2 neutralized. Shen Wei's voice finally came through, her breathing slightly labored. Xiaoyu, check the positions of the other 4. The 2 on the 2nd floor haven't moved. The 2 on the 1st floor east side are closing in on you fast. Shen Wei's view swung toward the staircase. A rusted iron staircase led up to the 2nd floor where stacked shipping containers formed a maze-like structure. Lin Fan. Shen Wei suddenly called out. Here. In the southeast corner of the warehouse, there's an old switch box on the wall. I need you to cut power to the entire second floor. Only the second floor. I'll tell you when. But I can't get in. Go in through the side door, turn right, keep to the wall for 20 meters, that's it. I've lured the two to the west side. You have 1 minute. A countdown appeared in the upper right corner of his display, 60 seconds. Lin Fan had no time to hesitate. He slipped back through the fence and sprinted toward the side door. Inside the warehouse was darker than outside, with only a few shafts of moonlight filtering through broken windows. The air was thick with mold and machine oil. Right turn hugged the wall. He counted his steps, 15, 16, 17. Ahead, an old switchbox came into view, its metal door half open, revealing worn mechanical switches inside. A yellowed label beside them read, first floor lighting, second floor lighting, main breaker. Countdown, 32 seconds. Lin Fan, get ready, came Shen Wei's voice. When I count to 3, pull down the second floor lighting switch, then immediately retrace your steps. Understood. Understood. 1. Lin Fan's hand closed around the second floor lighting lever, cold and rough to the touch. 2. Through a gap between cargo containers, he saw flashlight beams swaying in the distance, drawing closer. 3. The lever snapped down, plunging the second floor into absolute darkness. Almost simultaneously, a thunder of collapsing containers, pounding footsteps, and then Shen Wei's gunshots rang out from above. This time unsuppressed, the sharp cracks echoing through the cavernous warehouse. Lin Fan turned and ran. Shouts rose behind him, but he did not dare look back. As he neared the side door, his foot caught on something, and he pitched forward. A flashlight beam snapped onto him. Another one. A man's voice shouted, carrying an unfamiliar regional accent. Lin Fan looked up to see 2 figures blocking the side entrance. One held a gun, the other a steel pipe. Their faces were indistinct against the backlight. Only their eyes glinted coldly. He's done for, Lin Fan thought, the only thought in his mind. The muzzle lifted, aiming at him. Then the gunman suddenly pitched forward, a tiny injector dart embedded in the back of his neck. The man with the steel pipe froze for a heartbeat and began to turn. Shen Wei burst from the shadows, executed a clean, efficient takedown, disarmed him, and drove him to the ground. The entire sequence took less than 3 seconds. Shen Wei stood up, breathing hard, a fresh scrape marking her face. I told you to run, not to throw yourself at a gun barrel. She hauled Lin Fan to his feet with such force that he grimaced. Is the second floor taken care of? Handled. Shen Wei glanced at the 2 men on the ground. Xiao Yu, notify the cleanup team. Send them the address. Got it. Sister Shen Wei, you'd better leave quickly. Police surveillance shows a patrol car heading that way. Probably a nearby resident reported the gunshots. Shen Wei nodded, took 2 evidence bags from her backpack, and swiftly collected the injector and spent shell casings. Change of mission, she said. Our original objective was to investigate Qin Yue's representative, but the appearance of these people means this is more complicated than we thought. She walked to the center of the warehouse, where several brand new cargo crates sat starkly out of place amid the decay. The crates bore Qin Yue Technologies logo. Open them. Shen Wei handed Lin Fan a multi-tool knife. Lin Fan pried open the first crate. Inside were not electronics or documents, but rows of glass vials filled with colorless liquid. None of them bore any labels. The second crate held precision instrument parts, but their models and specifications clearly did not match Qin Yue's publicly stated business scope. Lin Fan scanned several parts with his glasses. The database matched them as high-precision military-grade gyroscope components under export control. Qin Yue is smuggling contraband, Lin Fan murmured. Or someone is smuggling under Qin Yue's name. Shen Wei took photos for evidence. Xiao Yu, pull the logistics records for this shipment. Every node from factory to here. Already on it. But Sister Shen Wei, something's odd. Qin Yue's representative Luo Jiming. His official schedule says he's at a business dinner tonight, but I pulled the hotel footage and saw that he left through the back door 20 minutes after it started. Where to? A black sedan picked him up. Plate was fake, but tracking city cameras, the last area we see it in is. Lin Xiao Yu paused. Binjiang district, 3 kilometers from you. Shen Wei's eye sharpened. Lin Fan, take this. She handed him a small sampler. Collect samples from each crate quickly. We need to leave before more people arrive. Lin Fan carried out the order mechanically. His mind was still processing everything that had happened that night. Gunfire, smuggled goods, a mysterious third-party armed group. It was nothing like the 7th Affairs Department, work he had imagined when he received his transfer notice. While sampling the 4th crate, he discovered a false bottom. A light knock produced a hollow echo. Shen Wei, over here. She came over and sliced open the false panel with her knife. Inside was not cargo, but a waterproof document bag. She took out the documents and lit them with her flashlight. The first page was a procurement contract, Party A Qin Yue Technology, Party B a company called Blue Sea Trading. The procurement item listed industrial sensors, but the specifications clearly did not match. The second page was a transfer record, 3 wire payments totaling 8 million, the receiving account in the Cayman Islands. The third page was a photograph. Shen Wei's hand suddenly stilled. The photo showed two people in a private room of what appeared to be an upscale restaurant. On the left was Qin representative Luo Zhiming, in his 50s, thinning hair, a practiced smile. The person on the right faced away from the camera. Only a back view and half of a profile were visible, yet that half profile struck Lin Fan as strangely familiar. That's, he struggled to recall. Su Qing, Shen Wei said softly. So softly it was almost inaudible. At the bottom of the photograph, a handwritten note read, 7th Affairs Department Supervisor, Su Qing meeting with Qin Technologies, Luo Zhiming, September 14, 2022. The date was 9 months ago. Shen Wei quickly flipped to the last page. It was a brief analysis report titled Assessment of Abnormal Contacts Between 7th Affairs Department Supervisor, Su Qing, and Qin Technology. The conclusion was circled in red: suspicion of illicit benefits, further investigation recommended. What does that mean? Lin Fan asked. Shen Wei did not answer. She swiftly returned the documents to the waterproof bag and stuffed it into her own backpack. Everything you saw tonight, including this file. You are not to mention it to anyone. Her gaze was razor-sharp as it bored into him. Especially not to Su Qing. But Supervisor Su, I said don't mention it. Shen Wei cut him off. That's an order. In the distance, sirens wailed nearer and nearer. Moved. Shen Wei grabbed Lin Fan and pulled him toward the back door of the warehouse. Outside lay an abandoned loading area, and beyond that the riverbank. They ran along the riverside, the water black as ink in the night. After roughly 500 meters, a black SUV turned out from a side road and came to a silent stop in front of them. The window slid down. Qin Jing sat behind the wheel. Get in, she said. Her tone was as gentle as ever, but the tension in her eyes was unmistakable. They jumped into the vehicle, and Qin Jing stamped on the accelerator. The SUV shot into the night, leaving the warehouse and the wail of sirens behind. Silence settled inside the car. Lin Fan sat in the back, watching streetlights slide past in a blur. In the passenger seat, Shen Wei examined her injuries. Qin Jing pulled a first aid kit from the glove compartment and handed it to her. Casualties? Qin Jing asked. 6 all alive. Cleanup team has them, Shen Wei said, wiping the scrape on her face with an alcohol swab. The cargo is controlled military components and unidentified chemical agents. Also, we found this. She hesitated, then took out the document bag. Qin Jing flipped through the contents quickly at a red light. When her eyes fell on the photograph, her grip on the steering wheel visibly tightened. Does Sister Su know? She probably doesn't, Shen Wei said. If she did, she wouldn't have sent us to investigate Qin. Or she sent us on purpose to clear her name. Qin Jing's voice was very soft, but every word landed heavily in Lin Fan's chest. Jing, Shen Wei frowned. I'm only stating a possibility, Qin Jing sighed. You know the rules, Shen Wei. Any lead involving internal personnel must be reported. Reported to whom? Shen Wei said. Su Qing is our supervisor. Reporting to her is the same as destroying the evidence. Reporting to the group. Then the entire 7th Affairs Department could be disbanded. So what do you want to do? Shen Wei fell silent for a long time. The SUV crossed a bridge spanning the river, the water below reflecting the city lights, shattering them into countless drifting fragments. Find out the truth first, she said at last. We verify where this file came from, verify whether the photo is genuine, verify who Su Qing met 9 months ago and what they discussed. She turned to the back seat. Lin Fan, you know image analysis and information tracking. You'll work this case with me. Me? Lin Fan was stunned. But Supervisor Su said we shouldn't dig into colleagues' pasts. That applies under normal circumstances. Shen Wei set her gaze razor sharp in the dim dashboard light. Right now we may be working for someone who has betrayed the department. If Su Qing really has a problem, the entire 7th Affairs Department, all of us, could become expendable. Shen Wei, Qin Jing said softly. Until we have proof, she is still our supervisor. I know. Shen Wei leaned back and closed her eyes. That's why we have to find out. The SUV drove into the downtown area and merged with the nighttime traffic. Bustling streets, bright shop windows, relaxed pedestrians. Everything seemed like another world compared to that derelict dock. Lin Fan looked at his phone. On the screen was a new message from his mother. Coming home for dinner this weekend. Your dad bought a big fish. He typed back, working overtime this weekend. Next time. He hit send, put the phone down, and looked to the front seats. Shen Wei sat with her eyes closed, a bandage now covering the cut on her cheek. Qin Jing was focused on the road, though a faint furrow creased her brow. The 7th Affairs Department. Yesterday he had thought it was a unique workplace brimming with the allure of capable women, and today he had glimpsed its dangerous shadowy side. And Su Qing, that calm professional aloof supervisor. What secrets might she be hiding? The SUV pulled up at the entrance of the apartment complex where Lin Fan rented his place. Tomorrow we go to work as usual, Shen Wei said without turning around. Act exactly like you always do. I'll find a time to brief you on the investigation. Lin Fan got out and watched the vehicle drive away. The night wind blew past, carrying the chill of late autumn. He walked into the complex, took the elevator up, opened his door, turned on the lights. His cramped apartment was the same as ever, cluttered with technical books and unwashed coffee cups. Yet everything felt different. As he washed up, he stared at his reflection in the mirror, recalling the gun barrel aimed at him in the warehouse, Shen Wei's explosive takedown, and Su Qing's profile in that photograph. His phone buzzed. The department group chat. Qin Yue had posted a picture of late-night snacks. So hungry, working overtime. Anyone want to order takeout? Lin Xiaoyu replied, I'm in. Chen Jing sent a smiling emoji. Su Qing did not appear. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. At last he typed, I just got home, you go ahead. Send. He lay down on the bed and turned off the light. In the darkness, the night at the warehouse replayed in his mind, muzzle flashes, glass vials, and the crates, the red circled words on the report, their sprint along the riverbank. And Shen Wei's words, we may be working for someone who has betrayed the department. He did not know how much time had passed when his phone buzzed again. Lin Fan picked it up. It was a text from an unknown number. You did well tonight. But remember, the fewer secrets you know, the safer you are. There was no signature. Lin Fan stared at the message until the screen went dark. Outside, the city lights burned through the night. How many secrets were hidden behind those countless windows? How many people moved in darkness? How many seemingly normal facades concealed unseen currents beneath? He did not know, but he knew that from this day on he was no longer a bystander. The only male member of the 7th Affairs Department had already been drawn into the eye of the storm. And this storm was only just beginning. On a Monday morning, the office of Division 7 gleamed as usual. Sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling across warm-toned carpeting. The coffee machine gurgled softly, and the rich, earthy aroma of freshly ground beans hung in the air. Qin Yue hummed lightly while trimming the roses on her desk. Chen Jing spoke quietly on the phone, arranging her daughter's weekend piano lessons by the sound of it. Lin Xiaoyu wore noise-canceling headphones, nearly swallowed by the glow of 3 monitors. Everything appeared utterly ordinary, the quintessential Monday morning. Except for Lin Fan. He sat at his workstation, straining to focus on a report about the group's cybersecurity upgrade. Yet his gaze kept drifting, unbidden, toward the supervisor's office. Su Qing stood before a whiteboard in a pale gray suit, writing and sketching with quiet intensity. Her profile was sharp and focused, golden-rimmed glasses caught a soft glint from the light above her nose. It was the same profile captured 9 months earlier in that photograph. Little Lin, daydreaming again, Qin Yue's voice suddenly brushed his ear, warm and intimate. Lin Fan stiffened. Lifting his head, he found her leaning against his cubicle partition, holding 2 steaming mugs. Today, the collar of her deep violet silk blouse fell slightly lower than usual, revealing a slender gold chain resting delicately between her clavicles. Qin Yue, here you. She extended a mug. Americano double shot. You look like you need waking up. He accepted it. The ceramic warmth seeped into his palms. Thank you. You're welcome. She didn't leave. Instead, she pulled over a swivel chair, crossed her long legs, and settled in. How was your weekend? She asked casually, as if inquiring about the weather. Yet her eyes held his expression unflinchingly. I heard you went on field duty with Shen Wei Friday night. Just getting familiar with procedures, Lin Fan murmured, stirring his coffee and avoiding her gaze. Oh, familiarizing yourself requires a trip to the old Binjiang wharf. Qin Yue smiled faintly. And causing quite the commotion, 3 police cars showed up. The cleanup team worked until 3 a.m. Lin Fan's hand stilled. Don't tense up. She leaned in slightly. Her perfume, sandalwood blended with white musk, was deeper, quieter than usual. There are no secrets in this department. At least none that last long. I'm simply curious, how did Shen Wei, the Ice Queen, consent to take a rookie on a nighttime field assignment, especially one deemed high risk? She paused, lowering her voice further. What intrigues me even more is what you 2 actually discovered, enough to leave Shen Wei utterly unsettled upon her return. Lin Fan's heart thudded heavily. He recalled their conversation in the car Friday night. Shen Wei and Chen Jing speaking in hushed tones that filed that photograph. I honestly don't know. Shen Jie didn't involve me in the core part. It was true, and the safest answer he could offer. Qin Yue studied him for several seconds, then smiled. Fine. If you've chosen to stand with Shen Wei, so be it. She rose, smoothing her skirt. But let me remind you, little Lin Fan, this department resembles an exquisitely woven spiderweb, each person anchored at their own node. Choose the wrong position. She trailed off, merely blinking once before turning away. Lin Fan watched her sway gracefully out of sight, cold sweat prickling his spine. Don't take it to heart. Another voice chimed in. He turned to find Chen Jing standing silently beside him, holding a document. She wore a beige knitted cardigan today, radiating the gentle warmth of an autumn sun. Qin Yue's just like that, testing boundaries, controlling information flow. Chen Jing smiled. But she means no harm, at least not this time. Jingjie. Here, the draft of the quarterly report, Su Zhuguan requested. Could you verify the data section? Chen Jing handed him the folder. As she bent down, her voice dropped to a whisper. Shen Wei asked me to tell you. 3 p.m. Underground Garage Zone B. The usual place. She walked back to her desk as if nothing had happened. Lin Fan opened the file, his fingers trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from the vertiginous sensation of being drawn inexorably into a whirlpool. In this office, everyone spoke, but every sentence carried layered meanings. Everyone smiled, but behind each smile lay intentions wholly distinct. At 10 a.m., the departmental meeting commenced. Su Qing stood at the front of the conference room, the red dot of her laser pointer tracing paths across the whiteboard. Negotiations with Qin Technology have been postponed. Their representative Luo Jiming was hospitalized with an acute illness. Her tone remained calm, unruffled. Legal will assume responsibility moving forward. We need not intervene. Qin Yue arched a brow. An acute illness? How fortuitous. The hospital's diagnosis: acute pancreatitis triggered by excessive alcohol consumption. Su Qing adjusted her glasses. Qin Yue continue pursuing the East City land deal. Wang Jiaming appears receptive. Strike while the iron is hot. Understood. Chen Jing, the finance department's budget review has been rescheduled to Wednesday morning. You'll represent our division. Yes, of course. Shen Wei. Su Qing's gaze shifted to the woman with short black hair. I've reviewed your security upgrade proposal. It's approved. However, the surveillance system vendor must undergo rebidding. The current supplier has compliance issues. Shen Wei nodded, her expression unreadable. Yet Lin Fan noticed the whitening of her knuckles where she gripped her pen. Lin Fan. Su Qing called his name unexpectedly. Yes, ma'am. Assist Xiao Yu in compiling and analyzing the group's cybersecurity audit reports from the past 3 years. Focus particularly on records of external intrusion attempts and corresponding countermeasures. Understood. Everyone else. Su Qing continued assigning tasks. Her voice cool, precise, flawlessly professional, betraying no anomaly whatsoever. Lin Fan observed her covertly. Today Su Qing was exactly as always: immaculate hairstyle, crisply pressed suit, speech punctuated with surgical precision, even down to the spacing of commas. She was the kind of person who corrected font sizes in others' presentations, the kind who placed her coffee cup in precisely the same corner of her desk every single day. Could such a woman possibly be entangled in illicit smuggling operations? When the meeting concluded and colleagues dispersed, Lin Fan rose, only for Su Qing to call him back. Lin Fan, stay behind. The conference room door clicked shut, leaving only the two of them. Sunlight slanted in through the floor-to-ceiling window, slicing a luminous band across the table, illuminating dust motes dancing in its golden beam. Shen Wei submitted her after-action report on Friday's operation. Su Qing walked to the window, her back to him. She noted you performed adequately, but lacked experience. I'll strive to improve. I'm not criticizing you. Su Qing turned her gaze behind those lenses, both piercing and appraising. I'm warning you. Work in Division 7 is inherently exceptional. Often what you see, or hear, is merely the tip of the iceberg. She paused. Shen Wei is an outstanding field operative, but her perspective can sometimes be overly direct. Should she ever instruct you to undertake actions beyond standard protocol, or utter anything unusually specific, you may report directly to me. Lin Fan's heart hammered violently. What did that mean? A veiled threat? A test? Or had Su Qing already uncovered something? Supervisor, I'm afraid I don't fully understand. You needn't understand. Su Qing returned to the conference table, tapping her fingertips lightly against its polished surface. You need only remember I am the head of this division, the ultimate decision-maker and sole bearer of responsibility for all operations. Any action taken without my authorization violates the fundamental operating principles of this department. Her gaze cut like a scalpel. Is that clear? Yes? Good. Her expression softened almost imperceptibly. Return to your duties. Collaborate closely with Xiao Yu. She's our youngest prodigy, though even genius occasionally requires grounding. As Lin Fan exited the conference room, his palms were slick with sweat. Back at his desk, Lin Xiao Yu had already sent a cascade of file links and API documentation. He slipped on his headphones. A crisp, slightly synthetic voice filled his ears. Gidge, Lin Fan. We'll begin with the 2019 audit report. I've flagged 17 anomalies. Please review and supplement if needed. Understood. For the next 2 hours, Lin Fan submerged himself in torrents of log files and audit reports. This was his sanctuary, code data logic. Here everything followed traceable patterns, everything obeyed immutable rules. Yet as he analyzed anomalous login records from Q3 2021, a sudden thought pierced his focus: the photograph. That photograph of Su Qing. If truly taken 9 months ago, its technical parameters, environmental details, even Su Qing's sartorial choices, should all bear identifiable traces. And as someone rooted in IT, perhaps he could detect flaws invisible to Shen Wei or Qin Jing. At 12:30, colleagues began trickling out for lunch. Qin Yue had a client meeting. Qin Jing went to pick up her daughter. Shen Wei claimed she was heading to the gym. Su Qing remained in her office, its glass wall partially obscured by lowered blinds. Only Lin Xiaoyu stayed behind, cradling a massive bento box while typing rapidly. Xiaoyu, Lin Fan whispered, "Could you do me a personal favor?" She lifted her head from behind her monitors, her doll-like face impassive, yet her eyes invited him to continue. "I need help analyzing a photograph, determining its time and location of capture, and verifying its authenticity if possible." "Is this related to department work?" "Not exactly, but it may prove critical." "Where did it originate?" Lin Fan hesitated. He knew Lin Xiaoyu was a technical prodigy, but not which side she served. Shen Wei had warned him against telling anyone, yet, without her expertise, he'd likely uncover nothing alone. "I can't disclose its source," he finally said. "But I swear, this matter may concern the department's very safety." Lin Xiaoyu held his gaze for several seconds, then extended her hand. "USB drive." Lin Fan retrieved the encrypted USB drive containing the photocopy, a version he'd painstakingly duplicated the previous night, using his custom 128-bit encryption designed to temporarily elude even her scrutiny. Yet Lin Xiaoyu cracked it in under 2 minutes. "Solid algorithm, but the key generation pattern is discernible," she remarked coolly before opening the image file. The screen displayed the restaurant private room Luo Jiming's smiling face, Su Qing's profile, in soft light. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened slightly. Do you recognize anything?" Lin Fan pressed urgently. She didn't answer. Instead, her fingers flew across the keyboard, launching multiple forensic tools. The image fragmented into pixel grids, a metadata extracted, lighting angles calculated, background textures magnified. Captured on a Huawei P40 Pro, 27mm focal length f1. 9 aperture ISO 320. She murmured. Timestamp September 14th, 2022, 7:43 p.m. Location, based on the neon signage outside the window, is Guanlan Pavilion in Pudong. The private room is likely named after plum, orchid, pine, or bamboo, judging by interior design cues. She paused abruptly, zooming in with surgical precision on a specific region. "What is it?" Lin Fan leaned closer. "This reflection." She pointed to the rim of a wine glass on the table, where a blurred, indistinct silhouette of the photographer shimmered faintly. She initiated enhancement, noise reduction, edge reconstruction, clarity amplification. Gradually, a clearer figure emerged on screen, a bespectacled man in his 40s holding a smartphone capturing the scene. This wasn't covert photography, Lin Xiaoyu stated flatly. The photographer occupied the same space as the subjects, and clearly had their consent. Observe Luo Jiming's expression. He's smiling directly at the lens. She shifted focus, analyzing Su Qing's profile. Facial recognition, match 87. Wait. She pulled up Su Qing's official corporate portrait. Comparing ear contours, zygomatic height, nasal bridge curvature, the match drops to 79. This isn't the same person. Lin Fan held his breath. Yet hairstyle, eyewear, even makeup are identical. Lin Xiaoyu launched additional analytical modules. This is high-fidelity mimicry. Observe this mole beneath her right ear, present in both the official photo and this one, but displaced by 0.3 millimeters. A natural mole wouldn't shift unless it was applied via makeup or digitally inserted. Lin Fan interjected. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Now examine her hands. Supervisor Su's left ring finger bears a faint old scar, a childhood laceration from broken glass. Visible in annual gala photos, but absent here. She zoomed in on Su Qing's left hand resting on the table. No scar. She looked up at Lin Fan, her doll-like face grave for the first time. This photograph is forged. A masterful forgery, but forged nonetheless. Forged. Lin Fan sank back into his chair, mind racing. If the photograph was fabricated, then the entire accusation, that Su Qing colluded with Qin technology, might be an elaborately constructed trap. But why? To frame Su Qing. To destabilize Division 7. Or, Xiaoyu, please keep this strictly confidential, for now. Lin Fan spoke earnestly. Even from Shenjia. Especially from Shenjia. He remembered Shen Wei's reaction Friday night. If she learns the photo may be counterfeit, she might alert whoever planted it. Lin Xiaoyu paused. Gidge Lin Fan. Are you investigating Supervisor Su? I'm investigating the truth. Lin Fan replied. And that truth may determine all our safety. Lin Xiaoyu studied him. Those eyes, usually veiled behind thick lenses and long bangs, now startlingly clear. I believe you, she said finally. But if you intend danger, I want to know. I can help. Thank you. At 2:50 p.m., Lin Fan slipped out early, descending into underground garage zone B. Dim lights cast long shadows. The air smelled faintly of gasoline and dust. Shen Wei was already there, leaning against her black SUV and athletic, or scrolling silently through her phone. Punctual. She didn't glance up. The photograph is compromised. Lin Fan cut straight to the point. Her fingers froze. Xiao Yu conducted technical analysis. The image is forged. The Su Qing depicted isn't authentic, at least not entirely. Even the timestamp and location appear fabricated. Shen Wei pocketed her phone and raised her eyes. In the garage's muted light, they gleamed like a nocturnal predator's. Evidence. Lin Fan handed her his tablet, displaying Xiao Yu's forensic report. Shen Wei skimmed swiftly, her expression shifting from skepticism to grim gravity. After finishing, she remained silent for a long while. If the photograph is false, what does that imply? Someone is framing Supervisor Su. Lin Fan said. And that person knows her intimately. Her wardrobe preferences, her favored restaurants, even minute physical details. They also know she met with Qin Technology. Shen Wei added. 9 months ago, yes. But publicly at an industry forum. Records confirm 5 other companies' representatives attended. She clenched her fist. So this is a trap, blending verifiable facts with counterfeit evidence to sow doubt in Su Qing. And it's brilliantly executed. Lin Fan said. Without Xiao Yu's expertise, we'd never have spotted the flaws. Lin Fan, you've done exceptionally well. More level-headed. More meticulous. For once, Shen Wei offered something resembling a smile. But now, things have grown far more complex. Why? Because if the photograph is forged, then someone within, or extremely close to, our division is a traitor. A traitor who understands Su Qing, comprehends departmental operations, and possesses access to classified intelligence regarding the Qin smuggling case. Her voice turned glacial. And that person may already know we're investigating. A chill crept up Lin Fan's spine. From now on, we proceed with heightened caution. Shen Wei said. We'll act as if nothing's changed, maintaining normalcy. But beneath the surface, we'll identify that person before they realize we're hunting them. How? By tracing the photograph's origin. Shen Wei said. Its appearance at the wharf warehouse was no accident. Either it was deliberately planted for us to find, or someone attempted to remove it and failed. She opened the SUV's door. Get in, I'll take you somewhere. The vehicle merged into afternoon traffic. Shen Wei drove with the same directness she embodied. Decisive lane changes, precise overtaking. The navigation destination, an aging residential district in West City. Where are we going? A former friend's home. Shen Wei replied. Or rather, a friend no longer. She parked at the mouth of a narrow alley flanked by weathered 1980s-era apartment buildings, peeling paint-tangled wires. Elderly residents played chess near their doors, eyeing the SUV with open curiosity. Shen Wei led Lin Fan up 5 flights of cramped, dimly lit stairs. She stopped before apartment 503, not knocking but producing a key from her pocket. The door swung open, releasing a wave of dust and damp mildew. The studio apartment was small, furnished plainly but tidily. Its walls bristled with maps, photographs, sticky notes, resembling a detective's war room. Dominating the living room was a whiteboard, its center pinned with Su Qing's photograph radiating crimson threads and thumbtacks connecting to Qin Technology, the smuggling case, the wharf warehouse, even names of other Division 7 members. Beneath Su Qing's image, bold red letters demanded, who is lying? Whose apartment is this? Lin Fan's voice came out hoarse. Zhao Zhigua, former Division 7 operative. Shen Wei stood by the window, gazing outward. Died in an accidental field operation 3 years ago. But I suspect he uncovered something he shouldn't have. She turned, gesturing toward the board. This was his final month's investigation. He was probing Su Qing, or rather the web surrounding her. Lin Fan scanned the dense annotations, arrows, question marks. Zhao Zhigua's handwriting was wild, yet forceful, charged with obsessive fervor. Exclamation points punctuated key nodes, some were even carved deeply into the board with a blade. Does Supervisor Su know about this? Unlikely, Shen Wei said. After his death, his residence was thoroughly cleared, but I rented this apartment, preserving everything intact. Only I know. She approached the board, pointing to a grainy image. This was taken 3 days before his death, a black sedan parked beneath Su Qing's apartment building. The license plate is obscured, but the model is distinctive. Lin Fan leaned in. Shot at night with a telephoto lens, the image was coarse, but unmistakably a black Mercedes S-Class, its windows tinted obsidian dark. What does that signify? The next day, Su Qing filed a recommendation urging the group to terminate contracts with a particular supplier. Shen Wei said, and that supplier's controlling shareholder owns, coincidentally, an identical Mercedes S-Class. She fixed Lin Fan with a steady gaze. Coincidence? Perhaps. But Zhao Zhigua believed otherwise. He suspected Su Qing was conducting clandestine operations, leveraging departmental resources for personal gain. But the photograph is forged. The photograph may be forged, but Zhao Zhigua's suspicion predated it. Shen Wei interrupted. His death was too convenient. Silence settled over the room. Slanting sunset light illuminated airborne dust motes. In the distance, a scrap collector's bell jingled rhythmically. The world outside remained banal, while darkness coiled tightly within these 4 walls. We should return, Shen Wei checked her watch. Staying too long draws attention. She gave the room one last complex look. 3 years. I visit periodically hoping for new clues. Yet it remains unchanged. No progress. Before leaving, Lin Fan noticed a photo frame atop the shoe cabinet. Inside, a younger Shen Wei and a man in his 30s clad in hiking gear grinning triumphantly atop a mountain peak. His arm rested warmly around her shoulders, his gaze tender. That's Zhao Zhigua? Lin Fan asked. Shen Wei nodded, refusing to glance at the photo. My mentor when I joined the division. He taught me everything. She closed the door, locking it firmly. On the descent, her silhouette seemed starkly solitary in the dim stairwell. Neither spoke during the drive back. The car radio played cheerful pop music, a cruel irony against the weight pressing inside the cabin. As they neared the office, Shen Wei broke the silence. Lin Fan. If, just hypothetically, Su Qing proves complicit, what would you do? Lin Fan watched cityscapes blur past the window. I don't know. And if she's innocent, but a traitor truly exists within our ranks, then we find them. This time his reply was unwavering. Shen Wei glanced at him, then nodded. Returning to the office at 4 p.m. Everything appeared harmonious. Qin Yue and Su Qing conversed easily. Chen Jing demonstrated an intricate nodding technique to Lin Xiaoyu, claiming it was useful for wilderness survival. All serene, all warm. Lin Fan resumed his seat. His monitor still displayed the cybersecurity audit report, its cursor blinking steadily amid cascading lines of log entries. He glanced toward the supervisor's office, the blinds now fully raised. Su Qing spoke on the phone, her profile composed and attentive. The forged photograph, the dead investigator, the black sedan, the smuggling case. These fragments spun in Lin Fan's mind, struggling to coalesce into a coherent picture. Yet the most vital piece remained stubbornly missing. His phone vibrated. His mother's message: dinner at home tonight. I've simmered your favorite soup. He typed, working late. Go ahead without me. He closed the chat window, drew a slow breath, and refocused on the audit report. His fingers tapped keys. Lines of code scrolled past. Normal. He had to appear perfectly, utterly normal. Yet from the corner of his eye, he saw Qin Yue watching him, her fox-like eyes shimmering with inscrutable intent. Across the office, Lin Xiaoyu lifted her head from behind her monitors, gazing at him through thick lenses. Then Shen Jing pouring tea with elegant slowness, turning just as Lin Fan looked up, offering a gentle, knowing smile. Finally, Shen Wei, now dressed in her sharp business attire, sat at her desk, sorting documents, her profile stern and remote. Everyone performed their roles. Everyone observed the others. Sunlight bathed the office in gold, coffee scented the air, green plants thrived in their pots. Beneath the placid surface, however, currents ran deep and ceaseless. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, fixing it on his screen. He knew. He had stepped onto an invisible web. And now, before its strands tightened, he must locate the weaver. At precisely 9:00 a.m. on Tuesday, the Internal Audit Department's notification landed like a stone dropped into still water. The email was terse to the point of austerity. Pursuant to a resolution by the Group Management Committee, a comprehensive internal audit of Division 7 commences effective immediately. During the audit period, Department Head Ms. Su Qing is temporarily reassigned to the Strategic Research Department to provide support. Daily operations shall be overseen by Deputy Head Ms. Qin Yue. All staff are required to fully cooperate. The email was sent at 2:17 a.m. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his fingertips icy cold. He lifted his gaze toward the department head's office. The blinds were tightly shut, and the room within stood empty. Su Qing's coffee cup remained on the desk, half full and long since chilled. A deathly silence filled the office. Then Qin Yue pushed back her chair and rose. The sharp click of her high heels echoed with unnerving clarity in the stillness. She walked to the door of the department head's office, grasped the handle, paused for a beat, then pushed it open. She did not sit in Su Qing's chair. Instead, she leaned against the edge of the desk, facing the entire office. You've all seen the notice, Qin Yue said, her voice stripped of its usual languor, replaced instead by a calm Lin Fan had never heard before. The audit team arrives at 10 o'clock. We have 30 minutes before then. Her gaze swept across the room, lingering briefly on each face. Shen Wei, compile all field assignment records, encrypt them, and back them up onto an offline hard drive. You know the standard. Shen Jing, organize financial transaction logs and budget documents. Separate compliant entries from non-compliant ones. For the latter, I require plausible justifications. Xiao Yu, perform a deep purge of system logs and communication records, but leave a backdoor. I need to know exactly what the audit team investigates. Her orders were precise, decisive, brooking no negotiation. Shen Wei was already rising toward the filing cabinet. Shen Jing had opened 3 encrypted folders and begun working simultaneously. Xiao Yu's keyboard clattered like a sudden downpour. Qin Yue's gaze settled last upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you'll come with me. Lin Fan followed her into the department head's office. Qin Yue closed the door, but did not turn on the lights. Morning light slipped through narrow slats in the blinds, carving alternating stripes of light and shadow between them. You were still in the office last night at 1 a.m. Qin Yue began without preamble. The audit notice was sent at 2:17 a.m. I need to know what you did during that hour. Lin Fan's heart lurched. I was analyzing the cybersecurity audit report. Xiao Yu gave me too much data. I hadn't finished reviewing it during the day. Only that. Only that. Qin Yue held his gaze. The eyes that usually crinkled with amusement now cut like blades. Lin Fan, I am not Su Qing. I dislike wielding rules as weapons, but I demand truth, especially now. She picked up a tablet from the desk, unlocked it, and pulled up a surveillance clip. The footage showed the office corridor at 1147 p.m. Lin Fan emerged from the break room, holding a cup of coffee, heading toward his workstation. Everything appeared normal. Then the footage fast-forwarded to 0032. Lin Fan suddenly walked toward Xiao Yu's station, and sat down at her keyboard. Xiao Yu had already left, her desk was vacant. He operated the keyboard for roughly 3 minutes. Explain, Qin Yue said, turning the tablet toward him. Lin Fan's throat went dry. He had indeed gone to Xiao Yu's station last night. But the reason? Xiao Yu holds the highest system privileges. I needed her account to access deeper log layers. He chose to reveal only part of the truth. There were anomalous entries in the audit report. Sources needed tracing. What anomalies? Repeated cyber attack attempts targeting this department, patterned over the past 3 years. I wanted to identify the pattern. Qin Yue fell silent for several seconds. Did you find it? I found an internal IP segment, Lin Fan replied. Every attack attempt after multiple hops converged on the same internal subnet within the corporate intranet 10.2x. He discovered this subnet at 105 a.m. The attacker was clever, using multi-layer proxies and forged addresses, but Lin Fan had written a script to reverse trace the initial request headers of the data packets. Every path ultimately converged on that internal IP segment. Qin Yue's expression remained unchanged, but Lin Fan noticed her fingers tapping lightly on the desk, a telltale sign of deep thought. 10.2x, she repeated. That's the executive-only network segment. A sharp knock sounded at the office door. Chen Jing opened it, her face pale. The audit team has arrived, 20 minutes early. Qin Yue took a slow, deliberate breath, and instantly reverted to the poised, effortlessly charming smile Lin Fan knew so well. Ask them to wait. I'll be right out. She rose, smoothed her collar, and as she passed Lin Fan murmured low enough that only he could hear, keep the IP segment strictly confidential, for now. Including Shen Wei and Xiao Yu. Why? Because the registered user of 10.2.17, Qin Yue whispered, barely audible, is Zhao Zhigua. Lin Fan's breath caught. Zhao Zhigua, the former division member who had died in a freak accident 3 years ago. Shen Wei's mentor. The man who had plastered his walls with investigative files. A dead man's IP address, used continuously over 3 years to attack Division 7. Now Qin Yue had already reached the door, her voice returning to its normal volume smile. Work. Act as if everything is perfectly ordinary. 3 members of the audit team entered. Their leader was a man in his 50s named Mr. Zhou, wearing rimless glasses, his expression as impenetrable as the vault door of a bank. The other 2, a man and a woman both in their early 30s, carried folders and laptops, their gazes professionally wary. Audit Director Zhou, welcome. Qin Yue greeted her, smile calibrated to perfection. The conference room is prepared and relevant materials are being assembled. They'll be delivered within 10 minutes. We must conduct individual interviews with each staff member, beginning with acting head. Qin Zhou replied. During these interviews, all departmental operations must cease and electronic devices must remain powered on, but may not be operated. Understood. Qin Yue turned. Everyone, please proceed in order. I'll go first, followed by Chen Jing, Shen Wei, Lin Fan, and Xiao Yu. Others await further instruction. She led the audit team into the conference room and closed the door. The air in the office remained frozen. Shen Wei stood before the filing cabinet, clutching a document folder so tightly her knuckles whitened. Chen Jing returned to her station, resuming file sorting, but her movements had noticeably slowed. Xiao Yu curled into her oversized gaming chair, nearly swallowed by the glow of her monitors. Lin Fan sank back into his seat. His screen displayed an unfinished report, but he couldn't read a single word. Zhao Zhigua's IP address. A dead man attacking the living. It made no sense, unless Zhao Zhigua wasn't truly dead, or someone had been operating under his identity and using his privileges. The conference room door opened. Qin Yue stepped out, her expression serene, but Lin Fan noticed the faint flush along her earlobe, a physiological giveaway of intense emotional restraint. Chen Jing, it's your turn. Chen Jing rose, adjusted her hem, and entered the conference room. Qin Yue returned to her desk, avoiding everyone's eyes, and began typing rapidly. Her phone screen lit up. She glanced at it, then immediately locked the device. Over the next 2 hours, each person entered the conference room in turn. Shen Wei emerged with a leaden pallor and went straight to the break room, where she remained for a full 10 minutes. Xiao Yu's interview lasted only 15 minutes, the shortest of all, and upon exiting, she donned noise-canceling headphones, retreating entirely from the world. Lin Fan's turn came at 1140 m. Inside the conference room, Audit Director Zhou sat at the head of the table. The other 2 auditors flanked him. 3 open laptops rested on the table, each displaying distinct data interfaces. "Mr. Lin Fan, please take a seat," Zhou said, gesturing politely. "Relax. This is merely a routine conversation." Lin Fan sat, hands resting on his knees. "How long have you been with Division 7? 1 week and 3 days. How is the adjustment going?" "Still adapting. My colleagues are highly professional. I'm doing my best to learn." Zhou tapped a few keys. "Prior to your transfer, you worked in the IT department for 2 years. Your reassignment was justified as exceptional technical ability and identification of critical vulnerabilities in the group's financial systems." "Yes. Who recommended you?" Lin Fan hesitated. He'd never considered the question. "I don't know. It was a direct personnel order from Human Resources." "Did Department Head Su Qing participate in your selection process?" "I'm not certain. Only HR conducted the interview." The female auditor beside Zhou looked up. "According to our retrieved email records, Department Head Su Qing submitted a special talent requirement form to Human Resources on August 15th, explicitly requesting a male employee with advanced cybersecurity expertise and an unblemished background. 3 days later, your file was flagged as a recommended candidate." Lin Fan froze. Su Qing had specifically requested a male employee. Why? "How much do you understand about the nature of this department's work?" "Handling the group's special assignments. The scope remains under study." "What specific tasks have you undertaken this past week?" Lin Fan recalled the warehouse at the docks, the gunshots, the forged photograph file. But he couldn't mention any of it. Mostly technical support, assisting Xiao Yu with network log analysis and some data organization tasks. "What about Friday evening?" pressed the female auditor. "Attendance logs show you returned to the office at 7:00 p.m. and didn't leave until 11:40 p.m. Yet there are no official task records for that period." Their intelligence was precise. Lin Fan's palms grew damp. "I was working overtime on the audit report. Xiao Yu provided voluminous material. I hadn't completed it during the day." "Alone?" "Yes. Yet surveillance footage shows Ms. Shen Wei entering the office at 8:17 p.m. and both of you departing together at 8:35 p.m. The female auditor pulled up a grainy surveillance still. "Can you explain this?" Though blurred, the figures were unmistakably Shen Wei and Lin Fan. Timestamp 2035. Lin Fan's mind raced. Shen Wei came back to retrieve something. She saw I was still here, and we spoke briefly about departmental matters. Then she mentioned going to the gym and asked if I'd like to leave early with her. I did. "What did you discuss?" "Just general advice for new hires." "Very brief." Zhou exchanged a glance with his 2 assistants, then closed his laptop. "One final question, Mr. Lin Fan." He removed his glasses and polished them with a velvet cloth. "In your observation, has Department Head Su Qing exhibited any unusual behavior over the past week? For instance, private contact with unauthorized individuals, handling matters outside the department's mandate, or expressing dissatisfaction with group-level decisions?" The question cut straight to the bone. Lin Fan met the director's sharp gaze behind the lenses. It was a trap. Any answer risked misinterpretation. "I observed nothing unusual," he replied at last. "Director Su is exceptionally professional and deeply committed to her responsibilities." Zhou nodded, slid his glasses back on, and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. You may return to your post. Please inform Xiao Yu. We require another interview with her." As Lin Fan stepped out, his back was soaked with cold sweat. No one went to lunch. Qin Yue ordered takeout, but the boxes piled untouched in the break room. At 1:00 p.m., the audit team requested access to all project archives from the past 3 years. Shen Wei and Qin Jing wheeled 2 carts overflowing with files into the conference room. At 2:00 p.m., the technical auditor began connecting to the department's servers to perform a full data mirror backup. Xiao Yu accompanied him throughout, but refused to provide the administrator password, citing classified group information requiring higher-level authorization. A 40-minute standoff ensued, until Zhou personally called the group's CTO and secured temporary elevated permissions. At 3:00 p.m., Qin Yue was summoned for a second interview. At 4:00 p.m., the office printer suddenly activated, spewing page after page of garbled text and cryptic symbols. Xiao Yu rushed over and yanked the power cord, but the printer kept feeding paper. It was connected wirelessly. "Someone's remotely controlling it," Xiao Yu whispered, her voice trembling. "Not from inside." Shen Wei had already drawn her sidearm, positioning herself squarely before the server rack. Qin Jing swiftly powered down every monitor and the main circuit breaker. The chaos lasted 3 minutes, until the printer finally ceased. Hundreds of pages littered the floor like the absurd aftermath of a funeral. Zhou emerged from the conference room, surveying the wreckage, his face darkening. What is this? An external intrusion, Xiao Yu said, kneeling to gather a sheet. Someone attempting to sabotage or obstruct the audit. Can you trace it? They used at least 7 proxy layers. The final hop originated overseas. Xiao Yu looked up. But the signature pattern of the initial request matches prior attacks against this department. Zhou fell silent. His female assistant murmured something. He nodded once. We're concluding today's session, he announced. All electronic devices are to remain sealed in place. Paper documents will be taken with us. Effective immediately, all external operations are suspended. All staff remain on standby. The audit team began packing. The young male auditor produced seals and labels, preparing to affix them to each person's laptop and mobile device. Just then Qin Yue's phone rang. She glanced at the display. Her expression flickered, then answered. Yes. Understood. Very well. After hanging up, she turned to Zhou. An emergency meeting of the Group Management Committee has decided to suspend the audit. All sealed equipment and documents are to be returned intact. Zhou frowned. On what grounds? The committee has identified procedural flaws in the audit process and requires a full reassessment. Qin Yue's tone remained level, but her eyes held something Lin Fan couldn't decipher. Additionally, Director Su Qing has been reinstated, effective immediately. As she spoke, the office door opened. Su Qing stood in the doorway. She wore the same light gray suit from that morning, but her hair was freshly styled, her makeup immaculate. She held a slim folder, her gaze sweeping calmly across the room, finally settling on Audit Director Zhou. Director Zhou, thank you for your efforts. Her voice retained its familiar composure. The committee's directive is enclosed here. Should you have questions, please contact Chairman Zhang directly. She extended the folder. Zhou flipped through it quickly, his expression growing increasingly grim. This contradicts. This is the final decision, Su Qing interrupted smoothly. Division 7 handles matters of the group's highest classification. The audit protocol must be recalibrated. A revised plan will be communicated to you within 3 days. She stepped into the office, walking through the scattered pages of gibberish like a general crossing a battlefield. At the threshold of her office, she paused and turned back. Everyone, return to your posts. Today's delays must be recovered. Without another word, she entered her office and closed the door. The audit team departed, confused, frustrated, and unreconciled. Silence descended upon the office once more, but this was no longer the suffocating stillness of morning. It was taut, charged with unspoken questions. Qin Yue moved first. She began gathering the pages of nonsense, one by one, her motions slow, reverent, almost ritualistic. Shen Wei holstered her weapon and returned to her station. Her computer remained unsealed. The audit team simply hadn't reached it yet. Chen Jing reactivated her monitors and resumed organizing financial documents, but her hands trembled faintly. Xiao Yu sank back into her chair, donned her headphones again, but this time she didn't code. She simply stared at her black blank screen. Lin Fan sat at his desk, eyes fixed on the closed door of the department head's office. Reinstatement. Suspended audit. Emergency committee decision. It had all unfolded too swiftly, too neatly, like a meticulously choreographed performance. His phone vibrated softly. A secure message from an unknown number. 10, 2. 17 resides physically at the South City Data Center Building B, Floor 3, Cabinet 17. Are you interested in visiting tonight at 10? At the end of the message, a set of coordinates. Lin Fan jerked his head up, scanning the office. Qin Yue was tidying documents. Shen Wei was checking emails. Chen Jing was brewing tea. Xiao Yu was lost in thought. Each person occupied themselves quietly. Who sent it? His gaze drifted once more to the department head's office. Through the slats of the blinds, he glimpsed Su Qing seated at her desk, speaking on the phone. Her profile, illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, was clear and resolute. A dead man's IP address. Forged photographs. Sudden audit. Dramatic reinstatement. And now this enigmatic invitation. Lin Fan clenched his phone, his fingertips icy. He knew he should refuse. Report it. Step away from this ever-deepening vortex. Yet his fingers moved, typing a reply. Yes. He pressed send. Almost instantly, the department head's office door opened. Su Qing stepped out, coffee cup in hand, heading toward the break room. Passing Lin Fan's workstation, she didn't break stride, but murmured low and clear. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow brings much work. Then she disappeared into the break room, the coffee machine humming its familiar rhythmic gurgle. Lin Fan remained rooted in his chair, his body chilled to the core. Su Qing knew. She knew where he was going, and what he intended to do. Or perhaps she was signaling something else entirely. Outside, the sky darkened. The setting sun bled crimson across the city's horizon. One by one, the office lights flickered on, casting elongated, distorted, interwoven shadows of each person onto the walls. This department, this place where he was the sole man, This chamber of secrets and lies. And he, already immersed beyond escape. Tonight at 10, South City Data Center. He would go to see how a dead man's IP address continued for 3 years to assault the world of the living. Or perhaps, he would go to confront the living person who had resurrected the dead. On the third morning after returning from the data center, Lin Fan encountered Su Qing in the elevator. Inside the narrow metallic enclosure, only the two of them stood. Mirrored walls reflecting countless silhouettes of Su Qing, each with spine perfectly straight, fingertips resting lightly on the handle of her briefcase, gaze fixed calmly on the floor, numbers flickering upward. She wore a pearl-white silk blouse today, its collar fastened with a simple silver brooch, beneath it a charcoal gray pencil skirt. Morning light seeped through the elevator's narrow seams, casting faint shadows across her eyelashes. "Good morning," Lin Fan said first, the sound abrupt in the silence. Su Qing turned her head slightly, her eyes settling on his face for a beat longer than polite convention required. "Good morning," she replied, her tone as level and measured as a calibrated waterline. "I've reviewed the wrap-up report from that night at the data center." Lin Fan's heart gave a heavy, jarring thud. That night, having fled the data center, he'd compiled every detail into a report per Shen Wei's instructions, and encrypted and dispatched it to a designated address. He hadn't known who would read it, until now. Su Qing had read it, and she'd brought it up deliberately. "You handled it relatively cleanly," Su Qing continued as the elevator halted on the 23rd floor, and the door slid open, but she did not step out. "Yet there was one detail omitted from your report." Lin Fan held his breath. "When you left, lubricating grease from the server cabinet's edge adhered to the inner lining of your coat." Her gaze swept over Lin Fan's navy blue jacket, a proprietary lubricant used exclusively in Building B of the South City Data Center, containing a unique fluorescent marker that glows faint green under ultraviolet light. Procurement records from Group Logistics confirm it is used nowhere else. She stepped out, her high heels sinking imperceptibly into the carpet. Lin Fan followed. His palms grew damp. "Last night, I instructed housekeeping to thoroughly sanitize the area around your workstation," Su Qing said, pushing open her office door as morning light flooded the corridor. "I recommend sending your jacket to a professional dry cleaner. The security contractor for that data center has recently initiated a full audit of all access logs." She entered her office and closed the door behind her, soundlessly. Lin Fan remained motionless in the corridor, a chill creeping up his spine. Su Qing knew, not just that he'd gone to the data center, but precisely which building, even which cabinet. Yet she offered no accusation, no warning, only delivered in the calmest voice imaginable facts that could cost him his job, or worse. And then she covered his tracks. Why? Someone was already in the office. Chen Jing sat at her desk, misting a succulent plant with delicate care. Fine droplets caught the morning light, forming miniature rainbows. As she bent forward slightly, a stray strand of hair slipped beside her ear, gently hooked back by her little finger. The gesture was tender enough to remind Lin Fan of his mother. "Good morning." Chen Jing looked up and smiled, soft lines crinkling at the corners of her eyes. "You look pale. Didn't sleep well." "A bit," Lin Fan mumbled in reply as he walked toward his desk. Passing Shen Wei's workstation, she suddenly extended a leg, blocking the aisle. Lin Fan nearly stumbled, grabbing the partition to steady himself. "Too slow," Shen Wei said without looking up, still tying the laces of her combat boots. She wore tactical gear again today, a black fitted t-shirt, accentuating strong arms, a belt lined with equipment pouches. "If someone had ambushed you like that inside the data center last night, you'd be dead. 3 times over." Lin Fan froze. "How did Shen Wei know?" "Qin Yue told me." Shen Wei finally lifted her gaze, her expression holding something rare, almost tender. "She said you walked into somewhere you shouldn't have been. Next time you decide to flirt with death, at least tell me first." Her tone remained hard, but Lin Fan heard the unspoken "I care whether you live or die." He began, only to be cut off. "No explanations needed." Shen Wei rose. Though half a head shorter than Lin Fan, her presence pressed down like gravity. "I ask only one thing: if you insist on taking risks, ensure you return alive. Otherwise, cleanup becomes inconvenient." She clapped Lin Fan's shoulder, her hand rough and calloused, the texture unmistakable, years of gripping firearms and scaling walls. The impact was firm, not gentle, yet undeniably hers, clumsy, earnest, deeply personal. Then she strode toward the break room, her back taut as a predator poised to strike. Lin Fan sank into his chair. His computer had powered on automatically. On the desktop sat an encrypted folder labeled Unfinished Analysis Report. He opened it. Inside lay fragmented data slices from the data center's ghost server, incomplete, yes, but dangerously potent. He was about to dive deeper when a fragrance drifted over, neither coffee nor ink, but a complex blend, tuberose amber, and a sharp, spicy undertone. It was instantly recognizable. Lin Fan didn't need to look up to know who it was. Qin Yue leaned against his partition wearing a burgundy silk slip dress layered beneath black lace camisole. The ensemble was startlingly bold for the office, yet she wore it with absolute conviction as though this were her private runway, not a corporate workspace. Little Lin Fan. Her voice dropped low-edged with morning's huskiness. Hold out your hand. Lin Fan obeyed instinctively. Qin Yue placed something small in his palm. A micro-storage device no larger than a fingernail, its metal casing still warm from her skin. Complete deletion logs from last night's data center surveillance system. She leaned closer, her lips grazing his ear, her warm breath brushing his earlobe. 3 minutes after you left, someone remotely erased all camera footage from the 3rd floor of Building B for the past 48 hours. Her hair brushed his cheek, silken weightless. The perfume thickened, almost tangible, coiling around him like smoke. The IP address used as the final jump point. Qin Yue whispered, her voice soft as a lover's vow, traces back to the dedicated network segment of the group's vice president's office. Lin Fan's fingers tightened, edges of the device biting into his palm. Qin Yue straightened, shifting seamlessly into her usual speaking voice. Oh, and this afternoon you're accompanying me to meet a client. Dress formally. Don't embarrass the department. She reached out, her dark red lacquered fingertip brushing away an invisible thread from his shoulder. The contact was fleeting, yet Lin Fan stiffened entirely. Why so tense? Qin Yue laughed, fine lines blooming at her eyes. Sister won't devour you. She turned away, her skirt swaying like a venomous flower, slowly unfurling in morning light. Lin Fan stared at the storage device in his palm, then at the shut door of the supervisor's office, then at Qin Yue's retreating silhouette, and finally at Shen Wei's rigid back in the break room. Each woman gave him information, each touched him in a different way. Su Qing with the precise glancing cut of a blade, Shen Wei with the awkward bruising weight of a pad, Qin Yue with breath and fingertips leaving searing imprints. Chen Jing meanwhile simply watered her plants, smiled gently, and asked kindly after his well-being. That gentleness in this moment unsettled him most of all. Morning meeting cancelled. Su Qing sent a group message. Everyone focus on individual tasks today. Brief sync up at 3 p.m. All morning Lin Fan analyzed the data within the storage device. The deletion occurred at 2:07 a.m., precisely 3 minutes after he escaped the data center. The operator routed through 7 proxy layers. The final endpoint was indeed the vice president's office IP range. Yet that range housed 12 fixed users. Impossible to pinpoint the exact perpetrator. What troubled him more was the code signature embedded in the deletion script, a pattern he recognized instantly. Xiao Yu's signature. That girl who always curled into her oversized gaming chair, sealed off from the world by noise-canceling headphones. She coded with a distinctive habit, inserting unique comment markers into critical functions like an artist's hidden signature. And deep within the core module of this deletion program, Lin Fan found a hexadecimal variation of Xiao Yu's birthday. His fingers stilled over the keyboard. His gaze drifted, unbidden, to the farthest corner of the office. Lin Xiao Yu wore a black baseball cap, today its brim pulled low, her entire figure nearly swallowed by the glow of her monitor. Since morning she hadn't risen once, spoken a word, or even fetched water. What was she avoiding? Or what was she concealing? At 1230 p.m., Chen Jing stood and approached Lin Fan's desk. Lunch together, she asked softly. You haven't eaten properly since you arrived. Lin Fan almost refused, until her hand settled lightly on the back of his chair. Pale soft, adorned with a simple silver band. Not a wedding ring, merely ornamentation. Her warmth bled through the fabric, quiet and unwavering. Yes, he said. In the elevator, Chen Jing stood beside him, shoulders separated by a respectful distance. She carried the faint scent of laundry detergent, lavender and sun-dried linen, utterly unlike Qin Yue's aggressive, intoxicating perfume. Qin Yue's taking you to see a client this afternoon? Chen Jing asked suddenly. She's wearing midnight flight today. Chen Jing's voice was barely above a whisper, as if murmuring to herself. Its top notes are bergamot and pink pepper, heart notes tuberose and jasmine, base notes amber and sandalwood. The perfumer says it suits a woman who hunts in the night. Lin Fan turned to her. Chen Jing kept her gaze forward, profile serene. Qin Yue only wears it when she intends to hunt. Nor was her choice of dress arbitrary. The burgundy silk was heavyweight charmeuse, its luster shifting like liquid blood with every angle of light. The lace overlay was Italian handcrafted, each floral vein rendered with meticulous clarity. This ensemble wasn't mere fashion. It was misdirection, designed to distract, to invite underestimation. The elevator doors opened onto the cafeteria floor. Chen Jing stepped out, then turned back with a gentle smile. I just thought you should know these things. The cafeteria buzzed with noise, but Chen Jing chose a quiet corner by the window. She fetched trays for both of them, even remembering his aversion to celery, removing every shred from his cold salad and placing them neatly on her own plate. Jingjia. Lin Fan faltered, unsure what to say. I have a younger brother, 2 years older than you, Chen Jing said, stirring her soup. He works abroad, comes home once a year. Seeing you reminds me of him. It wasn't true, Lin Fan knew. He'd read her file, only child. Parents deceased. No brother existed. Yet her expression was utterly natural, as if that imagined brother lived, breathed, and mattered. Everyone in this department protects others in their own way. Shen Jing continued, lifting a spoonful of soup and blowing gently to cool it. Shen Wei uses strength and command. Qin Yue allure and provocation. Xiao Yu technical skill and silence. Our supervisor. She paused. Our supervisor uses distance and rules. And you? Lin Fan asked. Shen Jing lifted her eyes, their habitual warmth flickering with something deeper, more complex. I use truth, she murmured. Or rather, lies shaped as closely as possible to truth. She reached out, dabbing a speck of sauce from the corner of Lin Fan's mouth with a napkin. The gesture was effortless, as if repeated 1,000 times before, her fingertips briefly grazing his skin, warm, dry, certain. Remember 2 things this afternoon with Qin Yue. First, whatever she offers you to drink, consume only water. You open yourself. Second, if the person she introduces you to wears a jade ring on their left ring finger, regardless of what they say, reply, I must consult my superior. Who is that person? Someone our supervisor dislikes, but whom Qin Yue must maintain relations with, Chen Jing said, rising. I need to pick up my daughter. Her piano lesson can't start late. Her departing silhouette remained tender, but Lin Fan saw beneath it a calculated surgical precision in her care. At 2 p.m., sharp, Qin Yue appeared beside Lin Fan's desk. Her makeup had been refreshed, lips red, her eyeliner arched with feline cunning. Let's go, little Lin. She extended her hand, not for a handshake, but inviting him to offer his arm. Lin Fan hesitated, then bent his elbow. Qin Yue's hand settled lightly upon it, her fingertips pressing against the inner curve of his forearm. Their skin was thin, he felt the subtle arc of her nails, and, beneath them, the steady alien rhythm of her pulse. They exited the office like that. Under collective scrutiny, Shen Wei glanced up from her paper's brow, faintly furrowed. Lin Xiaoyu's hat tilted slightly, though she didn't turn. The blinds of the supervisor's office parted just a sliver, then snapped shut. Descending in the elevator, Qin Yue did not withdraw her hand. Her body angled subtly toward Lin Fan, her silk skirt whispering against his trousers, a soft, insistent rustle. Nervous? She asked, amusement dancing in her voice. A little. No need. Qin Yue tapped his arm lightly, like keys on a piano. Today's just a minor player. The real fish swim deeper. Then why? Because minor players know where the big ones hide, Qin Yue interrupted. And because I needed a reason to take you out. The elevator doors opened onto the underground garage. Qin Yue's car, a deep crimson sports model, gleamed like a honed blade. She swung open the passenger door, her palm landing lightly on the seat. Get in. The cabin was intimate, the perfume intensified. She started the engine, the roar echoing sharply off concrete walls. Her driving bore no resemblance to Shen Wei's unhurried, each motion graceful as choreography, yet speed never faltered. What did Chen Jing tell you? Qin Yue asked as the car merged onto the main road. Lin Fan's chest tightened. Nothing much. Just mind your manners. Qin Yue laughed, bright crystalline. Did she warn you to drink only your own water? Mention the jade ring. Lin Fan couldn't deny it. Jing Jia is like that, always treating everyone as children needing protection. Qin Yue turned the wheels smoothly, gliding the car beneath a canopy of trees. But she didn't tell you. The man with the jade ring is my former father-in-law. Lin Fan whipped his head toward her. 3 years ago, Qin Yue's expression didn't shift, but her knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. An unhappy marriage. An even unhappier divorce. The old man believed I ruined his son's future. I believed his son shattered every illusion I ever held about marriage. A fair exchange. She parked before an exclusive club. A valet hurried forward. Qin Yue tossed the keys with cinematic ease. Remember, she said before entering, turning to face him. Hands planted firmly on his shoulders, pinning him between car door and herself. Today you do only one thing: observe. Observe facial expressions as people speak. Observe micro movements of their fingers. Observe the precise timing of glasses lifted and set down. Tonight tell me everything you saw. Her face was close, so close Lin Fan could count each lash, see his own reflection swimming in her pupils. The scent of midnight flight, now pressed down dense and heavy upon his chest. Then she stepped back, her heels striking the cobblestones with sharp, clean clarity. Inside, the club evoked classical Chinese gardens, winding bridges, flowing water, bamboo shadows trembling in the breeze. Qin Yue led Lin Fan into a waterside private room, where 2 figures already waited. A man in his 50s, impeccably suited, hair combed to military precision. His left ring finger bearing a luminous emerald ring, its green so vivid it seemed to pulse in the lamplight. Beside him sat a woman in her early 30s, Makeup flawless, dressed in a crisp business suit, typing intently on a tablet. Mr. Wang. Ms. Zhang. Qin Yue smiled, sweetness dripping like honey. Apologies for the delay. Traffic was dreadful. Mr. Wang's gaze skimmed over Qin Yue, then lingered on Lin Fan longer than courtesy allowed. And this is our department's newest member, Lin Fan. Qin Yue said, stepping naturally to Lin Fan's side, her hand settling lightly on his lower back, nudging him half a step forward. Brought him along to learn. Her fingers rested there for 3 seconds, pressing gently through his shirt, transmitting silent signals, stand firm. Don't flinch. For the next 2 hours, Lin Fan learned the true meaning of observation. Mr. Wang habitually spun his emerald ring with his right hand, yet it froze the moment Qin Yue mentioned the plot in East City. Ms. Zhang habitually nibbled her pen, yet it slipped from her lips when Qin Yue uttered a specific number, leaving a faint streak across her tablet screen. Qin Yue moved with effortless mastery, laughing lightly, furrowing her brow, tapping fingertips rhythmically on the table. Every gesture a deliberate practiced step in an intricate dance. When pouring tea for Mr. Wang, she leaned forward, her silk neckline parting just enough. His Adam's apple bobbed visibly. Throughout, her hand touched Lin Fan 3 times. First, passing documents, her fingertips brushing his knuckles. Second, adjusting her chair, her palm pressing lightly against his outer thigh. Third, rising, her hand resting on his shoulder, warm, firm, imprinting itself through fabric onto his skin. Each touch was brief, seamless, yet each conveyed nuance. A tap meant watch here, pressure meant stay silent, a caress meant well done. The meeting concluded on a note of apparent goodwill. Mr. Wang agreed to reconsider the land deal's terms. Qin Yue pledged to facilitate within her authority. Emerging from the club, dusk painted the sky in gold and crimson. Qin Yue didn't head straight to the car. Instead, she guided Lin Fan to a lakeside veranda. Sunset gilded the water's surface, her profile etched in amber light lost its usual softness, hardening into something weary, resolute. What did you see? She asked, her voice stripped of its earlier sweetness. Mr. Wang wants more than the land, Lin Fan said. He mentioned long-term collaboration 3 times, deep integration twice. He seeks a permanent profit channel with the 7th Division. Qin Yue nodded, lighting a slender cigarette. Smoke coiled in the fading light, veiling her features, blurring her expression. Anything else? Ms. Zhang isn't just a secretary. Her tablet's lock screen displayed an encrypted messaging app. She was relaying updates in real time to someone else. Qin Yue smiled, genuine approving. Good. Anything more? Lin Fan hesitated. Your former father-in-law. His gaze held more than hatred. Also regret. Or perhaps, unfinished business. Qin Yue's fingers stilled. Ash fell silently onto the stone. She remained silent. So long the cigarette burned away a third of its length. My husband and I loved each other deeply, she murmured, voice barely audible. But love doesn't guarantee compatibility. He wished to cage me as a golden songbird. I wished to free him as an eagle soaring the skies. In the end, we both failed, and became precisely what the other despised most. She turned to Lin Fan, sunset igniting twin flames in her eyes. Do you know why I brought you here? Lin Fan shook his head. Because this department is dangerous now, Qin Yue said, drawing a slow breath of smoke, exhaling it like a sigh. The audit's suspended, but the tension hasn't eased. Su Qing's reinstated, but the crisis isn't over. Shen Wei investigates Zhao Zhigui's death. Shen Jing audits everyone's financial vulnerabilities. Xiao Yu. She paused. Xiao Yu is hiding something. And you, Lin Fan. You stand at the vortex's center unaware. She stepped closer, shadows merging on the veranda floor. I need someone who still sees with unclouded eyes, someone untouched by this department's corruption. Her fingertip pressed lightly against his chest, directly over his heart. The touch was featherlight, yet Lin Fan trembled. He felt the heat of her skin through cloth, like a red-hot bullet sinking slowly into flesh, embedding itself deep within his blood and bone. Will you help me, Lin Fan? Qin Yue tilted her face up. No artifice now, only raw, fragile entreaty in her gaze. Not Qin Yue, but the Qin Yue who still lived 3 years ago. The last embers of twilight vanished. Night surged forward, swallowing them whole. Lin Fan heard his own voice answer yes. Qin Yue smiled, soft, real, unguarded. She rose onto her toes, just slightly, and her lips grazed his cheek. Not a kiss, merely skin meeting skin, warm, moist, scented with tobacco and perfume. Then she stepped back, reclaiming her role as the dazzling, untouchable Qin Yue. Let's go. Our supervisor dislikes lingering outside office hours. The drive back unfolded in silence. Only the low hum of the engine and wind whispering past the windows. Near the office tower, Qin Yue's phone chimed. She glanced at the screen. Her expression shifted. Then she let it ring unanswered. Who is it? Su Qing. Qin Yue stared at the flashing name. Her 5th missed call. She pulled over near the building, remaining seated. Lin Fan. she said, watching headlights flow past the windshield, voice hushed. If one day you must choose between Su Qing and me, choose whichever feels right to you. Don't let today sway your judgment. She opened the door, night air rushing and scattering the last traces of warmth and perfume. Go on. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow. She left it unfinished, but Lin Fan understood. Tomorrow it would all begin again. Investigation. Testing. Touch. Deception. And beneath it all, real emotions burning fiercely in the dark. Back on the 23rd floor, only Su Qing remained in the office. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling window back, turned to the door, holding a cup of coffee long gone cold. Hearing footsteps, she didn't turn. Back. Yes. How did it go, Mr. Wang agreed to reconsider the terms. Su Qing finally turned. Her face, bathed in the office's sterile white light, resembled a statue carved from ice. Qin Yue touched you, she stated. Not a question. Lin Fan froze. Her perfume lingers on you. Su Qing stepped closer, soundless. Also, your cheek bears a faint lipstick mark, the midnight rose she wears. Its pigment leaves microscopic golden flecks on skin, invisible to the naked eye, but glaring under UV light. She stopped before him, mere inches separating them. She could smell Qin Yue's scent clinging to him. She could see the phantom trace of color on his skin. Then Su Qing did something Lin Fan hadn't anticipated. She raised her hand, and with the pad of her thumb gently wiped his cheek, the exact spot Qin Yue's lips had brushed. The touch was feather-light, yet Lin Fan felt the chill of her skin colder than steel instruments before surgery. This department is a swamp, Lin Fan. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. Everyone tries to pull you under, because the more who sink, the less likely any single person will drown. Qin Yue uses temptation. Shen Wei loyalty. Shun Jing tenderness. Xiao Yu dependence. Her thumb remained on his cheek, motionless. And I use truth. Su Qing's eyes locked onto his behind her lenses. Truth is the man you met today, Mr. Wang. Lost his son 3 years ago in an accident. Qin Yue was present. Police ruled it suicide, but Mr. Wang refuses to believe it. Lin Fan's breath ceased. Truth remains. Qin Yue took you out not merely for business. She was testing you, and testing me. She wanted to see whether the scent of her perfume and the trace of her lipstick would provoke an irrational reaction from me. Su Qing withdrew her hand, retrieving a disinfecting wipe from her pocket and meticulously cleaning the fingers that had touched him. Now you know. She dropped the used wipe into the bin. Make your choice. Whose truth do you trust? Into whose swamp will you sink? She returned to her office, closed the door, and locked it. Lin Fan stood alone in the hollow office, his cheeks still tingling with the memory of Su Qing's touch, cold, sterile, like the incision of a scalpel before pain arrives. He raised his hand, fingertips tracing his own skin. There 2 women had left their marks, one warm as a kiss, one cold as a blade. Beyond the window the city glittered, each light sheltering a story, a contest to touch. And in this office on the 23rd floor the story had only just begun. The warmth left by those touches, the seeds sown by those words, the secrets exchanged in those glances. They were already taking root in darkness, sprouting, stretching, destined to erupt, dragging everyone deeper into the whirlpool. Lin Fan walked to his desk and powered on his computer. The screen lit up, its pale glow illuminating the invisible imprints on his face. He knew from tonight onward, every breath, every heartbeat, every encounter with those women would no longer be chance collisions. They would be choices, allegiances, life or death. He drew a slow, steadying breath and placed his fingers on the keyboard. On the rain-soaked night, when Lin Xiaoyu finally broke down, there was no warning. Outside, sheets of rain ran down the glass facade like rivers. Only the sound of keys tapping and distant thunder filled the office. Lin Fan was organizing slides for next week's presentation when he suddenly heard a muffled sob. He looked up and followed the sound. In the far corner of the office, Lin Xiaoyu was curled into an oversized gaming chair, her whole body shaking. Her noise-canceling headphones lay on the desk, thrown aside. The cold glow of the monitor washed over her pale face. Tears slid silently down, tracing bright paths across her cheeks, and falling onto the keyboard, scattering tiny droplets. Lin Fan hesitated for a second, then stood and walked over. Xiaoyu, he said softly. The girl didn't respond, only hugged herself tighter. She wore an oversized black hoodie that made her look even smaller, fingers gripping the sleeve until her knuckles went white. Lin Fan crouched beside her until their eyes met. What's wrong? He asked, his voice gentle, as if afraid to startle an injured bird. Lin Xiaoyu finally lifted her eyes. The pair of eyes, usually hidden behind heavy bangs and glasses, were swollen and wet, filled with a terror and despair Lin Fan had never seen. She opened her mouth, but made no sound. Come on. Lin Fan reached out, not to touch her, but to offer an invitation, his hand suspended in the air. Get up. Let's leave this place. Her hand trembled, hesitant, then slowly rose and placed itself in his palm. The hand was frighteningly cold, the delicate fingers felt like fragile porcelain in his palm. Lin Fan closed his fingers gently around hers and felt the tremor through the skin all the way to his heart. He helped her to her feet and found she could barely stand. The hood slipped back, revealing tangled short hair with a few strands plastered to her cheek by tears. He instinctively reached up to brush the hair away but stopped midair. Su Qing's warning echoed in his mind, and every touch in this department could mean trouble. Yet watching the girl before him unravel those concerns suddenly felt irrelevant. His fingers brushed her cheek and tucked the wet strand behind her ear. The gesture was as gentle as touching a petal covered in morning dew. Lin Xiaoyu flinched slightly, but did not pull away. Her skin was cool, her tears moistened his fingertips. "Can you walk?" Lin Fan asked. She nodded, then shook her head, the tears coming harder. So he made a decision. He turned bent down and said with his back to her, "Get on. They'll carry you." Lin Xiaoyu froze. "Hurry," he added, trying to sound casual, "before everyone else gets back. I don't want Sister Qin Yue to see you like this. She'll tease you about it for a year." The clumsy joke worked. Lin Xiaoyu's mouth twitched as if she wanted to smile, but couldn't. Slowly she leaned onto Lin Fan's back. She was so light it made him ache. When her arms looped around his neck, he felt her trembling and the faint warmth through the thin fabric. Her face nestled against his neck, warm tears quickly soaked the collar of his shirt. Lin Fan carried her toward the elevator with steady steps. Her breath whispered at his ear, light quivering after her sobs. Her hair brushed his neck, tickling with a faint citrus scent of shampoo. So this was the smell she carried, not the imagined odor of machine oil and electronics. When the elevator descended, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, "Please, don't take me back to my place." "Then where will we go?" She fell silent for a few seconds. "Do you have anywhere?" Lin Fan's apartment was small, a one-bedroom cluttered with books and odds and ends. He set Lin Xiaoyu on the sofa and poured a cup of hot water. She cradled the cup and curled into the corner like a small animal trying to hide itself. The rain intensified, drumming against the windows like a dense percussion. Only a floor lamp burned in the room, casting a warm yellow haze over them. "Can you tell me what happened?" Lin Fan sat in the chair opposite, keeping a respectful distance. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the water trembling in her cup and remained silent for a long time. Just when Lin Fan thought she would not speak, she said suddenly, "I killed someone." The sentence was as light as a sigh, yet amid the thunder it landed with terrifying clarity. Lin Fan froze. "I didn't do it with my own hands." Her voice began to tremble. "But it's no different than if I had. 3 years ago during that mission when Zhao Zhigua died, I provided technical support. I cracked the warehouse's security system and gave Sister Shen Wei the entry route. But I missed a hidden mobile surveillance camera." Her fingers clenched, the water sloshed and burned the back of her hand, but she felt nothing. After Sister Shen and Zhao Zhigua went in, that camera streamed the footage live. They were ambushed. Zhao Zhigua covered Sister Shen and was shot. 3 bullets, all to vital areas. By the time Sister Shen dragged him out, he was already. She couldn't finish. She curled inward and her shoulders shook violently. Lin Fan felt his chest drop. He remembered the look in Shen Wei's eyes when she mentioned Zhao Zhigua, the room stacked with investigation files, the photograph of the man beaming with his arm around Shen Wei's shoulders. "This is not your fault," he said, his voice rough. "It is my fault." Lin Xiaoyu shot up, tears flooding anew. "I should have checked more carefully. I should have found that camera. I was overconfident. I thought my code was flawless, and because of me someone died." She let go of the cup and covered her face. The sobs leaked through her fingers, broken and hopeless. Lin Fan rose, came to her, and crouched down. He wanted to hold her and tell her it wasn't like that, to say everyone makes mistakes. He knew such words would carry no weight now. So he simply reached out, took her wrist, and gently pulled her hands away from her face. Her eyes were swollen, her nose tipped red, her lips were white from biting down. She looked nothing like the tech genius who controlled everything at her keyboard. Only a 23-year-old crushed by guilt. "Xiaoyu," Lin Fan said, looking into her eyes, speaking slowly, "Zhao Zhiguo's death was caused by the ambushers, by the shooters, by whoever designed that trap. You are not a murderer. You are a colleague who made a mistake." "But no buts." Lin Fan cut her off, his thumb wiping a tear streak from her cheek. "Do you know what I found in the data center? Zhao Zhiguo's IP has been active for the past 3 years. A dead man cannot be attacking the 7th Affairs Division. Someone is using his identity." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "That ghost server has complete profiles on all of us, including details even we don't know ourselves," Lin Fan continued. "Someone is watching us, Xiaoyu. Zhao Zhiguo's death may well have been their doing. Your oversight might have been part of their plan." The conjecture was bold, but Lin Fan needed to give her a reason to keep living. Something larger than self-punishment. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him, tears still falling, but her gaze changing, shifting from pure despair to a mixture of anger and resolve. "You mean, Zhao Zhigua might have been framed?" "I don't know," Lin Fan admitted honestly, "but it's worth investigating. If you stay trapped in the guilt of 3 years ago, you'll never uncover the truth." He released her hand and prepared to stand. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly grabbed his wrist from behind. Her fingers were cool but gripped tightly, her pulse frantic and irregular under his skin. Lin Fan, she called him by name for the first time, without the honorific. Why are you so kind to me? Everyone in this department has an agenda. Sister Qin Yue wants to use you. Sister Shen Wei wants to protect you. Sister Qin Jing wants to take care of you. Supervisor Su wants to control you. But you seem to simply genuinely care. The question left Lin Fan with no easy answer. He looked into her damp eyes at the tear tracks still wet on her face, at the young, fragile countenance. Because I think you're a lot like me, he finally said. Both of us stumbled into this world, trying not to be changed by it, afraid of losing ourselves. Lin Xiaoyu's lips trembled. Then she did something Lin Fan had not expected. She leaned forward and very lightly kissed him. It was not the probing seduction of Sister Qin Yue, nor the cold detachment of Su Qing. The kiss was awkward and brief, a touch of lips tasting of salt from tears and the warmth of the hot water. She pulled back quickly, cheeks flushing crimson, lowering her eyes as if ashamed. I'm sorry, she whispered. I don't know why I did that. Lin Fan was stunned. The warmth and texture of the kiss lingered like an accidental imprint in the rain. It's okay, he said at last, his voice husky. Silence fell, the rain still singing outside. The lamp cast a warm boundary between them. May I sleep here tonight? Lin Xiaoyu asked in a voice barely audible. Of course. Lin Fan stood. You sleep in the bed, I'll take the sofa. No, I'll sleep on the sofa. You're the guest, he interrupted. And you need a good rest right now? He fetched clean sheets and a duvet from the bedroom and made the bed for her. Lin Xiaoyu watched him from the doorway, fingers twisting the hem of her sleeve without realizing it. After he finished, Lin Fan took a clean t-shirt and sweatpants from the wardrobe. These can be your pajamas, they might be a bit big. Lin Xiaoyu accepted them. Soft fabric carrying the faint scent of detergent and the unique blend of coffee and paper that clung to him. The bathroom is over there, a towels on the rack, Lin Fan indicated. They'll be in the living room. Call me if you need anything. He turned to leave, but Lin Xiaoyu stopped him. Lin Fan. He looked back. Thank you. She met his eyes, which shone clear in the lamplight. Really? Lin Fan nodded and closed the door. In the living room, he lay on the sofa, listening to the water in the bathroom and watching rain patterns drift across the ceiling. The kiss impression remained on his lips, soft and wet like an unexpected mark in a rainy night. After some time, the bathroom door opened. Lin Xiaoyu emerged in his t-shirt. Sure enough, it was large. The hem nearly reached her knees, and the sleeves were rolled several times. Her wet hair was wrapped in a towel. Without makeup, her face looked smaller, only her eyes still swollen and red. I'm done, she said, her voice calmer than before. Then go to bed early. She didn't go straight to the bedroom. Instead, she came to the sofa, crouched down, and looked him in the eye. You're alone here. Aren't you cold? No, I have a blanket. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, hesitating, then reached out and lightly touched his forehead, as if checking his temperature, or perhaps it was an unconscious gesture. Good night. She said it and hurried into the bedroom, closing the door as if fleeing. Lin Fan lay in the dark with the warmth of that touch lingering on his forehead. The rain continued. He closed his eyes and his mind filled with the image of Lin Xiaoyu, crying, her cold fingertips, that awkward kiss, and the fragile way she looked in his clothes. He knew tonight had changed something. Morning woke him with the clatter of dishes. Rubber-eyed, he sat up to find Lin Xiaoyu frying eggs in the kitchen. She still wore his clothes. Her hair was tied in a simple ponytail, face bare, the redness under her eyes much reduced. You're awake? She asked, glancing back with a faint smile. I made breakfast. It may not taste great. On the table were fried eggs, toasted bread, and poured milk. The eggs were a bit burnt and the toast slightly overdone, but Lin Fan sat down and ate with sincere appreciation. Is it good? Lin Xiaoyu asked tentatively from across the table. It's good. Lin Fan nodded, noticing the dark circles beneath her eyes. Did you sleep well? She lowered her head to sip her milk. I haven't slept so deeply in a long time. They finished breakfast in companionable silence. While clearing the dishes, Lin Xiaoyu said suddenly, that ghost server. I want to check it again. This time together. Lin Fan looked at her. Her eyes were steadier now. Not the broken girl of last night, but someone whose pieces had been reassembled into a tougher light. Okay, he said. Before leaving, Lin Xiaoyu paused at the entryway and glanced back at the small apartment. Morning light slanted through the window, illuminating dust motes in the air. This place is warm, she whispered. Then she turned, rose on her toes, and kissed Lin Fan again. This time the kiss was real, soft, warm, carrying traces of milk and sunlight. Her hand rested lightly on his shoulder, fingers pressing into the fabric and trembling slightly. Lin Fan stiffened for a moment, then responded. His hand found her waist through the thin hoodie and felt her warmth and contours. The kiss was short, but enough to unsettle both their breaths. When they separated, Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed again, but she did not avert her gaze. This is my thanks, she said, voice shaking. And something else. Lin Fan saw his own reflection in her eyes, and feelings he dared not analyze. We should go? His voice was hoarse. We might be late. On the way to the company, they shared a taxi sitting side by side in the back. Lin Xiaoyu rested her head gently against his shoulder, fingers playing with the edge of his jacket. The driver glanced at them in the rearview mirror and smiled knowingly. Lin Fan did not push her away. He breathed in the faint citrus of her hair and felt a hard part of himself begin to melt. At the elevator, they ran into Qin Yue. She wore a dark green velvet suit that made her skin appear almost snow-white. Seeing Lin Fan and Lin Xiaoyu get out of the taxi together, she arched an eyebrow and curved her lips into a meaning-laden smile. "Good morning, you two." She stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 23rd floor. "Did you spend the night together?" Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson and she bowed her head. "Sister Qin Yue." Lin Fan tried to steer the conversation. "Any plans for today?" "Yes." Qin Yue turned to them, eyes scanning between the two of them. "The group's vice president is visiting and specifically wants to see that new male employee. Supervisor Su asked me to remind you, be at her office at 10. She wants to give you some training." Qin Yue leaned close and in a voice only they could hear, said, "By the way, Vice President Wang wears a jade ring on his left ring finger. The same material as the one my ex-husband's father used. Interesting, isn't it?" The elevator doors opened. Qin Yue stepped out first, her heels clicking a crisp rhythm. Lin Fan and Lin Xiaoyu exchanged looks, both seeing the weight in the other's eyes. A jade ring. Director Wang. The vice president. This thread was finally reaching the top. When they entered the office, Su Qing was already there, standing before a whiteboard scrawled with the day's notes. She pushed up her glasses at the sight of Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, come here." Lin Fan approached. Su Qing examined him with a gaze sharp enough to pierce skin. "You didn't go home last night," she stated rather than asked. Lin Fan's heart skipped. "Lin Xiaoyu also didn't go home," Su Qing continued, her voice calmly terrifying. "I saw you both get out of the taxi this morning. Qin Yue saw you too." She stepped closer until they could almost exchange breaths. Lin Fan could smell a faint cold scent from her, like a pine forest after snow. "I smelled her shampoo on you," Su Qing whispered, a citrus note, right? Not Qin Yue's Midnight Flight, not Shen Wei sports cologne, not Qin Jing's lavender, fresh young. In this department, everyone has their methods. Su Qing's finger brushed Lin Fan's collar where Lin Xiaoyu had leaned against him. "Lin Xiaoyu uses dependence and vulnerability. She makes you feel needed, right? Makes you think you're her only support. It's not like that. I don't care about truth," Su Qing cut him off. "I care about results. Right now the result is that your relationship with her will complicate today's meeting. The vice president will see you and his nephew, the one who was Qin Yue's ex-husband, was connected to the mission 3 years ago for which Lin Xiaoyu provided technical support." Lin Fan felt his heart drop. "So you have two choices." Su Qing stepped back, her tone returning to normal. "First, continue your intimate association with Lin Xiaoyu, but that could expose you in front of the vice president. Second," she paused, picked up a file from her desk. "Second, keep your distance from Lin Xiaoyu, at least until the vice president leaves. This file is her complete mission report from 3 years ago with all her technical logs. If he asks, you need to know how to reply, to minimize responsibility." Lin Fan looked at the file and then at Su Qing. Her face was an unreadable mask. "Why give this to me?" he asked. Su Qing was silent for a long moment. Then she said words Lin Fan would never forget, "Because someone in this department has to survive unbroken." She shoved the file into his hands and walked to her office. At the doorway, she stopped without looking back. "Be at my office at 10. Don't be late." The door shut. Lin Fan stood still, the weight of the file in his hand. He felt the paper's edge bite into his palm like a silent warning. Footsteps approached. Lin Xiaoyu came to his side and peered at the document, her color paling further. "That's your mission report," Lin Fan said hoarsely. Lin Xiaoyu reached out to touch the file, but stopped midair. Her fingers trembled and then only brushed Lin Fan's wrist, the same spot she had gripped the night before. "Will you use that to protect me?" she whispered. Lin Fan looked at her wet eyes, at the tear tracks that hadn't fully faded at the place on her lip where he had kissed her. He slid the file into a drawer and locked it. "I won't use this," he said. "He'll use the truth." Lin Xiaoyu's tears came again, but this time she smiled. It was a fragile, tear-streaked, but genuine smile. She rose on tiptoe and kissed his cheek quickly. "Thank you," she said, then darted back to her workstation and hid behind her monitor. Lin Fan touched the warmth left by that kiss and glanced toward the supervisor's closed door at the newly changed rose on Qin Yue's desk at Shen Wei's empty seat. She was out on an assignment today, and at Qin Jing arranging her daughter's photo. In this office, every woman touched him in different ways and left different marks. Today he would carry those marks to meet the man with the jade ring, the man who might know everything. The clock on the wall read 9:45. 15 minutes remained until the meeting. Lin Fan took a deep breath and smoothed his collar. There were the creases from Su Qing, the impressions from Lin Xiaoyu, and the lingering scent of Qin Yue's perfume. He walked toward the supervisor's office. He was heading into a moment that could change everything. The vice president's office sat on the top floor of the corporate tower. The elevator rose in near silence, the the mirrored walls reflected Lin Fan's taut face. Today he wore the charcoal suit Su Qing had chosen, tailored to precision, yet the fabric was stiff as armor. His tie was deep navy plain and impeccably knotted. Su Qing had tied it herself, but when her fingers brushed the side of his neck, Lin Fan caught the faint scent of antiseptic at her fingertips. Remember 3 things. In the elevator, Su Qing stood at his side, her gaze fixed ahead. First, answer only direct questions. Do not volunteer information. Second, if he mentions Zhao Zhigua or Lin Xiaoyu, say this matter has been concluded. I have no authority to comment. Third, the elevator chimed, the doors opened. Su Qing turned to face Lin Fan. She lifted a hand and smoothed a collar that was not creased. Her fingertip brushed the skin at his neck, cold, metallic in sensation. Third, she lowered her voice, her eyes behind the lenses fathomless. Whatever happens, come out alive. The top-floor corridor was carpeted in thick navy. If footsteps on it were mute. Abstract paintings hung on the walls, the lighting soft, yet excessively bright. The silence here felt like a museum or a tomb. The vice president's office doors were double solid wood, dark brown, without any plaque. Su Qing stepped forward and knocked 3 times, even in rhythm. Please come in. The voice inside was gentle, almost benign. She opened the door and made way for Lin Fan. The room was vast. One entire wall was a floor-to-ceiling window framing the city's skyline. At the center stood a rosewood desk. Behind it sat a man. Vice President Wang looked to be in his 60s, hair silver, but neatly combed, rimless glasses on his face, and a polished politician's smile. He wore a light gray suit. His left hand rested on the desk. On his ring finger, a jadeite ring glowed with a ghostly green under the overhead light. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on the ring for a moment. It was translucent green, carved with an elaborate Vinyand lotus pattern. It resembled the ring of Qin Yue's former father-in-law, but somehow older, ancient almost. Supervisor Su, Mr. Lin, please have a seat. Vice President Wang gestured to the 2 chairs before the desk. They sat. Su Qing's back was rigid like a spear. Lin Fan mimicked her posture, but the collar of the suit felt like a noose. Mr. Lin hasn't been with the company long. Are you settling in? Vice President Wang spoke with the tone of an elder, showing concern for a junior. Still adjusting, Lin Fan replied using the lines Su Qing had rehearsed. The Qin Yue department is a peculiar place. He lifted his teacup and sipped. The pressure is high, the responsibilities heavy, but it's a place where young people grow quickly. Supervisor Su has been a trusted hand of mine. Those she brings up I trust. As he spoke, his right hand unconsciously spun the jadeite ring. He turned it clockwise, 1 revolution, 2, 3, and each time it reached a certain angle, a faint flash of light flickered from the ring's inner band. Lin Fan's peripheral vision caught that glint. There were tiny engravings on the ring's inner surface, too small for him to make out. I hear Mr. Lin used to work in IT and is quite skilled, Vice President Wang continued. Perfect. There's a technical question I'd like to ask. If one wanted to plant a long-term hidden backdoor within the group's data security systems from the inside, what would be the most ingenious method? The question arrived suddenly like a knife hidden in cotton. Lin Fan felt his heart leap. He thought of the backdoor he had found in the finance system 3 months ago, of the transfer order of Su Qing, saying his thinking was on the right track. It depends on the attacker's privileges and objectives, he answered cautiously. With high privileges, one could insert it via system updates or patches. For long-term stealth, you'd hide it as log files or cache data. Interesting. Vice President Wang leaned forward, hands folded on the desk, the ring pointing at Lin Fan. And if that backdoor needed to periodically exfiltrate data without leaving network logs, silence settled for a few seconds. The HVAC vents hummed softly. You could use hard-coded scheduled tasks combined with compression and encryption, Lin Fan said, feeling sweat prick his back. Send via legitimate business channels, email attachments, or cloud sync. Like the method used 3 years ago when Zhao Ziguo's mission failed. Vice President Wang's voice remained gentle. The blade finally showed itself. Lin Fan felt Su Qing tense, almost imperceptibly beside him. His palms were slick, the suit lining clung to his skin. There has been a conclusion regarding Senior Zhao Zhigua, he repeated Su Qing's counsel. I have no authority to comment. Vice President Wang smiled. A smile Lin Fan could not quite decode. Caution is wise. Supervisor Su teaches well, he said. He leaned back and resumed twirling the ring. But Mr. Lin, do you know what Zhao Zhigua wrote in his final report before he died? Lin Fan shook his head. He wrote that there is a traitor inside the Qin Yue department, Vice President Wang said, each word striking like an ice cube on glass. Not speculation, evidence. He had narrowed it to 3 suspects, one of the names. His hand froze, the ring halted at a certain angle. This time Lin Fan clearly saw the engraving on the ring's inner band. It was not words, but an abbreviation Z. Z. G. The initials of Zhao Zhigua. A name of a man dead 3 years carved inside the vice president's ring. Lin Fan's breath caught. He felt Su Qing's hand tap his knee beneath the table, like a warning and a confirmation she had seen it too. I cannot disclose the name, that's a matter of protocol, Vice President Wang said, spinning the ring again. But Zhao Zhigua hid the evidence. He said if one day he died accidentally, the evidence would automatically surface to those who should see it. He rose and walked to the window, his back to them. The city's panorama sprawled beneath him like a vast pulsing cardiac monitor. 3 years have passed, and those materials never surfaced. Vice President Wang's voice drifted from the window, faint and spectral. Either Zhao Zhigua was bluffing or someone found them early and made them vanish forever. He turned back. The smile had gone, replaced by a deep fatigue. Su Qing, which do you think it is? Su Qing rose slowly. Vice President Wang, if you have concerns about the Qin department, you may initiate a formal investigation. But today's meeting is to introduce Lin Fan. Unless you have other questions. I do. Vice President Wang interrupted, his gaze landing on Lin Fan. You were with Lin Xiaoyu last night, weren't you? The air congealed. Blood rushed to Lin Fan's head. He wanted to deny it, to lie, but Vice President Wang's eyes were like X-rays, seeing through every disguise. Young people fall in love, I understand, Vice President Wang said as he returned to the desk, fingers tapping lightly. But Lin Xiaoyu is a peculiar girl. The mistake she made 3 years ago has left her steeped in guilt. Such emotion is easily exploited. He opened a drawer, produced a tablet, unlocked it, and slid it across the desk. The screen showed a photograph, a nighttime street Lin Fan, carrying Lin Xiaoyu, her head bowed on his shoulder, face hidden against his neck. The shot was taken from above and was painfully clear. This photo was taken at 1047 last night, Vice President Wang said. Location beneath your apartment building. It was sent to my email at 312 a.m. from an anonymous sender. The IP hopped through 7 relays before its origin. He paused and looked at Su Qing. The internal testing server of the Qin department, he finished slowly. The very server to which Lin Xiaoyu has top access. Su Qing's hand clenched so hard the veins rose on its back. Of course that alone proves nothing, Vice President Wang added, retrieving the tablet. It could be forged, could be a setup. But Mr. Lin, if you truly care for that girl, you ought to stay away from her. There is a network around her you cannot imagine. He sat back down and resumed his initial genial demeanor. This meeting is over. Supervisor Su, please take Mr. Lin back. Remember what I said today, about Zhao Zhigua, about the evidence, about those around you. As they left, Lin Fan glanced back. Vice President Wang stood at the window, once more back to the door, the jadeite ring flashing faintly on his finger. The elevator descended. The sealed cabin was full only of the machine's software. Was he telling the truth? Lin Fan finally breathed, his voice raw. Su Qing did not answer at once. She watched the floor numbers change, her profile caught in the elevator light like a marble sculpture. The photo is real, she said at last. But the sender may not have been Lin Xiaoyu. But the server. Lin Xiaoyu has top privileges, yes, but Qin Yue, Shen Wei, Qin Jing, and even I could leave traces on that server. Su Qing turned to face him. In this department, technique is never the decisive factor. It's people's hearts. The elevator stopped at the 23rd floor. Just before the doors opened, Su Qing suddenly gripped Lin Fan's wrist. Her fingers bit into her nails, nearly cut his skin. The touch carried a rare, almost ungovernable emotion. Tonight you move to a safe house, she said, her voice low, but each word hammered home like a nail. They'll have Shen Wei arrange it. As for Lin Xiaoyu, they'll handle her. Handle what? Protect her, or? Su Qing didn't finish, but Lin Fan understood. Or turn her into bait. No. Lin Fan shook off her hand. I will see her. Now. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. You are disobeying orders. I'm doing what's right. Lin Fan strode out of the elevator without looking back. Lin Xiaoyu was not at her desk. Her computer was on. Complex lines of code filled the screen, but she was absent. Where is she? Lin Fan asked Qin Yue, who was trimming a rose. Qin, you didn't look up. 10 minutes ago she took a call and went white, then bolted. I asked where she was going as she didn't answer. She snapped off an overblown rose and tossed it in the bin. Trouble with the lovebirds. Lin Fan ignored her and raced for the stairwell. The elevator was too slow. He ran down 5 flights and reached the floor where Lin Xiaoyu's flat was. The door was ajar. His heart plummeted. He pushed the door open. The apartment was ransacked. A bookshelf lay toppled, books scattered. The monitor was shattered, the keyboard crushed. A poster had been torn from the wall and thrown aside. In the center of the living room, written on the floor in red marker, a large line read, "Stop the investigation or shall be next." Nearby lay a phone stomped to pieces, Lin Xiaoyu's. Lin Fan crouched and gathered the wreckage. The shattered screen radiated cracks like a spider web. Beneath it lay a slip of paper. He pulled it out. Printed in song type were the words, "Chengnan Old Warehouse tonight at 10. Come alone. Bring Zhao Zhiguo's evidence." On the back, hurried ink scrawled a trembling line. Lin Fan safe. The last character was unfinished, the stroke trailing into a long scratch. Lin Fan's hand shook as he clutched the note. Blood roared in his ears, the world blurred and receded. The red letters on the floor warped in his vision, magnified like fresh wounds. Calm down. A hand settled on his shoulder. He spun and saw Shen Wei at the doorway. She wore plain clothes, but a pistol was visible at her waist. How did you? Qing alerted me. Shen Wei crouched to examine the floor scrawl. The marker is a common brand sold at the convenience store downstairs. The handwriting is deliberately distorted, but you can still glean habits. The writer is left-hand and presses hard. She rose and scanned the room. No signs of a struggle. Either the intruder was known to Lin Xiaoyu or they drugged her. Lin Xiaoyu's self-defense class record is an AO. Ordinarily, she wouldn't be subdued so easily. They want Zhao Ziguo's evidence, Lin Fan said hoarsely. But we don't have it. We do, Shen Wei interrupted. Or rather, we possibly do. Remember the whiteboard in Zhao Ziguo's room? The photos and notes. I photographed them every time I visited for backup. Last week, I found one picture with a peculiar angle. She pulled up a photo on her phone, a corner of Zhao Ziguo's whiteboard, a blurred receipt trapped under a coffee cup. The handwriting on the receipt was tiny, but when magnified, a line emerged. Lanhai Trading Storage Fees, October 2019, Mar 2020. Lanhai Trading, Shen Wei said. That's the shell company used in the Qin technology smuggling case. This receipt predates the evidence we knew of by a year. If it's genuine, it means Zhao Ziguo was investigating this 2 years ago. Is that proof? Not by itself, Shen Wei put her phone away. But the other side doesn't know that. They think Zhao Ziguo left something fatal, so they're panicked. She met Lin Fan's eyes. You cannot go to the dock alone tonight. But the note says. Notes like that are bullshit. Shen Wei's voice turned hard. By kidnapping Lin Xiaoyu, they showed they're desperate. Desperate people make mistakes. Our job is to make them make more mistakes. Her phone vibrated. She glanced at it, her expression shifted. It's Qing, she said. She wants everyone back at the office immediately. Back at the Dicky Sherwu office, the atmosphere felt like the deep sea before a storm. Qing stood before the whiteboard, which was already covered with a diagram mapping the events: Zhao Ziguo's death, ghost server jadeite ring, Lin Xiaoyu abducted. Lines crisscrossed and arrows pointed in every direction. Chen Jing sat at her workstation, pale as paper, clutching a photo of her daughter. Qin Yue lounged with one leg crossed, but her gaze was sharp and her fingertips drummed the desk. Shen Wei leaned against the wall with arms folded. Lin Fan stood in the middle, feeling like a defendant in a trial. Lin Xiaoyu's abduction is my failure. Qing said, her voice, even though Lin Fan detected a faint tremor. But now is not the time for blame. We need a plan. She turned to Lin Fan. They want Zhao Ziguo's evidence. We don't have it, but we can forge it. Forge? Qin Yue arched an eyebrow. They're not fools. If they discover it's fake, Xiaoyu will be in danger. Then we need something close to the real thing, Qing said. Shen Wei, do you have the original of that receipt photo? Shen Wei shook her head. Only the photo. The original may be among Zhao Ziguo's possessions, but his effects were sealed 3 years ago in the group's archives, an encrypted repository. Then we get it tonight, Qing said. Tonight at 8 after the archives close. Shen Wei, you know the security there. That will require authorization. Leave the authorization to me, Qing cut in. Qin Yue, you handle intelligence support. I want a full picture of the dock warehouse tonight. How many people, what equipment, the surrounding environment. Qin Yue nodded and began tapping on her tablet. Chen Jing, Qing's tone softened. You remain here for logistics. We need real-time comms, transport, and medical readiness. Chen Jing inhaled and nodded. Understood. Finally, Qing looked at Lin Fan. You, she said, go to the dock at 10 tonight. The office fell silent, all eyes fixed on Qing. You won't be alone, she added. Shen Wei will cover you from the shadows. Qin, you will provide the intel. I will command from the center. We are not arranging an exchange. We're going to counter-strike. She stepped close to Lin Fan. Close enough that Lin Fan could see his reflection in her pupils, the fine lines at her eyes, and smell a faint bitterness of coffee in her breath. Lin Fan. She said his name softly. Lin Xiaoyu trusts you. I need to trust you too. So tonight you must do 3 things. First, survive. Second, bring Lin Xiaoyu back. Third. She paused and lightly touched his sleeve, the very place Lin Xiaoyu had pressed against him last night. Third, remember you belong to this department. No matter what happens, you are not alone. The touch was featherlight, yet Lin Fan felt an electric current run through him. He searched Qing's eyes and saw something he had never seen before, fear interwoven with resolve. I will, he said. The plan kicked into motion. Shen Wei prepared for a night raid on the archives. Qin Yue's fingers danced across keyboards as satellite maps zoomed in on the dock, warehouses, every detail. Chen Jing checked the first aid kit with practiced hands, her fingertips trembling ever so slightly. Lin Fan sat at his station and watched the sky darken outside the window. City lights blinked on like a confetti of stars reflected on the pavement. His phone vibrated an encrypted message from an unknown number. She knows about the ring. Be careful. No signature. Lin Fan stared at the words and remembered the initials inside Vice President Wang's ring, Su Qing's cool fingers in the elevator, and her words that people's hearts are the key. She knows about the ring. How much does she know? At 8 o'clock, Shen Wei left for the archives. Qin Yue's intel indicated at least 6 heat sources around the dock warehouse, possible armed guards. At 9 o'clock, Lin Fan changed into the gear Shen Wei provided. Cut-resistant clothing, a comms rig, and a subdermal tracker. When Chen Jing checked his equipment, her finger brushed the nape of his neck, and she hesitated. My daughter asked me why I've been working late so much, she murmured as she adjusted his shoulder straps. I told her I'm protecting some important people. She stepped close to straighten his collar. Their faces came near. Lin Fan could see tiny beads on her lashes. Lin Fan, Chen Jing's voice was small and thick with feeling, bring Xiaoyu back. She's like my sister. Her hand pressed lightly to his chest for 2 seconds. The warmth, through the fabric, felt like a silent benediction. I will, Lin Fan said. At 9:30, Qin Yue distributed the final intelligence to everyone's devices. She approached Lin Fan holding a compact gadget. An acoustic jammer, she explained. Press it, and all electronics within 20 meters will die for 10 seconds. One use only. She placed the device in his palm and gripped his hand hard. Her skin was soft but steady. The dark red of her nails looked like dried blood. Come back alive, she said, locking eyes with him, or you'll be very bored. Then her other hand brushed his cheek, the spot Lin Xiaoyu had kissed. Tell her, Qin Yue's voice softened. If she comes back, you'll buy her a drink. The best sake. At 9:50, Lin Fan stood in the elevator. Su Qing descended with him, neither spoke. In the underground garage, Shen Wei waited by the car. She handed Lin Fan a folder. Some of Zhao Ziguo's relics, she said. Not complete, but convincing. The archive's security was looser than expected. Someone tampered with it beforehand. She glanced at Su Qing as she said it. Su Qing gave no visible reaction. Time's up, Su Qing said, and stepped forward to check his gear one last time. Then she did something no one anticipated. She opened her arms and hugged Lin Fan briefly. It was a short embrace. Almost no body contact, her arms barely draped across his shoulders. But Lin Fan felt her trembling, smelled a pine-like coldness, and felt the quiver of her breath. Come back, she whispered into his ear, 2 words heavy as lead. She released him, turned, and walked to another car. Her silhouette was like a drawn blade. Lin Fan slid into Shen Wei's vehicle. The engine started and the headlights cut through the dark. Nervous? Shen Wei asked as they left the garage. A little, he admitted. Normal. Shen Wei steered with one hand and checked her pistol magazine with the other. The first time I went on a dangerous mission, I vomited the whole way. Zhao Ziguo used to say that those who fear will live because fear makes you cautious. But sometimes being too cautious can get people killed. Tonight you must find the balance. They raced through the city, buildings slid by like a fast-forward film. Lin Fan gripped the folder, the subdermal tracker prickled faintly. He thought of Lin Xiaoyu's tear-streaked face, her awkward kiss, the way she looked in his t-shirt. And of Su Qing's hug, Chen Jing's touch, Qin Yue's handshake, Shen Wei's pat. Each of these women had left a mark on him in her own way. Now he would carry those marks into the dark. He would bring back the girl who had kissed him in the rain. Chengnan Dock crouched in the night like a sleeping beast. The old warehouse's outline was sharp beneath the moon. Cargo lights on the river glowed like drifting will-o'-the-wisps. Shen Wei parked 2 kilometers away. Ill-approached by water, she said. You go to the front gate. Keep your comms open, but speak only if necessary. She handed him a tiny earpiece. Wear it. It'll be in your ear. Lin Fan fitted the earpiece and opened the car door. Night air carried the brine of the river. Lin Fan. Shen Wei called after him. He turned. Zhao Ziguo taught me the first rule, Shen Wei said in the dark, looking at him. Never sacrifice everyone to save one person. But later I learned that sometimes one person is everyone's bottom line. She patted his shoulder with a forceful, familiar motion. Go. Bring her back. Lin Fan nodded and walked toward the warehouse. His footsteps sounded clear and solitary in the night. The folder in his hand burned like a coal. The warehouse loomed closer. The gate stood slightly ajar, and a faint light leaked from within. Lin Fan paused at the threshold and drew a deep breath. Then he pushed the door and entered. The light made him squint. As his eyes adjusted, he saw Lin Xiaoyu in the center of the warehouse, bound to a chair, tape over her mouth, eyes wide with terror. Behind her stood 5 masked men armed. The leader held a gun to Lin Xiaoyu's temple with his left hand. On his right hand's finger gleamed a jadeite ring. In the dim light, it gave off a faint green glow, like an eye opening in the dark. Time in the warehouse hung thick and still like congealed resin. Lin Fan stood at the entrance, only 20 meters from Lin Xiaoyu, yet separated as if by the entire universe. She was bound to a chair, its legs welded to a rusted steel plate. Tape sealed her mouth, but her eyes were wide, roiling with terror, guilt, and a despair Lin Fan could not decipher. The moment she saw him, her body lurched violently forward, the chair legs shrieked against the steel plate. "Don't move." The voice belonged to the man wearing the jade ring. It had been distorted through a voice modulator, gravelly like sandpaper scraping metal. He stood behind Lin Xiaoyu, the barrel of his gun pressed steadily against her temple. For other masked figures fanned out around the space, positioned with professional precision, sealing every possible angle of escape. Lin Fan's gaze remained locked on the ring. Beneath the warehouse's dim fluorescent light, that sliver of emerald gleamed like a serpent's eye. "Did you bring it?" the modulated voice demanded. Lin Fan raised the document folder. "Release her first." The man laughed. At least the modulator emitted a jagged, grating approximation of laughter. "Boy, you hold no bargaining power." His gun barrel dipped. Lin Xiaoyu let out a muffled groan of pain. "Stop." Lin Fan stepped forward. Her gun snapped up in unison, trained squarely on him. "Toss the folder here," commanded the man with the jade ring. "Then step back." Lin Fan drew a slow, deep breath. He needed time, waiting for Shen Wei's signal. Only faint static crackled in his earpiece. "She wasn't in position yet." "How do I know you won't kill us once you have it?" "Because you have no choice," the man replied. 5, 4. Wait. Lin Fan cut off the countdown. He looked at Lin Xiaoyu, her head shaking wildly, tears streaming down her cheeks. But he saw something else. Her eyes spoke, not in fear but in warning. Her gaze flickered rapidly toward the warehouse's right side, where rusted oil drums were stacked, then snapped back to his face, shaking almost imperceptibly from side to side. "Don't come closer. Or don't hand over the folder." 3, 2. "Here." Lin Fan hurled the folder forward. It arced through the air and landed between them on the concrete floor. The man with the jade ring gave a subtle nod. One masked figure stepped forward, retrieved the folder, and began inspecting its contents. "Boss, it's authentic." He flipped through photographs and documents. Zhao Zhiguo's notebook, original receipts, and, before he could finish, a dull thud echoed from deep within the warehouse. It sounded like something heavy dropping into water. Every head turned instantly, drawn by the noise. In that split second, Lin Xiaoyu threw her entire weight backward, chair and all. Caught off guard, the man with the jade ring jerked his aim. The bullet struck the ceiling, sending dust cascading downward. Lin Fan moved. He lunged, not toward Lin Xiaoyu but toward the stack of oil drums on the right, the direction she'd just signaled. The instant he launched himself, Shen Wei's voice finally crackled urgently in his earpiece. "Cover behind the oil drums on the right. Now." Lin Fan rolled, diving behind the drums, just as bullets slammed into the concrete floor beside him, spitting sparks. Almost simultaneously, Shen Wei's suppressed rifle fired from the warehouse's depths. A soft, muffled pft, and two masked figures crumpled. "Sniper position neutralized." Shen Wei's voice remained calm. 3 remain. "Lin Fan, you've got a distribution box at 9 o'clock. Lin Fan glanced over. There was an old-fashioned iron cabinet, its door slightly ajar. Gritting his teeth, he charged, bullets whistling past. At the cabinet, he wrenched the main switch downward. The entire warehouse plunged into darkness. Only moonlight bled through broken windows, slicing fractured silhouettes across the floor. In the blackness, human senses sharpened unnaturally. Lin Fan heard his own heartbeat, the scrape of Lin Xiaoyu's chair as she struggled, the jade-ringed man's ragged breathing, and then water. A drainage conduit ran along the rear wall. That was how Shen Wei had entered. "Xiaoyu," Lin Fan whispered, low and urgent. Her reply was muffled beneath the tape. Then came another sound, faint, mechanical, a steady ticking rhythm. "Lin Fan, don't move." Shen Wei's voice exploded in his earpiece. "You're standing on a pressure-sensitive trigger. My thermal imaging shows at least 3 activation points around you." Lin Fan froze. He looked down. The moonlight revealed several patches on the floor, slightly darker than the rest. A trap. The entire warehouse was a trap. "Very clever," said the man with the jade ring, his voice now unmodulated, emerging from the darkness. It was a man's voice, mid-40s, carrying a cadence Lin Fan found eerily familiar. But the game isn't over yet. A flashlight flared to life, its beams slicing through the gloom. The jade-ringed man held his gun to Lin Xiaoyu's temple with one hand and raised the flashlight with the other. 2 surviving masked figures emerged from shadow, their barrels trained on Lin Fan. "Shen Wei, I know you're in the water," he called. "Come out, or I'll kill the girl first, then your young friend." Silence. Then, a splash from the drainage conduit at the warehouse's rear. Shen Wei emerged, hands raised, soaked and dripping, her camouflage paint streaked and smeared by water. "One of Vice Director Wang's people?" as she asked, staring at the jade ring. "Or Vice Director Wang himself?" He smiled. "A clever girl. Pity clever people rarely live long." He gestured to his men, "Disarm her." One masked figure stepped forward and relieved Shen Wei of her weapon and gear. Another approached Lin Fan. "Don't resist," Shen Wei told him, voice steady. "Let them come." The masked man stopped before Lin Fan and reached to search him. At the moment of contact, Lin Fan erupted upward, not to strike, but to surge toward Lin Xiaoyu, though not in a straight line. He danced along the edges of the darker tiles using the evasion drills Shen Wei had taught him, like walking barefoot across blades. Bullets chased his heels. One grazed his arm, searing electric pain, but he didn't falter. 3 seconds, he reached Lin Xiaoyu. The jade-ringed man swung his gun away from her temple, aiming directly at Lin Fan. How touching, he said. And how foolish. He pulled the trigger. The gun clicked, empty. That thousandth of a second hesitation was all Lin Fan needed. He crashed into the man, not with a punch, but with his full weight. They tumbled to the ground. The flashlight spun from his grip, its beam whirling wildly across the cement. In the chaos, Lin Fan seized the hand bearing the ring and wrenched at the fingers. The man cried out, loosening his grip. The gun skidded free. Lin Fan's other hand shot for the ring itself. He meant to tear it from the man's finger as evidence, but it was fused tight. As he strained, the inner engraving bit sharply into his skin. Z, G, Zhao Zhigua. Just then the spinning flashlight caught the jade-ringed man's face. His mask had shifted during the struggle, exposing his lower jaw, the shape of his chin, the curve of his lips, even the faint scar tracing his upper lip. Lin Fan had seen this face before, in Zhao Zhigua's photograph. The summit portrait, Shen Wei and Zhao Zhigua smiling radiant. This was Zhao Zhigua, or rather, a man identical to him down to the last detail. You, Lin Fan's breath caught. The man seized the opening, wrenching free and driving a fist into Lin Fan's face. Stars exploded behind his eyes as he fell backward. The flashlight beam stilled upon the man's face. He tore off the mask completely. Yes, it was Zhao Zhigua, and yet it wasn't. The Zhao Zhigua in the photograph radiated warmth. This man's eyes held only glacial malice. And the age didn't match. The photo was 3 years old, yet this man appeared at least a decade older. Surprised too. Zhao Zhigua, or the man impersonating him, wiped blood from his lip. Is it thrilling watching the dead walk again? He bent, retrieved his pistol expertly, ejected the jammed round, cleared the chamber, and reloaded, all in one fluid motion. Shen Wei stood frozen, a gun aimed at her chest. Yet her eyes remained locked on his face. Burning with emotions Lin Fan had never witnessed in her shock anguish than a frigid, incandescent fury. You didn't die. I did. And then I lived again, Zhao Zhigua smiled. Or rather, the man who died 3 years ago was never me to begin with. He stepped before Lin Xiaoyu and peeled the tape from her mouth. Speak, he commanded. She coughed violently, tears and snot smearing her face. I'm so sorry. Lin Fan. I'm sorry. Tell him the truth, Zhao Zhigua said, lifting her chin with the barrel of his gun. Lin Xiaoyu met Lin Fan's gaze, her remorse brimming, threatening to spill over. 3 years ago, the mission failure, it wasn't an accident. I took money. I deliberately missed that surveillance camera. Shen Wei swayed, as though struck by an invisible blow. How much, she asked, her voice thin as gossamer. 50,000, Lin Xiaoyu choked out. My mother, she needed surgery. I had no choice. Everyone has a choice. You chose betrayal, Shen Wei said, cold as winter ice. Zhao Zhigua watched, satisfied. A heart-wrenching confession. But time's up. He raised the gun again, this time aimed at Shen Wei. Wait. Lin Fan staggered, upright, blood seeping from his wounded arm, but he felt no pain. You wanted proof. You have it. Killing us serves no purpose. Purpose? Zhao Zhigua laughed. Purpose is silence. The 7th Affairs Department knows too many secrets. It's time for a purge. Starting with you. Then Su Qing, Yue Jing, one by one. He pulled the trigger. The gunshot detonated inside the warehouse. But Shen Wei did not fall. Instead, one of Zhao Zhigua's remaining masked men collapsed, blood blooming across his chest. He'd been hidden in the shadows until now. A sniper rifle. Long-range precision. Zhao Zhigua's expression twisted. He dove for cover, but the second shot followed, grazing his shoulder and striking the concrete pillars, spraying shards of stone. Fall back, he roared, sprinting toward the drainage conduit. Shen Wei reacted faster, launching herself not after him, but toward Lin Xiaoyu, dragging her, chair and all, behind the oil drum barricade. Lin Fan rolled behind cover too. Gunfire erupted across the warehouse, not aimed at them, but between Zhao Zhigua's men and the unseen sniper outside. Qin Yue's team, Shen Wei said, swiftly cutting Lin Xiaoyu's bonds. She always prepared contingencies. Qin Yue. She never puts all her eggs in one basket. Shen Wei sliced through the final rope while Lin Xiaoyu slumped into her arms. Lin Fan, take her. The conduit. Back the way we came. And you, I'll cover our retreat. Shen Wei snatched the fallen gunman's pistol and checked the magazine. Zhao Zhigua. I need answers. If he truly is Zhao Zhigua, then he's the man I buried once, with my own hands. I can bury him again. Her eyes burned in the darkness, frighteningly bright. Lin Fan opened his mouth, but Lin Xiaoyu gripped his forearm. Go, she whispered, weak and trembling. Please. An explosion rocked the far end of the warehouse. Someone had thrown a grenade. The structure shuddered, dust rained down. Go! Shen Wei shoved him. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, half carrying, half dragging Lin Xiaoyu toward the conduit. The water was icy pitch black and deep. Hold your breath, he said, and plunged beneath the surface with her. Submerged, he felt Shen Wei's pre-laid guide rope. Clutching it, he swam forward. Lin Xiaoyu clung to his jacket with desperate fingers. His lungs burned, darkness crept into his vision. Just as he thought he'd drown, a faint glow appeared ahead. He surged forward and broke the surface. They surfaced at a storm drain on the opposite side of the dock. Moonlight poured in. Qin Yue stood waiting, tablet in hand, flanked by two heavily armed operatives. Get ashore, she said, her voice stripped of its usual languor, sharp with clinical efficiency. Lin Fan hauled Lin Xiaoyu onto dry land, then dragged himself up and collapsed, gasping. Qin Yue knelt, assessing Lin Xiaoyu. Mild dehydration, acute shock, but otherwise unharmed. She handed Lin Fan a blanket, then examined his arm wound. This needs suturing. Shen Wei still inside. I know. Her tablet displayed a thermal map of the warehouse. She's pursuing Zhao Zhigua deeper into the sewer network. My team can't follow. Too narrow. She lifted Lin Xiaoyu with unexpected gentleness. The vehicle's over there. We'll take you to the safe house first. No, Lin Fan seized her wrist. We can't abandon Shen Wei. Qin Yue studied him. Her gaze complex, unreadable. Lin Fan, sometimes saving someone means staying alive yourself. Shen Wei is a professional. She knows how to extract herself. She paused. And she and Zhao Zhigua have unfinished business. Her phone chimed. She glanced at the screen. Her expression shifted subtly. Su Qing's call. She answered. They're out. Shen Wei's in pursuit. Understood. She ended the call and looked at Lin Fan. Su Qing wants you at command center immediately. There's new intelligence. What about Xiaoyu? I'll take her to the safe house. I guarantee her safety. Her eyes lingered on Lin Xiaoyu, holding something Lin Fan couldn't name. There are things I must ask her alone. Lin Xiaoyu trembled, refusing to meet Qin Yue's gaze. Lin Fan hesitated. He trusted no one, not even himself. But he had no alternative. Keep her safe, he said at last. Qin Yue smiled. The familiar, beguiling curve of her lips returned. Don't worry, little Lin Fan. She's still useful to me. Lin Fan slid into another vehicle driven by a silent, middle-aged man. The car pulled away, leaving the dock behind as the city lights blurred past the window. He watched the streaking lights. His arm throbbed fiercely now. But his mind replayed the warehouse, Zhao Zhigua's face, Lin Xiaoyu's confession, Shen Wei's unflinching resolve. And that ring. G. If Zhao Zhigua hadn't died, then who lay buried 3 years ago? Why did the vice director's ring bear his initials? Was Lin Xiaoyu's betrayal real or staged? What exactly was Qin Yue orchestrating? Questions spiraled inward like a vortex, dragging him deeper. Command Center occupied an unassuming office tower in western Changsha. When Lin Fan arrived, Su Qing was already there, standing before a massive display screen segmented into a dozen feeds, real-time satellite imagery of the warehouse dock perimeter surveillance, and curiously, the hallway outside the vice director's office. You're injured, Su Qing noted, frowning at the blood on his arm. Superficial, Lin Fan said. Shen Wei still inside. Zhao Zhigua. I know. She cut him off, handing him a medical kit. Tend to the wound first. Then watch this. She loaded a video file. The footage showed the vice director's office. The timestamp read 500 p.m. Shortly after they departed, Vice Director Wang sat behind his desk. Opposite him sat a man. His back faced the camera, but his build, his posture. Is that Zhao Zhigua? Lin Fan held his breath. Watch closely, Su Qing said. The video had no audio, but lip reading was clear. Su Qing overlaid synchronized subtitles. Vice Director Wang, how did it go? Zhao Zhigua, we secured the target, but Shen Wei and Lin Fan proved more resilient than anticipated. Vice Director Wang, the evidence. Zhao Zhigua secured. My brother's personal effects, all here. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Brother. The video continued. Vice Director Wang, are you certain no one suspects? Zhao Zhigua, Shen Wei saw my face. But it doesn't matter. She'll soon suffer a fatal accident just like my brother did 3 years ago. Vice Director Wang and Lin Fan. Zhao Zhigua, we planned to eliminate him too, but the sniper interfered. No matter. The more he learns, the faster he dies. The video ended. Su Qing switched off the screen. Only the cold glow of emergency lighting remained. Twins, she said, her voice terrifyingly calm. Zhao Zhigua had a fraternal twin, Zhao Jijun. His records were erased, but I found the birth certificate. They were separated as children. Zhao Jijun raised under his mother's surname Wang, later reverting to Zhao, but always living in obscurity. So the vice director's ring bears the true Zhao Zhigua's initials, the nephew he treated as his own son, Su Qing explained. While Zhao Jijun has spent years exploiting his brother's identity and death to serve the vice director. She turned to Lin Fan, exhaustion etching deep lines across her face. Lin Xiaoyu's betrayal may be genuine or engineered. Either way, she became the fulcrum. Zhao Jijun manipulated her guilt for 3 years, and now used her to lure us into the trap. So what do we do now? Now Su Qing said, we do 2 things. First, rescue Shen Wei. Second, secure irrefutable proof. Not Zhao Jigua's relics, but evidence of collusion between the vice director and Zhao Jijun. Her phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen. Her expression changed. It's Shen Wei. She answered, activating speakerphone. Static, rapid breaths, and the unmistakable rush of water filled the room. Su Qing. Shen Wei's voice was ragged. I found him at the sewer junction. He's wounded. Can't get far. Location. Old City. Underground grid. Node B7. A gunshot cracked. A Shen Wei grunted. He is back up. Vehicle sounds. They're surfacing. Shen Wei, retreat. Su Qing commanded, firm and absolute. That's an order. No. Shen Wei's voice weakened, but remained resolute. Zhao Jigua, my brother. He cannot have died in vain. I must. The line went dead. The dial tone echoed hollowly in the silent room. Su Qing's hand trembled. Lin Fan had never seen her like this. The woman who always exuded control, always radiated ice-cold composure, now resembled a statue on the verge of shattering. Then she inhaled deeply and straightened her spine. Lin Fan, she said, can you still fight? Lin Fan looked at his hastily bandaged arm, remembered Lin Xiaoyu's eyes in the warehouse, remembered Shen Wei's fierce shove toward the water. Yes. Good. She opened a cabinet. Inside lay tactical gear. We're going to bring Shen Wei home. She tossed Lin Fan a ballistic vest, a sidearm, and several magazines. But first, she said, her eyes gleaming in the dim light, we're paying a visit somewhere else. Where? Qin Yue's safe house. Su Qing's voice turned glacial. Lin Xiaoyu has spent too long with Qin Yue. Long enough that I must question whether an arrangement exists between them, one we know nothing about. Lin Fan's stomach dropped. He recalled Qin Yue's gaze when she took Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's terror of her, her raw, damning confession in the warehouse. Perhaps betrayal wore more than one layer. Perhaps everyone in this department played a double game. And he, Lin Fan, the sole man touched and marked by them all, now stood at the storm's violent center. Gun in hand, heart hollow. He knew no one to trust, not even himself. Outside, night pressed down, dense and absolute. The city slept, but the game unfolding in the dark had just reached its crescendo. The city slept, but the game unfolding in the dark had just reached its crescendo. Qin Yue's safe house was hidden deep within the narrow alleyways of the old city, a small weathered brick building with peeling facade. Darkness swallowed the interior the moment the door opened. Su Qing switched on her flashlight. Its beam sliced through the blackness like a blade. The living room stood empty, only a sofa and a low coffee table. On the table rested an ashtray holding 3 slender cigarette butts, Qin Yue's signature mint-burst lady cigarettes. Her perfume still lingered in the air, the crisp woody scent of cedar mingling faintly with rose. They're gone, Su Qing murmured softly, sweeping the flashlight beam across the floor. Footprints crisscrossed the floor, hasty, overlapping at least 3 distinct sets. Lin Fan followed her into the inner room. The bedroom, too, was bare, the bed rumpled, sheets twisted as if someone had leapt up in haste. He approached the bed and pressed his palm to the pillow, still warm. They left just minutes ago, he said. Su Qing crouched and hooked something out from beneath the bed frame. It was Lin Xiaoyu's glasses. Left lens, shattered, blood smudged along one temple arm. Her fingers traced the frame with unbearable gentleness, as though brushing the wing of a butterfly. She fought back. Did Qin Yue hurt her? Not necessarily. Su Qing rose, turning the glasses slowly in her palm. Perhaps someone else. She froze mid-motion. Under the angled glare of the flashlight, a faint inscription glinted along the inner edge of the temple, visible only when tilted just so. Save me. B2. Lin Xiaoyu's handwriting, hurried, etched with something sharp. B2. Lin Fan frowned. Basement level 2. Garage. Su Qing was already turning toward the exit. This building has no basement. But 3 years ago, Zhao Jigua oversaw a covert safe house project codenamed B-Series. B2 was one of its nodes. Where is it? Su Qing paused at the doorway and looked back at him. The flashlight shone upward from below, carving deep shadows across her face. Her high cheekbones, tightly pressed lips, and those ever-calculating eyes behind her lenses now roiled with an emotion Lin Fan had never seen before. Not anger. Not anxiety. Fear. Beneath my apartment building, she said at last, voice hoarse. At midnight, the city slept like a slumbering leviathan, its neon pulse flickering intermittently. Su Qing drove fast, yet steady. Tires hissed steadily over damp pavement. Lin Fan sat in the passenger seat, watching streetlights blur past the window. His arm wound throbbed dully. But deeper pain coiled in his chest, tangled knots of worry for Lin Xiaoyu's suspicion toward Qin Yue, longing for Shen Wei, and something unnameable, something stirring toward the woman beside him. He stole a glance at Su Qing's profile. Her gaze remained fixed on the road, jaw taut. Her left hand gripped the steering wheel, her right rested loosely on the gearshift, unconscious, restless. She wore a deep gray cashmere sweater today, her coat lay folded across the rear seat. The fabric's softness should have suggested warmth, but her rigid posture and tense shoulders lent her an almost ascetic restraint. Yet Lin Fan noticed details. The top 2 buttons of her sweater were undone, revealing the elegant line of her neck and the delicate prominence of her clavicle. That wasn't like Su Qing. She was always immaculate. Then there was her wrist. No longer her usual minimalist business watch, but a slender silver chain, its pendant concealed beneath her sleeve, catching light only in fleeting glints, a tiny key-shaped charm. Had enough looking? Su Qing asked without turning. Lin Fan jerked his gaze away. Sorry, my apartment was our marital home. She cut him off, voice eerily detached, as if recounting another's life. After the divorce, my ex-husband moved out. I stayed, not out of sentiment, but because something vital resides there, something I must protect. She turned the wheel, the car glided onto a tree-lined avenue. Rows of century-old apartment buildings flanked both sides, their sycamore shadows swaying in the headlights. B2 was designed by Zhao Zhigua himself. Back when he was still alive, Su Qing continued, her tone laced with bittersweet nostalgia. He told me if danger ever found me, this would be the safest place on earth. The entrance lies inside my apartment's storage closet, known only to him and me. The car halted beneath a 6-story residential building. The structure was aged, peeling plaster, cracked mortar, but every window glowed with warm light, except the far-right unit on the top floor, which remained utterly dark. That's my place. Su Qing killed the engine, but didn't move. Lin Fan, there's something I need to tell you. She turned fully toward him. The dome light cast a muted glow, half her face bathed in amber, half lost in shadow. The neckline of her sweater shifted again, and Lin Fan glimpsed a faint scar just below her clavicle, old-healed, paler than the surrounding skin. 3 years ago, the night Zhao Zhigua died, he came to see me. He claimed he'd uncovered evidence linking the vice president to an external syndicate, but lacked conclusive documentation. He gave me a USB drive, saying if he didn't return within 7 days, I should open it. She withdrew a small, worn silver USB drive from her pocket, its edges dulled by time and touch. Later he died. I opened the drive. Inside was only one audio file, a conversation between the vice president and another person. The content concerned orchestrating the 7th Division's accidental dissolution and disposing of its personnel. Lin Fan held his breath. The second voice was digitally altered, but I recognized it. Su Qing lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Fan. It was Qin Yue. Silence settled thick and heavy, so absolute they could hear each other breathe. So you've known all along that, Qin Yue. I knew betrayal was possible, but not its depth. Su Qing clenched the USB drive. I needed irrefutable proof. So for 3 years I played trust while investigating her in secret. And Lin Xiaoyu. She paused. Lin Xiaoyu may be the breakthrough. Qin Yue held her captive for 3 years. There must be traces. Then why tell me now? Because only tonight did I confirm you weren't one of them. Su Qing reached out and brushed her fingertips lightly over the bandaged wound on Lin Fan's arm. Her touch was cool, but startlingly tender. In the warehouse you risked your life for Lin Xiaoyu. No operative would do that. Her fingers slid down his forearm, coming to rest gently around his wrist, not with desire, but with quiet, deliberate certainty. Certainty that he was real, alive, standing beside her. Lin Fan, everyone in this division is an island. Shen Wei masks fragility with strength. Qin Yue cloaks calculation and allure. Chen Jing veils vigilance and gentleness. Lin Xiaoyu hides fear behind technical brilliance. And I. She paused, her thumb pressing slightly harder against his pulse point. I conceal loneliness behind distance. Then she released him and pushed open the car door. Let's go. Whatever awaits us in B2, we'll face it together. Night wind rushed in, scattering the charged stillness, and the rare vulnerability clinging to Su Qing like mist. She became once more the composed director, smoothing her collar, buttoning the 2 open buttons with practiced precision. But Lin Fan knew something fundamental had shifted. Su Qing's apartment occupied the 6th floor, no elevator. Stairwell lights flickered erratically, casting stuttering shadows as their footsteps echoed hollowly up the concrete shaft. On the 5th floor landing, Su Qing stopped abruptly. Listen, Lin Fan stilled. A faint muffled sound drifted down, soft broken sobs. Another voice followed, low, soothing, unervingly tender. Don't be afraid. It'll be over soon. Qin Yue. Their eyes met, and they climbed faster. At the 6th floor landing, Su Qing bypassed her own door and turned instead into a narrow fire escape. At its end stood an unmarked metal door labeled electrical room. authorized personnel only. She selected an antique brass key from her ring, identical to the pendant on her necklace, slotted it and turned it smoothly. The door swung inward, not to wiring or circuitry, but to a steep rust-streaked iron staircase descending into utter blackness. The sobbing grew louder, rising from below. Qing gestured for Lin Fan to follow. Each step groaned ominously underfoot. After one flight, down a heavy steel door loomed ahead, secured by a keypad lock. Qing entered the code. A mechanical click, not electronic, echoed in the confined space. The door opened. Inside lay a modest chamber, roughly 20 square meters, walls of raw concrete lit only by a single dim emergency bulb overhead. At its center sat Lin Xiaoyu, bound to a chair, mouth sealed with duct tape, tear-streaked, face bruised. Her sweater had been torn open, exposing fragile shoulders and the stark white of her clavicles beneath the sickly yellow light. Qin Yue stood behind her, a slender dagger poised at Lin Xiaoyu's throat. She wore a sleek, black dress, high slit revealing long, sculpted legs. Her hair loose, lips crimson as congealed blood. At the sight of Qing and Lin Fan, she smiled. "Took you long enough." Her voice remained languid, but her eyes glacial. "I almost thought you wouldn't come." "Let her go." Qing stepped forward. Qin Yue pressed the blade deeper. Lin Xiaoyu choked back a cry. Blood welled at her throat. "Stay still, Director Su. You know how unsteady my hand can be." Qing halted. "What do you want?" "What I want." Qin Yue's gaze slid to Lin Fan, appraising him like merchandise. "Him." A chill prickled Lin Fan's spine. "Misunderstand me. I don't mean that kind of wanting." Qin Yue chuckled, lifting the knife from Lin Xiaoyu's throat to trace an elegant arc in the air. "I want what he holds, the real artifact left behind by Zhao Zhigua." "I don't have it." "Don't lie, little Lin Fan." Qin Yue closed the distance, standing inches from him. The heady, intoxicating scent of midnight flight enveloped him, thick, almost tactile. "You picked something up in the warehouse, didn't you?" Zhao Jijun, or rather the imposter who wore his face, dropped it during the struggle. A badge. Lin Fan's heart lurched violently. He had found it, a metallic insignia tumbling from Zhao Jijun's pocket during the scuffle. He'd shoved it blindly into his trousers. Qin Yue's hand suddenly pressed against his outer thigh, exactly where the badge rested. Her palm radiated warmth through the fabric, her fingers pressed, gently tracing the badge's outline with uncanny precision. "Right here." She smiled, deftly retrieving it from his pocket. A silver badge, edges worn smooth, embossed with intricate thornwork and a central letter Q. "Recognize this, Director Su." Qin Yue tossed it toward her. Qing caught it, impaled instantly. "This is her voice faltered. "Your family crest," Qin Yue finished. "Designed by your father 20 years ago. Only 3 exist worldwide. One for you, one for your father, and the third." Her gaze drifted to Lin Xiaoyu. "Given to the person you trusted most, right, Xiaoyu?" Tears spilled anew from Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. She shook her head frantically. Qing's grip tightened on the badge until her knuckles whitened. "Impossible. Xiaoyu lost hers 3 years ago. In the field," she said. She lied. Qin Yue's voice dropped, sharpened. "The badge was never lost. She kept it hidden, until last night when she handed it to Zhao Jijun as her token of allegiance." She returned to Lin Xiaoyu, using the dagger tip to lift her chin. "Tell them, Xiaoyu. Tell them how you betrayed them, and when it began." Lin Xiaoyu stared at Qing, then Lin Fan. Lips trembling, voice locked behind the tape. "Let me speak for you." Qin Yue leaned close, lips brushing Lin Xiaoyu's ear, yet loud enough for all to hear. 3 years ago, it was you who leaked Zhao Zhigua's mission. Not by accident, by choice. Your mother's surgery cost 50,000. Zhao Jijun paid it. But it went further. The dagger slid down Lin Xiaoyu's throat, over her clavicle, stopping just above her heart. "He promised her lifelong security, if you kept working for him. So for 3 years you fed him department intelligence. Shen Wei's operational routes. Shen Jing's financial vulnerabilities. My client lists. And Qing's." She paused, meeting Qing's gaze. "Your movements. Your habits. Your weaknesses." Qing closed her eyes, inhaled deeply. When she opened them, all warmth had vanished, replaced by a frozen, hollow stillness. "Why reveal this now? Because only tonight did I obtain irrefutable proof." Qin Yue withdrew a micro-storage device from the hidden cleavage of her dress. Dangerous, intimate. All communications between Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Jijun. Financial transfers. And hidden folders on her laptop. Every detail of your schedule for the past 3 years. Even which days you suffer migraines. She hurled the device towards Qing. "Now, Director Su, how will you deal with this traitor?" Silence descended, thick, suffocating. The yellow light trembled across each face, casting shifting, uneasy shadows. Lin Fan watched Lin Xiaoyu. Head bowed, shoulders shuddering violently. Tears struck the floor one by one. Her small frame curled tight in the chair, ripped sweater exposing skin marked by fresh and faded bruises. He remembered the rain-soaked night she'd huddled on his sofa, wearing his t-shirt hair, dripping eyes swollen red. He recalled her hesitant kiss, the warmth of her cheek against his shoulder, the quiet sincerity in her voice when she whispered, "It feels warm here." Were any of those moments real? Su Qing approached Lin Xiaoyu, her footsteps echoing sharply in the hollow room. She knelt, bringing herself level with her. "Look at me." Lin Xiaoyu lifted her tear-drenched face. Su Qing reached out, slow, gentle, and peeled the duct tape from her mouth. Her touch was feather-light, as if fearing pain. "Does it hurt?" Su Qing asked, fingertips grazing the bruise on her cheek. Lin Xiaoyu wept harder, voiceless, shaking her head. "These past 3 years, you bore immense suffering, living each day behind a mask, trapped in fear and guilt. Watching Shen Wei drown in guilt over Zhao Zhiguo's death. Watching me wrestle with the division's uncertain future. Watching Qin Yue. Watching everyone, while silence chained your tongue." Her fingers traced Lin Xiaoyu's jawline, lifting her chin gently. "Did your mother's surgery succeed?" Lin Xiaoyu froze, then nodded, then shook her head. "It succeeded, but she passed last year. Complications." Su Qing's hand stilled for a breath. "So for the past 6 months, you've been free. Why continue?" "Because Zhao Jijun threatened to expose everything. I'd go to prison. The division would dissolve. Everyone would be ruined. I couldn't risk it." She broke, sobbing uncontrollably, raw and guttural. "I'm sorry. Sister Su, sorry. Lin Fan, sorry." Her cries reverberated in the confined space, shattering, desperate. Su Qing watched her in silence, for a long, suspended moment. Then she rose and turned to Qin Yue. "Release her." Qin Yue arched a brow. "What did you say?" "I said, release her." Su Qing's voice held no tremor, only unwavering authority. "She is a victim, not a traitor. The true traitor is the one who forced her into this corner. But she did leak intelligence. Under duress." Su Qing cut her off. "And without her, you'd never have accessed Zhao Jijun's communications, would you?" Qin Yue's eyes narrowed. "For the past 6 months, Lin Xiaoyu has secretly gathered evidence against Zhao Jijun. Every piece of intel she passed him was deliberately fabricated by us. What she received in return was truth, including this badge. She didn't surrender it to him. She used it as bait to lure him into revealing himself." Su Qing retrieved the silver USB drive from her pocket. "This was yours, remember? You claimed it contained your recorded conversation with the vice president. Our tech team analyzed the audio. It was synthesized. Only one speaker was genuine, the vice president. The second voice, generated from your vocal samples." Qin Yue's expression finally fractured. "You were testing me, Qin Yue, to see how I'd react upon believing you'd betrayed us. And Lin Xiaoyu, another pawn you placed beside me, to monitor both me and Zhao Jijun. Am I correct?" The two women held each other's gaze, electric tension crackling between them. Finally, Qin Yue smiled, first taut, then easing, until it softened into something familiar, languid, beguiling, faintly irreverent. "When did you figure it out?" "From the moment you assigned Lin Fan to the division," Su Qing replied. "It was too deliberate. A man among women, guaranteed to disrupt the equilibrium. You wanted to force everyone's flaws into the open." She turned to Lin Fan, her gaze complex, layered with regret. "I'm sorry, Lin Fan. You were always the pivotal piece on our board." Dizziness washed over Lin Fan. Pawn, tool, bait. Every gesture of care, every touch, every word of trust. Had it all been calculation? Qin Yue stepped before him and cupped his face. Her palms were warm, calloused. Her thumb stroked the curve of his cheekbone with unexpected tenderness. "Don't look so stricken, little Lin Fan. Yes, you were a pawn, but also an anomaly. We never anticipated that you'd truly care. Care about Xiaoyu, about Shen Wei, about this wretched division." Her fingers slid to the nape of his neck, pressing gently, like calming a startled animal. "And you exposed Su Qing's weakness." Qin Yue glanced at Su Qing's smile, enigmatic. "You called her Sister Su, didn't you? For the first time in 3 years I heard you say it." Su Qing turned her head, yet Lin Fan saw the faint flush blooming at her ears. Qin Yue released Lin Fan and moved to Lin Xiaoyu, severing the ropes with her knife. Lin Xiaoyu collapsed weakly. Qin Yue crouched, wiping tears from her cheeks with her sleeve, clumsy yet achingly tender. "Stop crying, silly girl," she whispered. "The mission's over. You did brilliantly." Lin Xiaoyu lifted her swollen eyes. "Sister Qin Yue, you're not angry." "Angry?" Qin Yue ruffled her hair. "Angry that a 20-year-old girl chose her mother's life over professional ethics. I'd have done the same." She helped Lin Xiaoyu upright and guided her toward Lin Fan. "Take her upstairs. Treat her wounds. Su Qing and I need to talk." Lin Fan supported Lin Xiaoyu toward the stairs. Glancing back, he saw Qin Yue and Su Qing facing each other in the amber light, closed, silent, suspended in shared gravity. Qin Yue reached out, adjusting Su Qing's collar, smoothing the very neckline Lin Fan had noticed earlier. Her fingers lingered, a heartbeat, over Su Qing's clavicle, then carefully buttoned the two undone buttons. Don't try that trick again, Qin Yue murmured, voice barely audible. Deliberately showing weakness to soften my resolve? Too cunning. Su Qing caught her wrist, stopping the final button. Neither should you. Using midnight flight, you know I can't bear that scent. They held each other's gaze, time itself seeming to pause. Then Qin Yue smiled, and leaned in, whispering something in Su Qing's ear. Su Qing stiffened, her ears burning crimson. Lin Fan turned away, guiding Lin Xiaoyu upward. He refused to watch, refused to decipher. Halfway up, Lin Xiaoyu halted, and gripped his arm. Lin Fan. Her voice rasped. Those things weren't all lies. That rainy night, the kiss. Words failed her. She simply gazed at him, eyes wet wide, wounded as a fawn. Lin Fan studied her face, the tear tracks, the bruises, the thin shoulders beneath the torn sweater. He remembered her warning glance in the warehouse, her fingers gripping his sleeve underwater. The desperate plea carved onto her glasses, save me. Then he raised his hand and gently wiped away her tears. I know, not forgiveness, not trust, just understanding. When they re-entered Su Qing's apartment, dawn was breaking. Pale gold light seeped through the curtain gap, cutting luminous stripes across the hardwood floor. Lin Fan tended Lin Xiaoyu's wounds. The knife cut on her neck was shallow, but required disinfection. As he dabbed alcohol with a cotton swab, she flinched, but didn't pull away. I'm sorry, she repeated over and over. Enough, Lin Fan interrupted, his motions growing infinitely softer. Afterward, he found a shirt of Su Qing's for her to wear, oversized, the hem grazing her knees. She curled into the sofa, knees drawn tight, silent as smoke. Lin Fan sat beside her, watching the light brighten inch by slow inch. Will you leave? Lin Xiaoyu asked suddenly. Leave where? The division. Now that you know the truth, will you stay? Lin Fan fell silent. He wanted to say I don't know, but images flooded him. Su Qing's warm grip on his wrist in the car. Qin Yue's calloused palm cradling his face. Shen Wei's firm slap on his shoulder. Chun Jing's lashes dewed with rain as she smoothed his collar. And this girl before him, drowned in an ill-fitting shirt, hunched in the sofa's corner, eyes red-rimmed but clear. I don't know, he admitted honestly. But for now, I won't. A ghost of a smile touched Lin Xiaoyu's lips, then dissolved into fresh tears. She buried her face in her knees, shoulders trembling. Lin Fan hesitated, then placed his hand gently on her back. Through the thin fabric, he felt the delicate ridge of her spine, each vertebra a fragile, resonant key. She didn't shrink away. Instead, she leaned into him. They sat like that, in the morning light, two small vessels anchored after a storm. After a long while, the door opened. Su Qing and Qin Yue entered. Qin Yue had shed the tight black dress, now wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, hair pulled into a ponytail, face bare. She looked younger, truer. Su Qing walked to the window and drew the curtains wide. Dawn light flooded the room, bathing everything in gold. Shen Wei's been located. She's injured, but alive. Zhao Jijun fled, but left clues, his hideout, and more evidence. She turned. Exhaustion lined her face, yet her eyes blazed with fierce, brilliant light. The game isn't over, but the first round. We won. Qin Yue knelt before Lin Fan, meeting his eyes at eye level. I'm sorry, little Lin Fan. Truly. For dragging you into this. But now, you hold the choice. Stay or leave. We honor your decision. Lin Fan looked into her eyes, then at Su Qing, then at Lin Xiaoyu beside him. Morning light gilded their profiles. Su Qing's sharp, noble nose, Qin Yue's sensual, knowing lips, Lin Xiaoyu's damp, vulnerable gaze. This division, these women, this world woven with lies and peril. He drew a slow, deep breath. I'll stay, not out of duty, not out of justice, but because beneath layers of deception and performance, he had glimpsed something authentic. Fragility, tenderness, and a quiet, unwavering light that burned even in deepest darkness. Qin Yue smiled and ruffled his hair. Welcome to the real 7th Division. Su Qing approached, handing him a steaming mug of black coffee. Get ready. In 1 hour, we're retrieving Shen Wei. And then, she paused, her gaze sweeping over them all. Then, we end this game. Steam spiraled from the coffee cup, rising like a vow written in silence. A new day had begun, and the battle had only just reached its true beginning. The sharp, icy scent of hospital disinfectant filled the air. Lin Fan stood outside the intensive care unit, gazing through the glass at Shen Wei inside. Tubes snaked across her body, her face was as pale as parchment. Yet her eyes were open, lucid, piercing like those of a wounded she-wolf still bristling with vigilance. The doctor had just completed his examination and called her survival a miracle. 3 gunshot wounds, blood loss exceeding 40%, yet she had crawled 2 kilometers through underground pipes and remained conscious until rescue arrived. She wants to see you, Su Qing murmured softly beside Lin Fan. Just 5 minutes. Why? You'll understand once you go in. Su Qing pushed the door open. She's waiting for you. Inside, the ICU machines ticked with mechanical regularity. Hearing footsteps, Shen Wei turned her head slightly toward the doorway. Her short hair clung to her forehead, matted with dried blood. The nurses hadn't yet cleaned it. "Sit," she rasped, voice hoarse yet clear. Lin Fan pulled up a chair and sat beside her bed. Up close, he saw the wound on her face, a fresh laceration stretching from her brow bone to her cheekbones, stitched with 7 sutures. "Does it hurt?" he asked, a foolish question. A faint wry twist tugged at Shen Wei's lips, her version of a smile. "Yes, but I'm alive." Her hand twitched, trying to lift, but lacked strength. Without thinking, Lin Fan took her hand, rough, cold, calloused fingers bearing fresh bandages. She let him hold it, making no move to pull away. Zhao Jijun fled. Shen Wei said, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. "But he left something behind. In the 3rd hideout. I found this." Her other hand stirred, drawing something from beneath the sheet and placing it into Lin Fan's palm. Another badge. It resembled the previous one, but larger, heavier. Crafted from pure silver, its edges traced with intricate black thorn motifs. At its center was no letter, but an abstract symbol, serpentine coils intertwined like twisted vines. "What is this?" "Anji, dark thorns." Shen Wei uttered the name, her voice laced with frost. "A clandestine organization." Zhao Jijun was merely a peripheral member. The vice president, maybe too. She turned her head to meet Lin Fan's gaze, her expression layered with sorrow and resolve. 3 years ago, my brother, Zhao Zhigua, uncovered them. They'd infiltrated senior management of the conglomerate, using legitimate business as cover for illicit operations, arms trafficking, intelligence brokering, human smuggling. She paused, breath quickening. Her monitor emitted a warning chime. A nurse rushed in, only to be halted by Shen Wei's steady, commanding glance. "I'm fine," she said, catching her breath before continuing. "My brother prepared to expose them, but they discovered his investigation. They staged his death and installed his younger brother Zhao Jijun to assume his identity, operating covertly from the shadows." "Then why did you?" "Because I believed he was truly dead." Shen Wei's voice began to tremble, not from pain, but from fury. "I buried him myself. I saluted an empty casket. For 3 years I dreamed of him every night, haunted by guilt that he died instead of me." Her hand suddenly tightened, nails biting into Lin Fan's palm. "And yet he lived. For 3 years underground, like a rat, tortured, interrogated, forced to divulge everything he knew. I found him in the pipes, the final hideout. He was locked in an iron cage, already unrecognizable, broken beyond humanity." Her eyes reddened, but no tears fell. Lin Fan held his breath. "He gave me this badge, and one last sentence." Shen Wei looked directly at Lin Fan, enunciating each word. "Dark Thorns doesn't want the department. It wants Su Qing. Her blood, her lineage, her secrets." "What secrets?" Shen Wei shook her head. "He didn't finish before he died. This time it was real." Her voice finally fractured. "I watched him die. The 2nd time." Her monitor sounded again, another alarm. This time the nurse entered without hesitation, adjusting the foredrip rate. "The patient needs rest. Please leave." Shen Wei gripped Lin Fan's hand, tighter than before. "Tell Su Qing to beware her father." "What?" Zhao Zhigua's final words. "Beware her father." The nurse escorted Lin Fan out. Just before the door closed, he saw Shen Wei close her eyes, and a single tear slid down her cheek, mingling with dried blood. In the corridor, Su Qing leaned against the wall, head bowed, long hair veiling her face. Qin Yue stood beside her, one hand resting gently on her shoulder. "What did she say?" Su Qing asked, not lifting her gaze. Lin Fan handed her the badge. She took it, glanced once, and froze entirely. "Do you recognize this?" Qin Yue frowned. "Yes," Su Qing replied hollowly. "My father designed it, the 2nd iteration of the emblem. He said the first version was too mild, requiring a more intimidating motif." She raised her head, her face was ashen. "But I believe this design existed only as a sketch, never produced." "Clearly it was produced," Qin Yue said, turning the badge under the light. "And in quantity. See the wear along the edges. This isn't new. It's at least a decade old." Lin Fan suddenly recalled Shen Wei's final words. Shen Wei said, "To beware your father." Su Qing snapped her gaze toward him, eyes wide with shock. "What?" Zhao Zhigua's dying words. "To warn you, beware your father." Silence descended upon the corridor, absolute and suffocating. From afar came the rumble of a gurney, hushed voices of nurses, and the tinny saccharine theme music of a soap opera bleeding from some distant room, jarringly out of place. Su Qing's phone rang abruptly, its shrill tone shattering the silence. She withdrew it, glanced at the caller ID, and her hand began to shake. "Who is it?" Qin Yue asked. Su Qing didn't answer. She accepted the call and activated speakerphone. "Ms. Su." A man's voice emanated from the receiver, calm, refined, steeped in the quiet authority of age. "Long time no see." Su Qing's lips trembled. "Father." Lin Fan and Qin Yue exchanged glances, both mirroring stunned disbelief. I hear you've been quite busy lately, her father continued. So busy you've forgotten my birthday next week. No matter, I understand. After all, so much has happened on your end. Shen Wei's injury, for instance. Such a pity. She's such a fine young woman. What do you want? Su Qing's voice hardened, regaining its usual composure, though Lin Fan heard the tremor beneath. I'd like you to come home for dinner. Tonight. And bring a few friends along. Her father paused. Chun Jing's daughter is adorable. Her piano playing is exquisite. She's visiting me now, and misses her mother terribly. A child's muffled, unmistakable sobs pierced the line, Mommy. I want Mommy. Then Chun Jing's voice, distant, raw with terror, cut through. Let go of my daughter. You bastards. The transmission ended abruptly. So then, 8 o'clock tonight at the ancestral residence. You Lin Fan Qin Yue. And if Lin Xiaoyu can walk, she's welcome too. We'll have a proper family reunion. The line went dead. Su Qing stood frozen, knuckles white around the phone. Her body began to shiver, first faintly, then violently, as if seized by sudden, uncontrollable chills. Qin Yue wrapped her arms around her tightly. Breathe, Su Qing. Deep breaths. Su Qing leaned into her shoulder, eyes shut, breathing ragged. Qin Yue's hand moved gently across her back, soothing, tender, unlike her usual self. Lin Fan stood nearby, gripped by a wave of helplessness. These women, these astonishingly formidable women, one gravely injured in the ICU, one whose daughter had been abducted, one threatened by her own father, while he could do nothing. We'll call the police, he said. Useless, Qin Yue shook her head. The ancestral estate lies in the suburbs, a private domain. Without sufficient evidence, officers cannot enter. And she glanced at Su Qing. Your father's influence within law enforcement runs deeper than you imagine. Su Qing finally steadied herself, gently pushing away from Qin Yue and standing upright. She smoothed her hair, brushing away non-existent tears, though her eyes burned crimson. He's right, she said, her voice regaining its icy calm, colder than ever. This is a family dinner. We must attend. But it's a trap. I know. Su Qing cut Lin Fan off. Yet Chun Jing's daughter is in their hands. For the department, for me. Chun Jing has already sacrificed too much. I cannot let her lose her child. She turned to Qin Yue. Contact everyone you can reach. Prepare weapons and vehicles, but notify no one in the corporation. No official channels. This is personal. Qin Yue nodded and immediately began dialing. Su Qing then looked at Lin Fan. You don't have to go. This is a family matter, none of your concern. Lin Fan studied her. The woman who always stood aloof and composed, now rigid with spine-straight resolve, yet her eyes shimmered with something fragile, fractured deep within. He wanted to utter grand declarations, to vow protection, to pledge solidarity. Instead, he simply said, I'm going with you. Su Qing held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. Thank you. At 7:30 p.m., 3 cars sped toward the suburbs. The sky hung low and gray, drizzling rain. Lin Fan rode in Su Qing's car with Qin Yue at the wheel. Lin Xiaoyu sat in the front passenger seat, laptop balanced on her lap, fingers flying across the keyboard. I've breached the estate's security system, she said, voice weak but focused. Infrared sensors, motion tracking, and biometric life sign monitoring. They've installed physiological sensors in every room. Can we jam them? Only by physically accessing the main control room, Lin Xiaoyu replied, pulling up a building schematic. It's in the basement, with the entrance hidden in the study. Someone must go inside. I'll go, Lin Fan said. No, Su Qing countered. I will. There's a concealed door in the study. Only I know how to open it. Qin Yue glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Are you certain about going in alone? Not alone, Su Qing replied, looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan comes with me to the study. Qin Yue, you'll provide external support. Xiaoyu, you'll handle remote operations. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and resumed typing. The car turned onto a tree-lined avenue flanked by towering stone walls topped with barbed wire and surveillance cameras. At the road's end loomed a heavy iron gate, slowly parting open. Before them rose the Su ancestral residence. Not a modern villa, but a classical Chinese courtyard house, gray-tiled roofs, white walls, upturned eaves, resembling a somber ancient palace beneath the twilight gloom. The car stopped in the courtyard. Rain intensified, drumming steadily on the flagstones. The main gate swung inward, revealing an elderly man in a traditional changshan, silver-haired, immaculately groomed, smiling warmly. Welcome home, Miss Su, he bowed deeply. The master awaits you. Su Qing stepped out, rain instantly soaking her shoulders. She carried no umbrella, striding straight toward the gate. Lin Fan followed, sensing her entire body coiled tight, like a bow drawn to its limit. Inside, lights blazed, but the vast halls echoed with eerie emptiness. Antique rosewood furniture lined the rooms, ink paintings adorned the walls. Incense lingered, subtle sandalwood overlaid with the older, dustier scent of damp decay. Su Qing. A voice descended from the staircase. Lin Fan looked up to see a man descending slowly. Su Qing's father appeared early 60s, strikingly similar to her high-bridged nose, thin lips, sharp perceptive eyes. Dressed in a charcoal gray Zhongshan suit, he rotated a string of Buddhist prayer beads between his fingers. Father. Su Qing halted, voice level and controlled. His gaze swept over Lin Fan, Qin Yue, and settled on Lin Xiaoyu. All here excellent. He smiled. Miss Lin, I presume. I hear you were injured, yet insisted on attending. How courageous of you. Lin Xiaoyu kept her head lowered, refusing to meet his eyes. Where is my daughter? Su Qing demanded, cutting straight to the heart. Patience. We dine first, he replied, gesturing toward the dining hall. Guests are assembled, only awaiting you. Inside the dining hall, 2 figures already occupied seats along the long table. One was Chen Jing, bound to her chair, mouth sealed, eyes swollen and red, shaking her head frantically as she saw Su Qing, emitting muffled cries. The other was Lin Fan's breath caught. Zhao Jijun. He wore a tailored suit, freshly shaved, vibrant, poised, utterly recovered. Meeting Lin Fan's gaze, he raised his wineglass in a toast. Welcome, Zhao Jijun smiled. How delightful to meet again. Su Qing's fists clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms. Where is my daughter? She asked, her father, voice colder than ice. Sleeping upstairs, he said, settling into the head seat. Don't worry, she's with a nanny. As long as you cooperate, she'll remain unharmed. He gestured for them to take their places. Qin Yue helped Lin Xiaoyu sit, then seated herself beside her. Lin Fan sat beside Su Qing, directly facing Zhao Jijun. Dinner commenced, delicate dishes served course by course, but no one touched their chopsticks. Don't be so tense, Su Qing's father said, placing a piece of steamed seed base into her bowl. Try it. It was your favorite as a child. Su Qing stared at the fish, motionless. Father, she finally spoke. Why? He set down his chopsticks and sighed. Su Qing, you've always been brilliant. But brilliance can become its own undoing. The 7th Affairs Division. I permitted its formation hoping it would serve the family, not become a weapon turned against it. I never. You've been investigating me, he interrupted, voice still gentle, but his eyes had gone glacial. My business dealings. My associates. Dark Thorns itself. Did you think I wouldn't know? He rolled the prayer beads. Click, click. 20 years ago, the Su family teetered on bankruptcy. I saved us, by means neither noble nor lawful, but effective. His gaze held hers. Now you've grown up, and wish to play righteous avenger. To send your own father to prison. For what? Some hollow moral code. For those you killed, Su Qing retorted, unwavering. Zhao Zhigua, and others whose names I don't even know. Zhao Zhigua was an accident. I intended to recruit him, but he proved obstinate. Others. He spread his hands. The world of commerce is ruthless, survival of the fittest. Fail to consume others and you shall be consumed. Zhao Jijun interjected, Director Su, we admire you greatly. Dark Thorns requires fresh talent, capable, decisive youth, like yourself. If you'd consider joining. Never, Su Qing declared, absolute and final. Zhao Jijun shrugged, glancing at her father. Su Qing's father shook his head, like one lamenting a disobedient child. Then there remains no alternative, he said. Since cooperation is refused, I must resort to other measures. He clapped once. A side door opened. 2 men in black suits ushered in a little girl. 6 or 7 years old, twin braids, pink dress, cheeks streaked with tears. Mommy, she cried upon seeing Chen Jing. Chen Jing thrashed wildly, her chair screeching across the floor. Release her. Su Qing shot to her feet. Sit down, her father commanded, voice dropping to ice. Or the next bullet strikes her leg. A pistol materialized in his hand, aimed squarely at the child. Su Qing sank slowly back into her seat. There's my obedient daughter, he smiled. Now, let us negotiate terms. I require 3 things. First, full administrative transfer of the 7th Affairs Division to me. Second, all evidence you possess regarding Dark Thorns. Third, his gaze shifted to Lin Fan. Him. Lin Fan stiffened. He's exceptional, isn't he? Su Qing's father regarded Lin Fan with keen interest. An ordinary technician, yet in mere weeks he's earned the trust of every one of you. Shen Wei took a bullet for him. Qin Yue risked everything. And Lin Xiaoyu. Oh, that rainy night tale was profoundly moving. He rose and circled behind Lin Fan, pressing a hand onto his shoulder. I want him to join Dark Thorns, as the bridge linking you to me. Lin Fan felt that grip, cold, iron-hard, unyielding. And if I refuse? Su Qing asked. Then your colleague's daughter loses a finger, he replied casually. Then another. And another, until you consent. Silence swallowed the room, broken only by the girl's soft sobs and the steady patter of rain beyond the windows. Lin Fan looked at Su Qing. Her profile, lit by lamplight, resembled marble, cold, unyielding. Yet her eyelashes trembled faintly. He looked at Chen Jing, tears streaming silently, mouthing no. He looked at Qin Yue, her hand already sliding toward the knife at her waist. He looked at Lin Xiaoyu, her fingers tapping rapidly against her knee, sending silent signals. I need time to consider, Su Qing said at last. You have 10 minutes, her father replied, returning to his seat. My patience is finite. 10 minutes. Lin Fan felt sweat soak his shirt. His hand crept toward his pocket, where Shen Wei's sonic disruptor lay, usable only once for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. What could it accomplish? Not enough to save anyone. Not enough to escape. But enough to create chaos. He glanced at Qin Yue. She gave an almost imperceptible nod, her fingers leaving her knife, reaching instead for her earring, a miniature comm device. Lin Xiaoyu's fingers tapped faster. 3, 2, 1. Every light in the mansion died. Not Lin Fan's doing, Lin Xiaoyu's. She'd severed the entire estate's power grid. Darkness erupted into pandemonium, shrieks, shouts, chairs crashing. Lin Fan triggered the sonic disruptor. A shrieking high-frequency blast tore through the air. Everyone clutched their ears. Lin Fan lunged toward the girl's remembered position. In the dark, he collided with someone, fist slammed into his abdomen. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward, grasping the girl's arm. Don't be afraid. Come with me. He scooped her up and charged toward the door he remembered. Gunfire cracked. The bullet struck near his foot, splintering wood. Lin Fan. This way. Qin Yue's voice cut through the din. He followed the sound, colliding into an embrace. Qin Yue. One hand held a blood-slicked blade, the other seized him, dragging him into the hallway. This way. Lin Xiaoyu held up her phone for light, face deathly pale. The control room is in the study. They burst into the study. Su Qing was already inside, opening a concealed door behind a bookshelf. Beyond it, stairs spiraled downward. Hurry! They plunged down. Footsteps thundered behind them. Gunshots echoed. The control room brimmed with monitors and servers. Lin Xiaoyu rushed to the console, fingers flying across keys. Give me 30 seconds. Qin Yue stood guard at the stairwell, blades spinning deftly in her hand. They'll be down in 20 seconds. Su Qing cradled the girl who clung to her neck, silent now, trembling. Lin Fan stood beside Su Qing, hearing her rapid breath. I'm sorry, she whispered, whether to the girl or to him he couldn't tell, for dragging you all into this. We chose this ourselves, Lin Fan replied. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly cheered. Done. Security systems locked, every door sealed. They're trapped downstairs. Almost simultaneously, a clang echoed from the ventilation duct overhead. The grate burst open. Zhao Jijun dropped down, gun in hand. Game over, he aimed at Su Qing. Hand her over. Qin Yue moved, only for Zhao Jijun to pivot his aim. Don't miss. Qin, I know you're fast, but bullets are faster. He advanced step by step. Su Qing shielded the girl behind her. Lin Fan stepped forward, blocking her. Zhao Jijun grinned. Touching, but useless, his words choked off. A hand shot from the duct, grabbing his ankle and yanking hard. Zhao Jijun lost balance. His gun flew from his grip. Shen Wei emerged from the pipe, drenched in blood, face ghost white. Yet her eyes burned with lupin ferocity. She mounted him, driving fist after fist into his face. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of breaking bone horrifyingly distinct. Qin Yue darted forward, snatching up the fallen gun, aiming it at the stairwell where pounding and splintering announced imminent breach. Shen Wei, enough! Su Qing shouted. Shen Wei ceased, breathing heavily. Zhao Jijun lay unconscious, face grotesquely swollen. How did you? Lin Fan stammered, disbelief etched across his face. The ICU couldn't hold me. Shen Wei struggled, upright, swaying. Qin Yue steadied her. Xiaoyu sent me coordinates. I crawled out of the hospital. She turned to Su Qing, bloody grin widening. You said, we're family. When family's in danger, no one gets to miss the fight. Su Qing's eyes welled. She released the girl and walked to Shen Wei, gently embracing her. Idiot, her voice broke. You'll die? Won't die. Not until Dark Thorns falls. All monitors in the control room suddenly illuminated. Lin Xiaoyu brought up surveillance feeds across the estate. One feed showed Su Qing's father in the study, face livid, shouting into a radio. Yet every door remained sealed, impervious to his men. Another feed revealed the exterior, dozens of black sedans screeching to a halt. Uniformed operatives pouring out, surrounding the estate. Police? Lin Fan asked. No, Su Qing said, expression complex. Corporate security, the president's special operations unit. On screen, a woman in a black trench coat strode into the estate, flashing credentials. Her guards dared not stop her. Mid-40s, sharp-cut short hair, stern features, and uncannily reminiscent of Su Qing. Who is that? Qin Yue narrowed her eyes. My aunt, Su Qing whispered. Current CEO of the conglomerate, Su Wan. On screen, Su Wan entered the study, confronting her brother. Their silent standoff unfolded, his expression shifting from fury to raw terror. She spoke. Then he staggered backward, collapsing into his chair. Then Su Wan faced the camera, the control room's lens, and made a deliberate gesture. She's calling us upstairs, Su Qing said. When they returned to the ground floor, the estate was secured. Su Qing's father stood handcuffed, flanked by 2 agents. Zhao Jijun was being dragged away. Su Wan stood in the center of the living room watching them descend. Su Qing. Her voice mirrored her niece's cool precision, but layered with decades of command. Aunt. Su Qing halted. Su Wan's gaze swept over them all, lingering on Lin Fan. You're Lin Fan. Yes. Shen Wei says you show great promise. Su Wan approached, taller than Su Qing, radiating an aura so potent Lin Fan instinctively stepped back. Now I believe her. She turned to Su Qing. Your father's case will be handled internally. All leads on Dark Thorns are transferred to you. The 7th Affairs Division remains under your sole authority. With one condition. What condition? Su Wan looked directly at Lin Fan. He joins, formally. Not as a pawn. As a full-fledged member. Su Qing looked at Lin Fan. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. Outside the rain ceased. Moonlight pierced the clouds, spilling through the window, casting dappled silver across the floor. Lin Fan looked at these women. Shen Wei battered but unbowed, Qin Yue elegant, yet unshakably resolute, Lin Xiaoyu frail, yet technically brilliant, Qin Jing tender, yet fiercely protective, and Su Qing, the woman who'd drawn him into this storm and taught him everything worth knowing. He remembered gunfire in the warehouse, the rain-soaked kiss, the antiseptic sting of the hospital, the warmth of hands clasped tight in darkness. He remembered Shen Wei's words, when family's in danger, no one gets to miss the fight. He drew a slow, deep breath. I accept. Not coerced. Not calculated. His own choice. Su Wan nodded. Excellent. Report to headquarters tomorrow for formal induction. Now. She glanced toward Qin Jing and her daughter. Qin Jing, now freed, held her daughter tightly, mother and child weeping in each other's arms. Take them to rest. You're all injured. You need medical attention. She turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Su Qing. She didn't look back. You did well. Your father doesn't deserve a daughter like you. Su Qing's lips trembled, but she said nothing. Su Wan departed. Only they remained, in the wreckage of the night. Qin Yue guided Shen Wei to a seat, checking her reopened wounds, blood seeping anew. Lin Xiaoyu slumped onto the sofa, pale, but eyes alight with triumph. Qin Jing rocked her daughter, humming softly. Su Qing moved to the window, watching moonlight spill across the floor. Lin Fan joined her. Your aunt. She always knew, Su Qing murmured. Knew about father. About Dark Thorns. About everything. She waited, for me to discover it myself. To choose. She turned to him. Just as I waited, for you to choose. Moonlight softened the sharp lines of her face. Her eyes reflected silver, and his own reflection within them. Thank you, she said quietly, for choosing to stay. Lin Fan opened his mouth, when Qin Yue's voice interrupted. Everyone. Apologies for the timing, but Xiaoyu just received urgent news. Zhao Jijun was intercepted en route to custody and taken. Every face froze. The assailants, Qin Yue continued, voice grave, employed military-grade equipment and tactics. And, she looked at Su Qing. They left this behind. She turned her phone screen toward them. A photograph displayed a new badge, pitch-black thorn motifs, stained deep crimson, centered with a stark numeral. 02. Dark Thorns isn't over. Shen Wei murmured, eyes closed, leaning back against the sofa. It's only beginning. Moonlight streamed in, illuminating the chaos, the exhaustion, the complex emotions etched on every face. The battle was won, but the war had just begun. And they, the 7th Affairs Division, this extraordinary family forged of women and one man, would face every coming storm together. Lin Fan looked at Su Qing, at Qin Yue, at Shen Wei, at Xiaoyu, at Qin Jing and her daughter. He knew. Tonight marked the end of his accidental entry. He was no longer an outsider. He was one of them. Forever. 607 A.M. Shen Wei's hospital room. When Lin Fan pushed the door open, the first thread of morning light squeezed through the slats of the blinds, cutting pale golden stripes across the floor. The antiseptic sting in the air was still sharp, tempered by a cool breath of fresh morning and the faint scent of lilies. He saw Qin Yue asleep at the bedside, her cheek resting on her arm, long hair splayed over the white sheet. She wore no jacket. Only a black camisole that exposed a large expanse of pale back and clearly defined shoulder blades. The morning light traced the lines of her neck and shoulders, revealing a fresh bruise left at the Su family's old residence the night before. Shen Wei was awake. She propped herself against the headboard. Her complexion remained pallid, but her eyes were unervingly bright. Seeing Lin Fan, she gave a slight nod and flexed a finger beneath the blanket, a tired but lucid greeting. Lin Fan stepped lightly toward her. On the bedside table lay a bouquet of fresh lilies, dewdrops still clinging to the petals. Qin Yue Jijia bought them before dawn. Shen Wei's voice was a little better than last night, though still hoarse. She said the hospital flowers aren't fresh, insisted on driving to the flower market herself. Lin Fan looked at Qin Yue's sleeping profile. Devoid of makeup, she looked younger than her years. Her lashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyes, her lips parted slightly, breathing soft and even. She was nothing like the woman who gripped a knife in the dark, eyes hard as steel. She stayed up all night. Lin Fan asked softly, Shen Wei's gaze lingered on Qin Yue with a tangle of emotions. I said it wasn't necessary, but she insisted, said she was afraid I'd have nightmares. She paused. Actually, she was the one who was afraid. Qin Yue's lashes fluttered. She did not wake fully. Instead, she reached out unconsciously and grasped the hand Shen Wei had set outside the blanket. The movement was reflexive as if practiced 1,000 times. Shen Wei's body stiffened for a heartbeat, then relaxed. She did not pull her hand away as she let Qin Yue hold it. Lin Fan caught that instant in Shen Wei's eyes. What flickered there was not disgust or resistance, but a fragile indulgence. This woman who always armored herself with ferocity allowed herself to be held in that moment. The doctor said if you had been brought in half an hour later you wouldn't have made it. Lin Fan sat on the chair by the bed. I know. Shen Wei looked toward the bandages wrapped around her chest. But I had to go. Zhao Zhigua. Her voice choked. I owe him a proper farewell. Morning light shifted and revealed the scars on her face. The wound stitched with 7 sutures ran from the brow to the cheekbone like a cruel medal. She did not turn away from the light. Instead, she tilted her face so the sun fell across it fully. It will scar, Lin Fan said. Shen Wei lifted a hand and gingerly touched the seam of the sutures. Good. Remind me to remember. Remember what? She did not say. Lin Fan understood. Remember the betrayal, remember the loss, remember the version of herself who crawled 2 kilometers through the sewer, covered in blood, to bring back the truth. The ward door eased open. Su Qing stood in the doorway carrying 2 thermal pots. She had changed out of her usual crisp suits into a simple off-white knit cardigan and dark trousers. Her hair was loosely twisted at the nape, her face bare of makeup. In the morning light, the bruise under her eye was visible, but her gaze was clear. She paused at the side in the room, then crossed the threshold with near-silent steps. I made soup. She set the thermal pots on the bedside table in a low voice. Ginseng chicken soup and millet porridge. Qin Yue stirred awake at that moment. She did not open her eyes immediately, her lashes trembled, and then she slowly raised her head. The sun rested on her face, and she squinted like a child who had just woken. Then she saw Su Qing, the thermal pots, and the hand she still held, Shen Wei's. She released it as casually as if nothing had happened, rose and stretched. The camisole rode up with the stretch, revealing a sliver of a slender, firm waist. It smells wonderful. She leaned toward the pots and inhaled, then looked at Su Qing. Did you make it? Not bought. Su Qing opened a pot, and a warm steam carried a rich aroma. Qin Yue watched her for a few seconds, then reached out and lightly touched the corner of Su Qing's eye with a fingertip. Didn't sleep. Slept a little. Su Qing did not pull away as she let the fingertip rest. Liar. Qin Yue withdrew her hand and opened the other pot. Every time you stay up late, there's a faint crease under your left eye. Now it's here. Su Qing turned her face away and began ladling the soup. Lin Fan watched the scene unfold. These 3 women, wounded Shen Wei, exhausted Su Qing, and the just-awakened Qin Yue, formed a strange tableau in the morning light, taut and yet harmonious. No explanations, no speeches, but a silent understanding flowed between them. Shen Wei accepted the bowl Su Qing handed her. Her hands trembled violently, and the soup nearly sloshed. Qin Yue immediately steadied the bowl with a motion so swift Lin Fan barely saw it. He'll feed her, Qin Yue said, then sat at the bedside, scooped a spoonful, blew it cool, and brought it to Shen Wei's lips. Shen Wei watched her, some struggle hidden behind her gaze. At last she bowed her head and drank. One spoonful, then another. Qin Yue fed her with patient care, testing the temperature with her own lips each time before offering it. Her profile in the morning was unusually soft, devoid of the usual seductiveness or aggression. Su Qing stood to the side, watching her fingers worrying the hem of her cardigan without conscious thought. Lin Fan noticed her nails were clipped short and neatly filed, but there were tiny fissures at the knuckles, marks left by long hours of gripping or typing. You should drink some too, Qin Yue said without looking up. I'm not hungry. You must drink even if you're not hungry. Qin Yue finally raised her head. You look frighteningly pale. Didn't eat again last night. Su Qing was silent, which amounted to assent. Qin Yue handed the bowl to Lin Fan. You feed her. I'm going to check on Xiao Yu and Chen Jing. She rose and, passing Su Qing, pressed lightly on her shoulder. So light, yet she held the pressure for 2 full seconds. Then she picked up the coat, draped over a chair, and left the room. The door closed softly. 3 people remained in the ward. Shen Wei finished her soup and closed her eyes to rest. Su Qing sat down in a chair, cradling the bowl. Lin Fan handed her, watching the steam rise. Your father? Lin Fan began, hesitating. He's in the hands of the group's special investigation unit, Su Qing replied calmly, and is overseeing it personally. He will say whatever he must and surrender what he must. She paused. Angie has existed for 20 years. Its roots penetrate beyond the Su family. This will be an earthquake. Will you be affected? Su Qing met his eyes. In the morning light, her irises were a clear amber, and Lin Fan's reflection floated within them. Yes, she spoke honestly. I am Su family. My father is a core member. The investigation will last a long time. My position, my authority, even my freedom, everything is at risk. But you still chose to expose them. Because I had no choice, Su Qing said, staring into her bowl. Either watch him keep hurting people or stop him. There was no middle road after Zhao Zhigua died 3 years ago. Her fingers tightened until the knuckles whitened. Do you know? Zhao Zhigua called me before he died. Lin Fan held his breath. He said, Su Qing, I know it was your father, but I believe in you. So I'm leaving the evidence to you, not to others. Su Qing's voice began to tremble. He trusted me. Someone my family destroyed trusted me. Tears finally slipped down and fell into the soup, sending tiny ripples across the surface. She did not sob aloud, she wept quietly, shoulders trembling. This woman, always composed and self-contained, now resembled an ice sculpture cracking from within. Lin Fan reached out and took her bowl-cradling hands. They were cold like a piece of jade in his palm. He trusted you because you were worth trusting, he said softly. Now we all trust you. Shen Wei, Qin Yue, Xiaoyu, Qin Jing, and me. Su Qing looked up through blurred, tear-filled eyes at him. In that moment, Lin Fan saw a vulnerability she had never displayed. Not a performance, not calculation, but raw human fragility. She squeezed his hand back, so hard her nails nearly dug into his skin. Lin Fan did not pull away. They sat like that in the morning, the disinfectant tang of the hospital mingling with the aroma of chicken soup, hands clasped. Shen Wei's eyes were closed, but Lin Fan knew she was awake. Her breathing shifted. After some time, Su Qing released his hand, wiped her tears, and returned to her composed professional bearing. There will be an emergency meeting at the group this afternoon, she said, voice steady again. I need you to attend as an official member of Dicky Shiwu Bu. Can I? You must be able to. Su Qing looked at him. Because from today, Dicky Shiwu Bu must change. It can no longer lurk in shadows, survive on lies and secrets. She walked to the window and opened the blinds. Full morning light poured in and lit the entire ward. We will step into the light. With truth, with evidence, with lawful means, we will do what must be done. She turned backlit, haloed in gold. And you, Lin Fan, you are the bridge, connecting past and future, shadow and light. Her eyes shone startlingly in the glare. Will you accept? Lin Fan regarded her, the straightened spine in the sunlight, the tear tracks still on her cheeks, the almost tragic resolve burning in her gaze. He wanted to offer grand words, promises. In the end, he rose and stepped forward, extending his hand. I join. It was not an answer to her question so much as a repetition of the vow he had made the night before. Su Qing looked at the hand he offered and took it. This time her hand felt warm from the heat of the soup, and from something else. Thank you, she said, voice thick for a moment before she suppressed it. Shen Wei opened her eyes at that instant. Enough with the sappiness. Her voice was still hoarse, laced with mockery. If that's done, call the nurse. The wound hurts. Su Qing released Lin Fan's hand and pressed the call bell. For the first time, the corner of her mouth lifted into a genuine light curve. 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Jing's apartment. It was a world entirely different from the hospital. Sunlight filled the living room, the scent of toasted bread lingered, and a little girl's giggle brightened the air. Qin Jing's daughter, Duod, was 7 years old, sat on Lin Xiaoyu's lap, watching her demonstration of a simple computer game. Xiao Ye's fingers danced over the keyboard and fireworks burst across the screen. Duo clapped and cheered. Qin Jing fried eggs in the kitchen, wearing a floral apron, her hair casually pinned up. She looked much better than last night. The color had returned to her face, though her eyes remained a little puffy. Eat more. She set a plate in front of Lin Fan. You're too thin. Lin Fan looked at the perfectly cooked sunny-side-up egg, crispy-edged white, intact golden yolk, and realized how long it had been since had eaten such an ordinary homely breakfast. Qin Jing's fried eggs are the department's specialty, Qin Yue said from across the table, already done with her portion and sipping coffee. She had changed into comfortable loungewear, makeup-free hair in a loose bun, looking at least 5 years younger. Does the department often gather here? Lin Fan asked. Yes. Qin Jing wiped her hands on her apron and sat down beside Qin Yue. Whenever a mission ends, or there's a birthday, or simply when we need a slice of normal life. She glanced at the daughter and Xiao Yu in the living room with tenderness. This is the only place we can fully let our guard down. No acting, no defenses, just family. The word family fell into the air with heavy weight. Lin Fan looked toward the living room. Lin Xiaoyu patiently taught Duo simple coding. Uo's small hands were clumsy on the keyboard, and Xiaoyu guided her hand with hers. Sunlight lit their faces. The scene was warm to the point of unreality. This girl who had been in a cold hospital last night was now teaching a child programming today. This department that had teetered on the edge of life and death last night now sat down for a home-cooked breakfast. Not accustomed. Qin Yu's voice pulled him back. Lin Fan glanced at her. She rested her cheek on one hand, head tilted. Her eyes in the morning were like amber marbles submerged in clear water. A little, he admitted. Too normal. Qin Yue laughed. That's the strangest thing of all, little Lin Fan. She reached out and tapped his forehead with a fingertip. In this world, to have that kind of normal costs a great price. You'll learn that soon enough. Her fingertip was warm and smelled faintly of coffee. The doorbell rang. Chen Jing went to answer. Su Qing stood at the door, now returned to her formal suit, hair neatly pinned and makeup immaculate. Lin Fan noticed she carried a paper bag containing a toy bear for Duo Duo. Aunt Su. Duo Duo ran up and hugged her leg. Su Qing's body tensed for a moment and then eased. She crouched and handed the bear to Duo Duo with slightly awkward but gentle motions. For you, she said softly. I was sorry to have frightened you last night. Duo Duo hugged the bear and then unabashed planted a kiss on Su Qing's cheek. Su Qing froze, her hand suspended in the air before settling on Duo Duo's head to ruffle it lightly. She said. One small word, but the emotion beneath it tightened Lin Fan's chest. Chen Jing came over and hugged Su Qing. Thank you, she murmured. Su Qing shook her head and stood straight, regaining her usual posture. We leave for the group in half an hour. Lin Fan, you need to change into something more formal. She looked at his t-shirt and jeans. I brought something. I don't. I prepared it. Qin Yue rose and led the way to the bedroom. Her room was surprisingly sparse: a bed, a wardrobe, a dressing table. No ornamentation. She took a dark gray suit from the wardrobe and handed it to Lin Fan. Try it on. It should fit. The fabric was soft, the tailoring precise. How do you know my size? Lin Fan asked. Qin Yue leaned in the doorway, arms folded, head tilted. I'm observant, little Lin Fan. Your shoulder width, waist, leg length. I remember them. She said it plainly, without flirtation, merely a statement of fact. Lin Fan felt his ears warm. Put it on. Qin Yue turned to leave, then returned. Oh. She retrieved a tie clip from the dressing table and fastened it to the suit. It was a simple silver clip shaped as a coil of thorns. This is for you. Her finger lingered on the clip, brushing Lin Fan's chest lightly. Thorns suit our situation. She stepped back and closed the door. Lin Fan changed. The suit fit as if made to measure. In the mirror, he saw not the programmer in a plaid shirt, but someone else. Perhaps a fighter, perhaps a spy. He could not tell. The tie clip glinted in the morning light. The thorn motif was delicate and sharp. He thought of the insignia from last night, of Angie, of Shen Wei's bloodied face, of Su Qing's tears. He took a steadying breath and opened the door. In the living room, everyone was ready. Su Qing stood by the window on the phone, professional and composed. Chen Jing tied Duo Duo's hair and murmured a few last instructions. Lin Xiaoyu checked her equipment. Qin Yue leaned against the wall, watching the street. Her profile in the sun looked like a still life painting. When Lin Fan emerged, they all turned. In that instant, their gazes met, and he felt something strange. Not assessment, not scrutiny, but acceptance. Su Qing hung up and stepped forward to straighten his tie. Her fingers adjusted the knot with practiced ease, gestures so automatic they seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. Ready? As she asked, eyes on him. Lin Fan looked into the clear lenses of her glasses and saw the reflection of her fingers on his tie. Ready, he said. Su Qing nodded, took a step back, and surveyed them all. Then let's go. They left the apartment and stepped into the morning. The sun was blindingly bright. Streets thrummed with traffic and pedestrians moved with purpose as if nothing had happened. Yet Lin Fan knew everything had changed. He was no longer an outsider. He was a member of Diqi Shiwu Bu, a part of this battered but unbowed, odd and resilient family of women. As he climbed into the car, he glanced once more at the rearview mirror. Chen Jing stood at the doorway, Duo Duo in her arms waving. Sunlight gilded their outlines. Warmth, authenticity, vulnerability. These were the reasons they fought. The car sped toward the group's headquarters, toward an unknown battlefield. This time they would not go alone. 1047 A.M. The 37th floor of the corporation's headquarters tower. The elevator doors slid open without a sound, and the first thing Lin Fan saw was a vast curved wall of floor-to-ceiling glass. Beyond the window rose the city's most arrogant skyline. The curtain walls flashed an icy, razor-bright glare in the autumn sunlight, like countless vertical blades suspended in the air. Inside, this space, called the Dome Conference Room, sank into a hush as if submerged in deep ocean silence. The air carried the smell of expense, the mellow patina of well-worn leather chairs, the faint cedar scent of a long table, and an indescribable metallic chill that belonged to power itself. The head seat at the far end of the table was empty. But what drew all of Lin Fan's attention were the 5 women already seated. They were arrayed along either side of the long table, each separated by a distance that was exactly right, neither so far as to feel remote nor so near as to seem intimate. Morning light poured through the windows, carving each of them into sculptures of alternating light and shadow. Su Qing sat in the foremost seat on the left. Today she wore a deep-sea blue cashmere suit dress, the hue so saturated it almost read black, only revealing a dim blue sheen when the light shifted. The jacket's tailoring was strictly restrained, shoulder lines erect, but not sharp, the waist cinched just so, a single button fastened at the highest point of her chest. Beneath it, she wore a pearl white silk blouse. The collar stood crisp, the topmost button securing her long, elegant neck. Lin Fan noticed a detail, a hair-fine platinum necklace with a tiny pendant in the shape of a thorn-entwined key hidden beneath her collar and flashing only when she turned. Her hair was neatly coiled at the nape, held by a deep blue tortoiseshell pin, not a stray strand in sight. Her makeup was more complete than usual, foundation that sat like a second skin, eyeliner that precisely traced her almond-shaped eyes, lips toned a restrained rose dust red. Her hands were folded on the table. On her left wrist was a minimalist mechanical watch with a dial the color of a starry night. Her fingers were long nails, neatly trimmed and coated with clear varnish. She resembled a finely calibrated instrument. Yet her eyes, those always calm amber-like eyes, were fixed on a document spread on the table. Morning light made two small flares on her lenses, obscuring Lin Fan from reading her gaze. Only the taut line of her jaw and the bluish-white pallor at her knuckles betrayed an inner strain. Shen Wei sat directly opposite Qing. She had clearly come straight from the hospital, wearing a dark gray cardigan over a patient gown, but she had changed into black cargo trousers and the familiar, slightly mud-streaked combat boots. Her short hair was unkempt, a few strands rebelliously flipped up. A fresh scar ran across her face, the sutures like a fierce centipede winding from brow to cheekbone. She did not try to hide it. On the contrary, she tilted her face up slightly, letting the sunlight fully illuminate the wound, as if displaying some hard-earned metal. Her hands rested on her knees, the bandaged fingers tapped her thigh with a steady rhythm like a heartbeat. Her complexion remained pale, bluish shadows under her eyes marking blood loss, yet her gaze was startlingly bright, a burning, almost feral vitality. Lin Fan noticed she wore a black tight vest beneath the cardigan, yet the neckline, the edge of a bandage, was faintly visible. Her posture appeared relaxed, but the lines of her shoulders and back were drawn like a taut bow ready to snap. A glass of water sat untouched on the table. Qin Yue sat beside Shen Wei with an attitude that was the exact opposite, languid and deliberate. She wore a burgundy velvet ensemble, less a formal suit than a hybrid between an evening dress and daily wear. Her jacket was cropped with a deep V revealing broad swathes of pale chest and the sharp line of her collarbone. The matching wide-leg trousers draped gracefully as she crossed one leg over the other. Her long hair was gathered loosely at the back, a few deliberate curls fell along her neck. Her makeup was heavier than usual, elongated eyeliner, deep red-brown eyeshadow, with fine shimmer, full, trued lips. Long tassel earrings dangled and caught scattered gold sparks whenever she moved. Most arresting were her hands. She toyed with a silver lighter, the flip-click sounding crisp and measured. Her nails were painted dark red to match her lips. A diamond-studded watch hugged her wrist, its tiny face peeked in and out from the velvet cuff. She looked nonchalant, even cynical. Yet Lin Fan saw her eyes peeking through the curtain of hair, sweeping the room sharply, as if appraising a battlefield. Lin Xiaoyu sat beside Qing, practically curled into her chair. She wore an oversized cream knit cardigan, sleeves long enough to cover half her palms, the hem falling to mid-thigh. Beneath was a simple white t-shirt and deep blue jeans, on her feet clean white canvas sneakers. This was her usual office garb, but today the clothes looked unusually hollow, as if she had thinned another ring overnight. Her hair was loose and smooth, black locks spilling over her shoulders, the bangs obscured most of her face. Without makeup, the bruised-toned shadows beneath her eyes and the fading contusions on her cheeks were plainly visible. Her lips were chapped, and she bit them absent-mindedly. She hugged a slim laptop like a shield. Her fingers rubbed the laptop's edge unconsciously, her fingertips trembled slightly. She looked at no one, eyes lowered as she stared at lines of rolling code. Code that scrolled without pattern, clearly meant only to disperse her attention. Lin Fan noticed a hair-fine silver chain at her throat beneath the cardigan, the pendant buried deep. Occasionally when she raised her hand, a still healing ligature mark showed on her wrist, the mark left when she had been bound the previous night. Chen Jing sat nearest the door, the furthest from the head seat. She was dressed in a maternal fashion, a light gray knitted dress to the knee layered with an off-white cardigan. Her hair fell softly over her shoulders, the ends carefully curled. Her makeup was faint to the point of near invisibility, only a touch of nude gloss on her lips. Her eyes were still swollen and stained from crying. Even with concealer, the traces remained. Her hands clenched beneath the table, knuckles widening. A small handbag lay on the table with its clasp open, revealing the corner of a photograph, her daughter Duo's face peeking out. She sat rigidly upright, not leaning into the chair, as if awaiting judgment. Occasionally her gaze drifted to the heavy oak door of the conference room, as if fearing or expecting something to step through it. Sunlight moved slowly across the table. It was now 10:52 a.m. 8 minutes remained before the meeting's scheduled start. Nobody spoke. Only the low hum of the central air and the intermittent click of Qin Yue's lighter broke the silence. Lin Fan stood by the door wearing the dark gray suit Qin Yue had given him. The fabric was soft and the cut hugged his form perfectly, yet he felt an unprecedented restraint. The tie knotted too tight, the shirt collar rubbing his neck, the weight of the suit's shoulder pads sitting heavily on him. He held a folder containing the briefing Su Qing had handed him that morning, the 7th Affairs Department's history powers, ongoing investigations, and known intelligence about the Angie organization. The folder's edge pressed into his palm. Where should he sit? There were empty places along the table, but each seemed to possess an invisible ownership. He glanced at Su Qing. She lifted her eyes slightly, the gaze behind her lenses swept over him, and she offered the smallest nod, indicating the vacant seat beside her beside Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Fan moved to that place. His shoes made no sound on the heavy navy carpet, but he felt 5 pairs of eyes follow his steps, some direct, some furtive, some probing, some indifferent. He sat and placed the folder on the table. The polished wood reflected a blurred silhouette. Only then did he notice the position's particularity. It faced directly toward the empty head seat at the table's end. Whoever occupied that head seat would test him with their gaze. Nervous. The voice came from opposite. Qin Yue. She had stopped fiddling with the lighter and now propped her cheek on her hand, a half smile curving her red lips. A little, Lin Fan admitted honestly. Normal. Shen Wei spoke, her voice still hoarse, but clear and steady. The first time I attended a meeting like this, I threw up in the vase in the conference room. She did not look at Lin Fan, staring instead at some point in the air. The remark loosened the tension in the room by a thread. That was 7 years ago. Qin Yue continued with deeper mirth. When Supervisor Su first took over the department, Shen Wei had just been transferred from the Special Forces. She added, that bird of paradise plant died afterward, whether from being vomited on or from Shen Wei's subsequent overzealous washing, no one knows. Su Qing's mouth curved the faintest bit. Lin Xiaoyu glanced up from behind her screen, briefly looking at Lin Fan before lowering her eyes again. Chun Jing exhaled softly, her tightened hands loosened a fraction. The sun inched forward and now rested on the center of the table, where a crystal ashtray stood empty and spotless, refracting tiny points of light. 10:57 a.m. The conference room's oak door opened. Not from the outside, but from an inner secret door, one Lin Fan had not realized existed. The door glided open without a sound, and a woman entered. Su Wan, the corporation's current CEO, Su Qing's aunt. Lin Fan had seen her on last night's surveillance footage, but the presence of the woman in person carried a pressure the screen could not convey. She appeared to be around 50, yet time had left not signs of decay, but a tempered blade-like sharpness on her face. She was slightly taller than Su Qing, broader in frame, dressed in an impeccably tailored charcoal suit with trousers rather than a skirt. The jacket's shoulders rose like architecture. Beneath, she wore a crisp white shirt with one button undone, no tie, no scarf. Her hair was neatly cropped silver, the tips sharp as a paper knife. She wore no jewelry except a simple black leather watch on her left wrist. Her makeup was spare. Almost no foundation, carefully groomed brows, lips shaded with a skin-toned matte. But the most intimidating thing was her eyes. They shared Su Qing's almond shape, but were darker, like black coffee steeped for years. Her gaze was calm, almost gentle, but within that kindness burned a penetrating coldness Lin Fan had never seen before, an ability to see through every mask, every secret, every fear with a single look. Her steps were unhurried, yet each fell on an inaudible rhythm. Her shoes were low-profile black Oxfords. Their heels struck the floor with solemn cadence. She did not go straight to the head seat, but paused by the table, letting her eyes sweep slowly across everyone present. When her gaze passed Lin Fan, felt a tangible sensation on his skin, as if cold metal had scraped him lightly. Her eyes lingered longest on Su Qing. No words were exchanged, yet Lin Fan saw Su Qing's posture stiffen another measured degree, and the knuckles around her joined hands pale further. Su Wan then approached the head seat, drew back the heavy wooden chair, and sat. Her movements were composed as if she performed them 1,000 times a day. Begin, she said. Her voice was low, but each word landed with clarity and force, echoing in the quiet room. Su Qing inhaled and opened the folder before her. According to the preliminary findings of the corporation's special investigation team, her voice rose, steady and professional, though Lin Fan detected the slightest tremor. The Angie organization was founded 21 years ago, initially as a commercial intelligence sharing alliance that gradually evolved into an interest group engaged in illicit trade. 17 individuals are known to be implicated, 9 of whom are internal to the corporation, including former Vice President Wang Jinhua. She paused, eyes scanning the documents in her hand. The organization is involved in smuggling, corporate espionage, financial fraud, and other crimes. Over the past 3 years, the 7th Affairs Department initiated 4 inquiries that touched the organization's periphery but were interrupted or diverted for various reasons. Among them was, she hesitated a touch longer, Zhao Ziguo's investigation into Qin Technologies' smuggling case. Shen Wei's hand on her lap clenched hard, the bandaged fingers pressed into her palm. She made no sound, but Lin Fan saw the tightness in her jaw. Su Wan's expression remained impassive. She simply nodded for Su Qing to continue. Based on evidence obtained last night at the Su family's old residence and materials left by Zhao Ziguo before his death, the following facts can be confirmed. Su Qing said, her voice steadier now. First, my father Su Wenyuan was one of the founders of the Anji organization. Second, Zhao Ziguo discovered this 3 years ago during his investigation and was silenced. Or to put it another way, his death was made to appear accidental. Third, Zhao Jijun's appearance was meant to replace his brother's identity and continue to monitor and infiltrate the 7th Affairs Department. With each revelation, the room's air grew heavier. The sunlight had shifted to strike Su Wan's hands folded on the table. They were knobby and long-fingered, bare of rings, nails cut so short and precise they looked measured with a ruler. Fourth, Su Qing continued, and for the first time a crack entered her voice. The 7th Affairs Department has been passively penetrated from within. Lin Xiaoyu, while her mother was gravely ill, was coerced by Zhao Jijun into providing partial intelligence. But for the past 6 months, she has been secretly collecting counter-evidence. The communication records provided last night are decisive. All eyes turned to Lin Xiaoyu. She drew in on herself even more, her head nearly disappearing behind her screen. Her fingers ceased trembling, and she typed a line, the screen lit with an encrypted folder interface. It's all here, she whispered, striving to be heard. 3 years of communications between me and Zhao Jijun, funds transfers and copies of every document he made me steal. Some files I marked, the versions actually transferred were altered. She lifted her eyes and for the first time met Su Wan's gaze. Those eyes that had always avoided contact now held a resolute, almost tragic firmness Lin Fan had never seen before. I know I made mistakes. I will accept any punishment. But believe me, in the last 6 months I truly try to make amends. Her voice faltered, she bit her lower lip until it hurt to keep the tears at bay. Su Wan studied her for a long while. Her look contained no judgment, no anger, only a profound scrutiny. Then she turned to Qin. Ms. Qin, Su Wan spoke with a touch of warmth. Your daughter was illegally detained last night. On behalf of the corporation, I offer a formal apology. We will cover all psychological counseling costs and provide any legal support within the law. Qin trembled. She inhaled deeply and gripped her hands under the table until her knuckles whitened. Thank you, Miss Su, she managed, voice choked yet steadying. I only hope no one else ever endures this. That is precisely why we are here today, Su Wan said, turning her gaze to Qin Yue. Qin Yue met it without flinch, tilting her head as if awaiting a cue. Qin Yue, Su Wan's tone tightened with complexity. 3 years ago, you submitted a preliminary report on the Anji organization. It was dismissed by senior management on the grounds of insufficient evidence, possible defamation. Do you still have that report? Qin Yue's red lips curved with ironic amusement. Of course I kept it. Not only that, I have been adding to it these past 3 years. She produced a small black crocodile leather handbag, and from it placed a silver USB drive on the table, nudging it to the center. This is an updated version, more complete than the one I gave Su Qing last night. It contains everything I discovered privately over the past 3 years, and some names you might not expect to find inside. Her gaze lightly swept the conference room's ceiling corner where a surveillance camera sat. Su Wan did not immediately reach for the drive. She regarded it as if judging an imminent explosive device. Do you understand the consequences if this goes public? She asked. I do, Qin Yue replied with an unnerving calm. The company's stock would likely fall at least 30%. 3 vice presidents may resign in disgrace. 5 subsidiaries would face investigations, and the Su family could be expelled from the board entirely. She paused, her lips forming a nearly cruel smile. But the Anji organization would be uprooted. I consider that transaction worthwhile. A deathly stillness settled over the room. Only the central air's hum and the distant city traffic outside, muffled like background noise, remained audible. Sunlight now bathed the table entirely, though everyone sat exposed in the light with nowhere to hide. Su Wan finally extended her hand and picked up the USB drive. She did not pocket it, but turned it between her fingers, the silver case, throwing off sharp flashes. I require a formal assessment from the 7th Affairs Department, she said, lifting her eyes to scan all present. Everything on the Anji organization, every piece of evidence in your possession, and proposals for cleansing the corporation's internal ranks. Her gaze finally settled on Su Qing. Supervisor Su Qing, will you accept this responsibility? At the question, Lin Fan saw Su Qing's body tremble almost imperceptibly. Not from fear or hesitation, but from something heavier, a fated shudder at the awareness that she was stepping into a point of no return. She removed her glasses and set them on the table. The gesture made her appear vulnerably exposed. Without the lens barrier, those usually calm eyes were fully open to the light roiling with emotions Lin Fan could not read. She looked at Su Wan, at her aunt, the woman who might decide her fate. Then she put her glasses back on, straightened her spine, and refolded her hands on the table. "I will," she said. Her voice was low, but each syllable struck like a nail driven into wood, resolute, clear, incontestable. Su Wan nodded. For the first time, a trace of something like expression crossed her face. Not a smile, not praise, but a deep, weighty recognition. "From this moment on," she declared, "the 7th Affairs Department will report directly to me. Investigative authority is elevated to the highest level. Resources required are to be requisitioned through my office." She produced a matte black magnetic access card from an inner pocket and pushed it toward the table's center. "This is access to the CEO's office. Su Qing, keep it." The black card lay on the dark wood like a tombstone and like a medal. Su Qing stared at it, but did not reach for it immediately. Her hand hovered, fingertips trembling slightly. Then Shen Wei moved abruptly. She reached out, took the card, and instead of handing it to Su Qing, she placed it directly into Lin Fan's palm. Everyone froze, including Lin Fan. "Give it to him." Shen Wei's voice was hoarse but resolute. "He's new and hasn't been tainted by this system. Let him guard it. It's safest that way." Qin Yue raised an eyebrow and then laughed. "Interesting. I agree." Lin Xiaoyu murmured, I think that's fine too." Chen Jing nodded. Su Qing looked at Lin Fan with a gaze as complicated as a puzzle, then slowly inclined her head. The card was thin, its edges keen, its surface unmarked save for a slender magnetic stripe. Under the morning light, it seemed to absorb every ray. He extended his hand and took it. The card was cold and weighty like a shard of black ice. At the instant his fingers touched it, the conference room's oak door was flung open. Not the hidden door, but the main one. A man burst in, 30-ish, in a security guard's uniform, ashen-faced and gasping. "Ms. Su." He managed only to swallow the rest when he saw the scene inside the room. Su Wan turned slowly to face him without changing expression. "Speak," she said. Downstairs." The guard stammered. "There are reporters. Many reporters. And police cars." The room's air coagulated instantly. Su Wan rose and walked to the window. Others followed. From the 37th floor, everything below seemed small, yet it was clear dozens had gathered on the pavement before the headquarters entrance, long lenses and cameras flashing police lights. "The leak," Qin Yue's voice cooled. "Faster than we anticipated." Su Wan did not look back. "Can we trace the source?" Lin Xiaoyu had returned to her seat, and her fingers flew over the keyboard. "I'm checking, wait." Her voice cut off as she read. "It's an anonymous tip. It used a one-time encrypted channel, hard to trace. But the leak includes." She raised her head, paler than before. "Part of the Angie organization's member list, and Su's supervisor's father's name." Su Qing lurched and braced herself against the window frame. Her fingers whitened from the grip, yet her face remained terrifyingly composed. Su Wan turned to face them all. "Accelerate the plan." Her voice was steel. "Su Qing, take Lin Fan to archives and retrieve all relevant files. Qin Yue, contact all the media you can and prepare a press release. Shen Wei." She paused, looking at Shen Wei's bandaged form. "You go to the hospital. That is an order." Shen Wei tried to speak, but Su Wan's gaze brooked no argument. "Chen Jing, go home to your daughter. Lin Xiaoyu, stay and assist me in handling the fallout from the leak." Her commands were precise, decisive, and left no room for discussion. Su Wan stepped before Su Qing, and they met gaze to gaze. In the morning light, their similar faces formed a strange mirror. One younger, one older, one at the storm's eye, one outside it. "Can you do it?" Su Wan asked softly. Su Qing looked at her aunt, the woman who might have known everything all along, yet watched with cool detachment. She nodded. "Then do it." Su Wan stepped back. "Remember, henceforth you are no longer a blade hidden in shadow. You must move into the light and endure everyone's scrutiny." Her voice softened for the first time, almost gentle. "And I will stand behind you." Su Qing inhaled deeply and turned toward the conference door. "Lin Fan, come with me," she said. He gripped the black access card and followed. The corridor was empty, only their footsteps echoed. Light streamed from a window on the opposite side and bathed everything in gold. Su Qing walked half a step ahead of him, back, straight, her gait steady. Her deep-sea blue jacket shimmered a dim sheen in the light. Her bun remained impeccable, and the skin at the nape of her neck was nearly translucent. Yet Lin Fan noticed her shoulders trembling ever so slightly. So faint it might have been imagined, but it was there. "Supervisor Su," he began. "Don't speak." Su Qing cut him off without turning. "Not now." Her voice carried a vulnerability Lin Fan had never before heard, like water flowing beneath thin ice. They entered the elevator. The doors closed, enclosing them in the low mechanical hum. Su Qing leaned against the elevator wall and closed her eyes. Light from the elevator roof lamp fell across her face, revealing every detail. A carefully applied face that could not hide fatigue, eyelashes trembling, lips pressed thin and drained of color. Her hands hung by her sides, fingers clenched into fists, nails biting into the palms. Lin Fan stood beside her and smelled her faint perfume, not floral nor fruity, but a cold woody scent, like a pine forest after snow. Mixed with the warmth of her skin, it produced an odd, disquieting aura. "Are you afraid?" he asked softly. Qing opened her eyes and turned to him. Behind the lenses, her eyes looked like amber soaked in ice under the elevator's cool light. "Yes," she said honestly, her voice barely a sigh. "I'm so afraid. I want to vanish, to go somewhere where no one knows me, to give everything up." She paused and adjusted her glasses as if the gesture might conceal her wavering. "But I cannot," she continued, voice regaining steel. "If I run, Shen Wei's wounds will be for nothing. Xiao Yu's guilt will never lift. Qin Yu's 3 years of persistence will be a mockery, and Shen Jing and Duo's ordeal will have been in vain." She looked at Lin Fan, and a flame shone in her eyes. "And you," she said, "if you had not chosen to stay, if you had not carried Xiao Yu that rainy night, if you had not rushed toward my father in the warehouse, you might still be writing code in IT, living a quiet life." Her finger brushed the black card in his hand. "It was I who dragged you into this. So now I must be responsible for bringing you and everyone else safely out." The elevator reached level B3, the archives floor. The doors opened to another long corridor whose lights were dimmer than upstairs. Qing stepped out first, her stride regained firmness. Lin Fan observed her fingertips curl and unfurl at her side, seeking something to hold onto. Access to the archives required dual verification, fingerprint and password. Qing pressed her finger, entered the code. The heavy metal door rolled aside to reveal a cavernous chamber with a ceiling at least 8 meters high. Rows of metal filing cabinets stood like silent giants, stretching to the vanishing point. The air smelled of paper dust and old ink. The lighting was cold white, spreading evenly into every corner. No shadow to conceal anything. "Zone B, row 7. Qing's voice echoed in the emptiness. Cabinets numbered 73 to 112 contained the 7th Affairs Department's records for the past decade. She walked in that direction. The click of her heels was crisp and solitary. Lin Fan trailed her, watching a figure that seemed so small amid the towering cabinets. Fragile, yet somehow indestructible. They reached the 7th row. Qing stopped and drew a ring of old brass keys from her pocket. Keys threaded on a faded red cord. She found the lock on cabinet 73, inserted a key, and turned. The lock clicked with a heavy, satisfied sound. The cabinet door opened to reveal neat rows of blue archive boxes, each labeled with numbers and dates. Qing's fingertips swept the boxes as if touching tombstones. "Zhao Ziguo's file is here," she said, pulling out a box labeled Z037, Zhao Ziguo Employment to Termination Records. The box was light. She opened it and found only a few thin papers and applications, some performance evaluations, an excellence certificate, and a copy of a death certificate. "Is that all?" Lin Fan asked. "Yes," Qing replied softly. 10 years of a man's career reduced to these sheets of paper. And his death, lacking even a real cause. She returned the documents and closed the box as one would close a coffin, then moved on to the next cabinet. Lin Fan stood behind her, taking in the curve of her back as she bent the pale skin beneath her hair, at the nape of her neck, the tautness of her shoulder blades when she exerted herself. In the cold space full of death records, she was the only living presence in his sight. He remembered what Shen Wei had said in the ward. "Angie doesn't want the department. They want Qing. Her blood, her family, her secrets." "What secrets? Why Qing? What are you thinking about?" Qing suddenly asked without turning. "I was wondering, why you?" Lin Fan answered honestly. "Why the Angie organization? Why your father? Why does all of this revolve around you?" Her hand paused on a box. Her fingertip trembled minutely. Then she turned to face him. Morning light slanted through a high archive window and fell across her face. She removed her glasses and set them on a nearby cabinet. Those eyes she had hidden behind lenses were now fully revealed. "Because my father created the Angie organization for one purpose," she said softly, as though afraid to awaken something. "To protect a secret about my mother." Her gaze lingered on Lin Fan, but seemed to look through him at something else. "My mother did not die of illness. She killed herself when I was 12. Qing's words came as if scraped from her flesh. "She discovered what my father was doing, the illicit deals, the covered-up deaths. She wanted to expose him, but my father threatened me. He said if she spoke, I would accidentally disappear." Her lips trembled, but she forced herself on. "She chose another way to protect me. She left a suicide note and wrote everything down, hiding it in a place only I knew. Then she jumped from the terrace at home." Her voice broke. "I watched her go. She looked back at me and said, 'Qing, live on.'" Tears finally fell, but her face remained expressionless. The tears simply slid down silently. I hid that note for 15 years, she said. Until 3 years ago when Zhao Zhigua began investigating Angie, I knew it was time. She wiped her tears roughly as if punishing herself. I made a copy of the note and anonymously sent it to Zhao Zhigua. That became the genesis of his investigation and ultimately his death notice. Her eyes were red but terrifyingly clear. So you see, Lin Fan, the origin of all this is me. Zhao Ziguo's death, Xiao Yu's betrayal, Shen Wei's wounds, Chunjing's danger. The source is here with me. She stepped closer, so near Lin Fan could smell the salt of her tears and see his own shocked reflection in her pupils. Do you still think I should be protected? She asked hoarsely. Or should I be judged? The archive was horribly quiet. Only the distant hum of the ventilation system and the sound of their breathing remained. Lin Fan looked at her, at the woman who had removed every mask and revealed her deepest wound to him. He remembered the first time he saw her standing by the office window like a spear, her voice cold as frost. He recalled her composed briefing in the conference room, her resolute walk into darkness at the warehouse, her trembling tears in the ward. He thought of her in the elevator saying, I will be responsible for bringing everyone out safely. This was the woman who bore burdens alone, hiding vulnerability deep within. Now she stood before him, face wet with tears, yet back still straight. He reached out, not to wipe her tears but to take her hand. Her hand was cold like a piece of white jade in his palm. He did not let go. Instead, he squeezed harder, trying to warm her with his palm. No one should be condemned prematurely, he said, his voice clear and strong in the cavernous space. Least of all those who face their own mistakes. Su Qing's hand trembled in his palm and then softened. She did not withdraw as she allowed him to hold her. Then what do you think I should do? She asked, voice small as a lost child's question. Do what you have been doing, Lin Fan replied. Protect those who must be protected, reveal the truths that must be revealed, and then, live on. Live as your mother wanted you to. Su Qing regarded him for a long time. Morning light moved across her face, illuminating tear tracks, weary lines, and the never-dimmed flame in her eyes. She nodded faintly, small but resolute. She withdrew her hand, not in refusal but to compose herself. She put her glasses back on, wiped her tears, inhaled deeply, and straightened her posture. Then we continue the work, she said. Her voice regained its usual coolness, tempered now by a softness Lin Fan had not heard before. She turned back to the archive boxes and resumed searching for the documents they needed. This time her shoulders no longer trembled. Lin Fan stood behind her, watching her profile in the morning light, watching her concentrated face and the determined sweep of her fingertips over the labels. He understood that something had changed irrevocably, not because they had uncovered a world-shattering secret, but because in that cold archive air, in the mingling of sunlight and tears, they had forged something far stronger than secrecy. Trust. True trust that needs no pretense, no calculation, no probing. Sunlight shifted again, now falling upon the archive box they were about to open. A new battle was about to begin, but this time they were no longer alone. The clock in the archives department read 1119 a.m. Su Qing's fingers hovered over the archive box labeled X009. It sat on the lowest shelf of the cabinet, bearing a label noticeably more yellowed and brittle than the others, its edges curled and fragile. The label was typed on an antique typewriter. The ink had slightly bled. Project Bloodthorn 1989-1992. Top secret. Lin Fan noticed Su Qing's finger lingered unusually long upon the label. Her fingertip brushed lightly across the 3 characters, Bloodthorn, as though touching a piece of white-hot iron. What is this? He asked. Su Qing did not answer immediately. She drew a slow, deep breath, as if preparing to dive into fathoms, and then opened the box. Inside lay no documents, only a black data tape, an obsolete storage medium from the 1990s. Its casing was matte metal stamped with a white emblem, thorny vines coiling around a broken sword. But what made Lin Fan's breath catch was the line handwritten in red ink across the casing. Forbidden knowledge. Once unlocked, none may walk away unscathed. Su Wenyuan, March 17, 1992. Her father's handwriting, 25 years old. Bloodthorn. Su Qing murmured, her voice barely a whisper, as if afraid to awaken something slumbering. Late-night telephone calls in her father's study. Hushed conversations with guests. They mentioned Bloodthorn, then swiftly changed course, as though the word itself were a curse. Her fingers lifted the tape, its metallic shell felt unnaturally heavy in her palm. We need a vintage tape reader. She spoke calmly now, but Lin Fan heard the tremor beneath that composure. There should still be one in the technical preservation room. They walked past row upon silent row of archival cabinets toward the deepest corner of the department, where the light dimmed and the air grew thick with dust and mildew. A heavy metal door bore a sign, Technical Preservation Room. Unauthorized entry, strictly prohibited. Su Qing swiped her black access card at the lock. The door slid open, revealing a small chamber. Less a room, more a time capsule. Shelves lined the walls crowded with obsolete equipment, bulky mainframe terminals, clunky scanners, and a dusty tape reader. The reader was an aging IBM model, its casing a pale yellow plastic, its screen a monochrome green CRT display. Qing inspected the machine with practiced ease, plugged it in. A low, resonant hum rose as it powered on, and its screen flickered to life, displaying the archaic DOS interface. "You know how to use this?" Lin Fan asked, startled. "My father taught me," she replied, her voice distant. "Before I turned 12. He said some knowledge must never be lost, even when the machines that bear it have long since faded into obsolescence." Her fingers danced across the keyboard, movements fluid and instinctive, as though she'd used this very machine every day. Green characters scrolled across the screen, accompanied by a faint century-old electronic hum. Lin Fan watched the profile of her face, absorbed in concentration. Morning light slanted through the room's single-high window, illuminating the fine down on her cheek, the elegant curve of her nose, the firm line of her lips. The scene held an uncanny dissonance. A woman in a deep-sea blue modern suit standing before a relic of the 1990s, attempting to retrieve a secret that might unravel everything. A sharp click echoed. The tape began to turn. A progress bar appeared on screen, crawling forward with agonizing slowness. 5, 12, 19. Qing's hands rested on her knees, fingers unconsciously twisting together. Her spine remained rigid, yet Lin Fan saw the delicate pulse fluttering at the side of her neck. 28, 35, 42. If Lin Fan broke the silence, his voice startlingly loud in the hush. "If what's inside truly is an unbearable truth, what will you do?" She did not reply at once. Her gaze remained locked on the creeping progress bar, as if gazing into an abyss. "The day my mother jumped," she said at last, voice soft, "was June 18, 1997, at 3:01 p.m. It poured that day, the sky a leaden gray. She stood at the edge of the balcony, turned, and looked at me once. I was too young then to understand what that look meant. Now I do. That was farewell. An entrustment." The progress bar reached 50. She entrusted me with the truth, with her life as its price. So whatever lies on this tape, I must face it, because I owe it to her, to Zhao Zhigua, to everyone who died or suffered because of Darkthorn. Her fingers brushed the thorn-shaped key pendant resting against her chest. And to myself too. Progress 63, 71, 79. The machine's hum sharpened, growing tauter. The tape's whirring sounded like the labored breath of an elder. 85, 91, 97, 100. The screen flickered, reorganized its glyphs, and revealed a directory interface. Bloodthorn Project Archive Index. 1. Project Overview Objectives. 2. Experimental Subject Records. 3. Genetic Sample Data. 4. Ethics Review Report missing. 5. Project Termination Record. 6. Subsequent Disposition Protocol. Each entry displayed a file size and date stamp. The dates spanned from March 1989 to November 1992. Qing moved the cursor and selected 1. Project Overview Objectives. The screen flickered, loading. Then text appeared. Project Codename Bloodthorn. Commencement date March 12, 1989. Principal Investigators Dr. Su Wenyuan Dr. Lin Guodong. Collaborating Institutions Donghai Biotechnology Institute, predecessor of the 7th Affairs Division Special Research Section. Project objective to cultivate, optimize human subjects, endowed with enhanced perceptual acuity and information processing capabilities, intended for intelligence analysis and crisis forecasting. Theoretical basis: human cerebral potential remains underutilized, less than 10%. Targeted genetic intervention could elevate baseline capacity to 15 to 20% and yield over 30% enhancement in specific domains, including pattern recognition, risk assessment, and crisis intuition. Experimental phases. Phase 1 1989-19990 animal model testing. Phase 2 1990-1991 ex vivo human embryo editing. Phase 3 1991-1992. The text ended abruptly, mid-sentence. Not corrupted, deliberately erased. On screen, a visible deletion marker preceded a handwritten annotation. Phase 3 is unrecordable. Involves human experimentation. Violates the 1988 Biological Ethics Convention. All related materials physically destroyed. Lin Guodong, November 3, 1992. Qing's fingers froze above the keyboard, rigid as frost. Lin Fan stared at the screen. Each word pierced his mind like an ice shard. Genetic editing. Optimized humans. Human experimentation. And that name, Lin Guodong. Sharing his surname. Lin Guodong. Qing whispered the name, then whirled toward Lin Fan, eyes wide. Is your father named Lin Guodong? My father died when I was 5, car accident. I only remember calling him Dad. His full name, I don't recall. And your mother? She never spoke of him. Only said he was a researcher, overworked, and then, gone. I was 12 when my mother fell ill and died. I grew up in an orphanage. His voice trembled. Su Qing's fingers flew across the keyboard, calling up, too. Experimental subject records. The screen scrolled, revealing a list, each entry bearing an ID number, gender, birth date, genetic modification type, and tracking status. The list ran long, 50 entries at least. Su Qing scrolled to its bottom. There a crimson asterisk marked a special designation. Special Cultivation Group, Series S. Beneath it, 3 entries. S01, male, born July 23rd, 1991, O, genetic modification, whole brain, potential activation, tracking status, alive, current location, unknown. S02, female, born July 23rd, 1991, U, genetic modification, crisis, intuition, amplification, tracking status, alive, current location, unknown. S03, male, born January 15th, 1992, genetic modification, information processing, optimization, tracking status, alive, current location, unknown. All birth years had their final digit deliberately obscured, but unmistakably 1991 and 1992. Lin Fan's birth date, July 23rd, 1991. Su Qing's birth date, July 23rd, 1991. Impossible. Su Qing's voice fractured. This can't be real. Her trembling fingers called up, 3. Genetic sample data. The screen demanded a password. She tried several. Her father's birthday, her mother's, her own. All failed. Then she paused and entered a string 1991073. Access granted. The file opened complex gene sequence diagrams and dense data tables. Su Qing scrolled, frantically searching. Her breathing quickened. Her keystrokes grew heavier, more urgent. Then she stopped. Side by side on screen, 2 gene sequence charts labeled S01 and S02. Beneath them, a comparative analysis. Genetic similarity, 99. 7-inch. Note: baseline similarity for monozygotic twins is 99. 9. S01 and S02 share identical genetic intervention loci, differing only in sex-determining chromosomes. Su Qing shot upright from her chair, its legs shrieking against the floor. She staggered backward, slamming hard against the wall, her face drained of all color. No. She shook her head, wildly, desperately. This isn't real, impossible. Lin Fan stared at the screen, at the near-identical gene sequences, at the stark 99. 7. His mind refused to process it, like an overloaded processor screaming alarms. We are. He heard his own voice, alien hollow. We are test subjects. No. Su Qing screamed, the sound echoing sharply in the cramped room. I am Su Qing. I am Su Wenyuan's daughter. I am. She couldn't finish. Her hand flew to her mouth. She slid down the wall onto the floor, curling inward. The composed, unflappable head of the 7th Affairs Division vanished, leaving only a shattered woman undone by revelation. Lin Fan stood frozen, his world spinning. The archive cabinet spun. The monitor spun. The light from the window spun. Every clue, every fragment, every unanswered question, now snapped together into one grotesque, unbearable image. Why Darkthorn pursued Su Qing so relentlessly. Why he'd been assigned to the 7th Affairs Division. Why his instincts always guided him flawlessly through crises. Why his grasp of code and data felt innate. Because they weren't people. They were products of a forbidden experiment 25 years past. Phase 3. Lin Fan whispered, recalling the erased notation. Phase 3 was human experimentation. We are Phase 3. A muffled sob escaped Su Qing's clenched fingers, not weeping but a deeper, more desolate wail, like a wounded beast mourning in its den. Lin Fan wanted to move, to hold her, to speak. But his limbs weighed like lead. His mind still reeled, straining under the weight of an identity shattered beyond repair. He remembered his life. Orphan's home, solitary childhood, an uncanny instinctive fluency with technology, an almost preternatural sense of hidden flaws in systems. He believed it was talent. Luck. It was editing. Design. Experiment. He wasn't Lin Fan. He was S01. Su Qing wasn't Su Qing. She was S02. They weren't even human. Not truly. They were products. The monitor dimmed, slipping into standby. In the technical preservation room, only faint light seeped in from outside, and 2 broken people. How long passed? Minutes? An hour? Su Qing's sobs gradually subsided. She lifted her head, tear-streaked makeup, smudged eyes swollen, yet holding something new. A cold, fatal clarity, acceptance forged in despair. So this is the secret, she rasped. The secret my mother uncovered. She didn't jump because my father trafficked in illegal deals. She jumped because she discovered that her daughter was. She couldn't utter it, drew a ragged breath, forced herself upright. Her movements were slow, as if each joint ached. We must read it all, she said, her voice terrifyingly calm. Every record. Know the full truth. She returned to the terminal, reawakened the screen, and summoned 5. Project Termination Record. The file opened. Bloodthorn Project Termination Resolution, November 5, 1992. Given the severe ethical violations inherent in Phase 3 and the confirmed escape of 3 experimental subjects series S, the project is hereby terminated effective immediately. All related data sealed. Facilities dismantled. Personnel bound by non-disclosure agreements. Special Disposition Protocol for Born Series S subjects implement normalization placement, implant fabricated memories and identities, and conduct lifelong observation. Observation period until natural death of subject. Designated observers Su Wenyuan S02, Lin Guodong S01 S03. Subsequent risk assessment genetic modifications may intensify with age, potentially triggering unpredictable ability overflow. Should such manifestations occur, initiate Purge Protocol immediately. Purge Protocol. Su Qing repeated voice low. That's why Zhao Zhigua had to die. Because he discovered I was a subject, and that my overflow had manifested sensing lies during negotiations detecting anomalies in data streams. Not talent. Side effects. Her fingers continued typing, opening the final file 6. Subsequent Disposition Protocol. It was brief. S01 placed in Donghai City Orphanage. Implanted memory, parents perished in car accident. Observer Lin Guodong. Note: Lin Guodong petitioned for legal guardianship. Denied. Lin Guodong died in a suspicious car crash in 1996. S02, placed as Su Wenyuan's biological daughter. Implanted memory, trueborn child. Observer Su Wenyuan. S03, placement failed. Subject disappeared November 1992. Current status, unlocated. Tracing efforts, inconclusive. S03. Lin Fan stared at the screen. There's another, just like us. And missing. Su Qing closed the file. The screen darkened. 30 years. If he lives. She left the sentence unfinished, but Lin Fan understood if S03 lived and knew the truth, he could be an ally, or a far greater threat. Silence settled again, deeper, more desolate than before. Su Qing turned to face Lin Fan. Morning light now bathed her fully, illuminating every crack, every fracture, every raw, unvarnished truth. Now you know, she said. What we are, where we came from, why we exist. Lin Fan looked at her, the woman he'd once admired, doubted, protected. The woman sharing 99.7 of his genome. The woman now standing before him, stripped bare of every mask. Then he said, voice rough, who are we? Su Qing froze. Lin Fan stepped closer, so near their breath mingled. If we're not Lin Fan and Su Qing, if we're only S01 and S02, then who stands here now? Who thinks? Who feels? He raised his hand, not to touch her, but to point to his own chest. Here, this feeling. Worry for you. The urge to protect Xiao Yu. Respect for Shen Wei. Complicated emotions toward Qin Yue. Are these implanted? Engineered? Or are they us? Su Qing's eyes widened. Tears welled again, not from collapse, but from something deeper, more profound. I don't know, she admitted, voice raw. I don't know what's real, what's implanted, what belongs to us. Then let us decide, Lin Fan said, his voice steady and gaining strength. Decide who we are? Now. Here. He extended his hand again, this time genuinely reaching for hers. I am Lin Fan, member of the 7th Affairs Division. Your colleague. Your... He paused, searching for the right word. Your counterpart. Su Qing looked at his outstretched hand, into his eyes, into the man who in extremis still sought meaning, the man whose genome mirrored hers almost perfectly. Then she reached out and took his hand. Her palm remained icy, but now a fragile warmth stirred within it. I am Su Qing, head of the 7th Affairs Division. Your... She hesitated. Your sister. Or sister. By birth date, I should be the elder. The absurdity nearly made Lin Fan laugh. Yet in this ruin, absurdity became salvation. They stood clasping hands, in morning light, before ancient machinery, before a truth capable of shattering all foundations. Then now, Su Qing released his hand, wiped her tears, and resettled her glasses. A gesture restoring familiar ritual. As head and member of the 7th Affairs Division, we have work to do. Her voice regained composure, but without its former artifice. This was calmer, wearier, yet fiercely resilient. First, this truth must not leak. Not for us, but for every possible surviving subject. Second, we must find S03. Third, she met Lin Fan's gaze, complex and deep. We must uncover why now. Why after 25 years has Darkthorn reawakened? And why do these secrets surface now? Lin Fan nodded. His mind still rang, his heart still ached. But something new grew within, a quiet, unshakable calm born only after staring into absolute darkness. The journalists outside the building, he said, recalling the chaos below. How much do they know? Not much. Su Qing was already moving toward the door. If they knew of Bloodthorn, they wouldn't send reporters, they'd send soldiers. She paused, glancing back at him. But we must assume someone, likely within Darkthorn, is deliberately leaking fragments to provoke action, to force exposure. Exposure of what? Su Qing's gaze settled on Lin Fan, measuring him as one might assess a weapon. Our ability overflow, she said. If we truly are engineered, optimized humans, our value, to certain parties, may exceed imagination. The realization sent a chill down Lin Fan's spine. They weren't merely keepers of secrets. They were the secret. They were prey. Leaving the technical preservation room, the archives department's lights seemed dimmer still. Row upon row of cabinets loomed like silent tombstones, recording countless secrets, deaths, sins. And they had just opened perhaps the darkest of them all. Su Qing's phone vibrated in her pocket. She checked it. A message from Qin Yue. Reporters are breaching the main entrance. Police have intervened. Emergency executive meeting begins in 5 minutes. You and Lin Fan must attend, representing the 7th Affairs Division. No alternatives. Below it, another line. Shen Wei fled the hospital. She says she smells war. Su Qing closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, then opened them. All vulnerability vanished, replaced by a resolve both tragic and unyielding. Then let it begin, she said, her voice cold as winter iron. They walked toward the elevator. Their footsteps echoed in the vast hollow archives, like war drums. Inside the elevator, Lin Fan studied his reflection in the mirrored wall. Dark gray suit tie knotted with precision, the thorn-shaped tie clip, gifted by Qin Yue, glinting faintly over his chest. He recalled the first time he wore this uniform, the constriction, the weight. That sensation remained, but now he understood its meaning. Not disguise. Armor. In a world built on lies and conspiracy, armor was necessary. The elevator doors opened. 37th floor. A corridor already held 2 men in black suits, faces stern and unreadable. Director Su, Mr. Lin, please follow us, one said. The meeting has commenced. They were led to a pair of heavy solid wood double doors, tightly shut, yet voices strained behind them, muffled but furious. One guard pushed the doors open. Inside, a long conference table filled with figures. Lin Fan recognized several from the corporate website. Expensive suits, expressions varied: fury, anxiety, indifference. At the head sat Su Wan, hands folded, expression placid as the eye of a hurricane. At the foot of the table, directly facing the entrance, 2 chairs stood empty. Every gaze turned toward the doorway, toward Su Qing and Lin Fan. Their looks held scrutiny, suspicion, hostility, and something else, anticipation. Su Qing straightened her spine and entered. Her deep sea blue suit shimmered faintly under the bright lights. Her stride was steady, chin lifted, marching toward execution or coronation. Lin Fan followed half a step behind. He felt the weight of those stares, the tension in the air, the unmistakable turning of history's wheel. Su Qing halted before the empty chairs, did not sit. She swept her gaze across the room, meeting each face in turn. Then she spoke, clear, calm, unassailable. Acting head of the 7th Affairs Division, Su Qing, and official member Lin Fan, reporting preliminary findings on the Darkthorn organization and the Bloodthorn project. Absolute silence descended. Even breathing ceased. At the head of the table, Su Wan's lips curved, imperceptibly. It was not a smile. It was a signal. War had begun. A deathly silence hung in the conference room for a full 12 seconds. Lin Fan could hear his own heartbeat, the low hum of the central air conditioning system, the muffled din of the distant city beyond the window, and even the unconscious faint tapping of a middle-aged man's fingers against the tabletop directly across the long table, each tap sounding like a countdown. Then sound erupted. The Bloodthorns project. What is that, Ms.? Su, you had better explain yourself immediately. This is defamation. The group has never authorized any genetic editing experiments. We demand evidence, now. Voices surged from all directions like waves crashing against a cliff. Senior executives seated along both sides of the long table, mostly middle-aged men in expensive bespoke suits, their faces etched with decades of privilege and the raw fury of having been affronted, rose to their feet or leaned forward, pointing fingers at Su Qing's spittle glistening under the lights. Only a few remained silent. Su Wan still sat at the head of the table, hands folded neatly before her, her expression unaltered, like a stone statue. An elderly silver-haired man seated to her right, the group's chief legal officer, whom Lin Fan recognized, slowly removed his glasses and polished the lenses with a velvet cloth, his movements deliberate, almost ritualistic. At the far end of the table, a woman younger than the others, the group's chief technology officer, gazed intently at the tablet in her hands, her fingers gliding across the screen as though the chaos around her were utterly irrelevant. Su Qing stood motionless, spine straight as a sword. Her deep sea blue suit shimmered with a cold, forbidding luster beneath the conference room's harsh overhead lights. The thorn-shaped key, pendant at her throat, peeked subtly from beneath her shirt collar. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled, but not trembling. She did not answer the accusations immediately. She simply stood there, her calm gaze sweeping across every furious or stunned face, as if tallying enemies on a battlefield. Lin Fan stood half a step behind her. He could see the pale skin at the nape of her neck, the taut contour of her shoulder blades beneath the fabric of her suit, and the faint, almost imperceptible gleam of a tiny pearl earring at her earlobe beneath the light. She was waiting for the tide to recede, for the noise to settle, for the real battle to begin. Silence. It was Su Wan who spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it cut through the clamor like an ice blade. Instantly the room fell silent. The enraged executives froze mid-gesture, then reluctantly sank back into their seats. Yet their eyes remained locked on Su Qing, like hyenas awaiting prey. Su Wan did not glance at them. Her gaze rested solely on Su Qing's face. "Ms. Su," she said, her tone as placid as weather talk. "You have referenced two concepts, the Shadow Thorns Organization and the Bloodthorns Project. The former has already drawn preliminary conclusions from the group's Special Investigative Unit. The latter appears here for the first time in official meeting records." She paused, tapping once lightly on the tabletop. "Per the conference charter, raising major allegations requires corresponding evidence. Do you possess such evidence?" All eyes refocused on Su Qing. Su Qing withdrew a black data tape from her inner jacket pocket and placed it on the table. Its aged metal casing looked jarringly out of place against the polished crimson wood surface, like an artifact unearthed from a grave. "This is original archival material retrieved from records management, the partial dossier of the Bloodthorns Project covering 1989 to 1992. Its contents detail genetic editing experiments, ethical violations, and tracking records of 3 experimental subjects." Her voice remained clear and composed, each word honed like a precision-crafted bullet. "Among those subjects 2 have been confirmed, myself and Lin Fan." This time, even breathing ceased. The chief legal officer seated to Su Wan's right repositioned his glasses. Behind the lenses, his eyes sharpened into twin probes, scanning swiftly between Su Qing and Lin Fan. The chief technology officer finally lifted her gaze, locking onto the tape, her expression alight with fervent, almost obsessive curiosity. A balding executive, Lin Fan recalled him as the group's chief financial officer, slammed his palms onto the table and shot upright. "Preposterous." His face flushed purplish red. "This is the vilest slander imaginable. Su Qing, do you truly believe spinning such science fiction fantasies will absolve your father's crimes?" "I am not fabricating anything," Su Qing replied, her voice still calm, but edged now with glacial sharpness. "Nor am I seeking to exonerate my father. On the contrary, this evidence will further substantiate his transgressions. Not merely commercial crimes, but crimes against humanity." The 3 words, "crimes against humanity," struck the air like 3 hammer blows. The CFO opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Behind him, a young assistant turned ashen, his pen clattered to the floor with a brittle, echoing ring. Su Wan raised a hand, halting further disruption. "Has the tape's content been verified?" she asked. "Preliminary verification is complete." Spoken by the chief technology officer. She finally broke her silence, her voice trained to absolute neutrality, mechanical and unwavering. "The reading device is ready, but deep analysis requires authorization-level access." She turned her gaze towards Su Wan. Su Wan did not respond immediately. Her eyes shifted from Su Qing's face to Lin Fan's, lingering for several seconds, then settled back upon the tape. "Authorization granted," she declared. "But the analysis must be fully recorded with all present executives serving as witnesses and subject to independent third-party technical oversight." "Already arranged," the chief technology officer nodded. "One of my team members holds credentials as a United Nations bioethics observer and possesses the requisite authority. He is en route." This announcement stirred fresh unease. A UN observer meant that, if verified, this matter would explode far beyond internal corporate boundaries, escalating instantly to the international stage. Su Qing's expression remained unchanged. Yet Lin Fan noticed how the fingers at her side curled inward, briefly, then relaxed. She was tense, not over the truth which had already surfaced, but over its consequences once revealed, over what it would cost them both. "While we await verification," Su Wan continued, her voice radiating unassailable authority, "we must address another matter: the media and police downstairs." She pressed a button on the table. One wall of the conference room, previously disguised as solid wood paneling, suddenly turned transparent, an entire pane of smart glass. Now translucent, it revealed a breathtaking panoramic view of the city from the 37th floor, and directly below the entrance to the group's headquarters. Even at this height, the chaos was unmistakable. Dozens of journalists crowded the sidewalk, long-lens cameras and camcorders trained on the building's entrance. A dozen police cars, redan blue lights flashing, partially cordoned off the street. Beyond the press throng stood figures dressed in plain clothes, but whose bearing betrayed them. They stood apart, alert, hands resting near waists or inside coat pockets. The police responded to an anonymous tip alleging illegal human experimentation by the group. The media received a bombshell leak, its details closely mirroring the Bloodthorns project, yet lacking conclusive proof. Her gaze shifted to Su Qing. Clearly someone does not wish for this to remain an internal affair. They intend full public exposure to trigger the largest possible media earthquake. Remnants of the Shadow Thorns, Su Qing stated. Or other parties connected to the Bloodthorns project. Who do you suspect? She paused for several seconds. Her eyes fell upon the tape, then lifted, meeting each person in the room. Besides my father, only one other individual knew of this project, Dr. Lin Guodong. He died in a suspicious car accident in 1996. She paused again. Project records, however, indicate a third experimental subject, S03, who vanished in 1992. If he survives, he is 30 years old today. He possesses motive and capability. If he inherited the abilities engineered by the project. A collective gasp rippled through the room. You mean, the chief legal officer said slowly, there exists another genetically edited individual out there targeting the group. Not just the group, Su Qing corrected. Everyone linked to the Bloodthorns project, including himself. Her gaze met Lin Fan's. Their eyes locked, no words needed. They understood each other's unspoken question. What kind of life would S03 have lived, if he still existed? Implanted with false memories. Aware he was a manufactured experiment. Adrift alone in the world for 30 years. Would he be furious? Would he seek vengeance? Would he seek kinship? At that moment, the conference room door burst open. Not security personnel, Qin Yue. She stood in the doorway, her velvet suit, slightly rumpled strands of long hair escaping onto her shoulders, lipstick smudged beyond her lip line. Yet her eyes blazed, two burning coals. Apologies for the interruption. Her voice held a tightly coiled excitement, like a hound catching scent of blood. But the situation downstairs has escalated. She stepped aside, clearing the doorway. Shen Wei entered. She wore no hospital gown, nor her earlier work pants. Instead, a perfectly fitted black tactical uniform, as if custom-tailored. Her tactical jacket hung open, revealing a black tight-fitting t-shirt and chest-strapping bandages. Her facial scars were fully exposed, unconcealed, unapologetic. Her combat boots struck the carpet with steady, resonant thuds. In her hand, she held a lit tablet. 5 minutes ago, Shen Wei's voice was hoarse yet crystalline, like sandpaper scraping metal. At least 8 armed individuals infiltrated the journalist crowd downstairs. They are heavily equipped and tactically proficient, not ordinary bodyguards or mercenaries. She placed the tablet on the long table and swiped the screen, pulling up live surveillance footage. The image showed the lobby of the group's headquarters in real time. Through the glass facade, the sidewalk outside was visible. Shen Wei zoomed in, isolating several figures, dressed in ordinary coats, holding cameras, yet standing in textbook tactical formation, constantly scanning their surroundings, hands hovering near their waists. Here, and here, she pointed on screen. They're armed, based on code outlines, likely compact submachine guns or large-caliber handguns. The room plunged into utter silence. What about the police? A shaken executive whispered. The police are managing crowd control, but they don't know these operatives are embedded among the reporters, Shen Wei replied. And she scrolled to the next frame, a rooftop across the street. There are 2 snipers. They're already in position. The image enlarged, revealing 2 silhouettes prone along the roof's edge, long rifles braced before them. When did they? The CFO's voice had lost all force. They took positions incrementally. Over the past 20 minutes, Shen Wei said, closing the tablet and turning to Su Wan. Ms. Su, this is no longer a media incident. It is a military-grade siege. For the first time, Su Wan's expression shifted, not to fear but to a profound glacial fury. Objective, she asked. Uncertain, Shen Wei answered honestly. Possibly to incite chaos. Possibly to assassinate specific targets. Or, her gaze swept over Su Qing and Lin Fan. To extract certain individuals. Extract. The word sent a chill down Lin Fan's spine. If they truly were priceless experimental subjects, then to certain organizations or individuals, living specimens might hold far greater value than dead ones. Building security level. Su Wan asked the chief technology officer. Raised to maximum, came the reply. All exits sealed, elevators halted, safe rooms activated. But against a professional military unit, standard security can only delay the inevitable. She paused, then looked directly at Shen Wei. We require 7th Division's assessment, probability of breach, viable time windows, optimal response protocol. The question landed squarely on Shen Wei, and on the 7th Division as a whole. All eyes converged again, not with accusation or anger, but with a fraught blend of terror and desperate reliance. Shen Wei did not reply immediately. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, as if rapidly simulating outcomes in her mind. Her bandaged chest rose and fell with each breath. Fresh blood seeped through one spot, Her wound had reopened. Then she opened her eyes. Breach probability over 85%. If they have an insider, nearly 100%. Time window, they'll act before the UN observer arrives. No more than 40 minutes remain. Optimal response. She paused, her gaze traversing every face in the room, finally settling on Su-wan's. Evacuate all non-essential personnel to safe rooms. 7th Division remains, acting as bait and first-line defense. Simultaneously, we need a true counterforce, not security staff, but an armed response team. The group has no armed response team, the chief legal officer frowned. I do, Shen Wei said. From her tactical jacket pocket, she withdrew an archaic flip phone, the kind long obsolete. She flipped it open and pressed a speed dial key. Hummingbird team. This is Night Eagle. Her voice transformed, harder, colder, speaking the language of another world. Coordinates transmitted. Red alert. On site within 20 minutes. Confirm. She snapped the phone shut and faced Su-wan. My people. Former special forces. Utterly reliable. They appear on no official record. The room fell silent once more, this time thick with shock, dread, and a grim, resigned acceptance. Su-wan held Shen Wei's gaze for a long, measured moment, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Approved, she said. 7th Division assumes full command of internal defense. Hummingbird team handles external counteraction. But one condition: at least one assailant must be taken alive. We need to identify the architect behind this. Understood, Shen Wei acknowledged. Then Su-wan turned to Su Qing. Ms. Su, your assignment: complete final verification of the tape's contents during the defense operation. We must grasp the full truth, however grotesque, before the assault begins. Understood. Su Qing's voice remained steady, but Lin Fan detected a subtle weariness. Not physical exhaustion, soul-deep fatigue. Su-wan rose. Instantly everyone else stood as well. Then now her voice filled the chamber. We fight on two fronts downstairs, and here. Downstairs, bullets and blood. Here, truth and lies. Her gaze swept across every face. We must win on both fronts. Because losing either means losing the entire group, and far more. She did not specify what that far more entailed, but everyone understood. It was the bedrock of human ethics. It was the fundamental right of several manufactured beings to exist unequivocally as human. It was the legion of other products, still possibly alive, still possibly suffering, buried beneath 25 years of silence. Action, Su-wan commanded. The conference room surged back to life. Executives evacuated swiftly under security escort, heading for safe rooms. The chief legal officer and chief technology officer remained, initiating preparations for the tape verification. Su-wan strode toward a concealed door at the far end of the room, leading to her private command center. Soon only 7th Division members remained: Su Qing, Lin Fan, Shen Wei, Qin Yue, and newly arrived Lin Xiaoyu and Shen Jing. Lin Xiaoyu clutched her laptop, pale but resolute. Shen Jing held little Duoduo's hand. The child had been brought here because the safe room might pose greater danger for her. Duo clung tightly to her mother's leg, wide-eyed with fear, but silent, tearless. 7 adults. 1 child. Facing a professional military unit. All right, ladies. Qin Yue broke the silence, her voice returning to its familiar languid cadence, though her eyes gleamed sharp as razors. And little Lin Fan. Let's assign tasks. Su Qing drew a deep breath and began issuing orders. Shen Wei, you command the defense. Qin Yue, assist. You'll deploy your intelligence skills on the battlefield. Xiaoyu, I need you to hack all external building surveillance, but preserve internal feeds. We must see their every move. Shen Jing, you take Duo to the adjacent lounge, lock the door, and do not open it unless I come personally. She paused, turning to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you stay with me. Tape verification requires dual supervision. And, she hesitated. If S-03 is indeed out there, if he orchestrated this attack, he may attempt contact. We need to be together. Together, not as supervisor and subordinate, not even as colleagues. As kin. As the only two beings on Earth who truly understood what they were. Lin Fan nodded. Agreed. Tasks assigned, but no one moved yet. The 7 stood in the vast, empty conference room framed by the city's indifferent skyline. Beyond the windows, the imminent gunfire roaring downstairs, and the truth ahead, capable of shattering their very sense of self. Shen Wei stepped suddenly towards Su Qing. Though slightly shorter, her presence now towered. She extended her hand, not for a handshake, but to gently pat Su Qing's shoulder, an awkward, familiar gesture uniquely Shen Wei's. Stay alive, she rasped. All of you. Then she approached Qin Yue and patted her shoulder too. Qin Yue didn't flinch. Instead, she reached up and adjusted Shen Wei's open collar, a gesture tender and intimate. You too, Ice Cube, she murmured softly. Don't die. I still owe you a drink. A faint tug lifted the corner of Shen Wei's mouth, almost a smile. Then Qin Yue moved toward Lin Xiaoyu. She didn't pat her shoulder. She ruffled her hair like a protective older sister. Don't be afraid, she said. Your keyboard is more powerful than their guns. Lin Xiaoyu looked up, eyes red-rimmed, but nodded fiercely. Finally, Qin Yue approached Chen Jing and Duo. She knelt, bringing herself to Duo's eye level. Is Duo scared? She asked, voice unusually gentle. Duo bit her lip, nodded, then shook her head. Qin Yue smiled, pulled a candy from her pocket. Its wrapper crumpled, clearly long kept, and peeled it open before offering it to Duo. Eat this, and you won't be scared anymore, she said, then looked up at Chen Jing. Protect her, and protect yourself too. Chen Jing nodded, tears brimming, but not falling. Then Qin Yue rose and walked toward the conference room door. Shen Wei waited there. They exchanged a single glance, no words, then departed together. The door closed. Inside remained only Su Qing, Lin Fan, Lin Xiaoyu, and Chen Jing with Duo. We should go too, Su Qing said quietly. Lin Xiaoyu cradled her laptop and moved to the technical terminal in the corner, beginning her work. Chen Jing guided Duo toward the lounge, pausing at the door to look back at Su Qing and Lin Fan. Be careful, she said, and closed the door. Now only the two remained. Su Qing walked to the long table and picked up the tape. Its metallic casing reflected cold light in her palm. Ready, she asked, without looking at Lin Fan. No, Lin Fan answered honestly. But being ready wouldn't help anyway, would it? Su Qing finally turned to him, her lips lifting in a weary, genuine curve. No, she said. Being ready wouldn't help. She headed toward the concealed door on the opposite side of the room, the one leading to the verification lab. Lin Fan followed. Behind them, the door opened into a compact chamber filled with instruments. The chief technology officer was already there, accompanied by a stern-faced man in a gray suit, the UN observer, plus 2 technicians operating equipment. At the room's center stood a modified tape reader linked to multiple monitors and recording devices. Cameras had been set up, red indicator lights glowing, confirming active recording. Ms. Su, Mr. Lin, the chief technology officer nodded. Verification may commence. However, per protocol, you may not operate the equipment, only observe from the designated viewing area. She gestured toward a glass partition on one side of the room, the observation zone furnished with chairs and dedicated monitors. Su Qing nodded and entered the observation zone with Lin Fan. The glass door sealed behind them, muffling external sounds. They sat. The monitor before them lit up, displaying the tape reader's interface. The chief technology officer inserted the tape into the reader. The machine whirred to life with a low, resonant hum. A progress bar appeared. 1, 5, 10. Lin Fan watched the screen, gripped by surreal dissonance. Gunfire might erupt downstairs at any moment. Yet here they sat, awaiting the slow, deliberate unveiling of a truth buried 25 years deep. A truth about themselves, about what they were. His hands rested on his knees, fingers unconsciously curling. Then Su Qing's hand gently covered his. Hers remained cool, but steady. Lin Fan turned to her. She stared at the screen, her profile starkly illuminated by its cold glow. Pale, yet startlingly beautiful, stripped bare of pretense, confronting fate without flinching. Whatever lies inside, she whispered, still not looking away, we face it, together. Yes, Lin Fan replied, and clasped her hand in return. Their fingers intertwined. 2 experimental subjects. 2 manufactured beings. 2 designed persons, holding each other's hands in this pivotal instant exactly as human beings do. Progress bar 35, 50, 65. The machine's hum sharpened to a piercing whine. Outside, the city pulsed with oblivious noise. Downstairs, war teetered on the brink. Within the room, minds churned with divergent thoughts. And in this small glass-enclosed chamber, 2 souls awaited judgment, awaited the final explanation of their existence. Progress bar 80, 90, 95, 100. The screen flickered, and files unfolded. The truth had arrived. At the moment the progress bar filled to capacity, all sound in the world seemed to vanish. Lin Fan could hear only the rush of blood surging through his veins, a deep muffled tide echoing from afar. He could see only the first line of text unfolding on the screen, letters composed of green pixels searing an indelible imprint onto his retina. Project Bloodthorn Final Report. The truth about Phase 4. Su Qing's fingers tightened sharply in his palm, her nails bit into his skin, delivering a sharp, stinging pain. But Lin Fan did not pull away. In fact, he gripped her hand even tighter, like 2 drowning souls clutching the sole piece of driftwood between them. The screen continued scrolling. Project Directors Su Wenyu and Lin Guodong. Phase 4 initiation date November 3, 1992, 2 days prior to the project's official termination. Phase 4 objective to cultivate the perfect hybrid, an ultimate individual possessing all optimized traits of the S-series with no known adverse effects, built upon the foundations of the first 3 phases. Methodology: extract genetic samples from S01, E02, and S03, perform in vitro synthesis and editing, cultivate a 4th experimental subject. Subject designation S00. Date of birth December 24, 1992. Special note: the entire cultivation of S00 occurred within the classified facility, Thorn Garden. Fewer than 5 individuals possessed full knowledge of this operation. Upon successful cultivation, the subject was secretly relocated. Its placement information was omitted from this archival record. Subsequent tracking beginning January 1993, S00 evaded surveillance and vanished without trace. A highest priority search protocol was activated and sustained until 1995, with no success. Conclusion: the subject is presumed deceased or has successfully integrated into civilian society undetected. The text paused. The screen remained blank for several seconds before displaying its final passage. This archive was sealed on December 31, 1995. Access authorization restricted exclusively to Su Wenyuan or Lin Guodong personally, or to their direct blood relatives verified via DNA authentication. Warning: if S00 remains alive, its capabilities may far exceed original design specifications. Contact between S00 and other S-series subjects may trigger an unpredictable resonance effect. All personnel must avoid interaction with any suspected subject. The screen dimmed and went dark. The reading ended. Silence descended like a shroud inside the glass chamber. Lin Fan felt Su Qing's hand trembling violently in his palm. Her breathing turned shallow and rapid, like that of someone gasping for air at the edge of suffocation. He turned to look at her. Her face, bathed in the fading cold light of the screen, had paled to the hue of parchment. Her lips were utterly drained of color. Her eyes were wide open, yet her pupils contracted to pinpricks, the primal reflex of prey confronting its predator. S00. She murmured, her voice barely more than a whisper, like a dreamer speaking in sleep. There's another one more perfect than us. That word sliced through her like a barbed blade twisting in her throat. Perfect. She and Lin Fan, and the missing S03, were all imperfect products, experimental subjects burdened with side effects. Whereas S00 was engineered to surpass them, to become the ultimate individual. Lin Fan's mind raced. Born December 24, 1992. If still alive, he would now be 29 years old. Gender unknown. Capabilities unknown. Whereabouts unknown. Yet what sent icy dread crawling up his spine was the final warning: contact with other S-series subjects may trigger an unpredictable resonance effect. Resonance effect. What did it mean? Would they sense each other? Be drawn together? Or would it awaken something dangerous? Outside the glass chamber, the chief technology officer and the United Nations observer stood in hushed conversation, their expressions grave. Clearly they too had read the contents. The observer scribbled notes rapidly, occasionally glancing up at them inside the chamber. His gaze complex, neither pitying nor angry, but that of a scientist observing a rare specimen, a mixture of intense curiosity and wary vigilance. Suddenly, Su Qing released Lin Fan's hand. Her motion was abrupt, as if scalded. She rose, stumbled backward, and struck the glass wall with a dull thud. So, her voice began to fracture. So I'm not just an experimental subject. I'm also defective. Su Qing, Lin Fan tried to speak. No. She shook her head, fiercely, wildly, strands of hair slipping from her hairpin and clinging damply to her forehead. Don't speak. Let me think. Her hand rose to cover her face. Her shoulders began to shake violently, but this time no sob escaped her lips. Only silent trembling, like the last leaf clinging to a branch in a winter gale. Lin Fan watched her, his heart seized by an icy, crushing grip. He wanted to step forward, to hold her, to say something. Anything that might ease this devastating blow. Yet his own mind hovered at the brink of collapse. He was S01, imperfect, a product of a reckless experiment 25 years ago, one that had even engineered a perfect version designed to eclipse him. Just then a firm knock sounded on the chamber door. The chief technology officer stood outside, her expression somber. Director Su, Mr. Lin, we must evacuate immediately. Downstairs. She did not finish. A muffled explosion boomed from below. The entire building trembled faintly. A low hum resonated through the glass walls of the chamber. The ceiling lights flickered several times. Combat had begun. Su Qing lowered her hands from her face. Tear tracks still glistened on her cheeks. Her eyes were swollen and red, but the convulsive trembling had ceased. In its place emerged a terrifying glacial calm, like lava frozen mid-eruption. Evacuate where? To Director Su's private safe house, on the top floor. The chief technology officer replied. It features independent life support systems and secure communications, capable of withstanding another explosion, closer, louder. This time the sounds of shattering glass and human screams pierced clearly from below, distant yet unmistakable. Lead the way, Su Qing cut in, smoothing her disheveled hair and reinserting her hairpin. Her fingers were steady, not a single tremor. She looked at Lin Fan, her gaze impossibly layered, like gazing upon another self, yet also upon a stranger. Let's go, she said. The truth has been revealed. Now we must survive, not despite being defectives, but as defectives who choose to live. Those words pierced Lin Fan's heart like a needle, but he offered no rebuttal. He simply nodded. They stepped out of the glass chamber. The United Nations observer approached and handed them each a headset. Real-time comms, he stated tersely. 7th Division operatives downstairs are reporting status updates. You need to know what's happening. Lin Fan slipped on the headset. Instantly chaos flooded his ears. Shen Wei's labored breathing punctuated by terse commands, stairwell B, 2 hostiles suppress. Qin Yue's voice still languid in tone, but gunfire crackled behind it. East corridor 3rd floor, cleared. Shen Wei, your left shoulder's bleeding. I see it. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembling yet precise. Thermal signature ascending in elevator shaft, velocity high. They've breached the underground parking garage. And Shunjing's stifled sobs mingled with Duo's soft, fearful whisper, Mommy, I'm scared. The voices collided, weaving a brutal, visceral battlefield tableau. The chief technology officer guided them toward an emergency elevator at the far end of the conference room, a dedicated unit requiring triple verification ascending directly to the penthouse. Verification was swift palm print iris scan voice print. The elevator doors parted. The interior was compact, room enough for 4 or 5 people. They entered. The doors sealed shut. The elevator surged upward. Weightlessness churned Lin Fan's stomach. Within that confined space, he and Su Qing stood nearly shoulder to shoulder. He caught the scent of her, cold, crisp pine after snow mingled with the salt tang of sweat and tears. He saw the fine down along her jawline, the unshed tears clinging to her lashes, the tiny self-inflicted wound at the corner of her tightly pressed lips. Her hand hung at her side, mere centimeters from his. Lin Fan's fingers twitched, yearning once more to grasp hers. Yet at the final moment he froze. They were kin, experimental subjects, products sharing 99.7 identical genetics. But now, having just learned of a perfect version existing somewhere beyond them, this kinship brought not solace but a deeper, almost shameful resonance. They had both been designed, and at the moment of their creation they had already been judged insufficient. The elevator reached the top floor. The doors slid open onto a pristine white corridor, soft lighting, acoustic panel walls muffling every sound from below. At the corridor's end stood a heavy alloy door. The chief technology officer authenticated herself once more. The door glided open silently. Inside lay a spacious suite, reminiscent of a luxury hotel, living area, bedroom, compact kitchen, and even a medical bay equipped with diagnostic devices. One entire wall was floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a panoramic cityscape bathed in golden sunlight, its serene beauty grotesquely juxtaposed against the violence unfolding below. Suwan stood there, already back, turned to them, gazing out at the city. You're here, she said without turning. Auntie, Su Qing whispered softly. Suwan turned. Deep exhaustion lined her face, the kind born of carrying too many secrets and bearing too much responsibility. I received the tape's content simultaneously, she stated bluntly. S00's existence was a Tier 1 secret. Even I was unaware of it. She walked to the sofa in the center of the living area and sat, gesturing for them to do the same. Lin Fan and Su Qing settled onto the sofa opposite her. The cushions were plush, but both sat rigidly upright like defendants awaiting judgment. The situation is highly complex. Suwan folded her hands neatly over her knees. The attackers' identities remain unconfirmed, but their tactics don't match those of Darkthorn remnants. Too professional, too militarized. Preliminary UN assessment suggests possible involvement of a private military force employed by a transnational biotech conglomerate. She paused, her gaze shifting deliberately between Su Qing and Lin Fan. Their objective is almost certainly you, alive. A living, analyzable S-series subject holds incalculable value, far exceeding any corporate secret. She spoke calmly, but the implication chilled Lin Fan to the bone. Live dissection. Lab rats. From the moment of their birth, they'd been destined as specimens in someone else's laboratory. We won't let them succeed, Su Qing declared, her voice as cold as glacial ice. I know, Suwan nodded. Shen Wei and Qin Yue are holding the line downstairs. Hummingbird unit is already deploying externally to clear flanking positions. But we need a plan, if the perimeter falls, if they breach this level. She looked directly at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, you're new, but you're now a formal member of the 7th Division. I need your assessment. If forced to choose, do we fight to the end, or evacuate? The question was stark, merciless. Fight to the end meant possible death, or capture. Evacuate meant abandoning comrades still locked in combat below, fleeing like rats for the rest of their lives. Lin Fan didn't answer immediately. He glanced at Su Qing and found her watching him in turn. Their eyes met. In that suspended instant, no words were needed. They understood each other completely. They were experimental subjects, products, defectives, yet they were also human beings, possessing memory, emotion, and the sovereign right to choose. The women fighting below, Shen Wei, Qin Yue, Qin Jing, they weren't just colleagues. They were family. We fight, Lin Fan said, calm and resolute. Not because we are S01 and S02, but because we are members of the 7th Division. Because Shen Wei, Qin Yue, Qin Jing, they're fighting for us. A faint lift touched Su Qing's lips, not quite a smile, but unmistakable acknowledgement. Agreed, she said, but passive defense won't suffice. We must strike first. How? Suwon asked. Su Qing rose and walked to the window, gazing down upon the city below. Sunlight carved a sharp chiaroscuro line across her face. S00. She spoke the designation aloud. If the attackers truly seek live S-series subjects, then S00, if alive, is also their target. Possibly even their primary objective, being the perfect version. She turned her back to the sun, her silhouette haloed in brilliant light. If we locate S00, or at least find a clue to S00's whereabouts, we gain leverage for negotiation. Perhaps even an ally. The idea was audacious, bordering on madness. To hunt a subject missing for 29 years amid gunfire and chaos. Yet Lin Fan grasped her logic instantly. If S00 truly possessed capabilities surpassing theirs, and if the resonance effect was real, then finding S00 might not merely add an ally. It might provide the critical pivot needed to reverse the entire course of the conflict. Where do we begin searching? Suwon asked. Su Qing turned to Lin Fan. The tape mentioned Thorn Garden, a classified facility. My father recorded all his secrets in his personal journal, and that journal resides among my mother's belongings. She paused, drawing a slow, deep breath. My mother's possessions are stored in the old residence in West City, not the Su family compound, but the house she lived in before marriage. It's remained vacant since her death, but I visit once a year on her Memorial Day. Her gaze drifted distant, as if recalling something painful. The journal lies in a vault in the basement. The combination is my mother's birthday, which is also mine. You'll retrieve it, Lin Fan said. I must, Su Qing affirmed. And now, while the battle rages downstairs, while every eye remains fixed here. That's too dangerous, Suwon frowned. Staying here is more dangerous, Su Qing replied evenly. If we wait passively for the perimeter to fall, our fate is binary death, or becoming test subjects. But if I recover the journal, if I uncover clues about S00, we gain a sliver of hope. Not just survival, but perhaps the means to strike back. I'll go alone. She looked at Lin Fan. You stay here, to protect Command Central, and she left the sentence unfinished, but Lin Fan understood to maintain contact with Qin Jing and her daughter and coordinate defense with their comrades still fighting below. But Lin Fan shook his head. No, he said. I'm going with you. Su Qing opened her mouth to protest, but Lin Fan interrupted. We are kin. His voice was low, yet each word landed with crystalline clarity. If the resonance effect is real, then being together may heighten our ability to sense S00, or increase the likelihood that S00 senses us. That reasoning silenced Su Qing. She studied Lin Fan, her expression layered with concern, hesitation, and deep beneath a flicker, nearly imperceptible, of hope. She didn't want to enter that house alone, the one saturated with memories of her mother's death. Nor did she wish to confront alone whatever darker truths her father might have left behind. She needed him, not because he was S01, not because they were kin, because he was Lin Fan, because bathed in the morning light of the archives department he had taken her hand and said, no one deserves to be judged. All right, she finally said, her voice hoarse. Together. Suwon watched them for a long silent moment, then gave a slow solemn nod. I'll arrange a helicopter. The rooftop helipad is operational, but you have precisely 20 minutes. Regardless of whether you retrieve the journal, you must return by then. Because in 20 minutes Hummingbird unit launches its full assault, and the skies will be locked down. She rose from the sofa and moved toward the communications console on the far side of the room. Prepare yourselves. Travel light. Only essential weapons and comms gear. The helicopter arrives in 3 minutes. Su Qing nodded and strode toward an equipment cabinet in the corner, stocked with emergency gear. Lin Fan followed. They began arming themselves. Ballistic vests, handguns, spare magazines, microcomms units. And Lin Fan noticed Su Qing retrieving a small silver device from the cabinet's lowest shelf, shaped like an antique pocket watch. What is that? He asked. Su Qing opened the device. Instead of a clock face, a miniature display glowed, showing intricate waveforms. Biosignal tracker, she replied succinctly. A prototype designed by my father, capable of detecting bioelectrical signatures tied to specific genetic sequences. In theory, it can track S-series subjects. She looked at Lin Fan. I've never used it, because I didn't know whom to track, and I was afraid to find out. Now they had no choice but to know. She activated the device. The screen lit up, initiating a scan. Seconds later, two pulsing dots appeared, one blue, one red, side by side. Blue is you, Su Qing whispered. Red is me. Our proximity, under 1 meter. Indeed, they stood close, nearly shoulder to shoulder. On screen, the two dots overlapped almost entirely. Then as they watched, a third dot materialized at the edge of the display. Green. Faint, but unmistakable. Located in the upper left quadrant, approximately 5 kilometers away. That's... Lin Fan held his breath. A third S-series signal. Su Qing's voice trembled. Not us. Not Xiaoyu downstairs. Her genome wasn't edited. This is S03, or... She didn't finish. But both minds leapt to the same possibility. S00. The perfect version was in this city, just 5 kilometers away, and moving. The green dot advanced slowly but steadily toward them. It's coming for us, Lin Fan whispered, a chill snaking up his spine. Or Su Qing switched off the device, her face pale. It's converging on the locus of all S-series signals. Because downstairs there's combat, there are attackers, and there are our kin. She took a steadying breath and tucked the device into her pocket. Whatever it is, we must secure the journal before it arrives. Secure every fragment of information that might protect us, or help us understand ourselves. The roar of helicopter rotors swelled outside the window, growing rapidly louder. Time was up. Su Qing performed one final equipment check, then turned to Lin Fan. Her eyes, catching the morning light, were startlingly clear, filled with a raw fusion of terror and absolute resolve he'd never seen before. Ready? She asked. Lin Fan nodded, tightening his grip on his weapon. Then let's go, Su Qing said, to confront the destiny written for us, before we were even born. She strode toward the emergency stairwell door leading to the roof. Lin Fan followed. The door swung open. Gusts of wind rushed in, carrying the city's clamor and distant muffled gunfire. On the rooftop, a black helicopter descended, its rotors whipping up violent gusts. They sprinted toward it, ducking beneath the spinning blades. The cabin door opened. The pilot signaled urgently for them to hurry. An instant before climbing aboard, Lin Fan glanced back. From 37 stories high, he glimpsed the chaos below, flashing police lights, scattering crowds, and several fast-moving black specks. Perhaps Shen Wei and Qin Yue, or perhaps the attackers. Then he ducked into the cabin. The door sealed shut. The helicopter lifted off, tilting sharply as it accelerated westward. The cabin roared with engine noise. Headsets were mandatory for speech. Destination no. 17, Fonglin Road, West City, Su Qing told the pilot. Maximum speed. The pilot nodded and pushed the control stick forward. The helicopter surged ahead, the city shrinking rapidly beneath them, transforming into toy-like models. Lin Fan gazed out the porthole. Sunlight blazed. The sky was flawlessly blue. The city below appeared tranquil, beautiful. Yet within its streets, gunfights raged. Lives were ending. Pursuit unfolded. Their comrades fought below. A mysterious green signal drew nearer. And in that old house in West City, a secret, buried for 25 years, awaited their arrival. That secret might reveal who they were, why they existed, and how against all odds they might endure. Su Qing's hand rested on her knee, fingers slightly curled. Lin Fan hesitated, then reached out and covered her hand with his. This time she did not pull away. Their hands clasped tightly within the thunderous roar of the engines, like two souls hurtling toward the abyss, gripping the only warmth left between them. Outside the window, the city blurred past. Inside, truth drew ever closer, and on their tracker's screen the green dot edged 1 kilometer nearer. The helicopter encountered violent turbulence over the western district of the city. The fuselage shuddered violently. Outside the porthole, the sky twisted into a spinning gray vortex. Lin Fan felt his stomach churn, and the sharp bite of the seatbelt digging into his shoulder became his only anchor. He turned his head towards Su Qing. Her eyes were closed, her face as pale as parchment, yet her breathing remained steady. Her hands rested folded atop her knees, but her fingers were clenched so tightly into her own palms that crescent-shaped white indentations bloomed on her skin. 2 minutes to landing. The pilot's voice erupted through the headset, shredded by static. Brace yourselves. The aircraft tilted again, this time nearly vertical in its plummet. Lin Fan's heart leapt into his throat, then crashed down, not in destruction, but in forced descent. The landing gear slammed onto the lawn behind the old mansion, shrieking with metallic friction as clods of earth and torn grass sprayed upward, smearing the porthole. The rotors still whirled, whipping up gales. Su Qing had already unbuckled, flung open the cabin door, and bent low as she dashed headlong into the storm. Lin Fan followed, nearly upended by the wind. He squinted against the gale and saw Su Qing's silhouette cutting through the thrashing grass like a blade drawn taut. The old mansion loomed before them. Not the opulent faux antique estate of the Su family, but but a true relic, a 3-story red brick house from the 1970s, its facade scarred with peeling plaster and choked by the desiccated vines of ivy coiling up the walls like petrified arteries. Most windows were shattered and boarded shut. Only one remained intact, at the topmost floor, its glass reflecting a murky, cloud-dulled light. The yard lay abandoned. Weeds grew waist-high, our rusted swing set sank halfway into brittle leaves, our cracked ceramic rabbit lay toppled on the porch steps, its ears broken, yet its expression still smiling. Qing stood before the porch, not reaching for the weathered wooden door just yet. Her spine was rigid, the sharp contours of her scapulae pressing clearly beneath the deep blue fabric of her suit jacket. Her fingers hovered centimeters above the doorknob, trembling faintly. "I haven't returned in 12 years, she murmured, her voice frayed by the wind. "Not since Mother's funeral." Lin Fan stepped beside her, offering no prompt. He watched a single drop slide down her temple, sweat or perhaps a tear indistinguishable as it mingled. Then she pushed the door open. Its hinges groaned, a sound like the dying sigh of something ancient. From within surged an odor, not mere mildew, but something far more layered, the pulpy scent of aging paper, the cloying sweetness of dried flower petals, dust thick as memory, and faintly hauntingly the ghost of a woman's perfume thinned by decades into spectral trace. The living room remained frozen in time, unchanged for over 20 years, a faded floral-patterned sofa, a glass coffee table bearing a vase of plastic flowers, a bulky cathode ray television set. The wall clock stood frozen at 3:21 p.m., the exact moment Qing's mother had jumped. Every piece of furniture was draped in white cloth, like silent corpses swaddled in shrouds. Qing did not linger. She strode directly toward the staircase. Her stiletto heels struck the wooden floorboards with hollow, resonant echoes, each step like a muffled hammer blow upon a coffin lid. The stairs were narrow, the wood groaned beneath their weight. Along the walls hung family photographs. The young Qing's mother, her smile, gentle, her eyes clear and almond-shaped, identical to Qing's own. In one photo, she held an infant swaddled in a blanket standing beneath an apple tree in the yard, sunlight filtering through the leaves to dapple her face with delicate shifting light. Qing paused briefly before the photograph. Her fingertips brushed lightly across the glass frame, across her mother's smiling face. She loved apple trees, she whispered almost to herself. Said apple blossoms were the gentlest, unlike roses which demand attention. Then she ascended, her pace quickening, as though fleeing something unseen. The second floor housed the bedrooms. The master bedroom door stood ajar. Qing pushed it open. Inside, the air hung heavier with the weight of bygone days, a double bed, a bedside table, still holding a half-read novel, its pages yellowed with age. On the dressing table sat lipstick, face powder, and perfume bottles, arranged with meticulous order, as if the mistress had merely stepped out to buy groceries and would return at any moment. But the mirror was shattered. A web of cracks radiated outward from its center, frozen like the aftermath of an explosion caught mid-burst. Qing stared at the fractured reflection for a long, motionless moment. Then she turned and opened the wardrobe. Inside hung a row of women's garments, dresses, blouses, coats, mostly in soft, muted tones, ivory, pale gray, powder blue. She reached out, her fingertips grazing a pearl-white silk blouse. The fabric slid beneath her touch like liquid light. This was her favorite blouse. She said pearl white most closely resembled the color of dawn light. Her voice began to tremble, but she drew a slow, steadying breath, closed the wardrobe door, and turned toward a small door tucked into the corner, the entrance to the attic. The attic was low-ceilinged, requiring one to stoop. A narrow skylight pierced the roof, spilling light that illuminated motes of dust dancing in silent suspension. Clutter filled the space, vintage suitcases, wooden toy chests, bundles of yellowed newspapers tied with twine. And there, centered precisely in the middle, a vintage emerald green safe. Qing knelt before it, her fingers tracing the cold, unyielding metal surface. It was old, manufactured in the 1980s, equipped with a rotary dial combination lock. She began turning the dial, slowly, deliberately, her lips moving silently as she recited the numbers: August 14, 1972, the date of her mother's birth, and her own. Left, right, left again. A soft click. The lock yielded. Her hand hovered over the door, trembling. She closed her eyes, then pulled the door open. Inside lay only 3 objects. A dark brown leather-bound journal, its edges worn smooth, its spine stitching loosened and fraying. An antiquated cassette player, a Sony Walkman model, and a small silver pendant box suspended on a fine chain. Qing lifted the pendant first and opened it. Inside rested 2 tiny photographs, one of her mother in youth, the other of herself as an infant. On the reverse of each elegant script read, "For my eternal Qing." Her fingers traced the images gently, then tears fell, striking the glass of the locket with soft final taps. Yet she refused to surrender to sorrow. Wiping her eyes, she took up the journal and turned to its first page. Written in fountain pen, the handwriting was precise and strong, the hand of Su Wenyan, Su Qing's father. Entries began in January 1988. Su Qing flipped quickly. Lin Fan leaned in beside her. The early entries were largely scientific records, experimental progress data, charts, meeting notes. But by March 1989, the tone shifted, grew different. March 12, 1989, Project Bloodthorn officially commenced. Lin Guodong proposed that mad idea today: if we can edit genes, why limit ourselves to curing disease? Why not create superior humans? I rebuked him, calling it playing with fire. But the light in his eyes terrified me and stirred shamefully a flicker of excitement. August 7, 1990. Animal trial succeeded. Subject A07, a mouse, navigated the maze 3 times faster than control subjects. It even appeared to anticipate electric shocks. Lin Guodong said this was only the beginning. February 14, 1991, Valentine's Day. Wanjun asked what I'd been working on lately, why I kept losing sleep. I dared not tell her. She was so pure, so kind. If she knew what we were doing, I couldn't bear to imagine. Su Qing's fingers trembled as she turned the page. She skipped over dense technical logs and went straight to July 1991. July 23, 1991, 317 M.S.02 born. A girl. Wanjun remained under anesthesia, unaware the infant had already been transferred. I gazed at that tiny life inside the incubator. She opened her eyes and looked directly at me. Those eyes, too clear, too lucid, not like those of a newborn. Lin Guodong claimed it was evidence of optimized genetics. All I felt was boundless dread. What had we created? Did we hold the right to create life at all? Later that same day, S01 was also born, a boy. Lin Guodong cradled him like the rarest treasure. He called it the future. I called it sin. Su Qing paused, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Fan's. Their eyes locked in the dim light, and in that silence they recognized the same truth reflected back: not anger, not grief, but a deeper, more fundamental disorientation, an existential vertigo confronting the very ground of their being. They continued reading. By 1992, the entries grew shorter, increasingly frantic, their script jagged with the strain of imminent collapse. January 15, 1992, S03 born. Abnormalities detected. Infant's ECG showed erratic fluctuations, brain activity exceeded all expectations. Lin Guodong hailed it as a breakthrough. I called it a catastrophe. November 3, 1992, Lin Guodong initiated Phase 4 without my knowledge. Using genetic samples from all 3 of us, he synthesized S00. When I learned of it, the embryo had already developed 8 weeks. I smashed the lab, but he only watched me, calm and certain, saying, "Wenyan, we are creating gods." I replied, "No, we are manufacturing monsters." December 24, 1992, Christmas Eve. S00 born. I did not go to see her. Wanjun baked an apple pie that day and wished me a Merry Christmas. Gazing at her tender smile, I suddenly wept. When she asked what was wrong, I told her a grain of sand had entered my eye. Su Qing turned to the final page, dated June 17, 1997, the day before her mother's suicide. Only one line remained written in a hand so frantic it was nearly illegible. Wanjun knows everything. She said she would expose us. I begged her, not with reason but with threats. I threatened her daughter's life. She looked at me then, not with sorrow nor betrayal, but as though seeing a stranger. She said, "Su Wenyan, you are more monstrous than any creature I ever helped create. What will tomorrow bring?" The journal ended there. Su Qing closed the journal, her hands shaking. Her face was bloodless, her lower lip bitten raw. So he truly did threaten her, with my life. And so she chose. She left the sentence unfinished. But Lin Fan understood. Su Qing's mother had chosen death, not out of despair, but as an act of protection. Her sacrifice purchased her daughter's survival and served as her final damning indictment of her husband's crimes. Su Qing picked up the cassette player. A tape rested inside, its label inscribed, "For Qing, when you are strong enough." She pressed play. First came the hiss of static. Then a gentle feminine voice emerged. Su Qing's mother, younger than in any photograph, vivid and alive, yet threaded with exhaustion. Qing, if you're hearing this, it means you've grown, you've become strong enough to face the truth. First, Mama must apologize. I'm sorry for leaving you alone in this world. I'm sorry for failing to protect you longer. Su Qing covered her mouth, stifling a sob. About your father? No, about Su Wenyan. He is not your biological father. Your genome stems from a reckless experiment. He and your true biological father, Dr. Lin Guodong, engineered you using edited genes. You are S02, one of the optimized humans they created. The voice paused, followed by a faint trembling inhalation. I know this truth may shatter part of you. But Qing, listen carefully. Genes do not define who you are. Your kindness, your resilience, the light in your eyes when you look at apple blossoms, those belong to you alone. They were never designed. You are a miracle, even if the method of your creation was a sin. Now, the most vital thing. Besides you, 3 other test subjects exist: S01, S03, and S00. S00 is unique. She is a perfect fusion synthesized from the combined genetic material of all 3 of you. She disappeared shortly after birth. Su Wenyin and Lin Guodong searched for her for years, without success. Su Qing and Lin Fan exchanged a glance. S00 was female, but I found her. Those words struck the attic like lightning. In 1995, I secretly investigated and uncovered a trail. S00 had been stolen from the lab by a janitor and hidden in the suburbs. That man later died, but his wife, a woman named Chen Xiaolan, raised the infant as her own daughter. I sent money anonymously to ensure the child survived, but I never visited her. I never intruded upon her life, because I knew if Su Wenyin discovered she still lived, he would seize her and use her as the ultimate research specimen. That girl's name is Chun Jing. The recording ended. Those 2 syllables hung in the air, like bullets piercing time, shattering every assumption, obliterating all certainty. Chun Jing. Chun Jing of the 7th Affairs Division, the gentlewoman who always smiled, who had a daughter named Duo. S00. The perfect fusion. Lin Fan's mind went utterly blank. He remembered Qin Jing's serene smile, the quiet intensity of her profile as she brewed tea, the slender grace of her fingers sorting documents, the white-knuckled grip of her hands during tense meetings. He remembered her daughter Duo, the little girl with eyes wide and clear as morning dew. If Qin Jing was S00, then Duo. Duo is her biological daughter. Su Qing murmured, voice fractured. So Duo may have inherited the optimized genes as well. The implication sent ice crawling up Lin Fan's spine. But what stole his breath entirely was another question. Did Qin Jing know? Did she know her true identity? Did she know she was S00? The recorder emitted another whisper. Su Qing's mother continued. Qing, if you've heard this, the situation has become dire enough that you must know the truth. Then remember these things. First, Qin Jing does not know her identity. I ensured her adoptive mother never revealed the truth. She believes herself an ordinary orphan. Second, if she learns the truth, or if her abilities begin to manifest, she will become a target for everyone. Su Wenyin's surviving operatives, rival organizations seeking the perfect test subject. Third, and most perilous, the series subjects share a resonance effect. When you draw near one another, your abilities amplify, but may also interfere, triggering unpredictable mutations. Especially when S00, Qin Jing, is gripped by intense emotion, her genome emits a signal that draws all series individuals toward her and may awaken her subconscious prime directive. What prime directive? Su Qing rasped at the recorder, knowing no answer would come. Yet the voice continued, as if anticipating the question. The prime directive is a protocol Lin Guodong embedded deep within S00's genome: protect all series subjects, by any means necessary. But if she perceives them in extreme danger, this directive may distort. She may turn fiercely aggressive, even lose her humanity entirely, becoming nothing more than a weapon of pure instinctive guardianship. So Qing, you must protect her, not only because she is your kin, but because, if you forfeit your humanity, you truly become the product they designed. And preserving our humanity remains the sole weapon we possess against fate. The recording ended. Only static remained. Silence descended upon the attic, absolute, suffocating. Dust spiraled slowly in the slanted light from the skylight, like ash drifting at a silent funeral. Su Qing knelt beside the open safe, still clutching the recorder, tears falling soundlessly. Her spine, once taut as a drawn sword, finally collapsed, not into weakness, but under the unbearable weight of revelation. Lin Fan crouched beside her, speechless, motionless, unsure what to say, what to do. His hand hovered midair, then settled gently upon her trembling shoulder. At that instant, the biometric tracker in his pocket emitted a sharp, urgent alarm. He pulled it out. The screen froze his blood. The green dot representing Qin Jing, previously stationary at the corporate headquarters, was now racing westward, not toward them, but toward another location in the city's western district. And at that destination, another dot pulsed erratically in vivid red, labeled automatically with a gene sequence identifier S03. The third test subject was in the city, right now, being pursued by Qin Jing, or pursuing her. More terrifying still, waveforms now scrolled across the screen, the real-time resonance data. 3 curves, representing 3 active series signals, twined together, climbing rapidly toward a critical threshold. She knows, Su Qing whispered, tears still clinging to her lashes, but her gaze had sharpened into steel. Qin Jing knows who she is, and she's actively using her abilities. Why? Why is she seeking S03? Su Qing gazed out the window at the brooding sky, her expression distant, fathomless. Because of Duodwa, she breathed. Chunjing's daughter may be in S03's hands, or S03 may be holding her hostage. A mother's instinct, amplified by the Prime Directive, will transform her into the deadliest weapon imaginable. She rose, unsteady at first, then swiftly regaining balance. Wiping away tears, she slipped the journal and recorder into her satchel and fastened the pendant around her neck, hiding it beneath her collar. "We must go," she said, her voice calm again, yet edged with a resolve Lin Fan had never heard before, unyielding, forged in iron. "Before she loses control completely, find her, protect her." And Duodwa, Lin Fan added. Su Qing nodded, meeting his eyes. In those usually composed, guarded depths now burned a fierce conflagration, blending sorrow, fury, and absolute determination. "Lin Fan," she said, "this may prove far more dangerous than we imagined. If Chunjing falls under the Prime Directive's sway, she may not recognize us. If S03 is hostile, it may surpass us in power beyond measure. And we—" She paused, her hand resting lightly over her chest, where the locket rested against her skin. "We may never return." Lin Fan looked at her. At this woman who had just learned the full truth of her origins, whose mother had sacrificed everything for her. This woman who now chose to save another test subject, another mother. He recalled his words in the archives department, "No one deserves judgment." He remembered Su Qing gripping his hand aboard the helicopter. He reached out, not to take her hand, but to gently brush his fingertips against the silver locket at her chest, the small sacred vessel holding her mother's image. "Then we won't return," he said, voice quiet, unwavering. "But we will bring them back, Chunjing Duodwa, and the part of ourselves that remains human." Tears welled again in Su Qing's eyes, but she held them back. She nodded, turned, and walked toward the attic exit. Before descending, she paused, glancing back once at this chamber saturated with her mother's memories, at the shattered mirror, at the desolate garden beyond the window. Then she turned and descended, her stride firm, her gaze forward, never looking back. Lin Fan followed. At the stair landing, he cast one last glance at the photograph on the wall, her mother holding the infant beneath the apple tree, her smile warm as spring sunlight. That smile, that gaze, that mother who gave everything for her child. That was what they had sworn to protect. Not test subjects, not optimized genes, not scientific marvels. Humanity, love, the pure unengineerable light in a mother's eyes when she looks upon her child. They burst from the house, wind roaring anew. The helicopter still waited, the pilot waving urgently. As they sprinted toward it, Lin Fan's tracker sounded again. He glanced down, and his blood turned to ice. On screen, the three waveforms representing series signals had converged, completely overlapping. Resonance effect, peaking. And on the city map, 3 dots. The green of Chunjing, the red of S03, and a newly emergent purple, signifying an unknown series signal, had converged upon a single coordinate. The derelict St. Mary Hospital in the Western District. There 2 decades earlier had stood one of Bloodthorn Project's clandestine laboratories. All test subjects were returning to the place of their genesis. And there, within those crumbling walls, a storm was about to break. St. Mary's Hospital stood on the western edge of the city's industrial zone, like a tombstone forgotten by time. The Victorian-style main building, constructed in the 19th century, had long been abandoned. Its red brick facade was choked with desiccated ivy, and its windows gaped like hollow eye sockets. The modern annex, added later, the product of the 1980s, now lay exposed beneath the leaden sky, its skeletal concrete frame twisted like the fossilized remains of some colossal creature. The helicopter's rotor blades cut sharply through the silence above the derelict hospital. The pilot descended low, scanning the overgrown front lawn for a landing site. Through the cabin window, Lin Fan saw the 2 heavy oak doors at the main entrance hanging half open, revealing an abyss of darkness within. What sent a chill down his spine, however, was the tracker screen, 3 luminous dots, green, red, and purple, overlapping precisely at a location on the 3rd floor of the main building. The waveform representing the resonance effect had ceased to be a curve. It had sharpened into an almost vertical spike, flashing violently at the screen's edge in ominous crimson light. "Land here," Su Qing shouted at the pilot, her fingers gripping the armrest so tightly her knuckles turned white. The helicopter shuddered violently as it settled, its landing gear crunching over gravel and shattered glass. The moment the hatch opened, a wave of decay rushed in. Not ordinary mildew, but a complex malon's formaldehyde antiseptic, dried blood, and something sickly sweet, like overripe fruit rotting beyond salvage. Su Qing leapt out first, her deep blue suit jacket flaring in the wind. She stumbled slightly upon landing, and Lin Fan instinctively reached out to steady her, feeling the taut bowstring-like tension in her forearm muscles. "Thank you," she murmured, though her gaze never left the main entrance, locked onto it with unblinking intensity. Lin Fan followed his boots, sinking into damp, yielding earth. He raised his eyes toward the building. At one third-floor window, perhaps an old laboratory, flickered a faint, unnatural light, either some dormant instrument still humming or candle flame. The pilot leaned out from the cockpit. "I'll wait here, but no longer than 20 minutes. The weather's deteriorating and radar shows other aircraft approaching." Su Qing nodded, drew a handgun from her waist, and checked the magazine. Her movements were practiced, almost heartbreaking. This woman who belonged in boardrooms now gripping a weapon as she walked toward the place that might bury all her truths. Lin Fan drew his own gun. Its metal grip felt icy and weighty in his palm, the only tangible reality anchoring him in that moment. They advanced toward the main entrance. Weeds brushed against their trousers with a dry, whispering rustle, as if countless tiny hands reached out to detain them. Wind sighed mournfully through broken windows. Far off, the city's light pollution stained the horizon, a grime-streaked orangerd forming an eerie boundary with the leaden clouds hovering over the hospital. The oak doors proved heavier than imagined. Su Qing braced her shoulder against the door and shoved. Its hinges shrieked, a sound like a dying gasp. Beyond lay a dim, cavernous lobby. The terrazzo floor was webbed with cracks from which weeds sprouted defiantly. Behind the reception desk, an antique departmental sign still hung crookedly on the wall, its plastic surface yellowed and fissured, yet legible: outpatient clinic, emergency room, inpatient ward. And directly opposite the entrance, scrawled across the wall in deep red pigment, or perhaps blood, was a single, jagged phrase. "Welcome home, sisters." The handwriting was frenzied, each stroke trailing long, trembling lines, as if inscribed in extremis under ecstasy or agony. Su Qing froze. Her hand tightened around the pistol grip, her breath quickened. "Sisters," she repeated softly, the word echoing faintly in the hollow expanse of the hall. Lin Fan glanced at the tracker. On its screen, the 3 overlapping dots began to move, slowly, deliberately, ascending the staircase toward the 3rd floor. "They're going upstairs," he said. Su Qing inhaled deeply, forcing herself forward. She strode toward the stairwell, her boots cracking brittle tiles with each step. Each sharp report echoed like a declaration of intrusion. The stairwell was darker still. Emergency lights had long since failed, only slivers of pallid light filtered through high shattered windows, barely outlining the spiraling ascent. Stains marred the walls, broad, ambiguous smears. The air grew fouler, the cloying stench of decay intensified, now mingling with ozone. The acrid tang of overloaded electronics burning out. They began climbing, each step deliberate, their gun barrels aimed ahead. Lin Fan's nerves were drawn taut as wire. His ears strained for every whisper, the distant drip-drip of leaking pipes. The winds howled down empty corridors. And then, a woman's sobbing, faint and intermittent, unmistakably rising from above. Soft, fragmented, yet undeniably present. Su Qing heard it too. Her body stiffened momentarily. Then she quickened her pace upward. The 2nd floor was the former ward. Doors lined both sides of the corridor, most hanging open to reveal vacant beds, mold-eaten mattresses, springs jutting like ribs. In several rooms, childish graffiti clung to the walls, crude sunflower stick figures, eerily vivid in the gloom. The sobbing grew clearer. It came from the 3rd floor. They continued upward. At a stair landing, Lin Fan noticed fresh marks on the wall, not decades-old stains, but recent deep gouges, as if carved repeatedly with a metallic blade. The scratches formed a simple motif, 3 interlocking rings, resembling both a molecular diagram and 3 figures clasped in desperate embrace. Su Qing's fingers gently traced the pattern. "This is the Blood Thistle Project emblem. My father's notebook bore this on its flyleaf." Her voice was hushed, yet terrifyingly distinct in the suffocating silence. At last they reached the 3rd floor. Its appearance defied everything below. The corridor had been meticulously cleared. No dust, no debris. Though the walls were chipped and worn, every trace of graffiti and stain had been deliberately scraped away. Half the fluorescent tubes overhead still functioned, casting a stark, unwavering pallor that bathed the hallway in sterile daylight. More unsettling still, toys lined both sides of the corridor. Not discarded haphazardly, but arranged with chilling precision: a plush bear seated primly on a wall-hugging chair, plastic ponies aligned in formation, building blocks assembled into an intricate castle, a music box shaped like a carousel, turning slowly, emitting a warped, rasping rendition of Fur Elise. And between them all a clear path, laid with immaculate white hospital sheets, stretched from the stairwell entrance to a pair of double doors at the far end. Their warm, flickering light bled from beneath the doors, candlelight, and from there the sobbing came. A woman's voice, tender to the point of heartbreak, hummed softly. "Sleep, sleep, my dearest child." A lullaby. Chen Jing's voice. Su Qing and Lin Fan exchanged a glance. Both saw not fear of danger, but something deeper, more primal terror at the grotesque coexistence of tenderness and dread. They advanced along the white sheet path, treading even more lightly. The toy's eyes, glass or plastic, seemed to track them, reflecting the fluorescent glare with cold, detached luminosity. 10 meters from the double doors, the singing ceased. Silence. Then Qin Jing's voice returned, calm, gentle, yet unnerving in its context. Qing, Lin Fan, come in. Duo is waiting for you. Qing's hand clenched the pistol grip until her knuckles blanched, but she did not halt. She stepped forward and pushed the doors open. The sight beyond stole Lin Fan's breath. It was a vast, antiquated operating room, or what had once been one. The surgical table, shadowless lamp, and instrument trolley remained thick with dust. At its center, where the table once stood, lay a clean children's mattress patterned with smiling bears. Duo lay upon it asleep. Or so it seemed. Her face was serene, hands folded peacefully over her chest, clad in fresh pink pajamas, hair neatly combed. Qin Jing sat cross-legged beside the mattress, back turned to the door. She wore a simple, white dress. Lin Fan recognized it as the one Qing had placed in the safe house for her, now pristine, untouched by time or grime. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, catching the candlelight with a soft, liquid gleam. She hummed, her fingers gently combing through her daughter's hair, touching her as one might handle porcelain of incalculable worth. At the far end of the room, deep within the surgery's darkest corner, sat a third figure. A woman. She appeared 30, yet her true age was impossible to gauge. Emaciated to the point of fragility, her collarbones and shoulder blades jutted sharply beneath a thin hospital gown. Her hair hung tangled, her skin waxy pale. But her eyes, those eyes burned with an unnerving brilliance in the candlelight like twin embers alight. Thick leather restraints bound her wrists and ankles, but they had been torn apart, metal buckles warped and twisted. She sat hunched against the wall, knees drawn tight to her chest, arms wrapped around herself, fingers digging deep into her flesh, leaving livid purplish bruises. Her gaze was fixed unblinkingly on Qin Jing and Duo, complex beyond parsing, yearning, terror, manic possessiveness, and a raw animal anguish. Qing's eyes locked onto the woman's face, and she drew in a sharp, ragged breath. Her voice trembled. Slowly the woman turned her head towards Qing. A grotesque, mirthless rictus twisted her lips. S03. Or Lin Wan. Lin Guodong's daughter. Your sister. Lin Wan. Lin Guodong. S03. Lin Fan's mind raced, forging connections at lightning speed. Lin Guodong was his biological father, and the creator of S03. So this woman, trapped here broken, was his what? A biological sister. Though they shared engineered genes, no true kinship existed. Or within this warped experiment, kinship itself had lost all meaning. You took Duo. Qing's gun rose, aiming steadily at Lin Wan, though her hand quivered. No, Lin Wan shook her head, stiff as a rusted automaton. She pointed to Qin Jing. She brought the child here. To protect her. From me. To protect her. A strange childlike petulance colored her voice, as if robbed of a treasured toy. Qin Jing finally turned. In the candlelight, her face remained gentle, but her eyes were different. Deep within her pupils glowed a cold, laser-focused intensity Lin Fan had never witnessed, like a precision instrument scanning its target. Her expression was eerily placid, her mouth curved in the faintest maternal smile. Yet her hand rested upon Duo's forehead, fingertips pressing gently against the child's temple, the thinnest point of the skull. Lin Fan realized with sudden, chilling clarity. Qin Jing. Qing's voice softened, impossibly tender, as if afraid to startle a fragile thing. Are you all right? Qin Jing looked at her, her gaze briefly unfocused, as if surfacing from profound depths. Then she smiled, the familiar, gentle smile. Sister Su, she said, voice unchanged. I'm fine. Duo is fine. I'm just protecting her. Protecting her from what? Lin Fan asked, lowering his gun, but his finger remained poised above the trigger. From being taken. Qin Jing's gaze shifted to Lin Wan, instantly freezing into glacial disdain. She wants Duo. Says she's key, the next generation. Says she'll continue the experiments with her to fulfill my father's, Lin Guodong's final will. Her fingers stroked Duo's temple, tenderly, yet Lin Fan felt ice flood his spine. But I won't let her succeed. Qin Jing's voice remained soft, yet each syllable struck like an icicle. Duo is my daughter. She is human, not a test subject. Not a product. She whispered the final two words, yet every soul in the room heard them. Product. Lin Wan's laughter erupted, shrill, splintered, unhinged. A Pandora's box snapped open. Product. She staggered upright, dragging the remnants of her restraints behind her. What do you think you are? What do you think that child is? We're all products. Designed, manufactured, discarded. She jabbed a trembling finger at Qin Jing. You're the most perfect one. S00. The ultimate fusion entity. Lin Guodong's masterpiece. Yet he couldn't bear to look at you. Dumped you with a janitor's wife. Because he was afraid. He saw it in your eyes. He feared he'd created a monster he couldn't control. Then she whirled towards Su Qing. And you, Su Wenyuan's daughter. He gave you every privilege, every advantage, raised you like royalty. But what did he think of you each night? Did he wonder if your product had flaws? When your abilities would awaken? How best to exploit you? Finally, she pointed at Lin Fan, her gaze wild yet strangely compassionate. And you, S01, the first successful male specimen, Lin Guodong's son. Yet he abandoned you to an orphanage, let you believe you were truly alone, rather than acknowledge you as his creation. Because acknowledging you meant acknowledging his sin, his crime against humanity. Her voice reverberated through the operating room, ricocheting off the cold walls in distorted echoes. Su Qing's face drained of color. Her gun trembled, but stayed leveled at Lin Wan. Then why, she rasped. Why do this? Why lure us here? Lin Wan's laughter died. She looked at Su Qing, her eyes suddenly terrifyingly lucid. Because I wanted to end, she whispered. All of it. The Blood Thistle Project. Our lives as specimens. This hospital's basement still holds the original lab equipment, including a self-destruct mechanism, designed by Lin Guodong to prevent leaks. I spent 10 years finding it, repairing it. Her gaze swept over them all. Today, every series specimen is gathered here. Press this button and the entire building collapses into the basement, burying every device, every record, every us, together. She smiled, a sorrowful, resolute thing. Then there will be no more specimens. No more children born as we were. No more parents like Su Wenyuan or Lin Guodong consumed by madness. Everything ends. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Only the candle's quiet dance and Duo's steady sleeping breath broke the stillness. Lin Fan watched Lin Wan, the woman forged and forsaken who had wrestled sanity and despair for 30 years. Her plan was brutal, extreme, but its logic, he understood it. If their very existence was a transgression, then erasing it, was that not redemption? But Su Qing shook her head. No, she said softly yet unyielding. You cannot decide our lives, or Duo's. She lowered her gun, not holstered but placed deliberately on the floor, and stepped forward. Lin Wan, I know your pain. I know your hatred. For those who made you, for this world, for yourself. Su Qing approached slow but steady. But this isn't the way to end it. Death isn't redemption. Living is. Living as human beings, not as specimens. She halted 1 meter before Lin Wan and extended her hand. Give me the remote. Let's leave together. We can begin anew, not as series, but as Su Qing, Lin Fan, Qinjing, Duo, and Lin Wan. Lin Wan stared at the outstretched hand, her resolve wavering. Her finger hovered over the button, trembling, but did not press. Too late, she murmured. It's already too late. I've done too much. I've hurt. She looked at Qinjing, her eyes filled with anguish. I brought Duo here to force your awakening, to compel you to become S00, to manifest the perfect fusion entity's power. I wanted to see what Lin Guodong's greatest creation truly looked like. Qinjing's hand remained on Duo's temple, but her eyes met Lin Wan's layered with fury, sorrow, and something akin to understanding. So you kidnapped my daughter, her voice was chillingly calm, drugged her on her way to kindergarten, brought her here, then sent me an anonymous message, come to St. Mary's Hospital if you wish to see your daughter again. She paused, her fingers gently lifting from Duo's temple as she rose. I came. I found Duo, and then her gaze drifted distant. Then I awakened. All memories, all abilities, all directives, flooded in like a tidal wave. I remembered who I am. I am S00. I am Qinjing. I am the fusion of monster and mother. Her eyes turned to Su Qing and Lin Fan. I know who you are too. My sisters. My kindred. Her voice carried a strange resonance, making Lin Fan's scalp prickle, not heard by ear, but felt directly in his mind like neural signals transmitted raw. The resonance effect. It was happening. Lin Fan felt his consciousness ripple, like still water struck by a stone. Fragments of alien memory flooded him, a man in a white coat looming over an incubator, eyes fever bright, a woman, Qinjing's adoptive mother, humming a lullaby in dim light. The kindergarten gate, Duo laughing as she ran into Qinjing's arms, then, suddenly, a syringe plunging into the child's slender arm. That was Lin Wan. Qinjing's voice resonated directly in Lin Fan's skull. She injected Duo with a gene activator to test whether the next generation would inherit our abilities. Pure glacial fury surged from Qinjing, tangible, overwhelming, crashing against Lin Fan's awareness. He gasped, vision darkening. Su Qing staggered, bracing herself against the wall, her face ashen. Qinjing, control it. She choked out. Don't let the directives take hold. But it was too late. Qinjing's eyes changed. Her pupils dilated, swallowing nearly the entire iris, shifting from deep brown to an eerie metallic silver gray. Her spine arched, not in aggression but in readiness, like a mother beast guarding her young. The candles flared wildly, not from wind but from the distortion of an energy field. Surgical instruments vibrated faintly on their trolley, chiming softly. Lin Fan watched Qin Jing's transformation, eyes wide, her expression a volatile mix of terror and exhilaration. Yes, she breathed. This is S00, the perfect fusion entity. Her hand lifted the remote aimed squarely at Qin Jing. Show me Lin Guodong's greatest creation. Su Qing lunged toward Lin Fan, but the distance was too great. Lin Fan moved too, but his limbs slowed as if wading through viscous fluid. Qin Jing's expanding energy field warping the very space around them. Just as Lin Fan's finger tensed to press the button, the operating room doors exploded inward. Two figures charged in. Shen Wei and Qin Yue. They were drenched in blood. Some there, some others. Shen Wei's tactical suit was shredded, her chest bandage soaked crimson. Qin Yue's velvet ensemble was smeared with grime and gore. Her left arm bore a deep, bone-exposed gash, hastily bound with torn fabric. Yet they stood tall, guns drawn, eyes like wolves. Drop it. Shen Wei's barrel locked onto Lin Fan, her voice raw but ironclad. Qin Yue surged toward Qin Jing, but halted 3 meters short, repelled by an invisible barrier, as if striking solid glass. Qin Jing. Qin Yue cried, her voice raw with an emotion Lin Fan had never heard, near desperate entreaty. Look at me. I'm Qin Yue. Do you remember? We drank tea, chatted. You taught my daughter how to fold paper cranes. Qin Jing hesitated. Her gaze shifted to Qin Yue. The silver-gray irises contracted slightly, and for an instant Lin Fan glimpsed the gentle, familiar Qin Jing return. Sister Qin Yue. She whispered, her voice normal again. You're injured. I'm fine. Qin Yue seized the opening. But Duo needs you. She needs her real mother, not the one controlled by directives. Qin Jing looked down at her sleeping daughter. Her fingers brushed Duo's cheek, tender as if fearing to shatter a butterfly's wing. Then she lifted her eyes, to Lin Fan, to Su Qing, to Lin Fan, to Shen Wei, and Qin Yue. Her gaze gradually softened, the silver gray receded, returning to deep brown. The oppressive energy field dissolved, the suffocating weight in the room lifting instantly. I know who I am, she said, calm and clear. I am Qin Jing. I am Duo's mother. I am a member of the 7th Bureau. She turned to Lin Fan. I am also S00. But that identity, I no longer need it. She stepped forward, not to seize the remote, but to gently grasp Lin Fan's hand. Give me the remote, Lin Fan. Her voice was impossibly tender, like soothing a child. Let us end this, not with death, but with life. Lin Fan stared at her hand, at her eyes, tears spilling over. Too late. She wept. I've gone too far. You can, Qin Jing said. We can do it together. We are all victims and survivors. Her fingers gently pried Lin Fan's clenched fingers apart and took the remote. Lin Fan offered no resistance, only wept like a child lost for decades finally found. Qin Jing turned and handed the remote to Su Qing. Sister Su, you handle this. Su Qing accepted it, her fingers trembling slightly. She regarded the small plastic device, the red button. Press it, and everything ended in the most absolute, devastating way. Then she placed it on the floor and brought her foot down hard. Plastic shattered. Circuitry sparked and sputtered. The remote became shards of plastic and twisted metal. It's over, Su Qing said, her voice soft, yet piercing in the silence. The Blood Thistle Project. Dark Thorn. Everything ends today. Here. She looked at Lin Fan. But our lives, they're just beginning. Lin Fan collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. 30 years of isolation. 30 years of madness. 30 years of agony. Released all at once. Shen Wei holstered her weapon and moved to Qin Jing, checking Duo's vitals. The little girl slept on, breathing evenly, unaware that any of it had ever happened. Qin Yue tore another strip of fabric, expertly re-bandaging her arm. Her competence a quiet, heartbreaking testament. Lin Fan joined Su Qing, standing beside her. Their eyes met. No words needed. Everything was said. Outside, new sounds arrived. Not helicopters, but sirens, ambulances, and more helicopters. Rescue had arrived, and with it, investigation. Su Qing drew a deep breath, straightened her spine. The composed director re-emerged, yet tempered with something new, a light, harder one, and more resilient, forged in fracture and rebirth. We should go outside, she said. Face what must be faced. Qin Jing lifted Duo, cradling her gently. The child stirred in her arms, murmuring in her sleep, Mama. Mama's here, Qin Jing whispered, kissing her daughter's forehead. Lin Fan was helped upright by Shen Wei. Still frail, yet her gaze no longer held the hollow frenzy of madness, but a weary, almost serene calm. Qin Yue stepped beside Lin Fan, gently patting his shoulder, the familiar gesture yet imbued with newfound warmth. Well done, Xiao Lin Fan, she said, blood smearing her smile, but her joy was genuine. They exited the operating room, walking the path of white sheets past the silent toys, descending the stairs, passing through the heavy oak doors. Outside, the sky remained overcast, But on the eastern horizon, a sliver of pale dawn pierced the gloom. Helicopters, police cars, ambulances flooded the forecourt with blinding light. Uniformed personnel bustled, yet stilled as the group emerged. Su-wan stood at the forefront flanked by UN observers and corporate executives. Her expression was complex, but when she saw Su Qing emerge, unharmed relief washed visibly across her face. Su Qing approached her aunt, stopping 2 paces away. "It's over," she said. Su-wan nodded, her gaze sweeping over those behind her. Shen Jing holding her child Lin Wan weakened but present, Shen Wei and Qin Yue bloodied but unbowed, and Lin Fan. "The cost was high," she said. "But it was worth it," Su Qing replied. They held each other's gaze. Then Su-wan extended her hand, not for a handshake, but to gently tap Su Qing's shoulder, a rare familial intimacy. "Go do what you must," she said. "The rest, I'll handle." Su Qing nodded, turning to Lin Fan and the others. Dawnlight finally breached the clouds, spilling across the ruins, illuminating every face, scarred, exhausted, yet alive. Still standing, Lin Fan looked at Su Qing, the woman he'd once admired from afar, doubted, protected, and now stood shoulder to shoulder with. She looked back. In the morning light, her eyes were clear as ever, but held new depths: pain, resilience, understanding, and something Lin Fan dared not name, yet longed for fiercely. "Let's go home," Su Qing murmured, to him and to them all. Home. The words settled softly in the dawnlight, like a vow, like a spell, like a beginning. The hospital corridor at 6 a.m. exuded a cold, immaculate order. The walls gleamed with an antiseptic pallor, the floor a pale green non-slip surface echoed with soft rhythmic taps of footsteps. Lin Fan stood outside room 1709, gazing through the observation window. Shen Wei lay asleep on the bed by the window. Morning light slipped through the slats of the blinds, carving alternating bands of light and shadow across her face, the scar stretching from her browbone to her cheekbone, starkly visible in the illumination. The sutures had been removed, leaving behind a raised pinkish ridge of new flesh, like an unhealable fissure left by a cataclysmic earthquake. She did not hide it. Even in sleep, her face tilted slightly toward the light, as if offering the mark to the world, a medal or a stigma, depending on how one chose to see it. Qin Yue sat beside the bed in a chair, slumped forward in exhausted slumber. Her long hair spilled loosely across the white sheet. Her winered velvet suit had been replaced by simple gray athletic, where her face was bare, her under eyes shadowed with deep bruised hollows. Her left hand was wrapped in thick bandages, yet her right hand clasped Shen Wei's, also swathed in gauze, lying outside the blanket. The posture appeared profoundly uncomfortable, yet both slept deeply. Lin Fan did not enter. Instead, he turned and walked down the corridor to room 1712. The door stood ajar. He pushed it open gently. Chen Jing sat beside the bed with Duo nestled in her lap, fast asleep. Tear tracks still glistened faintly on the girl's cheeks, yet she rested peacefully in her mother's arms, her tiny fist gripping Chen Jing's shirt hem tightly. Lin Wan sat rigidly on a chair against the wall, far from the bed, wearing clean patient attire instead of her hospital gown, hands folded on her knees, spine straight, as if awaiting interrogation. Her eyes were fixed on the floor, vacant. Yet every so often they flickered swiftly toward Duo on the bed, then darted away, just as quickly, as though fearing her gaze might sully that pure, innocent sleep. Su Qing stood by the window, back, turned to the door, watching the city gradually brighten beyond the glass. She still wore her deep sea blue suit, though the jacket now draped over the chair. Her shirt sleeves were rolled to her elbows, revealing slender forearms. A few loose strands of hair framed her neck. At the sound of the door opening, she turned. Morning light poured in behind her, enveloping her in a luminous halo. Lin Fan could not discern her expression. Only the silhouette of her profile, a straight, elegant nose, a lips pressed into a firm line, and eyes startlingly bright, even in the backlight. "You're here," she whispered, careful not to disturb the child. Lin Fan nodded, stepped inside, and closed the door softly. The room carried the sharp tang of disinfectant, but mingled with other scents: the faint lavender of Chun Jing's laundry detergent, the sweet fragrance of children's shampoo clinging to Duo's hair, and the crisp, clean scent of dawn air drifting in from outside. "How is she?" Lin Fan asked, glancing at Duo. She was frightened, but physically unharmed. Chun Jing replied softly, fingers gently smoothing her daughter's hair. The doctors conducted a full examination. The gene-activating agent Lin Wan administered, the dose was minimal. It should leave no lasting effects. When she said Lin Wan, her voice held no bitterness, only quiet neutrality. Yet Lin Wan, seated in the corner, visibly trembled. "I'm sorry." Lin Wan's voice was raw, like sandpaper grating over stone. I didn't know that substance would." "You did." Su Qing cut her off, tone utterly level. "You knew exactly what it was, and you knew the risks. Yet you proceeded." Lin Wan lowered her head, offering no reply. Silence settled briefly over the room, broken only by Duo's steady breathing and the distant, intermittent clatter of a gurney rolling down the corridor. Then Su Qing approached Lin Fan and stopped before her. She remained standing, towering over the woman curled small in the chair. "You now have two options," Su Qing said calm, as if delivering a boardroom report. "First, face judicial prosecution. Kidnapping, a minor unlawful confinement, bodily harm. These charges alone would ensure many years behind bars. Second," she paused, drawing a folder from her pocket and placing it on the coffee table before Lin Fan. "Enroll in the 7th Affairs Division's supervisory program, round-the-clock monitoring, mandatory psychological evaluations, and structured oversight and training. Use your ability, S03, to serve the division. As penance." Lin Fan lifted her head, eyes wide with disbelief. "You still want me?" "It's not about wanting you," Su Qing corrected gently. "It's about offering you a chance to prove you are more than an experiment, a chance to live, not as a subject, but as a person." Her gaze shifted to Qin and Duo. "This requires the victim's consent. Qin, Duo's mother, holds the right to decide whether you deserve this opportunity." All eyes turned to Qin. She kept her head bowed, watching her sleeping daughter silent for a long time. Dawn light traced the fine lines around her eyes, illuminated the delicate tremor of her lashes. Then she looked up at Lin Fan. "I hate you." Qin's voice was soft, yet each word struck with crystalline clarity. "You kidnapped my daughter. You injected her with something dangerous. You turned me into the very thing I feared most." Tears shimmered at the edges of her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. "And yet, I understand you," she continued, "because I know what it feels like to be treated as an experiment. I know the collapse that follows learning you weren't born naturally. I know that paralyzing terror, the certainty that I am not human." She drew a slow, deep breath. "So I agree, not to forgive you, but to give you a chance. Because I want Duo to grow up in a world willing to offer second chances, even to those who've erred." Lin Fan's tears finally spilled over. She covered her face, shoulders shaking violently, yet she stifled all sound, terrified of waking Duo. Su Qing nodded, withdrew a document from the folder, and placed it on the coffee table. "Sign it. Then you'll be transferred to a specialized containment ward. Once Shen Wei is discharged, she'll oversee your initial training. Given you survived 10 years alone in an abandoned hospital, your survival instincts and intelligence-gathering capabilities must be exceptional." She paused, her voice softening almost imperceptibly. "Welcome aboard, Lin Fan. Or rather, welcome home." The word home cracked open the dam holding back Lin Fan's grief. She curled inward in the chair, weeping helplessly, like a newborn, releasing 30 years of isolation and anguish in one shuddering wave. Su Qing offered no comfort, only silent presence, waiting patiently until the storm passed. Then she turned and walked toward the door. "Lin Fan, come with me." Lin Fan followed. The door clicked shut behind them, sealing away the sobs. In the corridor, morning light had grown warmer, brighter. Nurses began shift handovers, speaking in hushed tones. In the distance, the clatter of a breakfast cart echoed down the hall. They reached the lounge at the corridor's end. There were several sofas, an automated vending machine, and a vast floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the hospital garden. Though deep autumn had arrived, a few late-blooming chrysanthemums still defiantly flourished. Su Qing sank into a sofa and gestured for Lin Fan to join her. Only then did her spine relax against the backrest. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. Exhaustion, bone-deep cellular exhaustion, radiated from every part of her. Lin Fan sat beside her, watching. In the morning light, every detail of her face emerged with startling clarity, the dark smudges beneath her eyes, the fine lines etched at the corners of her mouth from dehydration, the delicate collarbone rising and falling with each breath revealed where her shirt's top button had been undone, and the slender silver chain around her neck, the thorn-shaped key pendant hidden beneath her shirt catching light only when she dipped her chin. "You didn't sleep last night?" "I couldn't," Su Qing replied, eyes still closed, gaze fixed on the garden outside. "Too much to manage. Media statements, corporate board briefings, UN observers, interrogations, and..." She paused, fingertips unconsciously tracing the fabric of the sofa armrest. "And my father's trial. It begins next week." Her voice remained even, but Lin Fan heard the tremor beneath its surface. "Will you go?" he asked. Su Qing was silent for a long while. Her eyes followed a sparrow hopping along a bare branch outside, watched it spread its wings and vanish into the pale blue sky. "Yes," she said at last, "as a witness, and as the survivor." She turned, finally meeting his gaze. Dawn kindled two small, fierce flames in her eyes, but deep within their glow lingered a vulnerability Lin Fan had never seen before, fragile, uncertain, profoundly human. "Lin Fan, yesterday at the old estate, I saw all my mother's belongings. Her clothes, her books, her perfume bottles. I even opened her favorite fragrance, morning dew. She always said it smelled like the air above an apple orchard at dawn." Her fingers brushed lightly over her collarbone where her mother's locket rested. "I breathed it in, and suddenly realized I couldn't recall her scent at all. Not the warmth of her embrace, not the melody of her humming, not the curve of her smile at the corners of her eyes. Her voice fractured. All I remember is her silhouette as she leapt from the balcony. The way she looked back at me, just once. The words she spoke, Qing survive. Tears spilled freely now, but she made no move to wipe them away, letting them trace warm paths down her cheeks. So I survived. I lived exactly as she wished, strong, independent, never showing weakness. But what did I become? A person perpetually masked, forever performing. A person whose own genome doesn't belong to her. Her hand rose, not to dry her tears, but to gently touch her own cheek as if verifying the reality of her flesh. Until yesterday, in the operating room, seeing Chun-Jing hold duo, I wondered, if my mother were still alive, would she hold me like that? Would she look at me with that same tenderness? Would she say, "No matter who engineered you, you are my daughter"? She fell silent, folding herself inward, arms cradling her knees, face buried in the crook of her elbow. That posture rendered her startlingly small, startlingly fragile, stripped of armor and artifice, revealing only the raw, wounded soul beneath. Lin Fan watched her, his chest constricting with a pain both sharp and tender. He wanted to speak, to comfort her, to affirm her worth, to tell her she was real, valuable, irreplaceable. But what precisely? He too was an experiment. He too wrestled daily with the meaning of his existence. So he said nothing. Instead, he extended his hand, not toward her, but onto the sofa between them, palm upturned, a silent, wordless invitation. Qing lifted her face from her arms, looked first at his outstretched hand, then into his eyes. Slowly she reached out and placed her palm upon his. Her hand was cool, slender, nearly translucent in the morning light. Lin Fan closed his fingers gently around it, warming her with the heat of his own skin. Their fingers entwined. No words, no explanations, only the primal solace of shared touch. Outside, the sun had fully risen. Golden red light flooded the lounge, bathing them in radiant warmth. Far off, the city stirred. Traffic murmured distantly. A new day had begun. Lin Fan. Qing spoke softly, voice still thick with tears. If our genes were designed, if our abilities were edited, if our meeting was merely a resonance effect, then is what we feel now also fabricated? She lifted her gaze to meet his, eyes redrimmed yet terrifyingly clear. My trust in you, my dependence on you. Are these genuine emotions, or simply programmed inevitabilities? The question pierced Lin Fan's deepest fear with surgical precision. He had asked himself the same. From the moment he learned the truth, from the instant he discovered they shared 99.7 of their genome, he'd wondered were all his attractions to her, the urge to protect, the instinct to choose her without hesitation in crisis, merely biological echoes of kin recognition. He looked at her, her tear-streaked face bathed in morning light, her eyes shimmering with equal parts fear and hope. Then he shook his head. I don't know, he admitted honestly. I don't know what is real and what is engineered. But I do know. He tightened his grip on her hand. When you told me about your mother in the archives department, my heart ached. When you held my hand aboard the helicopter, I felt safe. When you stepped forward to extend your hand to Lin Wan in the operating room, I felt pride. His voice was low, but each word resonated with unwavering clarity. These feelings, no matter their origin, are real to me. And you, Qing, regardless of where your genes originated, are real to me. The composed strategist directing operations in the conference room, the shattered woman weeping in the archives, the unbowed figure standing tall in the ruins of the abandoned hospital. And now, this woman laying bare her soul before me. He paused, holding her gaze with profound intensity. All these versions of you are real, and my feelings for each of them, they are real too. Qing gazed at him. Tears welled again, warm and quiet. She gave the faintest, most resolute nod. Then that is enough, she repeated, like a vow. They remained seated in the sunlight, hands clasped like two travelers who had weathered a tempest and finally reached safe harbor, sharing warmth, sharing fragility, sharing truth. After an indeterminate time, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Qin Yue appeared in the lounge doorway. She had awakened, retied her hair, and even reapplied a touch of lipstick. Though her face remained pale, she had reclaimed her signature allure. Sorry to interrupt, she leaned against the doorframe, offering a tired but genuine smile. Shen Wei is awake, and she's asking for you both. Also, she glanced at Qing. Director Su has arrived, in the conference room. She says certain decisions require immediate attention. Qing drew a steadying breath, wiped her tears, and sat upright once more. The vulnerable young woman vanished. The composed director returned. Yet she did not immediately release Lin Fan's hand. Instead, she squeezed it once firmly before gently withdrawing. Understood, she said, voice restored to its usual calm timbre. I'll be there shortly. She rose, adjusted her shirt, and smoothed her hair, reassumed her mask of serene authority. But as she neared the doorway, she glanced back at Lin Fan. The look lasted only a heartbeat, but within it bloomed gratitude, trust, and something deeper, something Lin Fan dared not name. Then she stepped out, her heels clicking steadily down the corridor, measured and unyielding like the rhythm of her life itself. Qin Yue waited until she disappeared before entering the lounge and settling into the seat opposite Lin Fan. She pulled a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, then remembered where they were and tucked it away. "How is she?" Qin Yue asked, eyes following Su Qing's retreating figure out the window. "Trying to heal," Lin Fan replied. Qin Yue nodded, pausing in thoughtful silence. Morning light traced the fine lines on her face, the marks of fatigue, but also illuminated the enduring spark in her eyes, clever, unbroken, fiercely resilient. "Did you know," she murmured, "that while Shen Wei was unconscious, she kept calling Zhao Zhiguo's name? Calling him brother, saying I'm sorry." She paused, fingertips absently stroking the bandaged length of her arm. "But this morning when she woke, I asked if she dreamed of him again. She said, I did. But this time I told him, brother, I'm alive. And I'll keep living, so you may rest in peace." A gentle smile touched Qin Yue's lips, her eyes glistened. Sometimes simply staying alive is the greatest victory, especially for people like us, for those who've been wounded, betrayed, reduced to tools or test subjects. Every morning we open our eyes and choose to face the world again. That is victory. She met Lin Fan's gaze, earnest and direct. "You've done exceptionally well, Lin Fan, not just in combat, but in helping Su Qing rediscover vulnerability. You helped Chen Jing reclaim her identity as a mother. You gave Shen Wei a reason to keep fighting. You even offered Lin Wan a path to redemption." She stepped toward Lin Fan, and, instead of patting his shoulder, gently ruffled his hair, an unusually intimate gesture. "Welcome to this gloriously chaotic family, little Lin Fan. You're the one we needed most, the one who's truly, unconditionally, human." Then she turned and left, the silk of her sporty velvet jacket whispering through the air, trailing a fresh, rain-damp grass scent, distinct from her usual midnight flight, softer, purer. Lin Fan sat alone in the lounge, watching the sun rise fully above the horizon. Warmth spilled across his face and lingered on his palm, where Su Qing's warmth still pulsed. He recalled his first day entering the 7th Affairs Division office, 10 women, 10 pairs of assessing eyes, an entirely alien world. Now that world was his home. These women, imperfect, scarred, each bearing secrets and sorrow, were his family. Real, unvarnished, true. His phone vibrated. A message from Lin Xiaoyu. "Big brother Lin Fan, I've compiled all publicly available documents on the Blood Thistle project. We're releasing them this afternoon. Sister Su says it's an ending and a beginning. Will you attend the press conference?" Lin Fan typed his reply. "Yes, all of us will." He sent it, then rose and walked to the window. In the garden below, early rising patients strolled, nurses wheeled elderly patients into the sun, a stray cat rolled playfully in the grass. An ordinary world, a real world, and he would return to it, with all his scars, all his truths, all his complex, unfiltered emotions, and most importantly, with the people he had chosen to fight for. He walked to room 1709. Shen Wei was awake, propped against the headboard. Qin Yue fed her porridge, clumsy yet tender. He walked to room 1712. Chen Jing was reading a story to Duo. Lin Wan sat quietly in the corner listening, not with emptiness, but with cautious, yearning attentiveness. He walked toward the conference room. Through the glass wall, he saw Su Qing standing before a whiteboard addressing Su Wan and other executives. Back straight, voice clear and assured, outlining the 7th Affairs Division's future direction and strategy. In the morning light, she embodied exactly what her mother had hoped: alive, strong, authentic. And he would stand beside her, not as S01, not as an experiment, but as Lin Fan, as a member of the 7th Affairs Division, as her comrade. Outside, the city had fully awakened. Traffic flowed, crowds surged, and the new day brimmed with boundless possibility. And on this hospital floor, a group of battered, yet unbroken souls prepared to begin anew, carrying every scar, bearing every truth, holding every love. The conference room sat at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. It was a room of glass walls. Everything inside could be seen with perfect clarity from the outside, yet no sound could pass through. The specially layered glass sealed off all noise, turning the conversation within into a silent drama. Lin Fan stood at his end of the corridor, not approaching. Morning light poured through the entire glass wall, gilding the outline of everyone inside. Su Qing stood before the whiteboard, her form almost translucent in the bright light. Only the occasional movement of her arm or the finger pointing to a chart traced the proof of her presence. Su Wan sat at the head of the long table. Even through glass and distance, Lin Fan could feel the aura that clung to the man. Not an oppressive weight, but a more precise, calculated presence, like a finely tuned instrument, each part operating in its optimal place, without excess motion or wasted energy. Su Wan wore a dark gray suit with no tie. The top button of his shirt was undone. He sat straight, without stiffness, hands folded on the table, fingers long and impeccably manicured. His hair was iron gray, neatly combed back to reveal a broad forehead and sharp cheekbones. Most striking of all were his eyes. Even from that distance, Lin Fan could make out their color. Amber like Su Qing's, but deeper, more like autumnal resin, enclosing millennia of time and secret. At that moment, those eyes were fixed on Su Qing, intent and calm like a scientist observing an experiment. Su Qing spoke. Her lips opened and closed with measured cadence, occasionally punctuating points with gestures. Her spine was unnaturally straight, shoulders open, jaw slightly raised. Her standard posture for work, the stance she took in the 7th Affairs Department meetings at UN hearings whenever she needed to project authority. But Lin Fan saw something else. He saw her left hand hanging at her side, fingers slightly curled, fingertips unconsciously rubbing the seam of her trousers, a nervous tic she only displayed when utterly exhausted or anxious. He saw that when she switched the PPT, her right hand lingered on the touchscreen an extra half-second longer than necessary. She used that half-second to take a deep breath and gather courage. He saw that when Su Wan answered, Lin Fan could not hear the words, but could judge from the tiny movements of his father's lips. Su Qing's Adam's apple slid slightly. She was swallowing, suppressing an emotion rising within her. This was not an ordinary briefing. It was a trial, a judgment between father and daughter performed within glass walls and sunlight. Lin Fan felt his chest constrict. He wanted to go in to stand beside her, to take her hand like he had in the lounge. But he knew he could not. Some battles must be fought alone, some conversations must be faced directly. So he simply stood there, a quiet witness. Inside the glass room, Su Qing's voice echoed through the conference room, clear and steady, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. In summary, over the past 72 hours, the 7th Affairs Department successfully rescued the kidnapped child Chen Duodua, contained class experimental subject Lin Wan, and secured all core data of the Bloodthorn project. Based on preliminary assessment, we recommend the following follow-up measures. Don't read from the script, Su Qing. Su Wan's voice interrupted her. His voice was not loud, but it had a peculiar penetrative edge, like a scalpel parting the air, precise, calm, devoid of emotion. Su Qing's finger paused on the touchscreen. She lifted her head to look across the table at her father. Morning light flooded over her shoulder as she had to squint slightly to make out his face. The face that bore a 3-part resemblance to hers, yet felt utterly foreign. This is a formal report, father, she heard herself say. It requires the complete procedure. We have passed the stage that requires procedure. Su Wan leaned back in his chair, a motion that made him appear marginally more relaxed, yet also created distance. There are only 3 people in this room now. You, me, and legal counsel Miss Li. So we can skip those carefully prepared lines. His gaze scanned the tablet, and Su Qing's hand swept over her deliberately straightened back and finally fixed on her eyes. Tell me, how long did you sleep last night? The question arrived without warning. Su Qing felt her breath hitch. That's irrelevant, she said. It's relevant. Su Wan leaned forward, elbows on the table, fingertips touching to form a steady triangle. Fatigue affects judgment. Every decision you make from here on will influence countless lives, including your own. His gaze swept her face like an X-ray. You have dark circles. Your lower eyelids tremble when you speak. Finger temperature is low. I saw the infrared feed when you touched the screen. Typical symptoms of sleep deprivation and stress. A chill traveled up Su Qing's spine. Even now, her father observed and analyzed, sizing her up as if she were a specimen to be evaluated. I'm fine. She said it, and the sound was stiffer than she intended. You don't look fine. Su Wan's eyes drifted to the glass wall behind her, to the indistinct figure in the corridor. How long has he been standing there? Su Qing did not turn. She knew Lin Fan was outside. She could feel it. That's irrelevant. Nothing is irrelevant, Su Qing. Su Wan withdrew his gaze and looked back at her. Especially that young man. S01. Lin Fan. Your resonance partner. When he said resonance partner, his tone carried a faint, almost clinical curiosity. Not mockery or condemnation, but a scientist's inquisitiveness. Su Qing clenched her fists. Her nails bit into her palms. The pain kept her lucid. He is a temporary consultant to the 7th Affairs Department. He played a critical role in this operation. I am aware of his role. Su Wan pulled a report from a folder and pushed it across the table. The psychological assessment shows his decision-making accuracy during crisis reached 92%, well above professionally trained agents. Physiological monitoring indicates that when in close contact with you, his brainwave synchrony peaked at 67%, a figure rare in ordinary intimate relationships, but common among genetically edited twins. He paused, letting those numbers settle in the air. So you see my point, Su Qing. Much of your connection is the product of genetic design, 2 poles of a magnet programmed to attract one another. Su Qing felt her throat go dry. She remembered what Lin Fan had said in the lounge when he held her hand. These feelings, whatever their origin, are real to me. She needed to believe that. She had to. Emotion cannot be reduced to data, father. Her voice held a steadiness that even surprised her. You cannot explain why mother loved us with a gene sequence. You cannot quantify why she chose to end her life at that moment. Silence fell in the conference room. Ms. Li, a woman in her 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, cleared her throat softly. President Su, should we first address legal procedure? Wait, Ms. Li. Su-wan raised a hand, his gaze never leaving Su Qing. For the first time, his expression cracked. Not anger, not sorrow, but a deeper, near-confused look, like a scientist confronted with a phenomenon his theories cannot explain. You mentioned your mother. His voice dropped. Why? Because you just questioned the authenticity of emotion. Su Qing felt courage welling in her chest like a spring. My mother is the best answer to that question. Her love for me is beyond doubt. But she also loved you, father. Even knowing you were involved in the Bloodthorn project, even knowing your research indirectly led to her illness, even knowing you were one of those who created me. Her voice began to tremble, but she forced herself onward. Her love was real. Her suffering was real. Her choice was real. If such feelings could exist, grow, bloom, and wither in that twisted environment, then why cannot the emotions between Lin Fan and me be real? Why must we doubt everything? Su-wan looked at her and did not speak for a long time. Morning light moved across his face, illuminating fine lines at his eyes, the stubble forming on his chin, and something in his amber eyes that was beginning to thaw. You resemble her, he finally said, voice soft. Not in appearance, but in stubbornness, the willingness to believe in things that cannot be proven. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, the very hands that had operated gene editing machines, signed countless experiment approvals, and once held his wife and daughter. I never doubted the reality of your mother's love. He spoke as if to himself. Even at the end, when she knew everything, when her gaze at me contained so many complicated feelings, hatred, sorrow, disappointment, but still love. I did not doubt it. He raised his head and looked at Su Qing again. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps emotion follows laws of its own, unconstrained by genes or design. Perhaps you and your mother understand truth better than I do. It was the first time in 30 years that Su Qing heard a word from her father that approached apology. Not a direct, I'm sorry, not a clear confession, but an admission of his limits, of her reality, of the value of emotions his science could not explain. Tears gathered in her eyes, and this time she did not fight them. She let them swell and glitter in the morning light. What will you say at next week's trial? She asked. Truth. Su-wan answered. His voice regained calm, but lost some of its chill. All the truths I can remember. About the Bloodthorn project, about your mother's illness, about your birth, about my choices. Then accept the verdict, whatever it may be. He paused and added, I have resigned from all positions in Su Corporation. I submitted my resignation yesterday afternoon. Ms. Li is handling asset divestment and the establishment of a compensation fund. Every profit derived from the Bloodthorn project will go toward victims' medical and psychological support and bioethics research. Su Qing stared at him in shock. She had not known this. Why? She asked. The trial hasn't even begun, you still have options. Because it is what I should do. Su-wan interrupted, not because the law requires it, but because morality does. Because your mother would have wanted this. Because you reminded me that beyond being a scientist, I am a human being. A person with responsibilities. He rose and walked to the window, his back to them, looking out over the city waking below. This building, he said, his voice distant, was designed by your mother. She said hospitals should be full of light. Every room should have sunshine. She believed the sick needed to see hope. His fingers brushed the glass lightly. I promised her I would remember. But after she left, I forgot too much. Forgot the importance of light, the value of feeling, the meaning of being human. He turned. Morning light spilled from behind him, haloing his silhouette. In that instant, Su Qing saw her father as a person for the first time. Imperfect, tired, full of regret, but real. I have reviewed the reorganization plan for the 7th Affairs Department, he said. A department of special affairs and ethical oversight, reporting directly to the United Nations Bioethics Committee, independent of national and commercial interests. It is a good name and a worthy direction. He returned to the table and took a document from his briefcase, placing it before her. This is my authorization, transferring all patents, data, and equipment under my name related to genetic research to the new department without compensation, as resources for your oversight of similar projects and as the beginning of atonement. Su Qing looked at the paper and at her father's signature, familiar, meticulous handwriting identical to the ink on her grades, leave requests, and birthday cards from childhood. You need not do this, she said. I must, Su-wan replied, and I know you will use them well. You will build a system better than mine, one that respects science and human dignity, one your mother would be proud of. He tapped the document on the table, not a handshake, only a gentle pat. You have one, Su Qing, not as a daughter against a father, but as a better person who has overcome past mistakes. He picked up his coat and moved toward the door. Before opening it, he paused and looked back at her one last time. See you in court next week, he said. As both witness and father. The door opened and closed. Su Qing stood alone in the conference room as morning light enveloped her. She looked down at the authorization on the table at her father's name at the words that would alter many lives. Then she heard footsteps outside the glass. She lifted her head. Lin Fan stood in the corridor looking at her through the glass. He did not enter or hurry her. He simply stood there like a lighthouse, like a harbor. Su Qing looked at him, and tears finally slid down her cheeks. This time the tears were warm and clear like melting ice or the first rain of spring. She picked up the document and walked toward the door. She walked toward him. On the corridor. When Su Qing stepped out, Lin Fan saw the tracks of tears on her face. She did not hide them or wipe them away as she raised her head so he could see. See her vulnerability, her release, the lightness that followed laying down her burdens. What did he say? Lin Fan asked softly. Many things, Su Qing said, a small genuine smile lifting the corner of her mouth. But most importantly, he said, I won. She stepped closer until Lin Fan could smell the faint scent about her. Not perfume, but the mingled odor of hospital disinfectant and morning air with a warm personal trace beneath. Thank you for waiting for me, she said. I said I would be here, Lin Fan replied, no matter what happened inside the glass. Su Qing nodded, small but resolute. Then she glanced down the corridor at the ward numbers, 1709, 1712, the rooms that housed those she now cared for most. Let's go see them, she said. Before the press conference, I want to make sure everyone is ready. They headed for room 1709. The door was ajar. Low voices came from within. Through the crack, Lin Fan saw Shen Wei propped at the head of the bed and Qin Yue seated on the bedside chair. Yet their postures were different from the morning before. Now Qin Yue sat upright, back straight, holding a small mirror showing Shen Wei the scar on her face. See, it's not that awful, Qin Yue said calmly, even with a note of professional assessment. The suturing was well done, the line is straight. In a few months the color will fade to skin tone, and it will look like a special mark. Shen Wei looked at her reflection in the mirror and gently touched the pink line that ran from brow to cheekbone. Like a lightning bolt, she said, voice hoarse but clear. Qin Yue smiled. Yes, like lightning. It has strength. Shen Wei turned from the mirror to Qin Yue and read the unhidden appreciation and something else in her eyes. Don't you think it's ugly? Shen Wei asked, a hesitation Lin Fan had never heard from her before. The decisive, fierce Shen Wei now sounding like a child unsure of judgment. Qin Yue set down the mirror and cupped Shen Wei's face with both hands, gentle yet firm. Shen Wei, she said, each syllable like a vow, the ugliest thing on you was never the scar. It was the lies you once believed, that you were not enough, that you had to protect yourself with violence and closure, that you did not deserve gentleness. Her thumb brushed the edge of the scar lightly. This scar is proof that you survived. It is the courage to stand in the light. It is the real you, imperfect but whole. She paused and looked deep into Shen Wei's eyes. The real you is beautiful, more beautiful than any flawless illusion. Shen Wei stared at her and did not speak for a long time. Then she lifted her bandaged, scarred hand and gently covered Qin Yue's palm that held her face. A simple gesture, but it conveyed more than 1,000 words. Lin Fan felt Su Qing's hand lightly touch his arm. He turned and saw her shake her head slightly, an urging to remain unobtrusive. They slipped away quietly and moved toward room 1712. That door too was half open. Inside, Duo was awake, sitting up, while Chun Jing combed her hair. The little girl held a paper bird she had folded, fiddling with it intently. Lin Wan sat in the corner chair, but this time she was closer to the bed. She held a scrap of paper torn from a medical chart and awkwardly tried to fold the bird. Her movements were slow and her fingers trembled from nervousness, yet she concentrated, brow furrowed, tongue peeking at the corner of her mouth, like a child learning earnestly. Chun Jing finished tying Duoduo's hair into 2 small braids, and then looked at Lin Wan and the crooked paper bird in her hands. Fold this part in, Chun Jing said in a calm voice. Lin Wan looked up, surprise and uncertainty in her eyes. Chun Jing came over, and without taking the paper from her, gently pointed with a finger, this corner, yes, like this. Lin Wan followed her directions and folded. This time the paper bird looked a little more like a bird. Duo climbed down from the bed and walked up to Lin Wan, looking up at the bird in her hands. Auntie made the bird, Duo said in a clear voice. Does it want to fly? Lin Wan lowered her head to the child and into those clear, unguarded eyes. Her throat moved as she tried to speak, but no sound came. Chun Jing placed a hand lightly on her daughter's shoulder and then looked at Lin Wan. Tell Duo. Chun Jing said softly but clearly. Lin Wan drew a breath. It wants to fly, she finally said, voice hoarse yet tender with effort. But it's hurt. It needs time to learn to fly in a different way. Duo nodded, half understanding, and reached out to touch the paper bird's wing. Then I will sing to it, Duo declared. Mama said when I sing the pain goes away. She began to hum. A simple nursery tune, slightly off-key, but brimming with childlike sincerity. Lin Wan watched the child who had once been harmed by her now offering pure innocence. Tears welled in her eyes and slipped down silently. She did not wipe them away. Chen Jing said nothing either. She simply stood with one hand on her daughter's shoulder and the other hanging by her side, fingers slightly curled. Lin Fan saw that in Chen Jing's gaze toward Lin Wan's tears there was not forgiveness, because forgiveness takes time and proof, but something more crucial: willingness. A willingness to give a chance. A willingness to believe in the possibility of change. A willingness to try to mend a broken world piece by piece. Su Qing gently closed the door, but left a slit ajar, a symbolic openness, a token of trust. They walked to the window at the corridor's end. Outside, the city had fully awakened. Traffic wove ribbons of light along the streets. Pedestrians flowed like a multicolored river on the sidewalks. Distant glass facades reflected the sun like 1,000 burning mirrors. In 3 months, Su Qing murmured, as if to herself, everything here will change. The 7th Affairs Department will be reorganized. The truth about the Bloodthorn Project will be made public. My father's trial will end, and each of us will begin a new life. She turned to Lin Fan. Morning light kindled a warm glow in her amber eyes. Will you stay? As an official deputy director, as a member of this messy family. Lin Fan looked at her. The woman who had faced her father alone behind glass, who quietly guarded her colleagues outside the wards, who at last allowed herself to be vulnerable in the light. He recalled many moments. The first time he saw her in a meeting, the scrutiny and hidden curiosity in her eyes. The trembling shoulder when she cried alone in the archives. On the helicopter when she gripped his hand and said, "Don't die." In the lounge when she laid her hand in his palm and entrusted him. And just now, the tear tracks in the smile when she left the conference room. The lightness of having laid down a burden, the calm of finally reconciling with the past. I will stay, he said, voice resolute. Not because I must, not because of genetic pull, not because of any design or program. He paused and looked deeply into her eyes. Because I choose to. Because here among scars and truth, I found a sense of belonging. I found something worth fighting for. I found you. Su Qing looked at him. In the morning light, her lips curved, her eyes crescented into smiles. Tears came again, but this time they were pure, bright joy. Then she said, extending her hand, welcome, officially Deputy Director Lin Fan. Lin Fan took her hand. This time it was not consolation or mere support, but an affirmation of choice, of direction, of the road they would walk together. Behind them, ward doors along the corridor opened one by one. Shen Wei emerged leaning on Qin Yue, not supported but shoulder to shoulder. The scar on Shen Wei's face showed clearly in the dawn, yet she lifted her head with calm eyes. Chen Jing led duo out. Lin Wan followed at a distance, no longer hiding in shadow. Lin Xiaoyu came running from the elevator with a laptop in hand. Su Jia, the press conference is ready. The media are all assembled. Su Qing turned to face them all. Morning light from the window at the corridor's end poured over everyone, cloaking them in golden radiance. Those scars, those tear tracks, the bandages and fatigue no longer hid in the light. They became part of each person's story. Imperfect but true, battered yet still standing. Then Su Qing said, clear and steady, let us close one story and begin another. She walked toward the elevator and the others followed. Lin Fan walked at the rear and glanced back once at the corridor. The pallid walls, the pale green floor, the closed ward doors, and the glass conference room, empty, now yet full of sunlight. Then he turned and stepped into the elevator. The doors eased shut, leaving the morning light, the corridor, and the past behind. The elevator descended. A new day had begun. 3 months later, the courtroom in April had no windows. It was a specially constructed hearing chamber located 3 levels underground within the Peace Palace of the International Court of Justice in The Hague. The walls were sound-absorbing deep gray upholstered panels. The ceiling held a grid of incandescent lights casting uniform, cold, shadowless illumination. A long table formed a circle with the witness stand at its center, like a stage under observation. Su Qing sat on the witness stand, her hands resting flat upon the table. She wore a light gray business suit with a white silk blouse. Her hair was drawn back into a precise low chignon. Her makeup was so refined it appeared nearly invisible, merely evening her skin tone, softening the faint bluish tint beneath her eyes, and applying a matte lipstick in the subtlest shade, matching her natural lip color. Yet since 7 o'clock that morning, her left thumb, hidden beneath the table, had unconsciously rubbed the side of her index finger. It was a nervous habit she had never fully shed in 30 years. The circular table was filled with people. To the left sat the 7 judges of the International Court, robed in black, their expressions grave and solemn. In the center were observers from the United Nations Bioethics Committee, dressed in various dark suits, holding thick dossiers. To the right sat the press gallery, cameras trained silently on the center, their red recording lights blinking like unblinking eyes. Directly opposite, in the defendant's dock, sat Su Wan. He wore a simple dark blue prison uniform without handcuffs. His hair had grayed slightly since the last time, 3 months prior, yet remained neatly combed. His posture remained perfectly upright, his hands folded neatly atop the table, as if attending an academic symposium. For 2 hours since the hearing began, his gaze had rested mostly upon the documents before him. Occasionally, he lifted his eyes, calm-composed, toward the judges or the witness, but never once met Su Qing's gaze. Until now. Witness Su Qing. The presiding judge's voice rang with unusual clarity in the sound-dampened chamber. Please state your relationship to the defendant Su Wan. Su Qing drew a slow, deep breath. The air carried the scent of aged paper floor wax and the sharp tang of human tension. Su Wan is my biological father. Her voice, amplified by the microphone, resonated across the chamber. He was also one of the chief scientists of Project Bloodthorn, and one of the genetic architects of my being. Have you volunteered to testify in this case? Yes. Are you aware that your testimony may directly influence the sentencing of the defendant? I am. The judge paused, turning pages of the dossier before him. The rustle of paper cut sharply through the silence. Then please begin your testimony. Regarding Project Bloodthorn, regarding my birth, regarding everything you know. Su Qing's thumb brushed her index finger once more. Her throat felt parched, yet she forced herself to lift her gaze, to meet her father's eyes across the room. This time Su Wan looked back. Their eyes locked in midair. Across 20 meters of space, across the circular table, across 3 months of silence and 30 years of buried truth. Su Qing spoke. That afternoon, 3 months earlier. The truth about Project Bloodthorn was unveiled at a press conference held in the panoramic auditorium atop the Su Group headquarters. It was overcast, the leaden clouds hung low, but the auditorium blazed with light. All 300 seats were filled. Journalists, scholars, government representatives, members of the ethics committee, and members of the public, selected by lottery. Lin Fan sat in a seat near the edge of the front row. Beside him sat the others from the 7th Division. Shen Wei's scar had faded to a pale silver, nearly invisible under the lights. Yet she still refused to conceal it with bangs, letting it remain an integral part of her face. Qin Yue wore a burgundy business suit. More conservative than usual, though the enormous pearl earrings dangling from her lobes betrayed her irrepressible flair. Chen Jing held little Duodua, who wore a fresh floral dress, and gazed curiously at the massive projection. Screen on stage, Lin Fan sat at the far end, clad in a simple gray suit, hands resting quietly on her knees, posture restrained. On stage, Su Qing stood behind the lectern. She wore a deep sea blue suit with a white blouse. No jewelry save for an almost imperceptibly fine silver chain around her neck, its pendant hidden beneath her collar. Light fell from above, casting gentle shadows across her face. Yet her eyes shone brilliantly, like lighthouses piercing darkness. Good afternoon, everyone. Her voice, projected through the sound system, was steady, clear, utterly unwavering. I am Su Qing, current director of the 7th Division. Today I speak on behalf of the 7th Division, and on behalf of every person who knew of Project Bloodthorn and every life it touched, to reveal a truth concealed for 30 years. She pressed the remote in her hand. The vast screen behind her flared to life. The first image, a yellowed archival cover bearing the words Project Bloodthorn classified. A hushed gasp rippled through the auditorium. Project Bloodthorn. Su Qing continued, her voice slicing through the silence like a scalpel, began in 1989. Officially, it was a multinational gene therapy research initiative. In reality, its objective was the creation of optimized humans. Funded secretly by 12 multinational corporations and research institutions, including the Su Group, it operated laboratories across 7 countries with cumulative investment exceeding $30 billion. She advanced to the next slide, a complex gene sequence diagram, its double helix structure marked with vivid red annotations. The project employed the most advanced gene editing technologies available at the time to systematically alter human embryos. Objectives included enhanced immune function, elevated cognitive capacity, extended telomere length, and the deliberate induction of a unique resonance ability. The camera panned to her. A close-up appeared on the side screen. Her amber eyes, straight nose, tightly pressed lips, and the light within them a fusion of anguish and unwavering resolve. I am one of this project's products. Designation S02, second-generation optimized embryo. 17.3% of my genome was artificially edited. My resonance ability, the capacity to form deep neural connections with individuals sharing specific genetic sequences, was engineered by design. The auditorium fell deathly silent, save for the faint whir of cameras and the distant murmur of the city beyond. Su Qing paused. Her fingers trembled faintly beneath the lectern, but her expression remained immovable. Over the past 3 months, the 7th Division has compiled all extant data from Project Bloodthorn. We have confirmed at least 247 known test subjects. 73 are confirmed deceased, 112 remain, missing 62 survive, though all bear varying degrees of physiological or psychological trauma. The next image, a blurred vintage photograph. A group of children in white hospital gowns stood in a laboratory corridor, their expressions vacant. A timestamp in the corner read July 1995. These children, Su Qing's voice cracked, for the first time, then steadied instantly, ranged from 3 to 15 years old. They were gathered from across the globe, some orphaned, some abandoned, some trafficked. Treated as experimental material, assigned serial numbers, subjected to tests and observation, until deemed valueless or afflicted with severe adverse effects, then discarded or disposed of. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping slowly across the audience. Today we release all documentation, including experimental records, genomic data, financial ledgers, and participant lists, to the public. All materials have been uploaded to the United Nations Bioethics Committee's open access database, freely available for review, verification, and scholarly study. She advanced to the next slide. This time a new emblem appeared in open palm, not entwined with thorns but cradling a tender sapling breaking through soil. Simultaneously, the 7th Division is formally reconstituted as the Department of Special Affairs and Ethical Oversight. Our renewed mandate is threefold: first, to locate and aid all survivors of Project Bloodthorn and other clandestine experiments like it. Second, to establish a global ethical governance framework for gene editing research. Third, to ensure such tragedies never recur. She looked directly into the lens, into the millions of eyes watching live across the world. Science must serve humanity, not manufacture monsters. Progress must embrace ethics, not trample upon human dignity. Today we expose our wounds, not to display suffering, but to heal. To ensure that every life, regardless of origin, is honored as a human being, not a product. She bowed deeply. For a heartbeat, silence held absolute dominion, then erupted into thunderous applause. It lasted precisely 3 minutes. People rose to their feet, tears streaked faces, flashbulbs exploded like lightning in a storm. Yet amid the ovation, Su Qing lifted her eyes and fixed them upon Lin Fan in the front row. No triumph gleamed in her gaze, only profound exhaustion and a sorrowful, quiet release. That was my statement at the press conference 3 months ago, Su Qing said, her voice clear and resonant in the hushed hearing chamber. But today here, as an individual, as a daughter, I must add something, never spoken publicly. She looked again at Su Wan. This time her father did not look away. I know my father participated in Project Bloodthorn. I know he edited my genome. I know that when my mother fell ill, he chose to continue his research rather than stay by her side. I know these facts, these choices, inflicted irrevocable harm. Yet I also know other things. I remember at 5 years old, burning with fever, he stayed beside my bed all night, wiping my forehead with alcohol-soaked cotton balls. I remember at 8 preparing for my first public speech. He rehearsed with me until dawn, correcting every syllable, every gesture. I remember at 15 declaring my intention to study biology. He fell silent for a long while, then said, "If you truly love it, do not abandon it because of my failures." Tears welled, but she did not wipe them away. They traced warm paths down her cheeks. People are complex. My father is a scientist, a project director, a man who committed grave errors. But he is also the one who taught me to read, the one who lifted me up when I fell, the one who, after my mother left, tried, however imperfectly, to be both parents. She turned to the judges. I stand here today, not to accuse nor to forgive, but to affirm a complete truth. Sometimes victim and perpetrator reside within the same person. Between love and harm, there is often no clean boundary. And justice is not merely punishment for error. It is acknowledgement of complexity and the pursuit of repair built upon that truth. She looked finally at Su Wan, her voice dropping to a whisper. Father, I hate the choices you made, but I cannot hate your entire life, because parts of it belong to me too. A long silence descended upon the courtroom. Su Wan lowered his head, his shoulders trembled faintly. When he raised his face again, tears glistened in his eyes, the first time Lin Fan had ever seen this man weep. I plead guilty. Su Wan's voice, amplified by the microphone, was hoarse, but resolute. To all charges. I admit full responsibility. I seek neither leniency nor absolution. I only hope that my failures will be recorded, studied, and serve as enduring warnings for future ethics. And that my daughter, Su Qing, and her colleagues' newly established system will be supported, trusted, and upheld as a bulwark against tragedy's return. He turned toward the judges and bowed deeply. I accept any sentence. It is what I deserve. The hearing adjourned at 3 p.m. The final verdict would be announced 3 days later. As Su Qing exited the hearing chamber, reporters crowded the corridor, but security personnel from the 7th Division formed a human cordon, guiding her discreetly toward a side exit. At the corridor's bend, she paused. Lin Fan waited there. He wore a dark suit, no tie, holding her coat in his hands. "It's raining outside," he said softly. Su Qing nodded. He helped her into the coat, the woolen fabric warm, carrying the lingering warmth of his palms. "You spoke beautifully," Lin Fan said. "I only told the truth," Su Qing replied, her voice weary. A complicated, contradictory, imperfect truth. They walked toward the exit. Rain indeed fell, a fine April drizzle washing the Hague's ancient streets into deep liquid gray. In the distance, cherry blossoms drifted from Court Square trees, pink and white petals falling like a silent snow. Shen Wei and Qin Yue waited by the car. Shen Wei held a large black umbrella. Oh, Qin, you held steaming coffee. Where to next? Qin Yue asked, handing Su Qing a cup. Su Qing accepted it, cradling the warmth as it seeped through the paper into her palms. To the airport, she said. Back to Beijing. There's much work ahead. The car moved through rain-licked streets, droplets traced winding paths across the windows. The city blurred behind the rain-streaked glass, like a watercolor painting softened by moisture. Su Qing leaned against the window and closed her eyes. She thought of her mother. She remembered an afternoon when apple blossoms bloomed, her mother holding her small hand walking through the garden of their ancestral home. Sunlight filtered through petals, dappling the ground. The air held sweetness and the rich scent of damp earth. Qing Qing, her mother murmured, her voice as soft as falling petals. Look at these apple blossoms. They are beautiful, but not all will bear fruit. Some will be blown away by wind, some washed down by rain, some gnawed by insects. Yet the tree blooms each spring year after year, never counting gains or losses. Her mother knelt, bringing her eyes level with Su Qing's. In the sunlight, her amber eyes shimmered like honey. People are the same. We all err, we all suffer, we all lose. But what matters most is choosing to bloom each spring, even knowing fruit may never follow, even knowing we may be wounded again. Her mother's fingers gently brushed her cheek. Learn to bloom, Qing Qing, not for the sake of fruit, but simply to become part of spring. The car's gentle sway roused Su Qing. She opened her eyes. The rain had ceased. Clouds parted. Golden light pierced the gloom like swords, illuminating glistening streets, raindrops clinging to the window, and the quiet resurgence of light in her own eyes. She sat upright, retrieved her tablet from her bag, powered it on, and opened the draft blueprint for the new department. Lin Fan, she said, her voice regaining its professional clarity. Our first priority upon returning is to establish a survivor support network. Chen Jing has agreed to lead the psychological support team. Lin Fan will assist with data organization. Shen Wei, you'll oversee security and training protocols. Qin Yue. She paused, glancing toward Qin Yue in the front passenger seat. Would you consider serving as head of external liaison and public relations? We need someone who can negotiate, navigate, and, using your particular gifts, make the world listen to us. Qin Yue met her gaze in the rearview mirror, her lips curling into that familiar, beguiling, cunning smile. Of course, darling. That is precisely what I do best. The car drove toward the airport, toward 30,000 feet of sky, toward Beijing, toward the future. In the final minutes before takeoff, Su Qing looked out the window. The Hague shrank beneath her, like an exquisitely detailed miniature model. The courthouse spire, the canals shimmer, the delicate pink and white speckles of cherry blossoms, all dissolved into a soft, impressionistic wash of color. Then the aircraft climbed, pierced the cloud layer, and entered the stratosphere. Here sunlight blazed unimpeded, below clouds stretched into an endless pristine white plain, above the sky deepened into a profound, unblemished indigo. Su Qing unbuckled her seatbelt and reached into her carry-on for a small wooden box. One of her mother's few remaining possessions. She had deliberately brought it with her that morning before leaving Beijing. Opening it revealed no jewels, no letters. Only a small sachet of dried apple blossoms. 30 years old, the petals had faded to pale brown, fragile as ancient parchment, yet still held a faint, sweet fragrance. She lifted one petal onto her palm. Weightless as breath, it was a shard of time, a specimen of memory. Mother, she whispered, so softly only she could hear. I have begun to bloom, not for the sake of fruit, but simply to become part of spring. Then she closed her hand, feeling the delicate, resilient presence within her palm. The aircraft flew steadily above the clouds, eastward toward the horizon where dawn would soon break anew. Meanwhile in Beijing, in the courtyard of what was once the Su family ancestral home, now bearing the plaque Bioethics and Memory Museum, apple trees bloomed in April. Pink and white blossoms swayed in the spring breeze. Some petals had already drifted down, carpeting the bluestone path in soft, fragrant layers. 3 days hence the museum's opening ceremony would be held here. And on that day, Su Qing and Lin Fan would hold a long overdue conversation beneath that very apple tree. About the past, about the future, about emotions that defy genetic explanation, elude quantitative measurement, and resist scientific definition, yet exist undeniable and real. About love, whether it can still grow even after passing through every thorn. The answer, quietly unfolding, resides in every blossom that dares to open. In April's Beijing, spring is already in full bloom. The sunlight filters through thin clouds, the temperature just right with the scent of locust flowers mingling with the dust from a distant construction site. In the courtyard of the Su family old residence, the apple trees are in full blossom. The pale pink and white petals sway gently in the wind, some having already fallen, forming a soft carpet on the bluestone pathway. 3 days ago, a sign reading Bioethics and Memory Memorial Hall hung here. The opening ceremony will officially take place at 3 o'clock this afternoon. But at this moment, there are only 2 people in the courtyard. Su Qing sits at the stone table holding a cup of tea. The tea has gone cold. She is wearing a light gray suit jacket over a white silk shirt without any jewelry. Her hair is still styled in a low bun, but it's slightly more casual than when she was in The Hague, with a few loose strands falling by her ears. She has been staring at the tea leaves floating in her cup for 10 minutes. Footsteps approach from the porch. They are light, but she knows who it is. Su Qing does not look up. Lin Fan sits down opposite her. He is wearing a dark blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows and 2 buttons undone at the collar. He is holding a stack of documents, placing them down carefully without making a sound. There are 3 hours left, he says. Su Qing nods. I know. Chen Jing has arrived and is currently training the volunteers. Shen Wei is checking the security route. Qin Yue is on the phone with the last few important guests. She insists on confirming everyone's attendance personally. Su Qing's lips curl slightly, a faint smile that's her. Lin Fan is organizing the survivor registration forms. So far, 34 people have confirmed their attendance, while 12 others will join via video link. Su Qing's fingers trace the rim of her teacup. More than I expected. This shows that what we are doing is meaningful, Lin Fan replies. Su Qing falls silent. She lifts her teacup, takes a sip of the cold tea, her brows slightly furrowed. Lin Fan, here. At the trial in The Hague, the things I said. About my father, about the complexities of human nature. How much of it do you think was true? Lin Fan looks at her. There is a kind of confusion in her eyes that he rarely sees. Not the kind that requires an immediate decision, but a deeper, more personal perplexity. Which part made you doubt? He asks. All of it. Su Qing places her teacup down, her hands clasped together on the table. I said I couldn't hate him for his entire life. But when I think back to those details, him watching beside me when I had a fever at 5, his practices before my speeches at 8, his silence at 15, I need to ask myself, was that really love? Or was he observing his subjects? She raises her gaze, her amber eyes glistening in the sunlight. Lin Fan, I have seen his experimental records. Not the public ones, but the original notes obtained by the 7th Affairs Department during their investigation, which have never been exposed. He treated the growth of every child as data collection, emotional responses, cognitive abilities, social adaptability. All meticulously recorded. Su Qing's voice lowers. On the night I had a fever at 5, his notes read as 02, exhibited a high fever response monitored continuously for 48 hours, observing its stress response patterns. After the temperature returned to normal, its emotional stability was 37 higher than that of peers. Lin Fan remained silent, just looking at her, waiting. At that moment, I sat beside the bed, holding a towel, thinking my father was worried about me. Su Qing's voice is as soft as a petal falling, but he was just recording. She takes a deep breath, forcing her voice to stabilize. So Lin Fan, I need to know if all the warmth I have ever remembered in my life was just part of a scientific observation, then was I truly ever loved? Or am I just a meticulously designed subject? Sunlight filters through the branches of the apple tree, casting dappled shadows on the stone table. There are tears in Su Qing's eyes, but she does not let them fall. Lin Fan's fingers lightly tap the table. Su Qing, he says softly, do you know why I always stay by your side? Su Qing is taken aback. Because you are the former director of the 7th Affairs Department, and now. No, Lin Fan interrupts, not because of work. He looks at her, his eyes holding a profound seriousness that could almost be called tenderness. My father was a soldier. His teaching to me was that emotions are distractions and decisions should be based on logic and probability. He said that to become an excellent leader, one must be able to separate should from want. Su Qing remained silent, just watching him. I once believed in that theory. Until I met you, Lin Fan says. The first time we met, you refuted a senior scholar at a meeting with clear logic and substantial evidence. I thought you were a typical rationalist, just as my father taught. He pauses, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But later I observed you. I found that each of your decisions on the surface is based on data and logic, but underneath, there is always a person at the core. What you care about is not whether the policy is perfect, but which specific people it will affect. Su Qing looks at him, her eyes widening slightly. After the Bloodthorn project was exposed, you could have let the court handle everything and walked away. But you said you needed to present the complete truth, including those warm memories. You said that justice is not only about punishment, but also about recognizing complexity. Lin Fan's voice is soft, yet each word is clear. That is not something a subject would say. That is something only someone who has been loved would say. Su Qing's throat tightens. But those notes. Notes can record everything, Lin Fan says, but what the notes cannot capture is whether he felt his heart race while recording. The notes cannot record whether he ever watched you sleeping one night and wondered if he had made a mistake. The notes cannot record the authenticity of those warm moments. He leans slightly forward closer to her. Qing, your mother once said, people must learn to bloom not for the result, but simply to be part of spring. Qing is stunned. You know that saying. You said it on the plane, he replies. You said that at that time your mother was holding your hand under the apple tree telling you that some flowers do not bear fruit, but the tree still blooms every year. He pauses, a deep light in his eyes. I later thought perhaps love is like this. Love does not necessarily need a result. It does not need to be validated, defined, or quantified. It may just have existed. In certain moments and certain choices it was there. Qing's eyes become moist. She looks at Lin Fan, at his blue eyes, at the familiar expressions on his face, serious, focused, and a hint of tenderness she had never paid much attention to. Lin Fan, her voice is a bit hoarse. Why are you always so? What? So good at seeing things others cannot see? Qing says. Lin Fan smiles faintly. Because the person I care about is you. This sentence is said softly, but it lands in the air like the sound of apple petals falling. Qing is taken aback. The wind gently blows through the courtyard. The branches of the apple tree sway, a few petals drifting down, landing on the stone table, on the documents, and on Qing's shoulder. Lin Fan looks at her, not averting his gaze. There is an open sincerity in his eyes, devoid of the usual restraint and detachment. Qing's heart races. She looks at Lin Fan, at the man she has known for 3 years, with whom she has shared countless days and nights. She suddenly realizes that some things she has always known but never acknowledged have always been there. In every moment they fought side by side, in every silent gaze they shared, in every instance he appeared right when she was vulnerable. She takes a deep breath, trying to steady her voice, but ultimately only whispers, so do I. Lin Fan's eyes widen slightly, and then a genuine smile slowly appears on his lips. So what? The person I care about is also you, Qing says. The wind settles in the courtyard. Lin Fan reaches out gently, taking Qing's hand resting on the table. His palm is warm, his fingers long and strong, with a thin callus in his palm. Qing does not pull away, but lets her fingers gently entwine with his. They sit beneath the apple tree, hand in hand, gazing at the sunlight in the courtyard. So what's next? Lin Fan asks, his voice slightly hoarse. Qing smiles. This is the first genuine smile she has had all day. Next we need to face 3,000 visitors, 35 media outlets, and the upcoming delegation from the International Bioethics Committee. Lin Fan laughs as well. I mean we. Qing turns to look at him, her eyes sparkling. Then we can start. From tonight. Tonight. After the opening ceremony, there will be a small internal dinner. We can leave early. Qing says, I know a quiet little bar that has fantastic jazz and the single malt whiskey you like. Lin Fan looks at her, his eyes turning deep blue in the sunlight. Sounds like a great start. Qing nods, then slowly stands up. Her hand still holding Lin Fan's, she pulls him up with her. Let's go, she says, there's still a lot of work to do. They walk towards the porch, towards the main hall, towards the opening ceremony that is about to begin. As they pass the apple tree, Qing pauses. She looks up at the pale pink flowers, watching them sway gently in the sunlight. Mother, she whispers, I have learned. I have learned to bloom not for the result, but simply to be part of spring. Lin Fan stands beside her, listening to her, murmuring to herself. He does not ask what she is saying, just tightens his grip on her hand. The wind blows and a few petals fall. But this time Qing does not look up. She simply holds Lin Fan's hand, walking towards the porch, towards her future. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the opening ceremony begins. Temporary sunshades and a podium have already been set up in the courtyard. 300 seats are fully occupied, with over 200 more standing at the edges of the courtyard. Cameras are aimed at the podium, with flashes going off intermittently. Qing steps onto the podium. She is wearing a light gray suit jacket and a white silk shirt, her hair still styled in a low bun, but this time she is not wearing any distracting jewelry. Her eyes are bright, just like on the day of the trial in The Hague, but this time the fatigue has vanished, replaced by a calm determination. She stands in front of the microphone, looking at the people below, the scholars, journalists, government officials, and those survivors in plain clothes sitting in the front row. Good afternoon, everyone. Her voice resonates clearly and powerfully through the sound system. I am Qing. Today I am honored to stand here with you to witness the opening of the Bioethics and Memory Memorial Hall. She presses the remote, and the large screen behind her lights up. The first image is not a document from the Bloodthorn Project, but a black and white photo. A group of children stands under the apple tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on their faces. The timestamp in the corner of the photo reads April 1993. 30 years ago there was an apple tree in this courtyard. It is different from the one today, but it too would bloom in spring. Qing continues, some of the children in this photo are no longer with us, some are still alive, and some are changing the world. She switches to the next image, a new photo, taken this morning by Lin Fan. Qing stands under the apple tree, looking up at the flower's sunlight, dappling her face through the petals. I spent a long time understanding what memory is. Qing continues, it is not just about recording pain, not just about witnessing mistakes. It is also part of understanding complexity. It reminds us that between science and ethics, rationality and emotion, individual choices and collective responsibility, we must always proceed in balance. She lifts her head, her gaze sweeping over the survivors below. A girl in her 20s in the front row watches, her eyes moist, gently nodding. Qing recognizes her, S19, who was found 3 years ago and could barely communicate, now a psychology major. Today we open this memorial hall, not to freeze the past, Qing says, but to remind the future that science should serve humanity, not create monsters. Progress should embrace ethics, not trample on humanity. Every life, no matter how it was born, should be seen as a person, not a product. She pauses, her voice softening. This is also a promise. We will continue to seek those lost lives, continue to build a framework for ethical oversight, continue to ensure that in the next 30 years, there will be no more blood thorns. She looks towards the camera, towards the millions of eyes around the world that may be watching the live broadcast. We acknowledge the mistakes of the past, not to remain forever trapped, but to be able to choose to bloom when spring arrives. She bows. Applause erupts. It is not as thunderous as the release conference in The Hague, but deeper and more lasting. Some in the survivor seating stand, and some are in tears. The girl in the front row, S19, covers her mouth with her hands, tears falling, but her face is smiling. Qing lifts her head amidst the applause, looking towards the side of the podium. Lin Fan stands there wearing a dark blue shirt, watching her. He nods slightly, a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, no words are needed. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the opening ceremony concludes. Visitors begin to leave, and the media packs up their equipment. The courtyard gradually quiets down. Qing bids farewell to several important guests in the main hall. As the last one leaves, she stands at the door, looking at the apple tree in the courtyard. The setting sun paints the sky a golden hue. The apple tree's petals glow pink in the sunset, beautiful like a painting. Lin Fan walks up to her. Tired? Qing shakes her head. Not tired. Just feels like it's over. Over. Lin Fan looks at her. The trial of the Bloodthorn Project is over. The memorial hall has opened. The new department has already started operating. Qing says, I feel this chapter is really over. She turns to Lin Fan. So where does the next chapter start? Lin Fan looks at her, his eyes turning golden brown in the sunset. He reaches out, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. From tonight, he says, from that little bar with jazz and single malt whiskey. Qing smiles. She holds Lin Fan's hand, their fingers interlocked. Let's go, she says. They exit the main hall, walk through the courtyard, and head towards the entrance. As they pass the apple tree, Qing stops. She looks up at the pale pink flowers, watching them gently sway in the sunset. The wind gently blows. A few petals fall. This time, Qing does not speak or look up. She simply tightens her grip on Lin Fan's hand and continues forward. But in her heart, a voice says, Mother, I have learned. I have learned to see hope in pain, to see humanity in complexity, to see warmth in science. I have learned to bloom. Not for a result, but simply to be part of spring. And this time, spring no longer holds only me. Lin Fan stands beside her, holding her hand, walking towards their future. At the entrance of the courtyard, Shen Wei, Qin Yue, Qin Jing, and Lin Fan are waiting for them. Qin Yue carries a delicate gift bag, and Qin Jing holds Duodua, the little girl, waving her hand when she sees them. Are you ready? Qin Yue asks, a charming smile on her face. We need to arrive at the dinner on time. Qing looks at them, then at Lin Fan. Ready. They walk out of the courtyard, heading towards the street, towards the dusk of April in Beijing. And behind them, the apple tree in the courtyard is quietly blooming. The pale pink flowers sway in the spring breeze, some petals falling, forming a soft carpet on the ground. Next spring, this place will still bloom. And this time, under the tree, there will no longer be a solitary vigil, but rather, a new story is beginning. Beijing, October. In the courtyard of the Su family's ancestral residence, the apple tree bore fruit. Greenish apples hung heavily from its branches, bending them downward. Some had already ripened and fallen onto the bluestone path, releasing a faint sweet fragrance. Qing sat beside a stone table, holding a letter in her hands. The paper was thin and slightly yellowed, the handwriting familiar, unmistakably her father's. Not printed text, not a signature, but handwritten with heavy pauses in certain places where the ink had bled slightly, as though the writer had hesitated while composing it. The letter had arrived 3 days earlier, mailed from the international prison in The Hague. The verdict had been announced. Su Wan was sentenced to 25 years imprisonment without possibility of parole. After the judgment, he had accepted only one visit by his attorney and requested that the attorney deliver this letter to Su Qing. She had read it many times. The first time was in her office amid ringing telephones and colleagues' conversations, as she read, quickly skipping over certain passages. The second time was at home late at night alone. She read word by word. The third time was this morning beneath the apple tree, where she read slowly, pausing often to gaze at the sunlight filtering through the courtyard. Qing. That was how the letter began. Not Su Qing, not S02, but Qing, the childhood nickname her father had used when she was 5. If you are reading this letter, it means I have accepted the verdict. It is what I deserve. I bear no resentment. But there are things I must say, not as a scientist, but as a father, outside the courtroom. I know you have seen my experimental records, the cold objective quantified descriptions. I know what you are thinking in those records. Was there ever real love? Was there only observation? Su Qing's fingers paused here. She lifted her gaze toward the apples hanging from the tree. Half a year had passed. From April to October, from apple blossoms to ripening fruit. So much had unfolded in these 6 months. In May, the new system had just begun operating. The first case emerged from Eastern Europe. A covert project akin to Bloodthorn had been exposed involving 17 children. Su Qing and her team acted urgently, gathering evidence, liaising with local authorities, arranging rescues, and providing psychological support. It was their busiest month yet. Su Qing slept only 4 or 5 hours each day, files piled high on her desk, and her phone rang incessantly from dawn till dusk. Lin Fan, her deputy, shouldered much of the burden. Yet one midnight, after 4 consecutive days of overtime, the tension erupted. At 2 a.m., only the two of them remained in the office. On Su Qing's computer screen glowed an emergency evacuation plan. She was reviewing its final section. Lin Fan entered carrying another document, which he placed gently on her desk. This plan has flaws, he said, his voice calm, but lower than usual. Su Qing did not lift her eyes from the screen. Where? Section 2, we must submit evidentiary materials to local authorities. Yet under local law, those materials could lead to prosecution for several key witnesses, though victims themselves, they had technically participated in the project per legal logic. Su Qing's fingers stilled above the keyboard. So, I recommend withholding this portion of the evidence, for now. Lin Fan said, tapping the document lightly with his finger. Let other evidence secure the children's safety first. As for the witnesses, we'll address that later. Su Qing raised her head. Her eyes were redrimmed, yet sharp. Lin Fan, this is an ethical issue. We cannot sacrifice justice for witnesses in the name of safety. But if submitted, these individuals may face imprisonment, or even lose their citizenship and be deported to far more dangerous places. Lin Fan's voice remained calm, though slower now. Su Qing, what we care about is people, not abstract justice. Is that truly how you care? Su Qing rose abruptly, her chair scraped sharply against the floor. Like you cared for me. Lin Fan froze. Back in March at the hospital, you said the same thing, didn't you? Su Qing walked around the desk and stood before him. You said you concealed the truth because you cared. You made decisions for me because you cared. Lin Fan, was that truly caring? Or control? Lin Fan remained silent. His Adam's apple bobbed once. What was the lesson of the Bloodthorn project? Su Qing's voice rose, her chest rose and fell rapidly. That science must serve humanity, not create monsters. Yet now you're applying the very same logic to sacrifice individual rights for a so-called greater good. How does that differ from Su Wan? Lin Fan tapped his finger once upon the desk, softly, yet Su Qing heard it clearly. Su Qing, he said, his voice rougher than usual, what I care about is the safety of those 17 children. We can apply political pressure internationally regarding the witnesses, but the children cannot wait. So you'll decide for them again. Su Qing's eyes shimmered, not with anger, but with a deeper, quieter anguish. Just as you decided for me. Lin Fan remained silent for a long time. Only the low hum of the computer's chassis and the distant tremor of a passing subway broke the stillness. Finally he spoke. I did not decide for you, he said, his gaze shifting away from hers for the first time, to the pitch-black night beyond the window. I merely chose to let you heal first. The truth has already happened. I know it, and you know it. I simply chose a moment. What moment? The moment when you would be strong enough to face the truth. Lin Fan turned back to meet her eyes. A profound weariness lined them. Su Qing had never seen him look so exhausted. Su Qing, do you think I don't know how much you suffer? In the hospital, you suffered nightmares every night. You pretended to be fine, professional, composed, but your hands trembled and exhaustion haunted your eyes. Su Qing froze. She had no idea he'd noticed such details. Could you have endured it? If you'd known the full truth, then Lin Fan's voice softened almost as if speaking to himself. Could you have endured the press conference? The trial? All of this? Su Qing looked at him, and suddenly realized she had never considered things from this angle. She'd assumed Lin Fan's concealment stemmed from control from distrust. But perhaps it had been protection. Not the kind rooted in disbelief. I don't trust you to bear it. But the kind rooted in devotion. I am willing to carry your vulnerability. Yet another voice whispered inside her, even if his intention was protection, the method remained wrong. Su Wan's way of protecting their mother had also been to keep her living in lies. And what had resulted? Their mother had suppressed her pain until her final breath. Su Qing drew a deep breath, forcing herself to steady. Lin Fan, she said, her voice regaining composure. I understand your intention. But there is something you must understand. Concealment is not protection. When you withhold the truth, you believe you shield me. But in fact, you rob me of the chance to confront myself. Lin Fan did not interrupt. In March, if I'd known the full truth, I might have shattered, Su Qing continued. But at least, that would have been my own shattering. I would have broken, and then risen again. But now, you've denied me even the right to break. Her voice lowered softly. Lin Fan, in the hospital, I asked you why you always saw what others missed. You replied, because the person I care about is you. Yet now I realize, you did not see me. You saw who you thought I was. The Su Qing who needed protecting, not the real Su Qing. Lin Fan remained silent longer still. Then softly he said, I'm sorry. This was no perfunctory apology. His voice resonated deeply, emerging from the core of his chest. I know I was wrong. Lin Fan held her gaze steadily, this time unflinching. I have loved you the way my father taught me, rationally, restrainedly, controllably. I believed that was the best way. But I forgot. You are not my soldier nor my subordinate. You are Su Qing. He extended his hand, but stopped midair, not touching her. From today onward, I will no longer decide for you. We will face complexity together. We will bear vulnerability together. We will do what only the two of us together can accomplish. Su Qing looked at his suspended hand and reached out gently, closing her fingers around his. His hand was cool, his fingers stiff, but warmth soon flowed from her palm into his. Lin Fan, Su Qing said, we must also redefine what it means to care. Not by deciding for each other nor by ignoring each other's fragility. To care is to acknowledge that the other is both strong and vulnerable. To care is to appear when needed, and to trust her when she can stand alone. To care is to face complexity together, not to simplify it. Lin Fan tightened his grip on her hand. Yes. Then Su Qing said, the witness documents. We'll split them. Lin Fan said, his eyes brightening once more. One copy goes to authorities, ensuring the children's immediate safety. The other, via private channels, goes to human rights organizations in the witnesses' home countries, applying political pressure to safeguard them from prosecution. Su Qing nodded, a faint smile lifting the corners of her mouth. Yes. They walked together to the window, gazing outward into the night. It was 3 a.m. in Beijing. The city slept, and distant street lamps flickered softly in the darkness. Their silhouettes merged on the glass, two figures standing close. Lin Fan, Su Qing said, thank you. For what? For admitting you were wrong, Su Qing replied. Many never do. Lin Fan smiled, a subtle quiet curve of his lips, but his eyes sparkled with genuine warmth. Su Qing, thank you for caring about me, in your own way, even if at times it feels exacting. They stood by the window saying nothing, yet something fundamental had shifted in the air between them. It was a deeper bond, not the fresh intensity of romance, but the hard-won understanding and trust forged between comrades, friends, and lovers after conflict and reconciliation. Su Qing felt Lin Fan's fingers shift slightly within her palm, as if confirming her presence. She did not withdraw, instead her own fingers moved gently in reply, a quiet affirmation. It was a small gesture, but for them more meaningful than any words. In June, tensions resurfaced. This time, however, they concerned their personal relationship. Once the new system stabilized, Su Qing noticed the time she and Lin Fan spent together dwindling. Their work overlapped daily, but opportunities for genuine connection, beyond professional exchanges, grew scarce. One Friday evening, they'd arranged dinner at a quiet restaurant, the very place they'd first visited together, renowned for its jazz and fine red wine. But Su Qing became immersed in an urgent file at the office and only remembered the time at 8:30 p.m. She rushed to the restaurant, only to find Lin Fan had waited 50 minutes. The restaurant's lighting was dim, soft jazz drifted in the background. Lin Fan sat by the window, a glass of water before him, its ice long melted. I'm sorry, Su Qing said, settling into her seat, her breath still uneven. An urgent matter came up. It's all right, Lin Fan replied calmly. Yet he did not ask what the matter had been. The waiter approached. Su Qing hurriedly ordered a glass of red wine and her main course. Lin Fan said, I ordered the steak. It should arrive shortly. Then silence. Throughout dinner they spoke little. Su Qing tried light topics, the system's progress, next week's plans, but Lin Fan responded tersely, yes, good. Su Qing finally sensed that Lin Fan was angry. not with explosive fury, but with a deeper, quieter disappointment. Back at the apartment, Lin Fan finally spoke. "Su Qing," he said, "we need to talk." Su Qing met his gaze. "About what?" "About us," Lin Fan replied. Memories of April surfaced. The apple tree, her words, "The person I care about is you. Yet now, I no longer feel it." Su Qing froze. "Lin Fan, I'm with you every day. At work, we—" "I know," Lin Fan interrupted. "Professionally, we are flawless partners. You decide, I execute. You manage external relations, I handle internal operations. Our synergy is seamless." His voice dropped lower. "But personally, Su Qing, you've given me almost no time. When was the last time we spoke about anything other than work?" 2 months ago. 3. Su Qing fell silent. Suddenly she knew he was right. She had become consumed by her work, by ensuring the new system functioned flawlessly, forgetting almost entirely that Lin Fan was not merely her deputy, but her lover. And lovers require time and attention. "Lin Fan," Su Qing continued, "I don't know how to balance work and relationship. I have no experience in this. From childhood, I was treated as an experimental subject, my emotions suppressed, quantified, observed. I don't know how to love, naturally, freely." Her voice softened. "I need you to teach me, Lin Fan. Tell me, what do you expect? What do you want? What do you need?" Lin Fan looked at her, his anger fading, replaced by tender gravity. He rose, stepped forward, and gently took her hands. "Su Qing," he said, "I don't need you to do anything extraordinary. I only need time. Time. Just 10 minutes a day, no work talk. Anything else, a flower you saw, a childhood memory that surfaced, or silence shared quietly." Lin Fan's thumb brushed softly across her knuckles. "I need to feel that you care about me, not as your deputy, but as a person." Su Qing looked at Lin Fan, and tears welled unexpectedly. She recalled their May confrontation when she'd accused him of control. Perhaps he'd simply feared being overlooked. Overlooked by her vocation. She remembered April beneath the apple tree when Lin Fan had said, "Because the person I care about is you." She'd answered, "So do I," yet had never truly grasped the weight of those words. "Lin Fan," Su Qing whispered, her voice thick, "I'm sorry. I do care too." She drew a steadying breath. "I grew up believing being observed was being loved. Later I learned it wasn't. But I still don't know what true love is. I'm learning, Lin Fan. Learning how to love, how to be loved, how to live beyond the scars of the past." She lifted her eyes to meet his. "I need your patience. Lin Fan, I may learn slowly. I may forget, I may again put work first. But please, believe me, I am trying." Lin Fan gazed at her, then drew her gently into his arms. His embrace was warm, scented faintly of coffee and familiar comfort. Su Qing buried her face against his shoulder, the first time she truly relaxed. "I'll give you all the patience you need," Lin Fan murmured near her ear softly yet distinctly, "as long as you keep trying." They held each other speechless, yet something essential had transformed. A deeper bond, not born of idealistic passion but of grounded compromise and mutual understanding. Two people acknowledging each other's imperfections, honoring each other's wounds, and choosing deliberately to walk forward, together. Su Qing felt Lin Fan's breath steady against her ear, his heartbeat pulsing through his shirt onto her shoulder. For the first time she noticed his heartbeat wasn't perfectly steady, sometimes quickening, sometimes slowing. It was imperfect, but it was real. In July, an unexpected moment. That afternoon, Su Qing reviewed documents in her office when Lin Fan entered holding a cup of coffee. "Here," he said. "Double espresso, no sugar." Su Qing looked up and smiled. "You remember my preference." Lin Fan paused, then smiled in return. "Of course, Su Qing. I remember everything about you." She accepted the cup and blew gently across its surface. Steam rose in delicate curls, blurring her vision. "Lin Fan," she said, "thank you." "For what?" "For remembering." Su Qing said, "For remembering how I take my coffee where I like to sit, by the window, and how I rub my fingers when anxious. For remembering all those small things." Lin Fan said nothing, only watched her quietly. "I've been thinking," Su Qing continued, "perhaps this is love. Not grand declarations or dramatic moments, but remembering all the small things, how you take your coffee unsweetened, your preference for the window seat, how you rub your fingers when nervous. Remembering all those tiny habits known only to yourself." Lin Fan's eyes deepened, fathomless. "Su Qing," he said, "I don't just remember your habits. I remember your first day at the 7th Division, wearing a gray suit, hair pulled into a low chignon, eyes alight, with a resolve I'd never seen before. I remember your first rebuttal in a meeting, logically precise, evidence-backed, voice quiet, yet commanding in presence. I remember your first tears in front of me, in the hospital room, when you whispered, 'I'm afraid.'" He reached out, gently brushing her cheek. "I remember every single one of those moments, Su Qing, because each revealed how extraordinary you are." Tears shimmered in Su Qing's eyes. "Lin Fan," she said, "I remember too. I remember your first day beside me, wearing a navy blue shirt, sleeves rolled to your elbows, expression serious, but eyes gentle. I remember your first touch, beneath the apple tree, sunlight filtering through petals, your hand warm against mine. I remember your first apology, in that midnight office when you said, "I'm sorry," your voice low and resonant, rising from deep within your chest. She clasped his hand and pressed it to her cheek. Lin Fan, I remember every one of those moments, because each told me I am no longer alone. They stood in the office, not embracing, not kissing, just hand in hand, gazing at one another. Yet the air vibrated with something ineffable. Trust, understanding, and a connection needing no words. Qing felt Lin Fan's fingers shift gently in her palm, as if confirming her presence. She did not pull away. Instead, her own fingers moved softly in response. A tiny gesture, yet for them more profound than any declaration. In August, conflict re-emerged. This time not about work nor relationship, but about the past. One August weekend, while sorting through the ancestral residence, Qing discovered an old photo album on a dusty bookshelf. It belonged to her mother. Its photographs spanned the 1980s, chronicling her mother's youth, marriage, pregnancy, childbirth, and illness. One image startled Qing. She'd never seen it before. Her mother sat beneath the apple tree, cradling infant Qing. Her mother smiled, but the expression was strained, her eyes weary. On the reverse, a line of writing, November 1989. This was the first time I held her. I knew her genes had been engineered, artificially edited. Yet looking into her eyes, I thought, she is still my child. Qing froze. This was her mother's first reference to the Bloodthorn Project. In memory, her mother had never spoken of it. She continued flipping pages, finding more handwritten notes. March 1992. Qing is 2. She begins exhibiting unusual abilities, accurately naming strangers' emotional states. Wan is delighted. The experiment succeeded. But I know this is not success. It is a curse. July 1994. Qing is 5. She asks me, how did I come to be? I do not tell her the truth. I fear, if she learns she was designed, she'll lose herself. October 1996. I fall ill. Wan says research must continue. I know. He cares more for the project than for me. Yet I feel no anger. Only sorrow, for Qing. Qing's hands trembled. She believed her mother never understood her pain, never knew the truth. Now she realized. Her mother had always known. She had simply chosen a different way to endure. Qing closed the album and sat beneath the apple tree. She wept. Not for her mother, not for her father, but for herself. She suddenly understood. She'd imagined herself a solitary victim, bearing everything alone. Now she saw. Her mother had borne it too. Struggled too. Searched too. When Lin Fan found her, she'd been sitting beneath the apple tree for a long time. He sat beside her quietly, asking nothing, only removing his coat and draping it over her shoulders. Qing handed him the album. Lin Fan turned page after page, then closed it and looked at Qing. She knew. Qing whispered, voice raw. She always knew. Knew what? That I was engineered. That Wan made those choices. That everything. Qing said, yet she never told me. Why? Because she wanted me to believe I was normal. Qing said, she wanted me to believe I was an ordinary child, with ordinary parents and ordinary life. She lifted her tear-filled eyes to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I always thought my mother didn't understand me, didn't know my pain. Now I see. She bore more than I ever imagined. She watched her daughter become an experimental subject and could not stop it. She watched her husband value the project above her and could not leave. She endured silently, protected me silently. Lin Fan remained silent for a long time. Then gently, he drew Qing into his arms. His embrace was warm, scented faintly of coffee and familiarity. Qing buried her face against his shoulder, the first time she truly relaxed. Qing, he said, perhaps this is love. She looked up at him. Not perfect love, love without scars. Lin Fan continued, but love that carries pain, bears flaws, and chooses nonetheless to love. Your mother chose to protect your childhood, even if it meant concealing the truth. Your father chose to document your growth, even if it meant detached observation. Neither was perfect, but both loved you in the only ways they knew how. Qing looked at Lin Fan and remembered. March in the hospital room. Lin Fan had said, Qing, you once said justice isn't merely punishing error, it's acknowledging complexity and seeking healing within it. Then Qing thought he spoke of her father. Now she realized he spoke of her too. Qing, Lin Fan continued, you need not be perfect. You need not be fully healed, nor wholly forgiving, nor unscarred. You need only choose to move forward, carrying your past wounds, your regrets, but moving forward nonetheless. He held Qing's hand, like your mother, like you beneath the apple tree in April, learning to bloom not for fruit, but to become part of spring itself. Qing looked at Lin Fan, and the words on the photograph returned. Looking into her eyes, I thought, she is still my child. Not She is a perfect experimental subject, not, she is a triumph of genetic engineering, but she is still my child. Qing understood at last. She need not question her worth because her genes were engineered. She need not doubt whether she was loved because her father was emotionally distant. She need not question her mother's understanding because of her silence. She need only accept. Accept her complexity. Accept her imperfection. Accept her scars. Accept that she is both victim and survivor, and capable too of loving. Lin Fan, Qing said, thank you. For what? For walking with me through all this, Qing said. For never giving up on me. Lin Fan smiled. Qing, I never considered giving up on you. He gently cupped her face, gazing into her eyes. Deep blue like ocean and sky like a sanctuary where all wounds could rest. Qing, he said, I love you. Not because you are perfect nor because you are strong, but because you are Qing. Tears filled Qing's eyes, but this time she did not cry. She simply looked at Lin Fan, his eyes, his lashes, the gentle curve of his lips. Then she rose onto her toes and kissed him softly. Their first kiss. Not cinematic, not theatrical. Just a light, tender, tear-dampened kiss. Yet for them, it was perfect, because it was real. By September, stability settled. The new system operated smoothly. Our rescue cases proceeded steadily. The 7th Division's team matured, each member clear in role and rhythm. Qing and Lin Fan's relationship, too, grew steadier. They learned to balance work and life, to voice needs, and to honor each other's silences. One weekend evening they cooked together. Qing chopped vegetables, Lin Fan prepared the meal. The kitchen filled with savory aromas, soft music playing in the background. Qing, Lin Fan said, do you remember our first collaboration? Qing smiled. Of course. You challenged my proposal in the meeting, called it too idealistic. Did I? Lin Fan chuckled. I thought you challenged me. Qing paused her knife. Lin Fan, I have a question. What is it? If, from the beginning you'd known our collaboration would be this difficult, fraught with conflict, demanding such compromise, would you still have chosen to work with me? Lin Fan did not answer immediately. He turned off the stove and faced her. Qing, he said, I have never regretted choosing to work with you. Not because our work is flawless nor because our path is smooth, but because with you I learned how to love. Qing froze. I was raised to be rational, restrained, controlled, Lin Fan continued. I never learned how to express emotion, or how to let someone into my life. But with you, I learned. He stepped closer, taking her hand. You taught me that caring is not control, but trust. You taught me that love is not possession, but companionship. You taught me that a person can be both strong and vulnerable, both rational and emotional. Tears shimmered in Qing's eyes. Lin Fan, she said, thank you for your honesty. Lin Fan smiled. Qing, you taught me honesty. They stood in the kitchen, hands clasped, gazing at one another. Outside, the moon hung full, silver light spilled through the window, bathing them in its glow. Lin Fan, Qing said, I've learned too. I've learned how to be loved. To be loved, I grew up believing being observed was being loved. Later I learned it wasn't. I thought being protected was being loved. Now I know, that isn't it either. To be loved is to be seen in all one's complexity and still chosen. To be seen in all one's imperfection and still cherished. To be seen in all one's wounds and still accompanied on the journey forward. She held Lin Fan's gaze. Lin Fan, you see my complexity. You see my imperfection. You see my wounds. Yet you still choose to stay with me. That is being loved. Lin Fan's eyes deepened, fathomless. Qing, he said, this is not merely seeing. It is understanding and acceptance. I understand your past. I accept your present. I anticipate your future. He paused, voice softening further. Qing, I wish to walk forward, with you, into the future. Not as comrades, not as partners, but as family. Qing froze. Family, she echoed the word. Yes, family, Lin Fan affirmed. Not legally bound, but bound in spirit. Whatever comes, whatever we face, we remain together. We will not abandon each other, betray each other, or leave each other. His voice held unwavering certainty. Qing, I wish to spend every coming spring with you. I wish to watch the apple tree blossom with you. I wish to spend every autumn with you. I wish to harvest fruit with you. I wish to grow old with you. Tears gathered in Qing's eyes, but she did not let them fall. She simply gazed at Lin Fan, his eyes, his lashes, the curve of his lips. Then she whispered softly, yes. One word, holding all the weight of love, hope, and commitment. Lin Fan smiled, tender, radiant. He drew her gently into his arms, resting his chin atop her head. Qing closed her eyes, feeling his warmth, his steady heartbeat, the quiet, undeniable sensation of being loved. Food simmered in the kitchen. Music played softly. The moon glowed outside. Yet none of it mattered. What mattered was that they had found each other and chosen each other. October. Her father's letter. Now October. Qing sat beneath the apple tree holding her father's letter. She had finished its final line. Qing, I cannot undo the past. I cannot retract those records, withdraw those observations, or deny those cold clinical data points. But there is one thing I wish you to know. Those records were not mere observation. They were a father's sole attempt to understand, to approach, to love his daughter. I know this is not the love you needed. I know you longed for a father who embraced you, who smiled at you, who told you plainly you are my daughter. But I could not. I was too consumed by science, too rational, too restrained, too afraid. Afraid of what I cannot say. Perhaps afraid emotion would cloud judgment. Perhaps afraid to admit my failures. Perhaps afraid to admit I never knew how to be a father. But Qing, I want you to know, regardless of those records, regardless of my choices, you were never in my heart merely S02. You were never merely an experimental subject. You are my daughter. I do not expect your forgiveness. I do not expect you to forget. I do not even expect you to read this letter. I simply needed to say it, while I still had the chance. I loved you, Qing, in the only way I knew how. Father. Qing stared at those final words, and tears finally fell. Not wrenching sobs, but quiet, gentle tears. She remembered feverish nights at age 5, her father keeping vigil by her bedside. She remembered pre-speech rehearsals at 8, him staying up until dawn. She remembered choosing biology at 15, and his words, if you truly love it, do not abandon it because of my mistakes. She remembered her mother's photograph, her words, she is still my child. She remembered Lin Fan, their conflicts, reconciliations, and steadfast choice to believe in each other over these past months. Qing drew a deep breath and wiped her tears. She looked up toward the apple tree's fruit. Some were ripe, some still growing. Some had fallen, some clung stubbornly to the branches. She recalled April beneath the apple tree, her mother's voice, look at these apple blossoms. They are beautiful, but not all will bear fruit. Some will be blown down by wind, drenched by rain, gnawed by insects. Yet the tree blooms each year, year after year, unburdened by gain or loss. Qing smiled. She rose and carefully folded the letter. She walked toward the main hall. Lin Fan stood in the doorway watching her. He wore a deep blue shirt, sleeves rolled to his elbows. Sunlight streamed from the courtyard, dappling his figure with golden light. Finished? He asked. Qing nodded. Yes. Are you all right? She approached and gently took his hand. Lin Fan, will you accompany me to The Hague? Lin Fan frowned slightly. The Hague? I want to see my father, Qing said. One last time. As his daughter, I want to tell him. I loved him too. In the only way I knew how. Lin Fan looked at her, then smiled. Yes, he said. We'll go together. They stepped from the hall into the courtyard and beyond the gate. October's breeze stirred gently, the apple tree's leaves turning gold, some already drifting down to carpet the ground in amber. Yet fruit remained on the branches, green, rosy, some fully ripe, glinting in the sunlight. Spring had passed. Summer had passed. Autumn neared its end. But next spring the apple tree would bloom again, and they would walk on, carrying past wounds, past regrets, and each other. This is what comes after spring. Imperfect, but real. Incomplete, but continuing. This is love. The Hague, October. The wind blows in from the north sea, carrying a salty and bitter scent. The sky is leaden gray with clouds hanging low as if about to rain. Qing stood outside the prison visitation room, holding a paper bag. Inside were several Chinese books, a package of tea leaves, and a deep blue sweater. She had checked it according to prison regulations, ensuring there were no buttons, no zippers, and nothing that could be used as a weapon. Lin Fan stood beside her wearing a dark gray trench coat, hands in his pockets. He did not speak, only gently squeezed her hand before letting go. Are you ready? He asked. Qing took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. I will wait for you outside. Lin Fan said, take your time. Qing looked at him with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. Lin Fan smiled lightly, saying nothing more, and turned to walk towards the waiting area. His silhouette appeared tall and quiet under the corridor lights. Qing turned and pushed open the door to the visitation room. The visitation room was small, with only 2 chairs separated by a glass wall. Suwon sat across from her, dressed in gray prison garb without handcuffs. His hair was whiter than it had been 3 months ago, yet still neatly combed. His face bore no expression, but there was a calm in his eyes that Qing had never seen before. Qing sat down and picked up the phone. Father, she said. Suwon picked up the phone and looked at her. His gaze did not waver, nor did he shy away. He simply stared at her calmly. Qing, he said, his voice a bit hoarse but clear. I received your letter, Qing said. I know. Suwon said, the lawyer told me you would come. Silence. The air in the visitation room was quiet, with only the occasional sound of electricity traveling through the phone line. Father, Qing said, I read it many times. Each time I pondered one question. Those records, those observations, those cold data. Is that really the only way you could love me? Suwon looked at her without immediately answering. After a long pause, he said, Qing, do you know what the essence of gene editing is? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Gene editing from a scientific perspective is about modifying DNA sequences, Su Wan continued. But from another angle, it is an attempt to change the essence of a life. He paused, swallowing hard. I spent 30 years trying to change the essence of life. I tried to create a perfect human, to eliminate flaws, to control variables. I thought that was science. That was progress. Su Qing listened quietly. But during these days in prison, I have been thinking, if I could modify every flaw in your genes, eliminate every weakness in your genes, making you perfect, would you still be Yue? Su Wan's voice lowered. Qing, I've been thinking perhaps true love is not about changing the other, but about accepting the other. Accepting the other's imperfections, accepting the other's complexities, accepting the other's reality. Su Qing's eyes became moist. I never learned to accept, Su Wan said. I was always about modification. Modifying your genes, modifying your mother's illness, modifying everything that did not meet my expectations. I thought that was love, but perhaps that was just control. He lifted his head, looking into Su Qing's eyes. Qing, those records, those observations, were indeed my way. But I now understand that was not love. That was merely an attempt to understand, an attempt to get close, yet afraid of truly getting close. Su Qing's tears finally fell. Father, she said, her voice hoarse, I understand now. I know you loved me. Even if the way was wrong, even if it was filled with errors. But I know you loved me. Su Wan's eyes also turned red. This was the first time Su Qing saw this man cry. Not silent tears glistening, but real hot tears. Qing, he said, I do not ask for forgiveness. I know the harm caused by my mistakes cannot be compensated with an apology. I am just very glad you came. Very glad to say to you one last time. His voice trembled, but was firm. I am glad you came, Qing. I am glad. I have a daughter. Su Qing's tears continued to flow, but she did not wipe them away. She simply gazed at her father, watching this once indifferent, rational, nearly emotionless man, now crying, and saying these words to her across the glass wall. Father, Su Qing said, I used to hate you. I hated your choices, hated your indifference, hated how you treated me like a subject of experimentation. But now, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to continue. But I now understand hating someone and loving someone are not mutually exclusive. I can hate your choices, but at the same time, I remember the nights you kept vigil by my bedside, remember the mornings you helped me practice my speech, remember your words, if you truly love, do not give up because of my mistakes. She looked into Su Wan's eyes. Father, I do not forgive your mistakes, but I accept the fact that you are my father. Accepting the fact that you loved me. Accepting the fact that we had those warm moments together. Su Wan looked at her, tears still flowing. Qing, he said, thank you. Thank you for what? Thank you for being willing to come. Thank you for being willing to speak to me one last time. Thank you for being willing to accept an imperfect father. Su Qing smiled, tears in her eyes. Father, we are all imperfect. You, me, mother, we are all imperfect. But perhaps that is what is real, isn't it? Lin Fan also smiled, tears in his eyes. Yes, Qing, that is what is real. They looked at each other across the glass wall. No more words were needed, only understanding, acceptance, and a certain final release. 10 minutes later, the visitation ended. Su Wan stood up, looking at Su Qing one last time. Qing, he said, live well. No matter what happens, no matter what you face, live well. Su Qing nodded. I will, father. Su Wan turned and walked towards the guard. Su Qing watched him leave, seeing his figure grow more distant in the corridor until he vanished behind the door. Su Qing set down the phone, stood up, and took a deep breath. She turned and pushed open the door to the visitation room. Lin Fan stood outside in the waiting area. When he saw her, he walked over and gently held her hand. Are you okay? He asked. Su Qing nodded. Yes. Lin Fan did not ask, more simply holding her hand as they walked out of the prison and onto the streets of The Hague. The sky began to rain, fine raindrops falling on Su Qing's face, mixing with her tears. Lin Fan, Su Qing said, Father asked me if I could modify every flaw in my genes, eliminate every weakness in my genes, making me perfect. Would I still be me? Lin Fan looked at her. What did you say? I said we are all imperfect, Su Qing replied, and that is what is real. Lin Fan smiled, gently squeezing her hand tighter. Su Qing, you do not need to be perfect. You only need to be real. And real is the best. They walked in the rain, heading towards the hotel nearby. Su Qing did not wipe away the tears on her face, nor did she shield herself from the rain. She simply let them fall, allowing herself to feel this moment authentically. This was her last conversation with her father. It was not a perfect reconciliation, no complete forgiveness, no dramatic embrace. But it was real, bearing scars filled with regrets, yet also carrying a certain final release. This was the best farewell. The rain in The Hague fell all night. The next morning the rain stopped. The sky remained leaden gray, but the clouds had parted, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine through, landing on the ancient streets of The Hague, on the reflections of the canals, and on the golden cross atop the distant courthouse. Qing stood by the hotel window, gazing at the city. Lin Fan walked up beside her, handing her a cup of coffee. Are you ready? Qing took the coffee and nodded. Yes. Heading back to Beijing today? Lin Fan asked. Qing nodded. Yes. In 3 days it will be the first anniversary of the memorial. I want to prepare well. Lin Fan smiled. Do you need my help? Of course, Qing said. I need you to give a speech at the memorial service. About the achievements of the new system, about the progress made over the past year, about our commitment to the future. Lin Fan looked at her. Qing, are you sure? I usually am not good at public speaking. Not good. Lin Fan, your speech at the United Nations was translated into 27 languages. Qing laughed. That was different. That was work, Lin Fan said. This time it is more personal. Precisely because it is more personal, Qing said, I need you to give a speech as family. Not as a deputy, not as a colleague, but as my partner. Lin Fan was taken aback, then smiled gently. All right. Qing also smiled. She turned to face Lin Fan. Lin Fan, she said, thank you for your companionship over the past 6 months. Thank you for being willing to communicate during conflicts, for waiting during my vulnerabilities, for healing when I was hurt. Thank you for not giving up on me. Lin Fan gently held her hand. Qing, I also thank you. Thank you for teaching me how to love, how to be loved, how to accept imperfection. Qing's eyes became moist, but this time she did not let the tears fall. She simply stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Outside the window, the sunlight grew brighter. The sky over The Hague, the leaden gray clouds slowly parted, revealing a broader blue sky. This is a new day. This is a new beginning. Beijing, November. The first anniversary ceremony of the memorial was held in the courtyard. 300 seats were filled, and over 200 more stood at the edges of the courtyard. The weather was cold, but the sun shone brightly. The apple trees had only a few yellow leaves left, their branches heavy with fruit. Qing stepped onto the podium. She wore a deep gray coat with a white turtleneck underneath, without any jewelry, just a very thin silver chain around her neck, the pendant hidden beneath the collar. Her eyes sparkled as bright as when she first stood on the podium, but this time the weariness had vanished, replaced by a calm determination. Good morning, everyone. Her voice came through the sound system, clear and powerful. I am Qing, and today I am honored to witness the first anniversary of the Bioethics and Memory Memorial with all of you. She pressed the remote, and the large screen behind her lit up. The first image was not a file from the Bloodthorn Project, but a new photograph. A group of children stood at various locations. The Rehabilitation Center in Eastern Europe, the Psychological Clinic in South America, the Educational Institution in Asia. They wore different clothes, spoke different languages, but each of their faces bore a smile. Over the past year, we have found 47 survivors of the Bloodthorn Project, 23 of whom have completed psychological healing and reintegrated into society. 12 are currently receiving treatment, and another 12 have chosen to live anonymously. She switched to the next image, a statistical chart showing the establishment of an ethical regulatory framework for global gene editing research. This year, we assisted the United Nations Bioethics Committee in establishing a global ethical regulatory framework for gene editing research. Currently, 42 countries have signed agreements committing to oversight, publicly reporting research progress, and ensuring no more blood thorns. She switched to the next image, a new photograph. The interior of the memorial with photos and text displayed on the walls, visitors quietly observing. The memorial has welcomed over 1,200 visitors from 37 countries. Among them are scholars, journalists, students, and ordinary citizens. They came here not to watch a tragedy, but to understand, remember, reflect. Qing raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the survivors in the audience. The girl in the front row, S19, now named Anna, sat there beside her adoptive parents. She looked at Qing, her eyes filled with gratitude. But today I do not want to talk about achievements, Qing continued. I want to talk about memory. Over the past year, some have asked me why we built this memorial. Some have said, why not bury it all? Why not look forward? Why remember these pains? She paused, lowering her voice. Because memory is not meant to freeze the past, but to prevent tragedies from repeating. Memory is not for punishment, but for healing. Memory is not for hate, but for understanding. She switched to the next image, an old photograph. 30 years ago, her mother holding baby Qing sitting under the apple tree. A year ago, I said here that we acknowledge past mistakes, not to linger forever, but to choose to bloom when spring arrives. She paused, taking a deep breath. Today, I want to add something. We not only choose to bloom, but also choose to let the lives that did not have the chance to bloom continue to grow in our hearts. She looked down at the survivors. Each of you is a part of those lives that did not have the chance to bloom. You stand here alive, breathing, feeling, loving. This is the best proof. Proof that even in the darkest places, life can still grow. Applause erupted from the audience. Su Qing lifted her head in the applause, looking towards the side of the podium. Lin Fan stood there wearing a dark gray coat, watching her. He nodded slightly, his lips curving into a faint smile. Su Qing continued, "Next I would like to invite my family Lin Fan to address everyone." Lin Fan stepped onto the podium, standing beside Su Qing. He gently squeezed her hand before letting go and walked to the microphone. "Good morning, everyone." His voice was calm but warm. "I am Lin Fan, Su Qing's partner, and also a member of this new system." He pressed the remote, and a new photo appeared on the screen. Su Qing and Lin Fan under the apple tree. Lin Fan, holding a camera, Su Qing looking at the lens with blooming apple flowers in the background. A year ago, Su Qing said here that she was learning to bloom. At that time, she had just gone through the most difficult months of her life, just beginning to face the truth, just beginning to heal. He switched to the next image, a new photograph. The same location, the same apple tree, but this time it was autumn. Su Qing and Lin Fan stood under the tree, its branches heavy with fruit, and they were smiling. A year later, Su Qing is still learning to bloom. But this time she is not alone, Lin Fan said. She has family, friends, a lover, someone willing to walk through the seasons with her. He paused, lowering his voice. "What I want to say is healing cannot be done alone. Restoration is not something one person can accomplish. We need each other, we need understanding, we need those willing to see our complexities." He switched to the next image, a group photo. The team from the 7th Affairs Department along with newly joined members. They stood in front of the memorial, their expressions varied, but each one was genuine. This new system is not a perfect system. We will also make mistakes, we'll have conflicts, we'll face difficulties. But we are willing to communicate, willing to adjust, willing to continue growing. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the audience. This is the message we want to convey. Perfection is not the goal, reality is. Control is not the answer, understanding is. Loneliness is not fate, connection is. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lin Fan looked at Su Qing in the applause, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Su Qing also smiled, tears glimmering in her eyes, but this time her smile was complete. After the memorial ceremony ended, visitors began to leave. Su Qing stood at the entrance of the courtyard, bidding farewell to each survivor. The last to leave was Anna, S19. She now wore ordinary jeans and a sweater, looking just like any girl her age. "Su Qing," she said, her voice slightly trembling, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Su Qing asked. "Thank you for finding me, thank you for saving me, thank you for letting me know that I too can bloom," Anna said. Su Qing smiled. "Anna, it wasn't me who saved you. It was you saving yourself. I was just there by your side." Tears fell from Anna's eyes as she tightly embraced Su Qing. "Su Qing, I hope one day I can help others like you do." "You are already helping others," Su Qing replied. "Your existence is hope." Anna released her grip, wiped her tears, and then walked towards her adoptive parents. Before leaving, she turned back one last time and waved to Su Qing. Su Qing waved back until her figure disappeared at the end of the street. After all the visitors left, only Su Qing and Lin Fan remained in the courtyard. They stood under the apple tree looking at the empty courtyard. "Are you tired?" Lin Fan asked. Su Qing shook her head, then smiled. "Actually, a little." Lin Fan smiled. "Shall we go home?" Su Qing nodded. "Yes." They left the courtyard, walking towards the street. The November wind was cold, but the sun was bright. On the streets of Beijing, the leaves of the phoenix trees had all fallen, their bare branches stretching under the blue sky. "Lin Fan," Su Qing said, "this year did you ever feel that we were too idealistic?" Lin Fan looked at her. "What do you mean?" "We promised to find all survivors, we promised to establish a global regulatory framework, we promised to prevent tragedies from repeating." Su Qing said, "But perhaps these promises are too grand. Maybe we can never fulfill them." Lin Fan was silent for a moment. "Su Qing," he said, "idealism does not mean we must achieve all our goals. Idealism means direction. Even if we do not find all survivors, as long as we are searching, it is meaningful. Even if the regulatory framework is not perfect, as long as we are building it, it is valuable. Even if we cannot completely prevent tragedies, as long as we are trying, it is worth it." Su Qing looked at him. "Su Qing, you once asked me if I had known from the beginning that our collaboration would be so difficult, would I still choose to work with you?" Lin Fan continued. "Now I want to ask you the same question. If you had known from the beginning that these promises would be difficult to fulfill, would you still choose to commit?" Su Qing remained silent for a long time. Then she said, "I would." "Why?" "Because commitment is not about completion, but about giving us direction." Su Qing said, "Even if we cannot save everyone, as long as we attempt to save, it is meaningful. Even if we cannot stop all mistakes, as long as we attempt to stop, it is valuable." Lin Fan smiled, gently holding her hand. "Su Qing, that is why I choose to walk this path with you. Not because we can achieve all our goals, but because we are on the same path. They continued walking forward hand in hand, the wind blowing around them. Beijing, December. Su Qing and Lin Fan got married. The wedding was simple, without a grand ceremony, without media interviews, just the closest people. Shen Wei, Qin Yue, Jing Lin Wan, and a few core members of the 7th Affairs Department. The wedding took place in the courtyard of the old residence, the apple trees stripped of leaves, their bare branches presenting a quiet beauty against the blue sky. Su Qing wore a simple white dress, her hair let down, without any jewelry, just a very thin silver chain around her neck, the pendant hidden beneath the collar. She did not wear heavy makeup, just lightened the tiredness around her eyes, and put on a lipstick close to her natural lip color. Lin Fan wore a deep blue suit without a tie, his collar unbuttoned. His hair was still neat, but the expression on his face was softer than usual. Shen Wei was the bridesmaid, Qin Yue was the officiant, Qin Jing brought duo as the flower girl, and Lin Wan was responsible for photography. There were no complicated rituals, no lengthy vows. It was just Su Qing and Lin Fan standing under the apple tree, gazing at each other. Su Qing, Lin Fan said, "I may not be the best husband. I might be too rational, too restrained sometimes, not knowing how to express emotions. But I promise I will try to understand you, try to support you, try to be the family you need." Su Qing's eyes became moist. "Lin Fan," she said, "I may not be the best wife. I might be too focused on work sometimes, not knowing how to balance, sometimes getting hurt, sometimes feeling weak. But I promise I will try to express emotions, try to trust you, try to be the person you need." They exchanged rings. The rings were simple, without diamonds, without embellishments, just 2 silver bands. But when they placed the rings on each other's fingers, everyone felt it. A certain realness, an imperfect, yet complete essence, something worth waiting for. They embraced. At that moment the courtyard was very quiet. No applause, no cheers, only the sound of the wind passing through the branches of the apple tree, only the heartbeat of each other. Beijing, January. Su Qing and Lin Fan visited Su Wan in The Hague. This was Su Qing's second visit to the prison and Lin Fan's first time meeting Su Wan. Su Wan had become thinner since the first visit, his hair whiter, but he still maintained that calm gaze. When he saw Su Qing and Lin Fan standing together, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, a faint smile. "Qing," he said, "who is this?" Su Qing held Lin Fan's hand. "Father, this is Lin Fan. My partner, my family." Lin Fan stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Mr. Su, I am Lin Fan." Su Wan looked at him, and then smiled. "Lin Fan, thank you." Lin Fan was taken aback. "Thank you for what?" "Thank you for accompanying her through this. Thank you for not giving up on her," Su Wan said. Lin Fan nodded. "It is my honor, Mr. Su." They stood behind the glass wall, with no more words spoken. But something passed in the silence. Understanding, acceptance, release. After the visiting ended, Su Wan said one last thing to Su Qing. "Qing, live well." Su Qing nodded. "I will, father." She turned to leave without looking back, but her steps were steady and firm. Lin Fan held her hand, and together they walked out of the prison, stepping into the sunlight. Beijing, February. Spring arrived earlier than usual. On the last day of February, Su Qing stood under the apple tree, watching the buds on the branches. Those small pale pink buds quietly clung to the branches, waiting to bloom. Lin Fan walked up beside her, gently holding her hand. "They will bloom soon," he said. Su Qing nodded. "Yes." "What are you thinking about?" Lin Fan asked. Su Qing looked at the buds softly, saying, "I am thinking of my mother. Thinking of what she once told me. You must learn to bloom, not for the result, but to be part of spring." She paused, lowering her voice. "Lin Fan, I used to not understand why not for the result. Now I know, blooming itself is the meaning. The result is certainly important, but the process of blooming is the most real." Lin Fan gently pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on her head. "Su Qing, you have always been blooming. From April to October, from the hospital to the court, from conflict to reconciliation, you have always been blooming." Su Qing closed her eyes, feeling his warmth. "Lin Fan, so have you. Me. You learned how to love, how to be loved, how to accept imperfection. That is also blooming," Su Qing said. "We are all blooming. Not because we are perfect, but because we are real." Lin Fan smiled very gently. "Su Qing, I love you." Su Qing also smiled very gently. "I love you too." They stood under the apple tree, watching the buds. The wind gently blew. Some buds had already begun to bloom, revealing pale pink petals. This is a new year. This is a new spring. This is a new beginning. Beijing, March. The apple trees were in full bloom. Pale pink flowers swayed in the spring breeze. Some had already fallen, forming a soft carpet on the bluestone path. Su Qing and Lin Fan stood under the tree, hand in hand, watching the flowers. At the entrance of the memorial, new visitors had arrived. They were young people, elderly scholars, and ordinary people. They entered the courtyard, looking at the apple trees, looking at the memorial, then quietly observing the photos and text on the walls. Su Qing watched them, remembering something. Lin Fan, she said, I am thinking of a question. What will this memorial look like in 10 years and 20 years? Lin Fan looked at her. What do you hope it will be like? Qing thought for a moment, and then said, I hope it will no longer be a memorial, but a witness. A witness to how humanity learns from its mistakes, how it heals from its scars, how it continues to choose love amidst complexity. Lin Fan smiled. I believe it will be. Qing smiled too. They stood under the apple tree hand in hand watching the flowers. The sunlight filtered through the petals, casting pale pink spots of light on them. The wind gently blew, petals fell. They did not shy away, letting the petals fall on them, on their hair, on their hands. Qing looked up at the sky. She thought 10 years later, 20 years later, there will still be apple trees here. They will still bloom, still bear fruit, still bear witness. Witnessing love after all the thorns, still growing. Witnessing life still blooming in the darkest places. Witnessing humanity still choosing to be part of spring. This is the answer. This is the ending. Or more precisely, this is a new beginning. Beijing, April. The apple tree bloomed once again. Not the bloom of last year, nor the one before. This was the tree's 30th spring. 30 years earlier, its branches had also burst with pale pink blossoms. Then mother held infant Qing beneath the tree's sunlight, filtering through the petals to dapple their faces with shifting light. Mother said, look at these apple blossoms, Qing. They are beautiful, yet not all will bear fruit. 30 years later, Qing stood beneath the same tree, gazing upward at those delicate flowers. Petals shimmered in the sunlight, like stars, like dreams, like all that is too exquisite for words. A gentle breeze stirred, petals drifted down, settling upon her hair, her shoulders, and upon her hands no longer young. Qing was 54. Fine lines traced the corners of her eyes, silver threaded her temples, her fingers were no longer as slender as they had been at 30. Yet her eyes remained bright, like spring apple blossoms, luminous with inner light. Lin Fan approached and handed her a cup of tea. The tea was warm, fragrant with jasmine. What are you thinking? He asked. Qing accepted the cup, her fingertips feeling the gentle heat radiating from its porcelain walls. I'm thinking of mother. Lin Fan said nothing, only watched her quietly. 30 years. So much had happened in those 30 years. The memorial hall had expanded 3 times and now spanned 5 mu, housing a main exhibition hall, an education center, a research institute, and a psychological healing center. Each year, over 500,000 visitors arrived from across the globe. The new global framework was fully operational. 89 countries had signed the Ethical Oversight Agreement and established joint enforcement mechanisms. Bloodthorn-style clandestine experiments had been uncovered and halted 17 times over the past decade. The 7th Bureau, now formally renamed the International Bioethics and Special Affairs Department, had grown into a vast institution operating 36 offices worldwide with over 1,000 staff members. Qing no longer served as director. 3 years ago, she stepped down, handing the position to Anna, S19. Anna excelled in the role. She was more adept at diplomacy than Qing, more skilled in communication, and far more capable of ensuring the world heard her voice. So what did Qing do now? She did 2 things. First, she taught bioethics at university. Her lectures were always filled to capacity. Students often said her classes did not merely impart knowledge, but taught how to be human. Second, she volunteered at the memorial hall. 3 days each week, she sat quietly in a corner of the exhibition hall listening to visitors' stories, students, scholars, journalists, and survivors like herself. Qing loved listening to stories. She loved hearing painful ones, because they reminded her she was not alone. She loved hearing healing ones, because they affirmed that wounds could mend. She loved hearing stories of love, because they affirmed that love could still bloom even after passing through every thorn. And Lin Fan. What did Lin Fan do now? He did one thing. He was writing a book. A book about the Bloodthorn Project, the Memorial Hall, the new global system, and about Qing. He had written it for 10 full years. The manuscript was nearly complete. Has the title been decided? Qing once asked. Lin Fan paused, then replied, Imperfect Love. English, Imperfect Love. Qing smiled. Why? Because perfection is not the goal, authenticity is. Lin Fan spoke softly but clearly. Our story is not perfect, but it is real. Our love is not perfect, but it exists. Qing said nothing, only gently clasped his hand. One April day, among the memorial hall's visitors, there appeared an elderly man unlike the rest. He wore a charcoal gray trench coat. His hair was entirely white, his face deeply lined. His eyes were gray, the color of the Hague sky. Qing recognized him instantly. Su Wan. She froze. 30 years earlier, he had been sentenced to 25 years imprisonment without parole. 5 years ago, he had been released early for exemplary conduct. But he never returned to Beijing, never contacted Qing. He simply vanished into the crowd. Qing had believed she would never see him again. Now he stood silently within the exhibition hall, gazing at photographs and text, still and quiet as a shadow. Su Qing watched him from afar. She did not approach. She did not greet him. She did nothing at all. She only watched the man who 30 years earlier had edited her genome, who 30 years earlier had wept on the other side of a glass wall, who was undeniably her father. Su once studied the exhibits for a long time. He examined every photograph, read every line of text. His gaze lingered longest on Su Qing's portrait, a youthful image of her at a lectern, eyes bright as lighthouses. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Fan's photograph, a quiet moment in his study, sunlight streaming through the window, casting glints across his eyeglass lenses. Finally, his eyes settled upon the apple tree exhibition. There a passage written by Su Qing read, "Mother told me you must learn to bloom, not to bear fruit, but simply to become part of spring. For 30 years I have practiced blooming. Sometimes I bloom. Sometimes I do not. Sometimes I am scattered by wind. Sometimes I am beaten down by rain. Yet I choose to bloom each spring, not for fruit, but to affirm that life endures." After reading these words, Su Wan smiled. His smile was faint, but genuine. His eyes glistened though no tear fell. Then he turned and walked toward the exit. Su Qing watched him go. His back was stooped, the gray trench coat hung loosely on his frame. He walked slowly, each step seeming to crush decades of regret beneath his feet. At the doorway he paused. He did not turn back, only stood quietly gazing outward at the memorial hall's courtyard, at the blossoming apple tree, at the bustling stream of visitors. Then he left. Su Qing did not follow. She only watched until he dissolved into the crowd. Then she turned and walked toward the apple tree. Lin Fan waited beneath it. "Did you see him?" he asked. Su Qing nodded. "Yes. Do you wish to say anything?" She remained silent for a long while. Then she lifted her gaze to the blossoms, those pale pink petals gleaming in the sun. "I want to say," her voice was soft but clear, "Mother was right. We must learn to bloom, not to bear fruit, but simply to become part of spring." She paused. Father never bloomed. He remained trapped in his laboratory, in his obsession with perfection, in his need for control. He chose not to bloom. She met Lin Fan's eyes, her own alight with quiet fire. "But we did. You, I, Anna, all the survivors, we bloomed. Even if some blossoms are scattered by wind or battered by rain, some still bear fruit." Lin Fan smiled, tenderly. "Yes, Su Qing, we bloomed." "Lin Fan," she said, "do you know? 30 years ago, when I learned I was a product of the Bloodthorn Project, I believed I would never bloom. I thought my genes were engineered, my life an experiment, my very existence a mistake." She paused. "But now I know. My genes may have been designed, but my life is no experiment. My existence is no mistake. I am capable of love, of being loved, and of blooming." Lin Fan gently took her hand. "Su Qing, your existence has never been a mistake. You are a whole person, marked by scars and regrets, yet radiant with light." Tears welled in Su Qing's eyes, but this time she let none fall. She only gazed at Lin Fan, into his deep blue eyes, at the fine lines beside them, at his face, no longer young, yet infinitely tender. "Lin Fan," she said, "thank you for 30 years of companionship." "Su Qing," he replied, "thank you too." They stood beneath the apple tree, hands clasped, watching the blossoms. Sunlight filtered through the petals, casting soft, pink-white light upon their skin. A gentle breeze stirred, the petals drifting down. 30 years earlier, shortly after the apple tree first bloomed, the truth of the Bloodthorn Project was revealed. 30 years later, the apple tree still bloomed, the memorial hall still operated, and the world continued to change. Yet some things remained unchanged. Words about love, authenticity, and imperfection continued to be spoken. Those seeking light in darkness continued to search. Those willing to embrace their scars continued to do so. Those who believed in spring continued to believe. That afternoon, Su Qing volunteered at the memorial hall. A young student approached her, notebook in hand. "Professor Su," he said, "I have a question." Su Qing smiled. "Please ask. You once said we are all learning to bloom. But what if some flowers never bloom? What if some lives remain forever imprisoned in darkness? Then, does any meaning remain?" Su Qing looked at him. He was perhaps 20, his eyes holding a rare depth, the kind born only of having traversed darkness. Su Qing thought of herself 30 years earlier. The girl standing by a hospital window, staring at the sky, convinced she would never bloom. "You've asked a profound question," Su Qing said, her voice soft but distinct. "For 30 years I've asked myself the very same thing. And what is your answer?" Su Qing remained silent for a long time. Her gaze drifted past the memorial hall's windows, settling upon the apple tree in the courtyard. "My answer is, blooming is not a solitary act," she said, her voice imbued with ineffable tenderness. "If we cannot bloom ourselves, we may help others bloom. If we cannot escape darkness ourselves, we may become light for someone else." She held the student's gaze, her eyes luminous with quiet certainty. 30 years ago, I believed I was a lone victim. Later, I discovered many shared my pain. Some among them never bloomed. Yet they did not vanish. Their stories, their suffering, their scars, became the fertile ground from which another's bloom emerged. Qing paused. I once met a survivor who never emerged from her trauma. She never married, bore no children, held no job. Each day she stayed indoors, gazing out her window at the sky. Yet her story reached a young man, who then dedicated himself to becoming a psychologist, helping other survivors. That survivor never bloomed, but her story caused another to bloom. Qing gazed at the student, her smile warm and gentle. So even if we ourselves never bloom, our existence retains meaning, because we may become part of someone else's spring. The student's eyes grew moist. Thank you, Professor Su, he said. Thank you for your answer. Qing smiled. You're welcome. The student turned toward the exit, but paused after a few steps and looked back. Professor Su, he said, do you know? Your story helped me bloom too. Then he turned and walked away. Qing remained where she stood, watching him disappear into the crowd. Tears gathered in her eyes, but this time she let none fall. 30 years earlier she had believed she would never bloom. 30 years later she not only bloomed, she helped others bloom. That is life. Not the solitary bloom of one person, but the shared spring of many. That evening Qing and Lin Fan walked home toward their old residence. Beijing's April air was warm. New leaves shimmered emerald green on the plane trees lining the streets. The sky stretched a vivid cloudless blue. Hand in hand, as they had been 30 years earlier. Lin Fan, Qing asked, when will the book be finished? Lin Fan smiled. Next month. Will the title truly be Imperfect Love? Yes, Lin Fan replied. Do you object? Qing considered it. How about after spring? Lin Fan paused, surprised. Why? Because after spring comes real life. Qing's voice was soft but clear. Blossoming in spring is beautiful, but spring is only a fraction of life. What follows, summer, autumn, winter, constitutes its greater part. We bloom in spring, but afterward we endure scorching heat, fierce storms, bitter cold. Yet if we weather what comes after spring, another spring will surely follow. Lin Fan listened in silence. Lin Fan, these 30 years were not only spring. Qing continued. We endured winters. When I first read Father's records, when you first acknowledged your mistakes, when we first faced the truth. We endured summers. When we argued, when we were wounded, when we suffered. We endured autumns. When healing began, when understanding deepened, when acceptance took root. She stopped and turned to face him. Lin Fan, we have lived through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 30 cycles of the seasons. Yet each spring we still bloom. That is life. Lin Fan smiled, tenderly, and drew Qing gently into his arms, resting his chin atop her head. Qing, he murmured, you are the true writer. You're right, the title should be After Spring. Qing laughed softly in his embrace. Then when it's published, write this on the dedication page. What shall I write? For Qing, my every spring and everything after. Lin Fan smiled. Agreed. They resumed walking hand in hand as the spring breeze whispered around them. That night, in the courtyard of their old residence, the apple tree stood silently beneath the moonlight. Petals drifted softly in the wind, settling upon the bluestone path like a hushed snowfall. Qing and Lin Fan sat at the stone table sipping tea. Lin Fan, Qing said, 30 years. Yes. Do you regret it, eh? Regret what? Regret meeting me. Regret loving someone so scarred. Qing's voice was barely above a whisper. Lin Fan gazed at her silent. Moonlight filtered through the apple tree's branches, casting dappled shadows across his face. His eyes were deep blue, like ocean, like sky, like all the spaces vast enough to hold her. Qing, he said, I do not regret meeting you, because meeting you taught me how to love. I do not regret loving you, because loving you taught me how to be loved. I do not regret walking these 30 years beside you, because with you I learned how to keep walking after spring. Tears shimmered in Qing's eyes. Lin Fan, she whispered, I once believed happiness was perfection, without scars, without regrets, without pain. But now I know happiness is not perfection. Happiness is having someone who sees your scars, understands your regrets, shares your pain, and still chooses to love you. Lin Fan gently clasped her hand. Qing, I love you, not because you are perfect, but because you are Qing. Qing smiled through her tears. Lin Fan, I love you, not because you are perfect, but because you are Lin Fan. They sat at the stone table, hands entwined, gazing at the apple tree. Moonlight streamed through the blossoms, bathing them in soft pink-white light. A breeze stirred, the petals drifting down. 30 years earlier, soon after the apple tree first bloomed, Qing lay in a hospital bed staring at the sky, certain she would never bloom. 30 years later, the apple tree still bloomed, and she not only bloomed, but bore fruit. She had not become the perfect experimental subject, nor the perfect scientist, nor the perfect wife. But she had become a real, whole, luminous Qing, and that was enough. Beijing April, deep night. Su Qing lay in bed listening to the wind outside. Apple leaves rustled, petals drifted softly in the breeze. Lin Fan slept beside her, his breath steady. His warmth seeped through the quilt, a silent, invisible thread pulling her back from the abyss of night. Su Qing turned toward him. Moonlight slipped through the curtain's edge, illuminating his profile. His lashes were long, casting faint shadows across his cheekbones. Fine lines now traced his eyes, silver threaded his temples. But he remained Lin Fan, the man who on a rainy night in The Hague had held her hand and walked her through every season. In the dark, Su Qing reached out, her fingers tracing his contours, brown nose, lips, jawline. Every detail she had traced countless times. Yet each time she still felt his warmth, his presence, his love. Lin Fan did not wake, but his breathing deep and steadied. He knew she watched him, and let her. That was their unspoken covenant. No words required, no confirmation needed. Only presence. Su Qing withdrew her hand and turned back to face the ceiling. She thought of Mother. 30 years earlier, Mother had told her, "You must learn to bloom, not to bear fruit, but simply to become part of spring." 30 years later, Su Qing wished to tell Mother, "Mother, I have learned. I have learned to bloom, not to bear fruit, but simply to become part of spring." She thought of Father. 30 years earlier, behind the glass wall, he had said, "I may not be the best father, but I loved you in the only way I knew how." 30 years later, Su Qing wished to tell Father, "Father, I understand now. I know you loved me, and I know love need not be perfect. Love needs only authenticity." She thought of Lin Fan. 30 years earlier on that rainy night in The Hague, Lin Fan had held her hand and said, "Su Qing, you need not be perfect. You need only be authentic. And authenticity is enough." 30 years later, Su Qing wished to tell Lin Fan, "Thank you. Thank you for 30 years of companionship. Thank you for never giving up on me. Thank you for showing me that imperfect love is still love." She closed her eyes. Moonlight slipped through the curtain's edge, illuminating her face. Outside, the apple tree stood in quiet majesty, petals drifting softly in the breeze. Spring had arrived. After spring comes summer, autumn, winter. Yet each spring the apple tree blooms anew. Each spring Su Qing chooses to bloom, not for fruit, only to become part of spring. That is the answer. That is the ending. And that is a new beginning. Beijing April, dawn. The first light of morning pierced the apple tree's branches, falling gently upon Su Qing's face. She opened her eyes, to find Lin Fan beside her, still sleeping. His lashes were long, casting soft shadows across his cheeks. His breath was light, as soft as feathers, as gentle as wind, as tender as all the quiet things she'd never truly noticed before. Su Qing rose quietly, draped on her coat, and stepped into the courtyard. The apple tree was in full bloom. Pale pink petals gleamed in the dawn light, like stars, like dreams, like all that defies language. Su Qing stood beneath it, gazing upward. 30 years earlier, she had believed herself a solitary victim. 30 years later, she knew she was not. Over 30 years, she had lived through spring, summer, autumn, winter. She had known scars, regrets, pain, healing, understanding, acceptance, love. Over 30 years, she had learned to bloom, not for fruit, only to become part of spring. A breeze stirred, the petals drifting down. Su Qing extended her hand and caught a single petal. It was weightless, translucent, yet in her palm it carried an indescribable heft. The weight of 30 years. The weight of love. The weight of life. Su Qing looked at the petal and smiled. Her smile held light, held past and present and future, held all that words could never express. Then Lin Fan emerged from the house wearing a deep blue sweater, holding 2 steaming cups of tea. "Awake?" he asked. Su Qing nodded. "Yes." Lin Fan joined her, offering her a cup. The tea was warm, fragrant with jasmine. "What are you thinking?" he asked. Su Qing gazed at the apple tree, at its pale pink blossoms, at the petals drifting softly in the breeze. "I'm thinking." Her voice was soft, but clear. "Spring has come." Lin Fan smiled, tenderly. "Yes, spring has come." They stood beneath the apple tree, hands clasped, watching the blossoms. Sunlight filtered through the petals, casting soft, pink-white light upon their skin. A breeze stirred, the petals drifting down. They did not flinch. They let them settle upon their hair, their shoulders, their hands. Su Qing lifted her gaze to Lin Fan's eyes. His eyes were deep blue, like ocean, like sky, like all the spaces vast enough to hold her. "Lin Fan," she said, "thank you for your spring." Lin Fan smiled, his expression tender. "Su Qing, thank you for your afterspring." They stood beneath the apple tree, hands clasped, watching the blossoms. This was their 30th spring, and it was also their first, because in every spring they were renewed. Because in every spring they chose, again, to bloom, not for fruit, only to become part of spring. That is life. That is love. That is life. That is love. Shen Wei scar. Beijing January dawn. Shen Wei stood at the center of the training hall, her uniform drenched in sweat. Before her stood a human-shaped punching bag, its face marked with the imprints of her fists. She raised her right hand. Then a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. She froze, clutching her shoulder and sinking to her knees. 3 years. 3 years ago, during a covert rescue operation tied to a classified experiment, she was shot in the shoulder. Though amputation was avoided, the injury left permanent damage. The doctors told her she would never regain her former agility. Shen Wei did not heed their verdict. She trained every day, harder than before. Her boxing stance changed, her combat techniques adapted, her shoulders still ached, but she never surrendered. Shen Wei, take a break. A voice came from the doorway. Lin Fan. Without turning, Shen Wei slowly rose and walked to a nearby bench, sitting down. She picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from her face. Qing sent me to tell you, Lin Fan said, approaching and handing her a bottle of water. You're excused from this year's annual training program. Shen Wei accepted the water but did not open it. Why? Your shoulder, Lin Fan replied softly. We all know. Shen Wei remained silent for a long time. Her gaze fell upon her right hand, where a long scar ran not from a bullet but from a surgeon's blade. During that surgery to extract the bullet, the surgeon had severed part of her muscle. Lin Fan, she said, her voice calm, I know you mean well, but I won't give up. Shen Wei, you don't need to prove anything to anyone, Lin Fan said. You're already the best. No, I'm not yet. Shen Wei looked at him, her eyes black as midnight seas. Once I believed an exceptional warrior must be perfect, flawless, without scars or vulnerabilities, impervious to attack. But now I understand. She paused, lowering her voice. A true warrior isn't one who bears no scars, but one who fights, still, carrying those scars. Lin Fan watched her, his eyes holding understanding, unwavering support, and a quiet, unnameable reverence. I see, he said. I'll inform Qing. Shen Wei took the water, opened it, and drank deeply. Thank you, Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and turned to leave, but after a few steps he paused and glanced back. Shen Wei, he said, your scar looks beautiful in the sunlight. Then he turned and walked away. Shen Wei stood motionless, watching his retreating figure, and slowly, faintly, a genuine smile curved her lips. 3 months later, the annual training commenced as scheduled. Shen Wei stood on the podium in black training attire, her shoulder braced with protective gear. 60 newly recruited trainees sat before her. Many of you may believe an exceptional warrior must be perfect. Shen Wei's voice, amplified, rang clear and commanding. You assume perfection means no scars, no weaknesses, no point of vulnerability. She paused, scanning the room. But today I tell you, perfection does not exist. A true warrior is not one without scars, but one who fights, still, carrying those scars. She raised her right hand, revealing the long surgical scar, gleaming in the light. This scar was earned during a rescue mission. It cost me my former agility, but brings pain to my shoulder. It forces me to strike and defend in new ways. Yet it taught me this: warriors are not gods. They are human, and humans bear wounds. Humans have flaws. She paused, her voice deepening. Yet I still fight. I still stand here, still teaching you how to become exceptional warriors, because I know fighting with scars is not weakness. It is honor. Thunderous applause erupted. Amid the clapping, Shen Wei lifted her gaze toward the doorway. Lin Fan and Qing stood there watching her. They offered gentle nods and faint, knowing smiles. Shen Wei's eyes drifted to her right hand, the long scar glowing in the sunlight. She smiled. Her smile held light, bore scars, and carried an unnameable courage. Qin Yue's earrings. New York, March afternoon. Qin Yue sat in the United Nations Conference Center's lounge, phone in hand, speaking with the ambassador of her 5th country. Her English was fluent, laced with a subtle American accent. No, I cannot accept these terms, Qin Yue said, calm, yet unyielding. The new global bioethics regulatory agreement must be signed by May. We have no more time. The voice on the line flared with anger, but Qin Yue did not interrupt. She listened in silence until the ambassador finished. Very well, Qin Yue replied, a sly, captivating smile playing on her lips. I grant you 3 final days. But if you still refuse, I will release this agreement publicly through international bodies, and you will bear the consequences. She ended the call, placed the phone on the table, and sipped her coffee. Beside her chair sat her handbag. Inside lay an exquisite jewelry box containing a pair of oversized pearl earrings, her 30th birthday gift from Qing. Qin Yue glanced at them, then picked up her bag and strode toward the conference hall. The meeting began at 3 p.m. She took her seat at the head of the main negotiation table, flanked by representatives from 15 nations. She wore a burgundy suit over black silk, her hair swept into a high chignon, her ears adorned with the oversized pearl earrings. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Yue's voice, amplified, resonated with clarity and authority. We gather today to sign the new Global Gene Editing Bioethics Regulatory Agreement. This document is the culmination of 3 years of negotiation, repeated revision, and hard-won compromise. She paused, her gaze sweeping across each delegate. I know many of you may feel this agreement restricts your freedom, curbs your research, and limits your interests. But let me be clear, this agreement does not seek to constrain, it seeks to protect. She opened her folder and withdrew a document. It ensures all gene editing research proceeds within frameworks of transparency, public accountability, and ethical rigor. It safeguards fundamental human rights and our shared future. Her tone hardened. Therefore, I urge you to sign this agreement. Should you have questions, now is the time to raise them. Silence hung heavy in the chamber. Then a delegate from Africa rose. Ms. Qin, I have a question. Please proceed. Does this agreement truly protect the interests of all nations, or only those of developed countries? Qin Yue met his gaze. An excellent question, she said, her lips curling into that same sly, beguiling smile. Let me state unequivocally, this agreement is fair. It protects not the interests of any single nation or any privileged group, but the interests of humanity itself. She opened her folder again and produced a chart. Observe, this agreement mandates that all signatory nations publicly disclose their gene editing research data and submit to international oversight. No nation is exempt. Her voice lowered, intensifying. Moreover, under this agreement, developed nations must provide technical assistance to developing ones to help them build robust bioethical governance systems. This is not optional. It is an obligation. The African delegate hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. I understand, he said. On behalf of my nation, I sign. Then a second, a third, until all 15 delegates had affixed their signatures. The session concluded at 6 p.m. Qin Yue sat beside the negotiation table, gazing at the 15 signed agreements, and allowed herself a quiet, satisfied smile. Her phone rang. Su Qing calling. How did it go? Su Qing asked eagerly. Done, Qin Yue replied. Her voice edged with fatigue yet alight with exhilaration. All delegates signed. Wonderful, Su Qing exclaimed. When are you coming home? Tomorrow, Qin Yue said. I've already booked my flight. We'll hold a celebration when you return. Agreed. Qin Yue ended the call and set her phone aside. She rose and walked to the window, gazing out at New York's nocturnal skyline, its towers ablaze like a forest of steel and glass. Her eyes drifted to her ears, the oversized pearls shimmering under the city lights. She remembered 30 years earlier, first meeting Su Qing. Back then she'd worn black leather, bold silver jewelry, and crimson-dyed hair, defiant, untamed. She recalled Su Qing's words, "Will you serve as our Director of External Liaison and Public Relations? We need someone to negotiate, to navigate, and to make the world listen in your own way." She remembered that younger self, ambitious, hungry to prove herself. Now she had proven herself, using her own voice, her own methods to make the world hear them. But now proving herself was no longer enough. Now she wished to do more. A soft smile touched Qin Yue's lips, worn with exhaustion, radiant with fulfillment, and threaded with quiet, unspoken anticipation. Shen Jing's daughter. Beijing, April afternoon. Shen Jing sat in the Memorial Center's psychological healing suite, facing a middle-aged man. He wore a navy blue suit, his face etched with exhaustion and anguish. I know I should forget the past, he rasped, but those memories haunt me like nightmares. Every night, without reprieve. I cannot sleep, cannot work, cannot live normally. Shen Jing listened quietly. In her notebook, key words were written: nightmares, insomnia, anxiety, self-doubt. You need not forget the past, Shen Jing finally spoke, softly yet with crystalline clarity. You need only learn to coexist with it. The man lifted his gaze. Coexist? How? Shen Jing closed her notebook and placed it gently on her lap. Her eyes settled on a painting mounted on the wall, a child's artwork, a girl holding a rabbit's paw beneath an apple tree, sunlight filtering through blossoms. My daughter Duodwa, Shen Jing said, voice hushed. She was born inside a covert experiment. She possesses unique genes and unique abilities. But I refuse to let her believe she is a monster because of them. She paused. So I tell her daily she is normal. She is human, not a subject of study. I tell her genome may have been engineered, but her life is not an experiment. She has the right to live, to be loved, to choose her own path. The man stared at her. But what about you? Shen Jing continued gently. You too carry darkness and pain. I understand that. Yet your genome was engineered, not your destiny. You remain human. You possess the right to live, to be loved, to choose your own path. The man fell silent for a long time. But I cannot accept myself, he whispered, trembling. In the mirror I see only a designed monster. Shen Jing rose and stepped before him, gently taking his hands. You are no monster. You are human, bearing wounds, enduring pain, but also carrying light. Light. Something flickered in his eyes. Yes, light, Shen Jing affirmed. Consider this: you come here daily seeking healing. That means you have not surrendered. That means you are searching for light. Her gaze deepened. 30 years ago, I too believed myself a monster of darkness. I could not accept myself, could not love myself. Then I met Su Qing, met Lin Fan, met all those who chose to truly see me. They told me I was not a monster, I was human. And now I tell you the same. You are not a monster. You are human. You have the right to be loved, to heal, to find your own light. His tears fell, hot heavy landing on Qin Jing's hands like unseen weights. Thank you, he choked out, voice raw. Thank you, for not abandoning me. Qin Jing smiled, tender, unwavering. I abandoned no one, because I know the agony of being abandoned. The man looked at her, something shifting deep within his eyes. Not relief, not healing, but an unnameable fragile hope. At the session's end, he paused in the doorway, glancing back. Dr. Chun, he said, until next week. Until next week, she replied, smiling. She watched him vanish down the corridor, then turned and returned to her office. On her desk rested a photograph herself and Duo beneath an apple tree's sunlight spilling through petals. Duo's laughter was luminous, her eyes full of light. Qin Jing gazed at it and smiled. She remembered 10 years earlier first meeting Duo, just 5 years old, clad in tattered clothes, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. She remembered Su Qing's words, Qin Jing, will you lead our psychological support division? We need someone to heal, to accompany, and to help flowers bloom even from deepest wounds. She remembered that earlier self, riddled with doubt, fear, insecurity. Now she had healed over 100 souls. She had accompanied over 100 lives. She had witnessed flowers blooming from over 100 wounds. Yet she knew her healing was not an ending. It was a beginning. Those healed would go on to heal others, and those accompanied would go on to accompany others. This is the cycle. This is light. Lin Fan, spring. London, June dawn. Lin Fan sat in Cambridge University's library holding a dossier. Its cover read, Project Bloodthorn Survivors Data. This was the culmination of 10 years' meticulous work. 10 years ago, Su Qing found her and appointed her data analyst for the 7th Bureau. She had just graduated, uncertain of her purpose, unsure of her path. Now she was professor of ethics at Cambridge and director of the world's largest bloodthorn survivor database. Professor Lin, a voice called from the doorway. Someone is here to see you. Lin Fan looked up to see a young woman standing there. She wore jeans and a sweater backpack slung over one shoulder, indistinguishable from any undergraduate. Please come in, Lin Fan said. The girl entered and stood before her desk. Professor Lin, my name is Anna. I am S19. Lin Fan froze. S19, she knew that designation well. The girl subjected to empathic resonance experiments under Project Bloodthorn, diagnosed post-rescue with affective perception disorder. The woman who later became director of the 7th Bureau. I know you, Lin Fan said. Su Qing speaks of you often. Anna smiled. Su Qing speaks of you often too. She says you're the finest data analyst and the finest ethicist alive. Lin Fan smiled modestly. She overstates my merits. No, Anna shook her head. I've read your work. With data and ethics, you prove the moral bankruptcy of designed humanity. Your research has helped countless people. Lin Fan fell silent. Professor Lin, Anna continued, I'm here today to ask you one question. Go ahead. After 10 years of compiling this data, what have you seen? Lin Fan looked at her, then at the dossier. I've seen life. Lin Fan spoke softly yet with unmistakable clarity. I've seen 247 documented subjects. I've seen 73 confirmed dead, 112 missing, 62 surviving, yet scarred. She paused. I've seen their photographs, their records, their stories. I've seen that those labeled subjects were never numbers, never data, but living, breathing, irreplaceable lives. She opened the dossier and withdrew a photograph. S19 Anna as a child in a white hospital gown standing hollow-eyed in a laboratory corridor. This is you, Lin Fan said. 10 years ago when I first saw this photo, I wept. I gazed into your eyes and saw nothing, no light, no feeling, no hope. But now, Lin Fan laid the photo on the desk and looked directly at Anna. Your eyes hold light. You've transformed from that hollow child into director of the 7th Bureau. You've evolved from an emotionless subject into a whole, authentic, loving human being. Anna's tears fell freely. Professor Lin, she whispered, do you know? When I was still a subject, I believed I would never bloom. I thought my genes were engineered, my life an experiment, and my very existence a mistake. But now I know my existence is no mistake. My genome may have been engineered, but my life is no experiment. I can love. I can be loved. I can bloom. Lin Fan smiled, warm, tender. Anna, you haven't just bloomed. You've helped others bloom too. Anna wiped her tears. Yes, I know, but I needed to say thank you. For what? For compiling this data. For proving we are not numbers, but lives. For helping the world see us, truly see us. Lin Fan gazed at her quietly. Her eyes held light, past, present, and future. Anna, Lin Fan said, you need not thank me. I only did what was necessary. No, Anna shook her head. What you did matters. Lin Fan smiled, saying nothing more. Anna rose to leave, but at the door she paused and turned back. Professor Lin, she asked, would you like to hear Su Qing's assessment of you? Lin Fan blinked. What assessment? She says Lin Fan is the bravest of all survivors. Because you do not flee data, you confront it. You do not merely record lives, you bear witness to them. And as I shown, Qing says Lin Fan proves that even the most silent among us can make the world hear their voice. Lin Fan's eyes glistened. Anna smiled. I'll be going now, Professor. Goodbye. Goodbye. Lin Fan said. Anna turned and left. Lin Fan sat in the library watching sunlight stream through the windows, falling upon her desk upon the dossier upon Anna's childhood photograph. She remembered 10 years earlier, first meeting Qing dressed in deep sea blue suit, standing on a stage, eyes blazing like lighthouses in darkness. She remembered Qing's words, Lin Fan, will you help me organize this data? We need someone to remember these lives, to witness these stories, to ensure the world does not forget. She remembered that earlier self, silent, uncertain, terrified of confronting the data. Now she had compiled a decade of data. She had witnessed over 100 lives. She had made the world see over 100 true stories. She knew her data was not an end. It was a beginning. Those seen would go on to see others, those remembered would go on to remember others. This is witnessing. This is light. Beijing, December, Christmas Eve. Shen Wei, Qin Yue, Chen Jing, and Lin Fan sat together in the old residence's living room. Qing and Lin Fan prepared dinner in the kitchen. Duo played beneath the apple tree with a small dog. The hearth burned warmly in the living room. Tinsel glittered on the Christmas tree, casting dancing light across their faces. Qing says Shen Wei began lifting her wine glass. This is your 3rd year leading the 7th Bureau. How does it feel? Qin Yue smiled. Exhausting, but profoundly worthwhile. This year I signed 5 new agreements at the UN. Qin Yue continued, her voice tinged with quiet fatigue, yet rich with fulfillment. Next year 3 more await signing. And I, Chen Jing said smiling, healed 32 survivors this year. Next year I'll pilot art therapy. I published 3 papers this year, Lin Fan said calmly, on ethical data analysis and gene editing. Next year I aim to build a global database. Shen Wei nodded. I redesigned the entire training system this year. Implementation begins next year. They sat in companionable silence, sipping wine. From the kitchen drifted Qing and Lin Fan's voices, debating turkey roasting techniques, their bickering laced with laughter. Outside, the apple tree stood serene in moonlight. A few late-hanging fruits gleamed softly on its branches. Do you know? Qin Yue broke the silence. 30 years ago I thought we'd disband. I believed the 7th Bureau was temporary, dissolving once our mission ended. Now I know, we won't disband, she continued. Because there remains so much to do. So many lives yet to be seen. So many wounds yet to be healed. So many stories yet to be remembered. Chen Jing smiled. Yes, we have so much left to do. Lin Fan smiled. And we are no longer just the few of us. Now over 1,000 people, in hundreds of locations, are doing what we once did alone. Shen Wei looked at them all and smiled. Yes, we are no longer alone. Then the kitchen door opened. Qing and Lin Fan emerged bearing the roasted turkey, faces radiant with contentment and joy. Ready? Qing asked. Christmas dinner awaits. Qin Yue, Chen Jing, Lin Fan, and Shen Wei rose and moved toward the dining table. Duo burst in from outside, clutching apple blossoms, laughing with unrestrained joy. Mom, look, apple blossoms. Chen Jing knelt and embraced her. Yes, darling, apple blossoms. Qing watched them and smiled, deeply fulfilled. Her gaze lingered on each face. Shen Wei's quiet smile, Qin Yue's quiet satisfaction, Chen Jing's tenderness, Lin Fan's serenity, Duo's innocence, Lin Fan's joy. Finally her eyes settled on the apple tree. Moonlight filtered through its branches, spilling onto the courtyard, onto the earth beneath the tree. 30 years ago she believed herself a solitary victim. 30 years later she knew she was not. Because she had family, friends, love, and people willing to walk beside her, always. This is home. This is spring. This is the epilogue to Bloodthorn. At 5 in the morning, Qing's phone vibrated beside her pillow. A line of text appeared on the screen. Countdown to the signing ceremony of the Genetic Editing Safety Covenant, 3 days left. She got out of bed quietly and looked out of the bedroom window. The apple tree in the courtyard was still shrouded in mist. The sapling planted 3 years ago had now grown taller than 2 people, bearing unripe fruits that swayed gently in the morning breeze. Lin Fan turned over in his sleep, and Qing glanced back at him, a smile unconsciously spreading across her lips. This villa, located in the headquarters of the Su Group, was where they had moved in just last year. From the hospital to the sanatorium, and from the sanatorium to this place filled with the fragrance of apple blossoms, after 5 long years, she could finally sleep peacefully until dawn. Her phone vibrated again. It was a message from Shen Wei. The security plan for the international delegation has been confirmed and your signature is needed. Qing put away her phone, quickly washed up, and walked into the courtyard. Chen Jing was already there, dressed in a simple white shirt, watering the apple tree. The morning light rose from the east, casting a golden hue on her profile. Up so early. Qing walked over and took the hose. I couldn't sleep. Jing replied with a smile, her fingers brushing against a leaf. Duo asked me yesterday, why do apple trees only bloom in spring? I told her it's because winter is the time for them to think. Qing paused for a moment, then laughed. So what does Duo think the apple tree is thinking about? It thinks, Jing mimicked her daughter's innocent tone. When will I be able to bloom a flower to make passers-by happy? Her gaze fell on Qing's face. Qing, after this covenant is signed, do you think the nightmare of bloodthorn will truly end? This question made Qing ponder for a long time. She put down the hose and looked up at the fruits on the branches. The story of bloodthorn will never end, for it has been woven into the history of human genetic editing. What we can do is to ensure that the latter half of this story becomes a warning rather than a tragedy. Just like the apple tree, Jing replied. It blooms every year, but each flower is new. Exactly, Qing nodded. The scars of the past will not disappear, but we can decide how future wounds will heal. At 10 in the morning, the atmosphere in the conference room of the Su Group headquarters was tense. Qing sat at one end of the long table, facing representatives from 12 countries and regions, including China, the United States, the European Union, and Japan. This was the final negotiation for the Genetic Editing Safety Covenant, and it was the most critical one. Ms. Su, the American representative, said, his tone skeptical. We understand the lessons of the bloodthorn incident, but excessive restrictions on basic research may hinder scientific progress. Qing looked at him calmly. Bloodthorn was not a failure of basic research, but a collapse of ethical boundaries. She pressed a button on the remote control, and the screen displayed photos of the victims of bloodthorn from that year. Every person I knew was almost a survivor of this disaster. We spent 5 years healing, 5 years rebuilding trust, and now we must ensure that no one needs to go through this again. She stood up and took a stack of reports from her folder. This is the Thorn firewall system developed by Lin Fan's team, which has already been integrated into the databases of 143 countries worldwide. It can monitor the ethical risks of genetic editing experiments in real time, issuing warnings before violations occur. This is not a restriction on science, but a protection for scientists. Whispers filled the conference room. Qing did not give them much time to react. She opened another document. We also understand that scientific exploration requires boundaries, but those boundaries should not be determined by 1 or 2 countries. We propose the establishment of an international genetic ethics committee composed of experts from various fields to formulate globally unified ethical standards. This proposal exceeded everyone's expectations. The EU representative frowned. This requires complex negotiation procedures. We are ready, Qing interrupted her. In the past 3 years, we have conducted over 20 rounds of consultations with organizations such as the World Health Organization and UNESCO, and the draft has taken shape. Now all we need is for everyone present to sign this document. She pushed a thick document to the center of the table. The title on the cover was written in multiple languages, the Human Genetic Ethics Covenant. The negotiation continued until 8 in the evening, with only a half-hour break for a boxed meal. On Qing's phone, Lin Fan sent 3 messages reminding her to eat, all of which she replied with, "Just a moment." Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Qin Yue stood at the doorway holding a tablet. Qing, the live broadcast has started. Qing stood up suddenly. Live broadcast. The memorial ceremony at the memorial hall, Qin Yue whispered, was arranged by Lin Fan. The whole world is watching. Qing, do you need to go? Qing glanced at her watch and then at the weary representatives across the table. She took a deep breath and said into the microphone, "Everyone, please give me 5 minutes." She followed Qin Yue into the adjacent office where many people stood under the apple tree in the memorial hall. Shen Jing was holding the already asleep Duo. Shen Wei was dressed in a neat uniform, and Lin Fan was standing in the corner with a laptop. Lin Fan stood in the center of the tree holding a microphone. On this day 5 years ago, Lin Fan's voice spread worldwide through the speaker. The bloodthorn incident officially ended. On that day, many of us lay in hospital beds watching the apple blossoms outside the window, unsure if tomorrow would come. The scene shifted to a group photo of the survivors of bloodthorn. But 5 years later, we stand here again. Not as victims, but as survivors, warriors, and guardians. Lin Fan turned to Qin Jing beside him. Sister Qin Jing's Psychological Healing Center has already helped over 500 victims of genetic editing reintegrate into society. The camera shifted to Shen Wei, who stood tall, her training uniform still speckled with grass. The Security Bureau now has over 200 trainees, and each of them can recite a phrase: technology needs warmth, ethics need protection. Finally, there was Lin Fan, whose face appeared somewhat shy on the screen. The Thorn firewall system has been operational for 3 years, intercepting over 100 violations without causing a single ethical incident. The scene returned to Lin Fan, who looked up at the apple tree. Su Qing is now in the conference room next door working with the world's most important decision-makers to draw a line for future genetic research. She said that scars should not be forgotten, but wounds must heal. Su Qing's eyes moistened. She saw Lin Fan speaking into the camera. Su Qing, are you watching? The apple blossoms have bloomed again. At 9:30 in the evening, the door to the conference room finally opened. Su Qing stepped out, followed by representatives from 12 countries. Their expressions varied. Some looked relieved, some exhausted, and others were deep in thought. At the end of the corridor, Lin Fan was waiting for her. Seeing Su Qing, he quickly walked over and took her hand. Did it go well? Su Qing did not answer. She took the signed document from her folder and gently placed it in Lin Fan's hand. The Human Genetic Ethics Covenant is officially in effect. Lin Fan's pupils dilated slightly. He lowered his head to look at the 12 signatures on the page, his voice trembling. Su Qing, we did it. No, Su Qing shook her head. We did it together. She turned to the representatives behind her. Thank you all for your decisions. This is not only for the past, but also for the future. The American representative stepped forward and shook Su Qing's hand. Ms. Su, on behalf of the United States, I extend my deepest respect to you and your team. The Bloodthorn incident changed all of us, and today's covenant may be the most important step in human history. Su Qing smiled in response. This is not the end, but the beginning. At 11 o'clock at night, Su Qing and Lin Fan returned to the villa. The apple tree in the courtyard stood silently under the moonlight, its fruits beginning to blush. They did not go inside, but sat on a bench under the tree. Lin Fan took out a delicate small box from his pocket. Inside was a ring shaped like an apple blossom. Su Qing, his voice was gentle. 5 years ago, I lay on a hospital bed looking at your injured eyes, not knowing what the future would hold. But I knew that as long as you were alive, I had hope. Su Qing looked at him, her eyes moistening again. In these 3 years, Lin Fan continued, we rebuilt the Memorial Hall, established healing centers, developed the firewall system, and signed international covenants. We have done many things, but what I cherish most is that you have always been by my side. He gently slipped the ring onto Su Qing's ring finger. It fit perfectly, as if tailored for her. Su Qing, Lin Fan held her hand. The story of Bloodthorn has ended, but our story is just beginning. Do you want to continue writing it with me? Su Qing did not answer. She simply held Lin Fan's hand tightly, resting her head on his shoulder. The branches and leaves of the apple tree rustled in the evening breeze, like countless tiny voices whispering the same word, willingness. The next morning, Su Qing was awakened by a knocking sound. She groggily got out of bed and opened the door to find Shen Wei standing at the doorway holding a newspaper. Su Qing, look at this. Shen Wei's tone was urgent as she handed over the newspaper. The front page headline featured a photo of Su Qing and Lin Fan sitting side by side under the apple tree, the moonlight casting a glow on their profiles. Su Qing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Su Corporation headquarters overlooking the autumn streets of Beijing. On her ring finger, the apple blossom-shaped ring shimmered softly in the sunlight. 3 months after the signing of the Human Gene Ethics Convention, life seemed to have returned to tranquility. The visitor numbers at the Memorial Museum remained stable. Appointments at the Healing Center were booked until next year, and the data from the firewall system was updated daily. But Su Qing knew that there were still things lying quietly in the shadows waiting to be discovered. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Fan. The archive has found what you were looking for. Come by. The third underground level of the Su Corporation was a restricted area. It housed all the archives from the corporation's founding, including those documents once marked as top secret. Lin Fan stood at the door of an archive room holding a yellowing folder. His expression was somewhat complex. This is the initial project report for the Bloodthorn project. Lin Fan handed the folder to Su Qing. The archive we found 5 years ago contained the mid and later materials for Bloodthorn, but this is the original concept. Su Qing took the folder, her hand trembling slightly. Written on the cover in pen was a line, Feasibility Study Report on Human Gene Optimization Projects, dated 15 years ago. She turned to the first page, her gaze sweeping over those familiar yet strange terms. Enhancing immunity, delaying aging, improving cognitive abilities. These concepts, which were later twisted by the Bloodthorn project, originally stemmed from such intentions. Look at the third page. Lin Fan pointed to a section that had been circled. Su Qing followed his finger, seeing a sentence struck out in red ink. Risk warning: gene editing may trigger unforeseen chain reactions. It is recommended to conduct a 10-year animal experiment before considering human applications. Beneath the crossed-out content was another writing. To seize the opportunity, immediately initiate human trials. Su Qing's breath quickened. She continued flipping through the pages and found a familiar name on the 5th page. Her mother Su Mingyu's signature. But what shocked her more was the 6th page. It contained an attachment titled Initial Screening List of Experimental Samples. There were 23 names on the list, and the first one was Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Su Qing's voice was almost inaudible. Did you know about this list? Lin Fan shook his head. It's my first time seeing it too. 15 years ago, I was only 17 in my second year of high school. I relied on my mother. How could I have been included in the gene experiment screening list? Su Qing's finger traced down the list. The other names were all unfamiliar to her, but beside each person's information was noted family background, single-parent, low education, lack of social connections. They chose. Su Qing's throat tightened, the most easily forgotten people. That night, Su Qing did not return to the villa, but went to Lin Wan's apartment. Lin Wan was processing real-time data from the firewall system. Upon seeing Su Qing, she immediately stopped her work. Sister Su Qing, is something wrong? Su Qing placed the copy of the archive on the table. I need you to investigate the whereabouts of these people. Lin Wan picked up the list, furrowing her brows. This is the experimental sample screening list. Yes, 23 people, potential experimental subjects for Bloodthorn 15 years ago. Only the first name on the list is someone we know, Lin Fan. But for the other 22, we don't know if they really became experimental subjects, nor do we know their current status. Lin Wan opened her computer, quickly typing on the keyboard. Through the backend database of the Thorn firewall, I can try to trace these people's genetic records. But this will take time, and what? If they really were experimented on after 15 years, the sequelae of genetic mutations might have fully manifested. Lin Wan's voice lowered. Sister Su Qing, are you sure you want to open this puzzle? Perhaps some things should never be found. Su Qing fell silent. She remembered herself 15 years ago, recalled Lin Fan's pained figure lying in the hospital bed, and Qin Jing crying in the hospital corridor while holding the swaddled duo. Lin Wan, she raised her head. 5 years ago, we thought the victims of Bloodthorn were only the few hundred we knew. But this list tells me there may be more people silently bearing something in the darkness. She paused. If we don't seek, we will never know the truth. But if we do, we must be prepared. We might find even more brutal stories. Lin Wan looked at Su Qing and slowly nodded. I understand. Give me 3 days. 3 mornings later, Lin Wan knocked on the door of Su Qing's office. Her face was very pale, and she held a printed report. I found it. Her voice trembled. Su Qing took the report. The first page was a table recording the tracking results of the 23 individuals. 1. Lin Fan, gene editing degree moderate sequelae, weakened immune system, current status alive. 2. Shen Wei, gene editing degree high sequelae, degeneration of the nervous system, current status deceased, 2018. 3. Li Chang, gene editing degree high sequelae, organ failure, current status deceased, 2019. 4. Wang Fong, gene editing degree moderate sequelae, reproductive system abnormalities, current status missing. Su Qing's fingers trembled on the paper. She continued to look down. Out of the 23 names, only 8 were still alive. The others had gradually died over the past 15 years, mostly due to organ failure, nervous system collapse, or rare genetic diseases. Causes of death. Su Qing's voice choked. Were all recorded as natural deaths? Yes. Lin Wan bit her lip. There are no hospital records of their genetic disease history, no autopsy reports, nothing. They just disappeared silently, and even their families didn't know the real reason. Su Qing flipped to the last page, where the contact information of the 8 survivors was listed. Her gaze stopped at the name at the very bottom. Zhao Xiaoyan, age 28, residence, Zhengzhou, Henan. This person, Su Qing pointed at the name, has a gene editing degree marked as low, and the sequelae is periodic disorientation. Lin Wan opened another file. Zhao Xiaoyan, female, 28, single occupation is nurse. Her medical records show that since 2020, she has frequently visited psychiatric clinics, but all tests found no physiological cause. The diagnosis given by the doctor was post-traumatic stress disorder, but she herself does not remember experiencing any trauma. Su Qing closed the report and stood up. I want to find her. Now, Lin Wan said in surprise. The media attention after the signing ceremony has not completely faded yet. If you act alone. It's not acting alone. Su Qing looked into Lin Wan's eyes. I want you to come with me. Also Shen Wei, Qin Jing, and Qin Yue. We need a complete team. The next evening, a group of 6 arrived in Zhengzhou. Shen Wei was in plain clothes, but she had concealed law enforcement equipment at her waist. Qin Jing carried simple psychological assessment tools. Qin Yue was responsible for communicating with local media and government. Lin Wan brought portable gene testing equipment. Lin Fan drove, remaining silent throughout the journey. Zhao Xiaoyan's residence was in an old community on the outskirts of the city. The exterior walls of the building were peeling and the hallway lights flickered. They climbed to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. A young woman in her late 20s, dressed in a nurse's uniform, opened the door, clearly just off work. Seeing the 6 strangers standing outside, a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Who are you? Miss Zhao. Su Qing stepped forward, her tone gentle. We are staff members of the Bloodthorn Memorial Museum and would like to talk with you. Upon hearing the words Bloodthorn, Zhao Zioyan's face instantly turned pale. Her hands gripped the door frame, knuckles turning white, blood thorn. I don't know what you are talking about. You may not remember, but your body does. Chen Jing stepped forward, her voice soft. Miss Zhao, we found your name in the archives of the Su Corporation from 15 years ago. You were one of the potential experimental subjects of the Bloodthorn project. Zhao Zioyan's body swayed slightly, and she managed to hold onto the door frame to steady herself. This is impossible. I'm just an ordinary person, how could I? We are not here to harm you, Qin Yue quickly said. We are also victims of Bloodthorn. Sister Su Qing Lin Fan, all of us have experienced what you are going through now. Zhao Xiaoyan looked up, her gaze landing on Su Qing's face. That was the first time she truly saw Su Qing, not as a staff member of the museum, but as someone just like her. Do you? Her voice trembled. Do you also suddenly forget where you are? Su Qing nodded yes. You suddenly get headaches, hear voices that don't exist, and wake up in the middle of the night to find your whole body trembling. Tears streamed down Zhao Zioyan's face. She released her grip on the door frame and took a step back, opening a path. Come in. Zhao Zioyan's room was very simple, but kept very clean. On the wall hung several photos, all of her with an elderly person, presumably her grandmother. My grandmother passed away 5 years ago. Zhao Xiaoyan sat on the sofa, tightly gripping her cup. She always said I had become strange since I was 15. I would suddenly stop talking for hours. I would wake up screaming in the middle of the night. I would forget to eat. She looked up, tears blurring her vision. But I don't remember anything myself. I only remember that when I was 15 I participated in a free physical examination event, which was a government welfare program for children from poor families. Then I don't remember anything. Chen Jing took out the psychological assessment scale, gently asking, Miss Zhao, can you tell us more about that physical examination? Zhao Xiaoyan closed her eyes, trying to recall. It was a summer, and I was in the second year of junior high. The school announced that doctors from the city were coming to give students free physical exams. We lined up, measured our height and weight, drew blood. And then, her brows furrowed. Then I don't remember. The next thing I knew, I was lying at home, and my grandmother said I had fainted at school, but it was nothing serious. She opened her eyes, her gaze hollow. Since then my grades declined sharply, and I couldn't get into high school, so I had to go to nursing school. After graduating I became a nurse, but always made mistakes, and many hospitals dismissed me. This job is my 7th. Lin Fan opened the portable gene testing device. Miss Zhao, would you allow us to test your genes? This could help us confirm your specific situation. Zhao Xiaoyan hesitated. Her gaze flickered among the 6 strangers, ultimately resting on Su Qing's face. Sister Su Qing, her voice was very soft. If the test shows I am truly a victim of Bloodthorn, what should I do? Su Qing sat beside her, holding her hand. That means you are not alone anymore. We will help you apply for medical assistance, help you get treatment, and help you regain those lost memories. More importantly, we will help you find others like you, so you know this was never your fault. Zhao Zioyan's hands trembled, but in the end she nodded. The test lasted half an hour. Lin Fan operated the device while observing Zhao Zioyan's condition. Her body temperature, blood pressure, and heart rate were all within normal ranges, but the EEG monitoring showed abnormal periodic fluctuations. This was the physiological basis for the disorientation that Chen Jing mentioned. After the test, Lin Fan imported the data into the computer for analysis. 10 minutes later, she looked up, her expression grave. Sister Su Qing, her voice was low. Zhao Zioyan's gene editing traces are very obvious. Moreover, she paused. The method of her editing is completely different from ours. We were directly edited in specific genes, while Zhao Xiaoyan, her genes seem to have been implanted with some sort of timed switch. Timed switch. Su Qing furrowed her brows. Yes, her editing method is delayed activation. The consequences of gene mutations do not manifest immediately, but gradually emerge with age. This is also why she could live normally into her 20s, but the symptoms have worsened in recent years. Lin Fan opened a data comparison chart. In Zhao Zioyan's gene sequence, there is a very special segment marked as D7. There are no records of this segment in my database, which means... She took a deep breath. This could be an experimental method that has never been made public. The room fell silent. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at them in confusion. So, do I have a timer in me? No, Su Qing tightened her grip on her hand. You have a piece of evidence that can help us find the truth. She turned to Lin Fan. Contact the technical department of the Su Corporation and retrieve all experimental records related to the D7 segment from 15 years ago. We must piece together this puzzle completely. It was 11 o'clock at night, and the laboratory of the Su Corporation was brightly lit. Su Qing, Lin Fan, Shen Wei, Chen Jing, and Qin Yue surrounded Lin Fan, each staring intently at the screen. Found it! Lin Fan suddenly shouted. A set of data appeared on the screen. D7 segment, full name, delayed gene editing type, 7 development, time, 2011. Project leader Su Mingwe. Su Qing's heart suddenly tightened. The original design intention of this segment Lin Fan read the text on the screen, was to allow the effects of gene editing to gradually manifest after the recipient reached adulthood, thereby circumventing the regulatory mechanisms for minors. The project team believed that this would enable more discrete human experiments. She clicked on the attachment, which contained an experimental log. The date was August 15, 2011, recorded by Su Minghua. The D7 segment was first applied to humans today, with a total of 23 subjects. Considering the age and background of the subjects, we chose to use the cover of Free Health Checks. All subjects were children from single-parent families with simple social relationships, and even if anomalies occurred, they could easily be attributed to physical issues. The follow-up observation period was set for 15 years. Su Qing's fingers trembled. She continued to read down. September 2011 log. Subject 1 Lin Fan had relatives discover anomalies, and the project team decided to suspend tracking of Lin Fan, shifting focus to other subjects. Lin Fan's gene editing would be marked as a failed case and excluded from the statistics of the D7 experiment. So Lin Fan was excluded from the Bloodthorn project and became a victim of another experiment. Meanwhile, others unwittingly became living experimental subjects. 2018 log. Subjects 2, 3, A, and 4 experienced severe gene collapse phenomena leading to death. The project team decided to stop tracking these subjects, marking them as natural cause of death. The families did not raise any objections, and the experiment continued. 2020 log. The remaining subjects began to show symptoms of disorientation, memory decline, etc. The project team believed this was the expected effect of the D7 segment and would further observe its evolution. The last log entry was dated November 2023, just before the Bloodthorn incident was exposed. The experiment is nearing completion. The remaining subjects will be abandoned for tracking. The project team believed that the D7 experiment had achieved its intended goals, providing valuable data for the next generation of gene editing technology. All related archives will be sealed. Su Qing closed her eyes, tears sliding down from the corners. Sister Su Qing, Lin Fan's voice broke the silence. Look at the last entry. She pointed to the end of the log where a note was highlighted in red. Note: relatives of Subject 1 Lin Fan have recently filed a lawsuit against the Su Corporation. The project team needs to be prepared for a response. Su Qing's eyes snapped open. She remembered that 5 years ago Lin Fan's mother indeed sued the Su Corporation, but that lawsuit ultimately came to nothing. Now she understood that it wasn't brushed off, it was handled. They knew. Su Qing's voice trembled. They have been monitoring us all along. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the 6 of them sat in the corridor outside the laboratory. No one spoke, each digesting what they had just seen. After a long silence, Shen Wei broke the quiet. Su Qing, what should we do now? Su Qing raised her head, her gaze landing on each person's face. For the victims of the D7 experiment, besides Zhao Xiaoyan, there are 7 more. We need to find them. And then, oi. Qin Yue asked, sue the Su Corporation? No, Su Qing shook her head. Suing won't solve the problem. We need to do 3 things. First, find all surviving D7 victims and provide them with medical assistance. Second, submit evidence of the D7 experiment to the International Gene Ethics Committee, letting the world know the full truth behind the Bloodthorn incident. Third, her gaze fell on Lin Fan. Third, we need to find the person who handled Lin Fan's mother's lawsuit and find out what really happened. Lin Fan looked up, his expression complex. Su Qing, are you sure you want to continue? Uncovering this truth might involve many people, including your mother. I know, Su Qing interrupted him, but some truths must be revealed. Otherwise, those who have died will never find peace, and those who are alive will never truly heal. She stood up, looking out the window. In the distance, the skyline of Beijing was beginning to brighten. Tomorrow, Su Qing said, we will start searching for other D7 victims. The morning light streamed through the window, falling on the profiles of the 6 individuals. Their shadows were cast on the ground like scattered pieces of a puzzle waiting to be assembled into a complete picture. And in that picture were all the forgotten people finally seen for the first time. Su Qing gazed at the 7 names Lin Fan had compiled, her fingertips tapping lightly upon the tabletop. Aside from Zhao Xiaoyan, whom they had already met, there were 6 others. Li Xiulan, female, age 29, Wuhan, Hubei, degree of genetic editing low, side effect intermittent blindness. Wang Lei, male, age 27, Shenyang Liaoning, degree of genetic editing medium, side effect motor neuron degeneration. Lu Min, female, age 28, Chengdu, Sichuan, a degree of genetic editing low, side effect emotional dysregulation. Chen Jiqiang, male, age 26, Shenzhen, Guangdong, a degree of genetic editing medium, side effect cognitive decline. Zhang Li, female, age 25, Qingdao, Shandong, a degree of genetic editing high, side effect visceral organ abnormalities. Zhou Jie, male, age 24, Hangzhou, Zhujiang, degree of genetic editing medium, side effect chronic pain. Their ages range from 24 to 29. Lin Fan pointed to the data chart. That means they, like Zhao Xiaoyun, were selected 15 years ago through the so-called free medical examinations as experimental subjects. And she paused. Surveillance logs from Su Group show that all 6 individuals have exhibited abnormal medical records over the past 5 years, yet no hospital has ever diagnosed a genetic etiology. Shen Wei stood by the window watching the crowd outside. Su Qing, shall we split up? No, Su Qing shook her head. We cannot disperse our efforts as we did 5 years ago. This time we must proceed with greater caution. She turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, can you contact your mother's lawyer from back then? Lin Fan hesitated. Lawyer Wang. He retired 5 years ago, and I know he may wish to leave that chapter behind, Su Qing interjected, but if we are to uncover what truly transpired in that lawsuit 5 years ago, he is our only viable lead. Lin Fan fell silent for a long while before finally nodding. I'll try. That afternoon, Lin Fan traveled alone to an aging residential complex in the western part of the city. Lawyer Wang lived on the 3rd floor. Faded spring festival couplets clung to his door. An elderly man with silver-streaked hair opened it, and his pupils contracted slightly upon seeing Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Uncle Wang, Lin Fan's voice trembled. I need to ask you something. About the lawsuit my mother filed against Su Group 5 years ago. A complex expression flickered across Lawyer Wang's face. He stepped aside, gesturing Lin Fan inward. Please come in. The living room was sparsely furnished. Yellowed photo frames hung on the walls. The central one showed a younger Lawyer Wang standing confidently before a courthouse, the sign of his law firm visible behind him. Your mother, Lawyer Wang said, seated on the sofa, his voice low and grave, was an extraordinarily resilient woman. She raised you alone, never once complaining. Until she discovered your genetic anomaly. His voice caught. She came to me, determined to sue Su Group. I urged her to reconsider. The scale of Su Group was overwhelming. A victory seemed impossible. Yet she stood firm, saying, if I do not file suit, my son's suffering will be in vain, and other children will continue to suffer. Lin Fan clenched his fists. Then what happened? Why was the case abruptly withdrawn? Lawyer Wang remained silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. 1 week before the trial, someone came to see me. Who? A man in a tailored suit, who claimed to represent Su Group's legal department. He handed me a dossier containing every intimate detail of your mother's life. Her bank accounts, employment records, even her divorce agreement with your father. Lawyer Wang lifted his gaze to meet Lin Fan's. He said that if we proceeded with the lawsuit, this information would be made public. Moreover, they would investigate the hospital where your mother had worked and unearth evidence damaging to her reputation. Threatened. Lin Fan's voice quavered. Not entirely, Lawyer Wang replied with a bitter smile. More like negotiation. They proposed that should we withdraw the suit, Su Group would cover all your medical expenses and extend appropriate care to your mother's employment and daily life. Did mother agree? She had no choice, Lawyer Wang sighed. That night, she wept as she told me, I can't think only of myself. Lin Fan needs treatment, and he must never learn the truth. The next day, she signed the withdrawal agreement. Lin Fan's fist slammed onto the coffee table, a dull, hollow thud. He recalled his mother's final words to him. I'm sorry. At the time, he'd assumed she apologized for failing to win the case. Now he understood she was apologizing for concealing the truth from him for 5 long years. That man, Lin Fan drew a deep breath, the representative from Su Group's legal department. Do you remember his name? Lawyer Wang closed his eyes, straining to recall. His name was Qin Mo. Yes, Qin Mo, senior legal consultant of Su Group. That evening, when Lin Fan returned to the villa, darkness had already fallen. Su Qing sat on the living room sofa. Seeing him enter, she rose immediately. How did it go? Lin Fan recounted everything Lawyer Wang had revealed, concluding, Su Qing, this Qin Mo may be pivotal. If we locate him, perhaps we'll learn how Su Group handles its most sensitive matters. Su Qing's brow furrowed deeply. Qin Mo, I've heard that name before. 5 years ago, after the blood thistle incident broke publicly, a senior legal officer at Su Group vanished, but the media assumed he'd simply resigned to avoid scrutiny. She turned to Lin Wan. Track down his current whereabouts. Lin Wan opened her laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. 10 minutes later, she looked up, her expression grim. Qin Mo, male, age 48, senior legal consultant, Su Group legal department, who joined in 2018, resigned November 2023. His whereabouts after resignation are untraceable. Untraceable. Shen Wei frowned. How could a senior legal consultant simply vanish into thin air? He didn't vanish. Lin Wan clicked open a file. His bank accounts were closed 3 years ago, and his mobile number was deactivated. His property was sold, his family relocated overseas. Every conceivable digital footprint has been meticulously erased. Su Qing's fingers tapped softly upon the tabletop. Su Group's methods for managing sensitive matters are far more sophisticated than we imagined. She rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Chen Mo may well be under protection. If we hope to find him, conventional channels won't suffice. Then what do we do? Qin Yue asked. Shall we storm Su Group's headquarters? No, Su Qing shook her head. We require someone who can access Su Group's inner sanctum. She turned her gaze settling on Qinjing. Sister Qinjing, how many employees or family members of Su Group have visited your healing center for treatment? Qinjing paused, then pulled out her phone. Roughly 30 or more. Mostly ordinary staff, though some are relatives of executives. Why do you ask? We'll use their networks to trace Chen Mo, Su Qing explained. If we can reach someone inside Su Group's legal department, we may uncover his present location. Qinjing nodded. I'll begin inquiries tomorrow. The following morning, Qinjing arrived at the memorial hall accompanied by a young woman. The woman introduced herself as Lin Na, age 28, an HR employee at Su Group. Her younger brother Li Jun was a survivor of the blood thistle incident and currently undergoing treatment at Qinjing's healing center. Dr. Chun, Li Na sat down visibly tense. You asked about Chen Mo? I can't disclose much. Company policy strictly forbids sharing information about former employees. Qinjing poured her a cup of tea and placed it before her. Li Na, how is your brother doing these days? At the mention of her brother, Li Na's eyes welled with tears. He's improving. Though still unable to work normally, he can now communicate with family without difficulty. Without your center, I truly don't know what I'd do. We mean no harm to Chen Mo, Qinjing said gently. We seek only the truth. Your brother is a victim, and Chen Mo was the one who helped conceal that truth. Does that feel just to you? Li Na remained silent for a long time, then withdrew a sheet of paper from her bag. This is a photograph taken 2 years ago during a legal department gathering, just before Chen Mo's resignation. I happened to pass the conference room and snapped it. In the photo, a dozen men in formal suits sat around a circular table. The man at its center wearing glasses was unmistakably middle-aged, presumably Chen Mo. But what startled Su Qing and the others was the conspicuously prominent apple placed beside Chen Mo's seat. An apple? Lin Fan pointed at the image. Why would an apple appear at a legal department gathering? Li Na shook her head. I don't know. But shortly afterward, I heard Chen Mo had been reassigned to a special projects unit within the group. That unit's offices are located underground, rarely visited by anyone. Su Qing's heart lurched. Underground? Yes, Li Na continued. I can't quite recall its full official title. It sounded something like Archival Clearance Division. But I do know this: after Chen Mo entered that unit, he never emerged again. That same night, in the sub-basement level of Su Group's headquarters, Shen Wei moved silently down the corridor, clad in black tactical attire. She had infiltrated via the ventilation shaft from the underground parking garage, a contingency route she'd memorized 5 years earlier during her tenure as a corporate bodyguard. She reached a door marked Special Projects Unit and deployed her decryption device. 3 seconds later, the lock disengaged. The room was modest in size, but filled wall-to-wall with filing cabinets. Shen Wei switched on her flashlight. Its beam swept across labels affixed to the cabinets: 2018 to 2019 to 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Her pulse quickened. These years spanned precisely the incubation period and eventual exposure of the blood thistle incident. She approached the cabinet labeled 2023 and withdrew a thick leather-bound dossier. Opening the first page, she read, D7 Experiment Post-Trial Contingency Protocol. Flipping further, Shen Wei found a list, identical to the one Lin Fan had uncovered. Beneath it, however, appeared a chilling annotation: subjects physically cleared, 15 new subjects under ongoing medical surveillance. 8. Shen Wei's fingers trembled. Physically cleared. Those 4 words pierced her heart like shards of ice. She continued flipping, until on the dossier's final page, she discovered a distinct document titled Chen Mo, Director Special Projects Unit. It stated that Chen Mo, following his nominal resignation in November 2023, had in fact been transferred to this clandestine unit, tasked exclusively with managing all sensitive matters arising from the blood thistle incident. His responsibilities included monitoring the movements of all blood thistle survivors, coordinating with hospitals and media outlets to suppress related information, neutralizing individuals or organizations deemed threats to corporate interests, submitting periodic risk assessments directly to the group's executive leadership. Shen Wei photographed each critical page with her phone, just as footsteps echoed down the corridor. She instantly extinguished her flashlight and slipped behind a filing cabinet. The door swung open, and a man's voice entered. Sir, surveillance confirms Su Qing and her associates are investigating Chen Mo. Shall we intervene? Another voice answered, and Shen Wei's heart constricted violently. It was achingly familiar, a voice she would never forget. No need to rush. Let them dig. Once they assemble the full mosaic, we'll make our move. Shen Wei clenched her jaw, uttering not a single sound. Yet her fingers dug fiercely into the metal frame of the cabinet, her nails nearly piercing the surface. The two men departed, closing the door behind them. Shen Wei waited 5 more minutes, ensuring absolute silence, before emerging from concealment. She replaced the dossier exactly as she'd found it and slipped back into the ventilation shaft, vanishing into the dark. In the blackness, her phone screen glowed faintly, illuminating Chun Mo's photograph, where the apple beside him burned with unnerving clarity. By the time she returned to the villa, it was already 2:00 m. Su Qing, Lin Fan, Qin Yue, and Lin Wan were all waiting. As she entered, every pair of eyes fixed upon her. Shen Wei spoke no word. Instead, she mirrored her phone onto the television screen and began playing the photographs one by one. What is this? Su Qing's voice trembled. Chun Mo, Shen Wei pointed to the image, did not resign. He was reassigned to Su Group's Subterranean Special Projects Unit charged specifically with managing all blood thistle-related sensitivities. She advanced to the next image. The contingency protocol subjects physically cleared 15 subjects under ongoing medical surveillance. A suffocating silence descended upon the room. Physically cleared, Lin Fan's voice emerged hoarse and guttural. What does that mean? Shen Wei took a slow, steadying breath. Based on contextual analysis of the dossier, physical clearance denotes engineered natural deaths for D7 victims no longer amenable to surveillance. Medical surveillance in turn refers to survivors still under observation. She paused. Su Qing. The 8 survivors named on the list remain under their watchful eye. Zhao Xiaoyun, Li Shoulan Wang, Lei Lu Min, Chen Jiqiang, Zhang Li Zhou Jie, and Lin Fan. Lin Fan lifted his gaze, empty, hollow. So my medical expenses covered by the group were never charity. They were surveillance, part of the apparatus monitoring me. They watched me, waiting for the moment I too would meet my natural end. Chun Jing pressed a hand to her mouth, tears streaming freely down her cheeks. Also, Shen Wei continued. I heard his voice. Su Qing rose instantly. Who? I don't know his name. Shen Wei's voice dropped to a whisper, but I will never forget that voice. Not in this lifetime. 5 years ago in the dungeon beneath the blood thistle laboratory, he stood before me and said, I shall help you forget your memories. She raised her eyes to meet Su Qing's. Su Qing, the one who has controlled us all along, is no distant puppeteer. He is someone intimately familiar to us all. Who? Shen Wei's lips quivered. He stands now atop Su Group's highest tower. He is Su Mingyu. Su Mingyu. The name struck like lightning, searing through everyone present. Su Mingyu, Su Qing's paternal uncle, current chairman of Su Group, the official investigator of the blood thistle incident 5 years ago, and the most ardent public advocate of the Human Genetic Ethics Convention. Su Qing swayed, gripping the sofa to steady herself. Her pupils dilated, her face drained of color. Uncle. Is it Uncle A? At 300 m. 6 figures sat motionless in the villa's living room. No one spoke. Each absorbed the unbearable weight of the truth. After a long silence, Qin Yue broke the stillness. Su Qing, we need evidence. Shen Wei's testimony alone is insufficient. I know. Su Qing closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. We require irrefutable proof of Su Mingyu's direct involvement in these operations. She turned to Lin Wan. Lin Wan, can you breach Su Mingyu's private server? Lin Wan shook her head. It's physically isolated, layered with military-grade encryption. Even if I succeeded, alarms would trigger instantly. Then we need someone who can approach Su Mingyu directly. Su Qing opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping slowly across each face in the room. Silence settled once more. Su Qing, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Perhaps I can. All eyes turned to him. Tomorrow Su Group holds its board meeting to deliberate implementation of the Genetic Ethics Convention. As a blood thistle survivor representative, I've been invited to attend. If Su Mingyu truly intends to monitor us, he will certainly be present. You intend to confront him publicly during the board meeting? Shen Wei frowned. That's impractical and dangerous. If he is indeed the architect, such confrontation will merely grant him time to prepare. Not confrontation. Lin Fan shook his head. Evidence, retrieved from his office. Before the meeting begins, I'll retrieve certain items from his office. Steal it. Su Qing's voice wavered. Lin Fan, that's illegal. 5 years ago, they injected a virus into my body. Was that criminal? Lin Fan's retort left Su Qing speechless. 15 years ago, they coerced my mother into signing the withdrawal agreement. Was that criminal? Now, they've orchestrated the natural deaths of 15 people. Is that criminal? He rose and stepped towards Su Qing. Su Qing, we've traversed a long, arduous road, but it isn't over yet. I refuse to wait another 5 years for more voices urging us to stay calm. Su Qing met Lin Fan's gaze and saw there blazing with unprecedented intensity, not mere fury, but ironclad resolve. After a long, suspended moment, she nodded. Very well. Tomorrow, we go to Su Group together. The next morning at 9 in the conference room of Su Group's headquarters, Su Mingyu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon Beijing's autumnal streetscape. His fingers tapped rhythmically upon the glass, slow, measured, unshaken. "Chairman," his assistant announced, entering after a soft knock. "The board members are assembled, and Lin Fan has arrived." Su Mingyu turned. His face softened into a warm, benevolent smile. "Let him in. He is now one of our most vital collaborators." The assistant bowed and withdrew. From his drawer, Su Mingyu retrieved a lapel pin engraved with an apple tree motif. He fastened it to his jacket's collar, adjusted his lapels, and strode toward the conference room. Down the corridor, Lin Fan approached, walking straight toward him. Seeing Su Mingyu, Lin Fan halted and offered a slight bow. "Chairman, Lin Fan." Su Mingyu laid a hand on his shoulder. "Welcome. This meeting is pivotal. We must thoughtfully consider how to translate the convention into tangible reality." His smile radiated sincerity, his voice warmth itself. To any outsider unaware of the truth, he would seem genuinely devoted to humanity's future. Lin Fan smiled in return. "Indeed, Chairman. I too eagerly anticipate today's deliberations." Side by side they walked toward the conference room, bathed in golden sunlight, appearing to all appearances like comradescent arms united in purpose. Yet Lin Fan knew, hidden in his pocket, lay a voice recorder. And Su Mingyu knew, behind the conference room's surveillance cameras, 5 pairs of eyes observed every nuance of this encounter. The game has begun. Now let us see who makes the first move. In the boardroom, Su Mingyu stood at the head of the long conference table, the cover of the Human Genetic Ethics Convention projected on the screen behind him. His voice was steady and commanding, each gesture precise and deliberate. "We must recognize," he said, scanning the seated directors, "that gene editing technology is a double-edged sword. The Bloodthorn incident 15 years ago delivered a bitter lesson, but it also sharpened our understanding of regulatory necessity." Lin Fan sat at the far end of the table, his fingers quietly brushing the voice recorder concealed in his pocket. His gaze drifted to the apple tree emblem pinned to Su Mingyu's collar, and a chill rose within him. Midway through the meeting, Su Mingyu suddenly turned to Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, as a first-hand witness to the Bloodthorn incident, what recommendations do you have for implementing the convention?" All eyes converged on Lin Fan. He drew a slow breath and rose to his feet. "I believe the convention must not remain merely ink on paper. We need an independent oversight body to ensure tragedies like Bloodthorn are never repeated. More importantly, those already harmed deserve genuine redress, not concealment, not erasure." Silence fell over the room. Several directors exchanged glances, some nodded faintly, while others frowned. Su Mingyu's expression remained unchanged. He smiled slightly and nodded. "Well said. Indeed, this has long been our group's guiding priority." Yet, his tone shifted subtly. "Certain matters demand time and strategy. We cannot in our haste resort to measures that risk triggering societal panic." His eyes met Lin Fan's for a fleeting instant, and in that moment Lin Fan felt his heart constrict, gripped by an unseen force. Within those eyes lay an unfamiliar depth, not menace but a quiet, unmistakable warning. The meeting concluded precisely at noon. As Lin Fan joined the departing crowd, Su Mingyu's assistant called after him. "Mr. Lin, the chairman would like to see you in his office to discuss certain collaborative details regarding the healing center." Lin Fan's pulse quickened. He nodded. "Of course." As they walked toward the elevator, he discreetly activated the voice recorder in his pocket. Su Mingyu's office occupied half the top floor. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed Beijing's skyline. The interior was spare yet sumptuous. Most arresting was the oil painting on the wall, a lush, full-crowned apple tree with children seated beneath its boughs. "Please sit." Su Mingyu gestured toward the sofa, then moved to the bar. "Tea or coffee?" "Water, please," Lin Fan replied, settling into the seat while his eyes swept the room. Shelves held law and medical texts. The desk bore only a laptop, several documents, and a single photograph frame containing an image of Su Mingyu with a young girl. Lin Fan recognized her instantly. The child was a young Su Qing. Su Mingyu placed a glass of water before him and took the opposite sofa. He did not broach business immediately, but asked about Lin Fan's mother. "She was an extraordinary woman," Su Mingyu said. "I deeply admired her courage during that lawsuit 5 years ago." "You knew about that case?" Lin Fan's fingers tightened. "Of course," Su Mingyu sighed. "At the time I served on the group's legal affairs committee. To be candid, your mother's suit troubled us. Not because her claims lacked merit, but because the timing was inopportune." Timing. In 2018, human gene editing was under global scrutiny. International debate raged over whether it should be banned outright. Had we lost, the repercussions could have triggered a chain reaction, excessive regulation, even the suffocation of the entire field. We had no choice but to act, to safeguard the industry's future. His tone carried disarming sincerity. "So you threatened her?" Lin Fan's voice hardened. Su Mingyu paused, then spoke quietly. "That was not threat, it was negotiation. We provided optimal medical care to ensure your treatment. Under those circumstances, it was a mutually beneficial resolution. And the other victims? Lin Fan locked eyes with him. Those kept hidden, the ones never named, what did they receive? The air in the office seemed to thicken suspended. Su Mingyu's smile faded. He rose and walked to the window. Lin Fan, you're an intelligent young man. You must understand. Some truths run far deeper than appearances suggest. He spoke without turning. The Bloodthorn incident entangled too many lives. Were all facts revealed, not only would the Su group collapse, but China's entire biotechnology sector would suffer catastrophic damage. Thousands would lose their livelihoods if vital research would halt. Sometimes for the greater good, difficult choices must be made. The greater good, oi. Lin Fan rose as well. Does that include the natural deaths of 15 people? Does it include making men like Qin Yue vanish? Su Mingyu's expression finally shifted. He studied Lin Fan for a long moment, then returned to his desk and withdrew a file folder from the drawer. Look at this. Lin Fan accepted the folder and opened the first page. His pupils contracted sharply. It was a list, not the one Lin Fan had uncovered. This list contained 37 names, each followed by detailed medical records and date of death. These are all the Bloodthorn experiment's victims, Su Mingyu murmured. 22 are deceased, 9 missing, only 6 remain under monitor treatment. You are the 7th. Lin Fan's fingers trembled as he turned page after page. He saw Zhao Xiaoyun's name, annotated under control, his own, marked high risk requires close surveillance, Li Xilan Wang Lei. Each name struck like a blade, piercing his heart. Why, oi? Lin Fan lifted his gaze, voice raw. Why conduct such an experiment? Su Mingyu sank back into his chair, hands folded upon the desk. Sunlight streamed in behind him, casting his face into shadow. 15 years ago, we received a foreign genetic sequence, purportedly a special gene capable of enhancing human immunity. We were elated, believing we'd found a cure for myriad diseases. His voice grew distant. We recruited volunteers, promising them free examinations and treatment. At the time, we truly believed we were doing good. What happened next? Then we discovered the sequence was flawed. Su Mingyu closed his eyes. It did enhance immunity, but at the cost of degrading other physiological functions. By the time we realized this, the trial had already run for 6 months. Side effects emerged. Some died. He opened his eyes, weariness etched deep. We halted the experiment immediately and destroyed all data, believing the matter was closed. But years later, participants began manifesting delayed complications. We understood then gene edits are permanent. They propagate across cell divisions, even to offspring. Lin Fan swayed dizzy. So you didn't ignore the consequences, you concealed them. At first, yes. Su Mingyu admitted. We were afraid of legal retribution, public condemnation, the group's ruin. So we formed a special projects unit dedicated solely to managing these lingering issues. Chen Wei headed it. Yes, Su Mingyu nodded. His mandate was twofold: prevent information leaks and provide medical assistance to victims wherever possible. But some couldn't be assisted, only cleansed. Lin Fan finished for him. A long silence settled over the room. The wall clock ticked, each second heavy with unspoken weight. Lin Fan, Su Mingyu said suddenly, I know you're recording this. Lin Fan's heart nearly stopped. His hand instinctively moved toward his pocket, but Su Mingyu shook his head. No need to tense up. I permit it, because some truths need to be spoken aloud by someone else. He rose and approached the apple tree painting. I'm aging. Time is short. For years I've lain awake each night, closing my eyes only to see the faces of those harmed. I know I erred, but the situation spiraled beyond my control. He turned his gaze complex and sorrowful. The Special Projects Unit no longer answers fully to me. An internal faction seeks total eradication, not just of evidence, but of every living witness. Including me, including you, including Zhao Xiaoyun, including everyone still named on that list. Su Mingyu's voice dropped to a whisper. They plan to complete the cleanup before the convention formally takes effect. Then Bloodthorn will fade into true history, no evidence left, no witnesses remaining. Why don't you stop them? I tried, Su Mingyu said with a wry smile. But I discovered, the group is no longer wholly mine to command. 15 years is enough for one error to grow into a towering forest, and for one secret to birth a monster. He returned to his desk and retrieved a compact USB drive from the lowest drawer. Inside lies all original experimental data, the complete victim list, and every operational record of the Special Projects Unit. Take it. Lin Fan accepted the drive, his hand trembling. Why give it to me? Because you are the right person, Su Mingyu said. You have motive to expose the truth, and capacity to protect yourself. More crucially, Su Qing trusts you. Mentioning her name softened Su Mingyu's eyes. That child has always sought the truth, but she doesn't yet grasp how merciless it can be. I hope you'll grant her time to prepare, before she learns everything. Why not tell her yourself? Because I lacked the face to meet her, Su Mingyu's voice thickened. I watched her grow up. After her father passed, I raised her as my own daughter. He shook his head, leaving the sentence unfinished. Outside, the sun slanted westward. A light crept slowly across the room. Lin Fan clenched the USB drive, its weight now unbearable. One more question, he said. The apple. The symbol. What does it signify? Su Mingyu walked to the bookshelf and pulled out an old photo album. He flipped to a page and handed it to Lin Fan, a black and white photograph. Several young people laughing beneath an apple tree. Beneath it, handwritten, Life Sciences Institute, Autumn 2003. This was the original Bloodthorn team. Su Mingyu pointed to the center figure. That's me. I worked at the institute then. Beside me stands Qin Yue, our genetics expert. This tree was our institute's emblem. We believed as apples fall naturally from trees, so too should scientific discovery emerge. Inevitable, harmonious, foreseeable. He gave a hollow laugh. But we were wrong. Some apples once fallen can never return to the branch. Lin Fan studied the photograph closely and noticed a detail carved into the apple tree's trunk, a small symbol. 3 intertwined helices forming a DNA double helix. This symbol, our team's insignia, Su Mingyu said, a testament to our faith in genetic science. Now, it is the indelible proof of my guilt. A knock sounded at the door. The assistant's voice came through. Chairman, your 3 o'clock meeting begins shortly. Understood. Su Mingyu acknowledged, then looked at Lin Fan. You must go now? Use the private elevator, down to the underground garage. A car awaits you there. The driver will ensure your safe departure. Lin Fan rose and paused at the threshold. And you? Su Mingyu stood by the window, his back bent with solitude and exhaustion. I have my own path ahead. Remember, once the contents of that drive go public, there is no turning back. You Su Qing, your friends. All must be ready. Lin Fan nodded and stepped out. The private elevator descended smoothly to the 3rd basement level. The doors parted, revealing a black sedan waiting precisely as promised. The driver, a silent middle-aged man, simply nodded and opened the rear door. The car merged into Beijing's afternoon traffic. Lin Fan leaned back, the USB drive warming in his palm, almost feverish with his own heat. He unlocked his phone. A message from Su Qing. Lin Fan, are you all right? Has the meeting ended? He hesitated, then typed, it's over. I've secured something critical. Heading back now. He stowed the phone and watched the city blur past the window, knowing with absolute certainty everything had changed irrevocably. Truth, like Pandora's box, once open, releases forces no one can predict. High above in the Su Group's penthouse office, Su Mingyu stood motionless at the window, watching the black sedan vanish around the corner. He removed the apple tree emblem from his lapel and set it gently upon the desk. Then he picked up the telephone and dialed a number. It's me, he said into the receiver. The item has been delivered. Proceed according to plan. After hanging up, he opened another drawer. Inside rested an antique revolver. He lifted the gun, weighed it thoughtfully in his palm, then returned it to its place. In the oil painting, the apple tree stretched its long, devouring shadow across the room, gilded by the setting sun. Su Mingyu whispered so softly it was nearly inaudible, what must come, will come. In November 2025, Su Qing spent 3 full months in a southern town, the hometown of her mother, a secluded village cradled by mist-shrouded mountains. She lived in her grandmother's ancestral home, and each dawn climbed the hill behind the house, gazing silently at the distant ridges. The villagers knew her only as the young woman from the city. Unaware, she was the niece of the chairman of the Su Group, a survivor of the Blood Thorns incident, or a genetically edited subject. Young Miss Su off to the hill again today, they would ask with warm smiles. Su Qing would smile back. Yes, the mountain air is so pure. Her smile grew ever more natural. That deep, bone-deep serenity was her greatest gain over those 3 months. On day 45, an email arrived from Lin Fan. It contained no text, only a photograph of the apple tree at the memorial hall, its boughs heavy with crimson fruit. Each apple bore a small tag inscribed with a name. At the bottom, Lin Fan had added a single line. Each apple represents a victim of Project D7. We will pick them only when justice arrives, and wait for you, elder sister Su, to return and share them together. Tears slipped down Su Qing's cheeks as she stared at the image. She knew it was 6 silent, steadfast souls waiting for her. Yet she did not reply. On day 67, the village elementary school teacher sought her out. Young Miss Su, she began hesitantly. I've heard about the Su Group affair. Are you the chairman's niece? Su Qing, hanging laundry in the courtyard, paused, then nodded. Yes. Then, the teacher faltered, some people in the village say you shouldn't stay here. They worry that I'll bring trouble to the village. Su Qing finished the sentence calmly. No, the teacher hastened to clarify. That's not what they meant. It's just, Chairman Su is so wealthy. Why would you come alone to such a remote place? Su Qing lowered the garment in her hands and turned to face her. Teacher, do you know what genetic editing is, eh? The teacher blinked, startled. I've heard of it. altering genes to make people smarter, healthier. Exactly, Su Qing said, smiling faintly. I am genetically edited. From birth, I was an experiment of the Su group. My mother died trying to protect me, murdered by my uncle. And that uncle is now the chairman of the Su group. The teacher's eyes widened. This can't be possible. Whether it's possible, Su Qing murmured, her voice soft but unwavering, no longer matters to me. I'm here not to escape, but to find answers to certain questions. What questions? Su Qing lifted her gaze toward the encircling peaks. I want to know, if I know I was edited, what can I still feel? Will I still grieve another's sorrow? Will I still rejoice in another's joy? Can I still love? The teacher fell silent. For these 3 months, I've asked myself these questions every day, Su Qing continued. Today, I have found the answer. What answer? Su Qing turned fully toward the teacher. The answer is I still feel. I feel the elders' solitude, the children's delight, the quiet kindness in their daily greeting, young Miss Su. These emotions are neither products of genetic editing nor anomalies. They are me, the true unaltered me. The teacher's eyes filled with tears. Teacher, Su Qing said gently, could you help me with something? Anything. Tomorrow I'd like to teach a class at the village elementary school. On day 68, Su Qing stood before the classroom chalkboard. Before her sat over 20 children, from 1st to 6th grade. Their eyes sparkled like stars glimpsed through mountain mist. Class, Su Qing began softly. Today I'd like to share a story. She told them of an apple tree that blossomed and bore fruit each year. Until one season it produced a single strange apple. This apple differed from the rest. Its skin was imperfect, its shape irregular, yet its flavor was just as sweet. The other apples mocked it, Su Qing said, calling it an outcast, declaring it had no right to exist. But this apple did not surrender. It drank the rain soaked in the sun and cultivated its own distinct sweetness. The children listened in rapt silence. Not even their breaths disturbed the stillness. One day a little girl plucked it, took a bite, and smiled. A gentle smile touched Su Qing's lips. This apple, she said, is just as sweet as the others. She paused, meeting each child's gaze. Sometimes classmates, we too may feel different from everyone else. We may be ridiculed, excluded, made to believe we don't belong. But if we live with courage and strive earnestly to become our truest selves, there will come a day when someone sees us and recognizes our worth just as it is. The classroom held its breath. A little girl with twin braids raised her hand. Teacher, what happened to that apple in the end? Su Qing smiled. The girl ate it. Its seed fell to the earth, and in the following spring a new apple tree sprouted. Every apple it bore was sweet. Applause erupted, warm and spontaneous. On day 90, Su Qing received her second email. This time it was from Lin Fan. Su Qing, the International Gene Ethics Committee's investigation is concluded. Evidence against Su Mingyu's Project D7 is irrefutable. Prosecution is imminent. If you're ready, we begin. Su Qing stared at the message, her fingertips brushing lightly across the screen. She looked out the window. The maple leaves on the hill behind the house blazed crimson like living flames. She recalled the recording she'd heard beneath the Memorial Hall's apple tree 3 months earlier. The concern in Lin Fan's eyes, the tender smile in her mother's portrait, the starlit wonder in the children's gazes at the village school. She knew. She was ready. On day 100, Su Qing packed her belongings. The landlady, tears welling, carried her suitcase to the door. Young Miss Su, you're really leaving? Su Qing nodded. Auntie, it's time I went home. Will you return? Yes. When all is settled, I'll come back to see you all. The landlady wiped her eyes. Then I'll wait. Right here. Su Qing climbed into the village's 3-wheeled cart bound for the town's bus station. The mountain road jolted and swayed, rocking her body, but her gaze remained steady, resolute. She wasn't fleeing anything. She was stepping forward to meet what awaited. That evening, Su Qing boarded the train to Beijing. She chose a window seat, watching night unfold beyond the glass. The carriage was hushed. Only occasional murmurs of conversation broke the quiet. Her phone vibrated. A message from Lin Wan. Elder sister Su, word is you're returning. We've been counting the minutes. Su Qing replied, I'm home. 3 simple words. Yet they carried the weight of all her courage gathered over 3 months. At 6 a.m. the next morning, the train pulled into Beijing West Station. Su Qing wheeled her suitcase onto the platform. Late autumn air bit with chill. She drew her coat tighter and hailed a taxi to the Memorial Hall. The driver, noticing she traveled alone, struck up conversation. Young lady, arriving in Beijing so early. Business trip or vacation? Su Qing smiled. Home. Home, he chuckled. Beijing's a fine place, even with its crowds and traffic. As long as your heart holds a home, you're never truly far from it. A warmth bloomed in Su Qing's chest. The Memorial Hall gates were still closed. She stood before them, gazing at the familiar facade. 3 months ago, she'd walked away from this place, feeling fractured, incomplete. Now standing here, she felt more whole than ever before. She drew a slow, deep breath and pushed open the memorial hall's great doors. Inside the exhibition hall, the apple tree stood solitary, its branches empty. Su Qing approached and laid her palm upon its trunk. Its bark was rough, etched with the wrinkles of time. Apples hung ripe on its boughs, some already fallen to the floor, others clinging stubbornly to life. She knelt, picked up one apple, and cradled it in her palm. Its deep red gleamed vividly in the morning light, like apple blossoms in March. Su Qing. A familiar voice sounded behind her. She turned, and there stood Lin Fan, thermos in hand, frozen mid-step at the entrance. "Elder Sister Su," Lin Fan cried, dropping the thermos with a dull thud as she rushed forward and embraced Su Qing tightly. "You're finally back." She buried her face in Su Qing's shoulder, tears streaming. "Elder Sister Su, we missed you so much." Su Qing stroked her back, whispering, "I'm home, Lin Fan. I'm home." Soon Shen Wei, Chen Jing, and Qin Yue arrived. 4 women stood together beneath the apple tree, eyes glistening with shared tears. "Elder Sister Su," Chen Jing wept, "you've lost weight. You're tanned," Shen Wei added, "but you look different." "Elder Sister Su," Qin Yue wiped her eyes, "did you find the answers you sought?" Su Qing nodded, her expression serene. "Yes, I found them." "What answers?" Lin Fan asked. Su Qing gazed upward at the apple tree. "I found my true self. I am no one's experiment, no one's specimen. I am Su Qing, a person who feels another's pain, rejoices in another's joy, and loves as deeply as any human being." She turned to each of them. "Yes, Project D7's genetic editing intensified my emotions, made them overwhelming, raw, unfiltered. But does intensity make it wrong? Does sensitivity make it flawed? Does feeling more make it less authentic? No. These emotions, this capacity to feel, are the most precious essence of my humanity." Her voice was soft yet unshakable. 3 months ago, I believed I was incomplete. Now I understand. I am more whole than I have ever been. 6 figures gathered beneath the apple tree as autumn winds stirred the branches, leaves spiraling down, one settling softly upon Su Qing's hair. Lin Fan arrived last. He stood before her, withdrew from his pocket a ring shaped like an apple blossom. "Su Qing," his voice trembled, "for these 3 months I thought of you every single day. I swore, if you ever returned I would give you back this ring, because you are the only one it was ever meant for." Tears welled in Su Qing's eyes. "Lin Fan," she whispered, "the person I am now is not the same as the one who left 3 months ago. I know where I came from, and who I truly am. I am ready to face Su Mingyu, to face everything." She extended her hand. Lin Fan slid the ring onto her ring finger. Its fit perfect, as though it had never left her skin. Su Qing. Lin Fan clasped her hand. "Are you ready? Tomorrow evidence of Su Mingyu's Project D7 will be made public, and the International Gene Ethics Committee will announce its formal investigation." Su Qing nodded. "I am ready." At 9 a.m. the next day, inside the Su Group headquarters, the press conference hall overflowed with journalists. The chair of the International Gene Ethics Committee stood at the podium, grave and composed. "Ladies and gentlemen," he declared, "we hereby formally charge former Su Group chairman Su Mingyu with criminal offenses, including illegal genetic experimentation, premeditated homicide, and obstruction of justice." A stunned murmur swept the room. He activated the main screen, revealing evidence, surveillance logs from Project D7, Su Mingyu's direct orders, investigative files on Su Mingyu's death, court documents from Lin Fan's mother's lawsuit. Each piece struck like a hammer blow against the Su Group's reputation. Camera flashes exploded. Reporters shouted questions like hailstones. Where did this evidence originate? Where is Su Mingyu now? Will the Su Group collapse? Where did this evidence originate? Where is Su Mingyu now? Will the Su Group collapse? The chair raised a hand for silence. These evidentiary materials were provided by courageous survivors, individuals who over 3 months painstakingly gathered irrefutable proof to bring perpetrators to justice. He paused. Foremost among them is Ms. Su Qing, niece of Su Mingyu, and also a survivor of Project D7. Now we invite Ms. Su Qing to address you. Su Qing watched the live broadcast from her hotel room. She wore a simple white shirt and black trousers. Her hair was drawn back in a neat ponytail, her face bare of makeup. On her ring finger, the apple blossom ring caught the sunlight, shimmering with quiet brilliance. She did not attend the venue. She had said, "I will not speak before Su Mingyu. I will speak from where I stand, with my truth on my own terms." She opened her phone and began recording. Her video lasted precisely 3 minutes. She said, "Hello, I am Su Qing. 5 months ago, I learned I had been a subject of Su Mingyu's genetic editing experiments since birth. My mother died protecting me, murdered by him. All those cherished memories of family and kinship, they were fabrications. 3 months ago, I left Beijing for a remote village. I asked myself, if I know I was edited, what can I still feel? Will I still grieve another's sorrow? Will I still rejoice in another's joy? Can I still love? For 3 months, each morning I climbed the hill behind the village, gazing wordlessly at the distant mountains. I watched the elders grow frail, the children bloom into themselves, and witnessed how profound emotion dwells within every ordinary life. And I understood these feelings are not artifacts of genetic manipulation. They are not abnormalities. They are me, my authentic, unedited self. Su Mingyu believed I was a failed specimen, that my heightened empathy was a flaw, my emotional resonance a malfunction. But I tell him now, you are no god. You hold no authority to decree who deserves existence and who does not. My emotions are not defects. They are the rarest treasure of my humanity. Today I step forward, not to imprison Su Mingyu nor to dismantle the Su group. I step forward to speak for everyone who has ever felt like me. We are not failed specimens. We are not outcasts. We are not pathologies requiring correction. We are human beings, whole, valuable, irreplaceable. If you too have ever felt different, if you have been mocked, excluded, labeled other, remember this: as long as you live with courage and strive to become your truest self, the day will come when you recognize your own inherent worth, equal to all others. I am Su Qing, a survivor of Project D7, a genetically edited subject. But today I declare I am Su Qing, an intact, feeling valuable, and wholly real human being. The video ended. Su Qing pressed send. Within 3 minutes it spread across the global internet. People wept. People laughed. People shared. People commented. Su Qing, D7 survivors, genetic editing, I am an experiment. Each hashtag surged to the top of trending lists. Su Qing sat in her hotel room, watching the stream of comments refresh endlessly on her screen. Her phone buzzed, a message from Lin Fan. Su Qing, Su Mingyu has been arrested. He attempted suicide this morning in his office. Intervened in time. Su Qing replied, I know. Lin Fan, would you like to see him? Su Qing paused, then typed no. A month later, Su Qing stood once more beneath the apple tree at the memorial hall. She wore a white dress, her long hair falling over her shoulders. The apple blossom ring glinted softly on her finger. Lin Fan stood beside her, holding her hand. Su Qing, the D7 survivors are asking for you. They wish to meet you. Su Qing nodded. I know. I'll see them tomorrow. Also, Lin Fan hesitated. The International Gene Ethics Committee has invited you to deliver the keynote address at their next global assembly. I'll go. Su Qing smiled. There's much I wish to say. Autumn wind rustled the branches. A leaf drifted down, landing gently in her hair. Lin Fan reached up and removed it, his gaze tender. Su Qing, he murmured, you've changed so much these past 3 months. Su Qing looked toward the tree. Yes, I have. But I prefer who I am now. So do I. Beneath the apple tree, sunlight bathed them both, a golden velvety glow. From afar, children's laughter floated through the gallery windows, spilling over the tree, settling upon Su Qing and Lin Fan like music. Su Qing smiled. Lin Fan, do you remember what I wondered as I left 3 months ago? What? I wondered, if I wasn't truly me, could I still love? She turned, locking eyes with him. 3 months later, I found the answer. What answer? Leaning close, she whispered, yes, I can. Because I am no one's experiment. No one's specimen. I am Su Qing, a person who feels sorrow, shares joy, loves, and is loved in return. She kissed him. Beneath the apple tree, their shadows merged in the sunlight, forming the silhouette of one complete, flourishing tree. And high above them, the apples waited, quiet, patient, for the promise of spring. In the spring of 2026, the apple tree at the memorial hall bloomed once more. Su Qing stood beneath the tree, gazing at the blossoms of white flowers. On her ring finger, the apple blossom ring shimmered in the sunlight. Lin Fan embraced her from behind. Su Qing, look, the flowers have bloomed again. Su Qing smiled as her fingers gently brushed over the petals. Yes, spring has returned. She turned to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Lin Fan, how many times will this tree bloom? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. As long as it stands, it will keep blooming. Just like us. Su Qing tightened her grip on Lin Fan's hand. As long as we are here, love will always exist. In the distance, children were visiting the exhibition hall of the memorial. Their laughter drifted through the glass, landing beneath the apple tree, enveloping Su Qing and Lin Fan. The wind blew, scattering the petals in the air like a gentle snowfall. And in this snowfall, Su Qing finally understood she was not an experiment, not a specimen, not an anomaly. She was Su Qing, the real Su Qing. The end.